Today, we're going to be sending 2 teams to the main stage, but unfortunately, 2 teams will be heading home as well. We're halfway through Phase 2 here at the Manchester Major of Blast R6. Welcome, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed the action yesterday because we have a lot more to come today. I'm Jeannie, joined on the desk this time around by Jesse, finally here, as well as Lax. It's like an NA bias desk.
My duo's back.
I made it, finally. And, you know, I'm good to be here, right?
Oh, sheesh.
I had no idea what was going on.
We just ain't duoing.
Your duo, right?
It's okay, it's okay. We'll get in there. We'll get in the rhythm.
Right.
I think he was a little jealous that me and you shared the desk all day.
I don't know. I don't think. All right. Either way, let's have a look at the schedule for today then, regardless, because today we have 2 BO1s and 2 BO3s happening across both the A and the B stream. Both of these, every single one of these games, realistically, the BO3s particularly, are the most important one because these determine who from the O2s go home and who from the 2Os go to the main stage.
Yeah, it's crazy we're already eliminating people. I mean, it's my first day here, and I'm going to be sending some people home. Oh, I hope not.
You know, some people like you for sending them to the main stage, or maybe not so much sending them home.
That's unlucky.
All right. Any game particularly that you're looking forward to? Anything, yo, that cannot be real?
I mean, I'm excited to see what Furia can do. I know they're playing for promotion. We have a lot of unexpected teams, I think, in that 2-0 category right now. Yes, Bliss are up there. A lot of teams I think people didn't really expect. So to be able to see Furia coming through, if they pop off, you know, I mean, they're going to be another threat, as they always are. Yeah,
nothing changed there. It's been a year of Furia domination under the ban of W7M. Now it's a new one, but that's something that we're going to be looking forward to. But in terms of yesterday and the action that took place, if for some random reason you decided to miss all the 8 BO1s that we had across both streams, well, let's have a little bit of a recap in terms of what happened and what we can be expecting for today. That is what you missed, Jesse, and if any of you were at home yesterday and not watching, that's what you missed as well. You know what? Just drop the track, first of all. That's something that I want to know, because that went hard.
That was super hard. I mean, the level of production for this event in general, I mean, it's just been outstanding, to say the least.
It's been super entertaining. 100%.
It has been. I mean, you know, I really like when people start shouting because we can hear everything. I don't know if our microphones pick it up, but we're pretty close to the players, and that's always a nice thing about these LAN events. But let's have a look at what happened yesterday, particularly in terms of the monster, the moment, and the must-see for today. A little bit of a recap. So starting off with the moment, particularly, and staying on the theme of shouting and people really having that energy, Canadian.
Yeah.
I mean, I was here for it. I'll take the moment on this one. I mean, Troy, we all know Troy for his yelling, getting in people's faces, yelling at everyone, whether it's his team, whether it's the other team, whether it's coaches, whether it's even me on the desk. Troy likes to yell. That's what we know him for, and he really brings that camaraderie that we love to see in Siege, and really hypes up his team overall. They
camaraderie. I mean, either way? You weren't here. You were probably on a plane on your way here. Yeah. Yes. You know, specifically for you, we actually made sure to keep that moment and cherish it forever and replay it.
1v5!
Are you having a nightmare? Wake up! Wake up! It's a nightmare! Come on!
Still lost though.
Yeah.
So he had the nightmare, but you know what? It was fun.
Biggest dream, unfortunately.
I think that was the moment. They lost. Like that was the moment. All that yelling just led to a loss.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know what? You got to give it to him. He had the cojones to do it. You know, he's done it.
Actually, I think he went 1-9 or 1.
Yeah, he had a really bad game.
He also didn't do too well either, but at least, you know, he still keeps that energy. He backs it up.
Exactly.
And you know what? A team member who benefited from that energy particularly was NJR. I mean, this is a player that has had a phenomenal run on the NAL with DZ since day one, and it looks like when we're talking about land jitters, that's not in his dictionary. It's not in his vocab.
No, NJR, undoubtedly one of the greatest players to ever come out of North America. We call him the monster. We also call him the mayor. He really does show up in a lot of these big moments.
The mayor of NAL?
The mayor of NA, the mayor of Manchester, he's hoping to be. And this clip in particular, 1v5, this is the rarest thing that happens in Siege. We don't even get one of these most events. So for NJR to show up and be able to put this in for the game against Secret, super impressive stuff. And if it was going to be anybody, it makes sense it was NJR because he's so reliable, he is so calm in these situations, and of course, so good with the TCSG.
You know what else came from this ace? A $50 donation to charity.
True.
From our one and only Fresh. So not only is it great to see, but it's also going towards a good cause.
Nah, they be paying analysts anything these days. That's crazy. Anyway, that was yesterday, and that's a beautiful recap of a beautiful day, day one of phase 2. But today, we are officially at the halfway mark. And as we've already highlighted, and we would like to hammer home, 2 teams are going to that main stage. 2 teams today are qualifying to play in front of a live crowd. However, unfortunately, 2 teams will end their dreams here, and they will have to go home. So the must-see for today, the game that we really think everybody needs to keep their eyes on, is going to be Team Liquid against SSG, because SSG come into this. Ooh, ITB. Oh, that's okay. We're gonna go to the lower bracket. Who's there? Oh, it's VDS. Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We still have one more shot. It's Liquid.
Yeah, there's a lot of clips from my co-stream watching phase 1 of me saying, guys, SSG makes top 8. I'm telling you now, Space Station Gaming, they're gonna be in the top 8. There's no worries. They have yet to win a game in Swiss.
I mean, the funny thing is we had this kind of like same situation at SI of talking about Liquid being frauds or flukes, and it comes a situation, here they are again. Are they going to meet expectations and push further, or are they about to get sent home? So I still want to like believe that Liquid has it in them, just like you want to believe that SSG has it in them. The unfortunate thing is one of them is going home. And
M80 going up against ITB. It's the first BO1 of today, and both of these teams are currently sitting at 1-1. They're not sitting towards the top of the table, but they're sitting pretty nicely in that middle section. ITB particularly being a team coming out of the EU wall that had a lot of expectations on their shoulders, maybe not necessarily from the fact that they have been doing so well regionally, but more like what can this team do on LAN?
Especially as the hometown heroes. Out of 4 to 5 players being from our nation, the UK here, I mean, we have this team. They're going to be crowd favorites if they can make it to that main stage. So it's obviously super important for them to make it all the way to the top 8. And I gotta say, I'm sleeping on this team a little bit when they came in, because I wasn't working the EU well. I didn't really get to see these guys. A lot of names that I haven't really seen play internationally before. A lot of rookies on this team, but they really impressed me. That first game against SSG yesterday, they started off a little over-aggressive. They started off by throwing a couple of rounds, but they dialed that in, and they really were able to adapt to the circumstances, come back and win that game against Space Station. So I was really impressed with ITB from what I was able to see yesterday. I'm really excited to see what they do today against M80.
And it's M80 that they're going to be going up against, a team that has done well regionally, internationally in the past, maybe not necessarily hit the mark that we were expecting from them. But Lax, when we're looking at the changes, it feels like to an extent some of these missing puzzle pieces have been found.
yes, I mean, me and Jesse have touched up on M80 quite a bit this season. When it comes comes down to key players to me. We talked about Kyno a lot. He started to perform a little better. We were seeing that resurgence. But so far, Kyno has not been performing. So going into this game, and it is a 1-1, there's still some lifelines left.
Yeah.
I need to see Kyno improving, and even Spoit. Spoit isn't playing bad by any means, but we aren't seeing those flashy plays from him that really bail M80 out of some situations.
Yeah, for M80, obviously they're high expectations. Last year wasn't great. We don't got to dive too much into it. They come in with a brand new roster. They win their first game. They are still 1-1 though coming through, and this is a team that you expect making top 8, one of the best teams in North America. So we need to see big stuff from them today.
Oh, I feel like you just cursed them because you said that about SSG. You're now saying it about M80. Oh no, what are we doing? But when we're looking at this game particularly, and when we're looking at the fact that some of these phenomenal players are in this matchup here, ITB against M80, and you know we're in the UK, and we have a king over here.
We do, Ginny. We've got 2 of the best players in England, which makes this the battle to be the king of England. First of all, there's Creeds, the young rookie in his very first stage, coming out of the EUL, had 143 kills, the second most out of anybody in the European League, been playing Dokkaebi Azami, playing fantastic. He's up against Citizen today, another one of the best English players we've ever had in Rainbow Six, also putting up ridiculous numbers, playing the Dokkaebi Azami, very similar roles. So they're battling to be the king of England, and of course I had to compare them to the reigning champ, King Charles III. Obviously, we couldn't really grab all his stats. We did look into it. We also invited him to Media Day. He didn't show up.
I wonder why.
There.
On par.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but you know what? We still were able to dig up some information on him, playing a lot of that Clash. I know not the community's favorite operator, but King Charles, I mean, he's a little bit older up there. He does. One of the best and better Clash mains I've seen.
Looking at this matchup particularly of both of these players here, Lax, in terms of their roles and the value that they bring to the team, what's the importance of their individual performances going to be?
Well, let me talk about Citizen specifically here.
Absolutely.
That's who I cover the most. I mean, Citizen just brings such diverse gameplay and the dynamics that he plays, that he puts himself in scenarios where he can win 1v2s, he can win 1v3s. He just reads situations so well, and that's truly what sets M80 up for success, because he can put himself into positions that other players simply can't, and he can walk away with those rounds. He can walk away with a man advantage, which ultimately sets M80 up for success throughout the rest of those rounds.
I think the biggest thing for Citizen, too, is his ability to step up in the big games, right? He did struggle a little bit at the start of the NA season, if you remember all the way back, but when we got to playoffs, he was their best player. He really stepped up when they got into the BO3s, when the going really got tough. Obviously, him and Spoit have been kind of the duo to really put the kills on the board for M80, so it's nice that even when Spoit maybe slows down a little bit, you got a guy like Citizen who can step up and be that key player.
Smells a little bit like NA bias, but you know what? I could be completely wrong, but one really important factor that will always play in these BO1s is going to be that map pick. You get a one shot at making it count. You need to hit the ground running, and we're going to Oregon. I think this is something that we hammer home every single time this map pick comes up, and that is the fact that literally everybody can play this.
Oregon, it's the default. I have to keep saying it. It's just the default map. This really, again, this is going to come down to a lot more communication. The basic fundamentals of Siege are really applied on a map like Oregon. Again, you're not going to do anything that's going to surprise the other team, but the biggest takeaway from this is you can work better than the other team. You can force teams, maybe get them a little overzealous, force them out of position, and that's really what's going to set you apart from the other team.
Will we also say potentially here, Jesse, that Oregon is a map that's being picked because it's so heavily reliant on fundamentals, nobody wants to give anything away?
Yeah, I think it's a map that, you know, when you're going to these really important games, you can really rely on your teammates. You can rely on everybody gonna not be making too many mistakes. Obviously, both these teams very experienced in Oregon as well. For M80, 2 plays this year, a 14-round win over Sonics, and then an 8-round loss to Beast Coast. Those are not the greatest of records, right?
No.
Sonics, poor stage overall this year, and then obviously Beast Coast, only 8 rounds, 7-1 L there that they ended up taking. So this is a map that they're looking for a little bit of redemption on. For ITB, it's less common. Their only Oregon play this season came against G2, but it was in the EUL quarterfinals. They won 7-4. That knocked G2 out of the European qualifiers and sent them to the LCQ specifically. So obviously a big map from both these squads, but I'm looking for a bounce back from M80 because historically this has not been their best battleground.
All right, something to look forward to. I mean, we have the in-depth analysis of the NA analysts, but maybe we can bring in some EU experts to give us a little bit more spice when it comes to ITB particularly and their performances here on Oregon. We have our casters, Ace and Des, matching, looking absolutely dashing, the both of you.
Thank you very much, Ginny. I tell you what, I was sat here listening to that desk and I was like,
That's a bit too NA favoured for me. There's too many
Absolutely.
analysts there.
We need some EU.
And you were a neutral in the middle ground, but I really want to think you with us here, Ginny. You're an honorary Brit,
right.
so you can come join us for
Okay.
this one, because
Bye,
ITB
guys.
are
Bye.
clearly winning this one. See you later, guys. No talking NA. But no, this will be a great game. I'm really looking forward to this. As Jesse mentioned, they played this against G2 in the playoffs, right? But it did come down to that third map pick, or the final one in a best of 3. It's not like they chose to go there. They've hidden it away. It's one of their lowest preference maps. I honestly think Kangaroo Kenny's got that frying pan out. He has been cooking something this morning. I'm ready.
All right, well, I'm going to let the two of you cook as well, so feel free to take it all away.
Shall do. Thank you very much, Ginny. Tim, I'll let you talk finally. I've talked too much.
There is no, I'm going to say there is no way. Obviously, when we look at low preference maps, it's do you not play it because you don't like it, or do you not play it because you're hiding it? I am going to say unequivocally now, there is no doubt in my mind ITB can play Oregon 100%, and they have brought this map to play.
Well, it goes one of two ways, because that last map they could have chose to go to was either Labs or Oregon, right? And they are a Labs team. They really like Labs. They, of course, played it yesterday, but equally so did M80, and they're not normally a team to bring that out. So I don't know if maybe the guys have looked at it and thought, okay, they played Labs yesterday. They're relatively comfortable there. They beat Liquid there. Let's instead dodge that and go to Oregon instead. But the only reason I think you would make that choice as ITB is, as said, you have got something to cook. But here we go. First ban comes on through. The Deimos taken away by M80.
Yeah, we've seen an increasing popularity for Deimos. Of course, Doki, explained a lot about the value of the operator when we had him on with us yesterday during that consulate game. So powerful towards the ends of rounds. We've seen a lot of clutches here in Manchester so far. We've seen a lot of big finishes to rounds, and Deimos is one of those operators that can really, destroy the chance of a 1v3, for example, because you're then just getting constantly pinged. So, yeah, we see the Deimos taken away. Not too much of a surprise. Monty and his army go as well, along with Fenrir.
I think ITV will be really happy about seeing the Deimos ban being brought against it, though, because they banned that operator against G2. They don't want to play it themselves. They don't want to see the opponents playing it. So they're like, oh, that's a wasted
free
ban.
Yeah.
Exactly that. And the Monty comes in as no surprise. Shield's very, very strong right now. I think the last two bans are very expected as well in Azami and Fenrir, but the Azami I find really interesting for a couple of reasons. We've seen a number of teams bringing lots of DMRs, Twitch and Lion especially being really popular right now, to come in and blast those keeper barriers away. Other guns take quite a while, as we know, to chew through those barriers, but DMRs, they make short work of them. So I'm not so much saying that you don't have to ban the Azami, but I feel like it's a weaker ban that you can make when teams do manage to go around that. However, if you're looking at that and saying, well, okay then, well, we don't want them to play it because we don't want to have many DMRs in our lineups, then there's fair reason to ban it away. So that's what I wager you'll see out of ITB. You won't get a lot of Lion, you won't get a lot of Twitch in this map, and that's probably why we've seen it come through. However, as you might well expect, we're starting downstairs in the basement. M80 going to really lock things up down there, Tim. I'm looking at that lineup, and it just screams turtle defense down here in the basement, as we are so used to seeing.
Yeah, you got the warding, you got the Goyo canisters, you got the mirror windows to play behind. Noodle on the Wamaya, just trying to keep everybody safe. As you said, I don't think we'll see too much of a presence out in the map. We may be surprised, but Noodle on the Wamaya at the minute, actually just roaming around, but heading back for rear stage stairs. So, I've just noticed Spite have a little run upstairs on the Goyo, though.
I like the approach they've got coming out here on ITB side as well. Normally you'd see Hibana for this site, right? There's a lot of hatches you've got to get yourself opened up. She's not banned away. You'd assume she'd get picked all the time. Not in the case of ITB. They've really laned into the executes itself with the Ying, with the Grim on side, and of course the prep work coming out of Noah, and relying instead on those tin openers. You've got at least 2 here if you lose one of those operators early on. You can get rid of most of the key hatches that you need opened up, though one would stay closed. Hopefully you retain all 4 though, and you can open up the hatch inside of security, inside a lobby, and inside of meeting.
Noodle getting a little bit lucky there. Asa, almost getting even more lucky. Just literally sprayed through the barricade to open it, and a little tip for you to take away. That's why you open barricades with bullets wherever you can, because you never know what's on the other side of it. And Noodle taking a little bit of damage, a little bit higher. Headshot, you never know. It does happen. And Noodle, of course, then not really the end of the world. Knew somebody was going to potentially push from rear stage, but I think Asa picked up on the hit marker as well that he will have had. So then just dipped away and looked to approach from the other side.
Oh, well, they've got someone waiting out here inside of dining as well. This could be a catch by the looks of it. Who's it nearby? It's Kenny, and Spoit, I think, surely must be found out at this point. They know that he hasn't opened up the rotate in towards Attic. They know that he should be dead to rights, but it's Spoit you're coming up against, and the man's a bit of a demon. Making use of a Candela. In they go, and they find the man. So I'd say overall, not a bad roam at all from Spoit. Obviously, the gadgetry's already down. He's got rid of the Flores. Maybe there was a better operator to kill, but you'll take it.
Honestly, Flores is not a bad one because we saw the setup. They've got the deployable shield looking in towards bunker from Shaiko spot. You're going to have your Warden playing around there, I would imagine. So there is utility down there on site. You can see it top right of your screen there. There is utility down there. You've got the Goyo canisters that you might want the Flores drones to go in and take out. There's a lot of work that Flores could have done.
The one thing you miss from not having a Habana here is you can't open up Shaiko wall, right? A very common spot where players will sit. Kyno normally will step across here and play on the doorway, but with this being fully locked off and reinforced away, with no ranged removal in this case or hard breach, that's going to stay closed up. So that's actually a very safe spot to play. So ITB have now got to think about, okay, how are we going to make this work? Can we make use of Grim? Will Ying be able to help us out here? Maybe, but you've got to watch out for Cameraman on the ward, and he's designed to help counter against this Ying, and I think he could be perfectly placed to do so here on Elbow.
Yep, smart work there as well, just taking out that Vulcan canister as the bees come in, because that's your signal, really, that this is where the push could be coming from. Cameraman just going to hold his position for the time being. Candela, we hear it going off, but it's not going to matter to him, of course, as he gets those glasses activated. ITB here are getting themselves set for the push, but I don't think they've got everything that they need here, Des. They've got 14 seconds to go, and all they can do, really, is start pushing forward, and it falls apart as they do. Oscar manages to find one, but that will be all. Really nice defense from M80, and it all started with that opening pick from Spoit up on the top floor, taking down the Flores. As you said, yeah, other operators would have been good too, but it really worked in their favor.
I didn't quite catch how Kyno died. Creed's died. I assume he was coming down Big Tower stairs. And the fact that he goes down so early on in the execute, the rest of his team was still getting set up. And it was a bit like, okay, now we've got 3 coming up against the rest. Like, this is what I was here. Wow, okay, fair enough. I did not realise Kyno has marched upstairs there and got himself a freebie. Again, realising the space that he's got to play in there. They were under no threat from bunker. No one was going to drop through electric anytime soon. So he had the ability to just walk up and take the fight to Creed's. A good bit of play, and I think really kind of like heads up by M80. Even the last kill coming through, a lot of teams would sit back and hunker down and wait for that last player to come pushing in to secure the round. But you got Citizen vaulting over wall, for example, to go after him. Spoit upstairs being aggressive. M80 have turned up here ready to play him. They're not going to let ITB have any of this map for free.
No, absolutely not. Certainly taking the fight to them in round 1. I think we'll probably see a little bit more of that here, because confidence, of course, is going to be buoyed by that. And ITB, I mean, ITB aren't going to be heartbroken. You've lost basement. It doesn't really, you know, you expect to lose basement, really, when you're on the attack. Not the end of the world. This is going to be an important round for them, though. I know it's only round 2, but they're going to want to get a win. They're going to want to get a round on the board quite quickly. And they'll see Dorms as a potential opportunity, but it's also a message. You're not reliant on winning that third choice shot. Oh, that third choice side, but Citizen just turns away at the wrong moment. We've all been there, and just misses his opportunity.
Siege timing moment. It was funny when we were try-casting with Doki yesterday. He was sat here, because obviously when he plays, you don't get to see the outlines on the other side. That'd be cheating. But he was standing here like, oh my God, I didn't realise how close players are sometimes. I'm like, yeah, we see this all the time. We're just like, man, if only he knew he was 2 or 3 pixels away from finding a freebie. It's one of those classic Siege timing moments, as you say. Getting themselves at least set up here on the big window to start applying some pressure across, and more about that information collection more than anything else. So far doing pretty good on the drone count, it's worth touching on as well. Only 2 down in the round and 7 out across the field.
ITB now know that there's no direct work that they can do from double window. And by that I mean going in and trying to put the diffuser down, because they know it's being heavily watched from both sides. They have to deal with Cameraman, and they have to deal with the player inside of Kids Dorms. If they don't, they're not going to go anywhere. Noodle manages to pick up Noah, but Azza is there with one of his own. However, again, it's all going M80's way, Des. They are so comfortable on this site, on this map. They are decimating ITB right now.
They've really let Spoit through the net there as well. The fact that he stepped out into Cubby and got 2 kills, one towards bedroom and one towards the trophy player, really was the deciding part of that round, and also closes things out with the final kill onto window. Dare I say it, yes, it's been a great performance overall by M80, but Spoit is controlling this game. Round 1, drawing 4 players on towards him, drawing utility in, wasting a lot of time, getting rid of the Flores, and in this round, a 3K, well, moving maybe 3 steps total. Real big couple of rounds from him, and M80, as mentioned, in full control.
Yeah, they're looking great.
Look at that. How did you get away with being here? You should not be able to be in that spot.
they've set themselves up perfectly for the third choice site as well now. Not just 2 wins so far, but 2 very comfortable wins, getting themselves now into that third choice. ITB on the back foot a little bit at the minute and definitely got some work to do. So it's going to be kitchen and dining that they're going to go for. We see a relatively even split between these third choice sites. Meeting, I think, I would say, has had a slight favour recently, but they are going to decide to go over this way. So what is ITB going to need to do? What's going to be important here? What are the win conditions? For me, ITB really need to make sure that they're taking top floor, need to make sure that they've got that area in Kids Domes locked down so that they're not suffering for any verticals. If the hatch is opened and it's been left soft at the minute, there is a long angle in towards that plant spot that you can find, but Noodle is actually going to reinforce that off. But again, it just says that they are concerned about that top floor. They don't want that hatch using against them.
I think if this round crumbles here, we see a attack timeout coming from Kangaroo Kenny. Yesterday, he called it after just a couple of rounds. If you recall, against SSG, they were being hammered and also then lost the 3rd round. But from that point on, went on to win 7 of the next 8 rounds. It's 7-1 if you ignore those first 3 rounds on Consulate. And here, this round, I'm not going to say it reeks of desperation, but they're really looking to try something a little bit cheesy here. They want to catch M80 out, leaning in towards the directness of the blitz, leaning in towards the glass, for example, and with 4 smokes on side, you can see the win condition.
Now that that hatch was reinforced, I think really ITB can look at this and say we don't actually need top floor control here. They can play quite a shallow game, really. Get themselves into small tower, get the wall open into dining, and look to get a plant inside of there. They basically just need to clear out these players from around showers, Spoit in particular. Get him gone, and there's the potential for that diffuser going down. They need to deal with the mirror window, but they have smokes in hand, so they can just smoke that mirror window off, and then they're not going to be able to use that to deny the plant because you just hold it with the glass and it's job done. So they don't really need to take too much here, ITB, and to be honest, with the way the gunfights have gone so far, I feel like that kind of leans into their wheelhouse and what they need at the minute.
I feel like they've got all the tools they need. Even the Thatcher on side for a bit of added security. It'll help them deal with the Warden, for example. It'll help them deal with the Kite, Electro Claws. They have got the right tools for the job, but as we've seen in the last couple of rounds, the tools haven't really been the issue. It's been the players, it's been Spoit that's been having a little bit of a field day so far. So that for me is going to be the big one to address. Like, they're getting themselves set up for what could be a plant, and then Noah gets absolutely beamed. And as I said, Tim, he was there, win condition, 4 smokes with a glass. That's dream territory, but Citizen is tearing them apart one by one. Not even any hint of a trade coming back the other way.
Yeah, it's just fantastic use of the Warden there, taking down from behind that mirror window. Didn't even need the gadget. Yeah, they haven't had to come in. They haven't had the opportunity to use any of those smoke splashes or anything else. Just really good stuff from M80 once again as the kills come in. Creeds manages to pick up Spoit, but almost certainly too little too late. It leaves Oscar in a 1 versus 3, pushing in towards a difficult site. He's surrounded here. He's going to be pushed from bottom right as well, but they don't need it as Noodle manages to pick up that final kill. And M80 at the minute, they have hit cruise control, Des, and they are just speeding through Oregon.
They're making this look easy. Again, I've really got to see a attack timeout coming here from Kangaroo Kenny, because even the team play is falling apart here. Yep. We've lost 2 players. The Blitz is pushing forward, and only then does Creeds call in the first EE1D of the round. And I was like, man, this needs to be coming out 10 seconds ago. Like, what's happening?
Well, the problem is they never really did anything about the mirror window either. It's like I said, they could smoke it off. And I understand there's a Warden on the other side, don't get me wrong, but a Warden versus a Glass is still going to have a reasonable opportunity.
And the problem is the Glass is the one that dies at range.
Exactly, that's the point.
This kill, the length of the map.
Exactly, and before they've even had an opportunity to do anything about that mirror window, Citizen smash the Glass, and that's it. How do you attack from that point forward?
And in 2 of their fights there as well, like M80 is stacking up 2v1 in a couple of situations there. Creeds was kind of the only real X factor, right? He got 2 kills, but as soon as he gets to second, there's a trade coming in from security behind him, and he knew that swing was going to come, but he was powerless to stop it. So even with him potentially opening up a 3-kill gap, the team never really felt close. And again, I did think we'd see attack timeout there. I just worry that this game is now really going to run away from ITB in this first half. Even if you take attack timeout after this round, you're still down 4-0. You've really got to win the next 2 rounds on what many would look at as the offsites to get anything done. But they've just lost one of those offsites, Tim, so maybe you get round 6, but this is looking rough. Back down to the basement we go, and I look back at round 1, Spoit being the disruptor up on the top floor. Downstairs was never, ever a problem for the side of M80. In fact, they were so aggressive. Kyno again charging up big tower stairs. I just think you've got to see something really different coming out from ITB and from their lineup. They've dropped away the Ying, they've got the Finker on side instead. That's not enough of a change in my books, Tim. And they've only got hard breaches. They've got 2. Okay, so you can't get all 3 hatches here.
Cameraman just opening up that angle as we saw, ready for a Nitro to potentially go out into bunker if the opportunity presents. Right now, I feel like ITB need a really strong start to a round. They need somebody like Azza, like Creeds, to just come in and grab a couple on the entry,
Big time.
Create some space, and just really let M80 know that they've got a game in front of them, because right now, it must be feeling pretty easy for them. They haven't had to do anything too wild. You know, they've got a great start in every one of these 3 rounds so far. This time, maybe not quite as much. They're being forced back slowly, but as we can see, M80, one inside a meeting. I want to see if ITB are aware of it. Citizen could be a real issue here.
I've just checked, a meeting hatch has actually been left open so they can play out on the roam here and play aggressive, and that's why you've got Citizen sat inside a meeting, is he knows that when his time's up, he can leg it. Fair enough, they've got the reading in there, and Azza's found his man, almost lost his life for it. An immediate response, you just know full well there's a good chance someone's going to swing onto you there. Given every single gunfight that M80 haven't had a roamer on the go, it's been a 2v1. There has been an immediate response.
I like the positioning of Citizen there. He had the mute jammer at his feet, everything that he needed to try and sort of stay off the radar, but it speaks to ITB's good use of the drones. They've obviously spotted him from elsewhere. They couldn't go in directly. And he's going in directly, though. He's going to manage to find cameraman. That's a little bit easy. M80 have just let that slip through the net. He's wandered into elbow and found him a kill, but they're completely unaware of Spoit under the stairs.
He'll win.
Comes out like a monster from under the bed, let alone the stairs there. Des causes him a nightmare. Finds a couple, and then M80, although it was looking a little bit shaky, managed to lock it down still.
That round was just full of surprises for them. You had, as we saw, Spoit ratting his way out in Harry Potter. You had Citizen tucked in against one of the meeting rules every single time. There's just something different for them to deal with. And unless they are being meticulous down to the very letter of the word, ITB are going to pay the price at some point. Also, full credit to Noodle as well, the way that he moves his way up highway there to join in that fight with Spoit, so he's not alone. Again, immediate team play, always a couple of seconds away from each other. M80 playing like a real tight pack right now. And I think in their excitement, as you can see, Kyno has spilt water on his mouse pad. What a genius. We had this happen yesterday.
We did have this happen. I was just going to say, we have had this happen already. We have had a water spillage.
Hashtag Watergate.
He's also then just knocked the... a little extender for his mouse as well. That's gone off the back of the desk now, so we'll get that cleaned up and we'll get back in as soon as we can do, as soon as he's set up and ready to go. But what a start for M80, 4-0 at the minute. And like I said, you know, I used the word cruise control previously and nightmare in that last round, and that's what things are really turning into for ITB at the minute.
It is. A little brief reprieve, though. I guess, as we always say during these tech pauses, you can't talk to your teammates about the game. In this case, it's more a, clean that water up, man. We've got a game to win. But on the other side, it gives ITB that little bit of time to sort of sit and stew with their own thoughts, because being Frankton, they haven't really arrived at this game. This is the closest they got, admittedly. You know, they got down to a relatively close point, but Noodle, again, full credit to him. Really good to go up and join Spoit there in that aggression around Pillar. But the fact that that's where the final round-ending fight takes place, Pillar and not the site itself, already shows there are problems.
Well, the thing was, obviously, I credited ITB's drone use to find Citizen and to be aware of him, given that he was stood on a mute jammer and everything else. They'd obviously droned him from the other side of meeting and picked up on him. But they also had lost a lot of drones, and it really showed in that late round there, because they just weren't able to spot Spoit, to know that he was there. They just had to go for it, and they were punished for it big time.
Yeah. The thing is, I can't fault Kenny here. Like, again, the tactical timeout I really thought should have come after round 2, because they were just getting battered there. Like, maybe they wanted to give it a couple more to see how things went, but that last round was just as messy as the first. Sure, closer, but still just as messy. And there's a reason, no doubt, why he's held on to this point in the game. Again, personally would have gone at least a little bit sooner, but I'm not a coach. What do I know? Those who can't play coach and those who can't coach cast, and that's why I'm stood here.
6-1 for Noodle so far. We keep shouting about Spoit, but Noodle's putting up some big numbers.
Kyno's 4-1. Like, they're laughing, mate, honestly.
I
always look across the kills on the other side to really get a feel for this. And again, we're currently set at, 8 kills across the entirety of ITB. That's 2 kills per round.
Yep.
That goes to show you just how not close this game has been so far.
Yep. I really thought that ITB had a good opportunity there as well. We saw Kenny able to just sort of wander his way into elbow, managed to pick up a freebie, and it was like M80 had took their eye off the ball a little bit, but I don't know if maybe that was just a bit of bait. Just try and draw them in so that Spoit and Noodle could do exactly what they did. Round 5 then, M80 are going to head up to the top floor. Team is currently 1-1 in the record for both of these. We are in the Swiss stage, of course, so everybody playing against each other will have the same win-loss record. This is one of the final 1-1 teams, so after this point, it's going to be best of 3s for these two, but it's going to be best of 3s. Sort of two sides of the same coin, but very different sides. One to go through, one to go out. You know, it's very, very different, the perspective that you're going to be looking at those best of 3s.
I also kind of want to draw on some of the experience these players have got. Let's not forget for ITB, the only player that's been to a major before is Kendrew, or Kenny, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. For the rest, it's their first time. And Coach Kangaroo Kenny, too many Kennys on this team, two's enough already. But Kangaroo was speaking and saying, oh, absolutely love LAN. Like, for the boys, it's been a great experience as well. Like, they're learning and taking a lot from it, but on the other side, you've got players. Yeah, look at most of those players in M80. They've been to so many events. Like, you'd be running out of fingers to count it across the entire team. And even here, again, the aggression being shown. In what other game would you see a Warden playing in Zulu, challenging for the entry? You simply wouldn't, but they are absolutely deleting them at every turn.
I was just going to pick up on that entry as well, Des. We know that Citizen is one of those players, you know, immense talent and ability, and you can see his game change a little bit sometimes when he starts feeling confident. It used to be, and I'm talking, you know, 2 years ago, it used to be when he picked the alibi, you knew that you were in trouble because he was starting to really feel himself and get out on the rope. And I just get them same vibes. He's on the ward and he's out there looking for the entry, and it just feels like, you know, he's starting to think he's unstoppable, and that's a dangerous place to be against a player like Citizen, because he will really, really hurt you.
And the problem is he's not the only player playing like that today. Everyone is.
There you go. Thank you.
Like, you didn't even
Thank
hit
you,
it.
Citizen. Perfect. Just a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You know he's there. You're going down pre-aiming. You're going to pre-fire around the corner. He's still going to kill you.
And you're not even going to hit it.
Because that's just how Citizen is feeling today.
Well, it's attack timeout into a flawless round for M80. Ouch. Now, I'm always a big proponent, as you know, Tim, of there are two halves to a game of Siege, that things can transform drastically. This would be one of the bigger turnarounds I think I would ever see.
It's going to have to be very drastic at this point.
I mean, we had the let's not forget, we cast PSG Talon versus E1 yesterday, and it was 5 rounds in a row to Talon. They absolutely slapped E1 about, and it was like, this game is done. E1 claw back the 6th round. It goes 5-1. They then win 5 rounds themselves to send us through right towards the end of the game. It is possible, and I know it sounds crazy to say it, but we've seen comebacks that are pretty mental. I just feel like this one, when shots are being hit like they are today, it's more than just like a side diff or a whatever. It's honestly coming down to gun skill diff in this game. I think Ben's back.
I think that kind of demonstrates my point a little bit about Ben's mentality today. He's just feeling it. You can see it. I can see it from his play. You know, you and I have been casting and watching Citizen. I don't want to keep banging on about it, but you and I have been casting and watching Citizen for years and years now, as well as a lot of these players. And you do get to recognise those signs within their game. You can see, and I don't know what it is, but I'm sure, you know, it's very subtle signs, maybe about movement, about positioning, about fights that they're taking, shots that they're hitting. But the more that you watch these players, the more time that you see them inside of the server, you do just get those feelings. You look at it and you think, yeah, he's really feeling this today. He's really looking sharp. And the last couple of rounds Citizen has done, and he's an absolute menace at the minute. And it's something that ITB, I was going to say, you know, you need to try and focus on it and deal with it. If you see a Valkyrie on the board, there's a good chance it's going to be Citizen. You know, it's maybe something that you just need to focus on. Right, where's that Valk playing? Let's go in numbers and just make sure that we're shutting her down.
And here we go. Oh, come on, surely Kyno was able to find a freebie there, but not quite. Gonna get one anyway as Kenny comes flying.
He can't get two.
Surely not.
Get two.
Should not be able to get away with this, but maybe I'll do a flash, comes on down, and he gets the second. This is criminal. Finally gets traded out, but Kyno has done so much damage there already. The hard breach is gone. The Lion is gone. They're already screwed, Tim.
Exactly. They're already up against a massive task now, and that is...
Like, meeting wall stays closed. What can they do?
I'm sorry, ITB. I'm sure that I think they'd probably say the same. You know, losing 2 from top floor there is unforgivable. The fact that you don't know that Kyno's there to begin with, he picks up the first and then is able to get the second. It just can't happen. I know that they get the trade as he goes to leave, but it just doesn't matter. He's a Malusi. His gadgets are already down. He's pretty much absolutely no loss for it. It's really not the end of the world, so Kyno doing some great work there. Noah just going to be looking to put a little bit of pressure on towards that top floor, continue trying to get sort of any sort of control here, get into Attic, get into top armory, going to be joined by Creeds. But in a 3 versus 4 with the utility that they've lost, this is just going to be extremely difficult from here.
It is. I mean, we've seen teams manage to smash and grab rounds, but I said about, you know, the case yesterday, V1 versus PSG Talon, that massive, like, turnaround in round 6 that led to a flurry of rounds going their way in the second half. It gave them that little bit of a lifeline, but without the hard breach on side, I'm not too sure they're going to find themselves getting it here. They've got no calls left. They've got a couple of smokes to play with. Yes, they've got the Ossa shields, but even Oscar's taking a massive risk. And Creed's had to know he's getting aggressive at the back of that one, but wasn't even ADS in. And Spoit takes his life for free. It's going from bad to worse in this half. Not even going to find themselves one more. Oscar with it all to do. Flank from the right, hit from the left. M80 with a 6-0 flawless half.
The thing is, we've spoken a lot about the individuals as well, but M80 are playing really well as a team here. You know, Citizen's had his moments, Spoit's had big moments, Noodle's putting up big numbers. Kyno was a great start there, but they're playing well as a team as well.
I've got a little call in here to get some thoughts on this half. Let's go to it.
How's it going, Des and Ace? Listen, this has been a rough one from ITB so far, and we talked a little bit about the King of England competition between Creeds and Citizen, and undoubtedly, Citizen's been so much better through this game so far. But when you actually look at the head-to-head between these two players, the one kill that's happened has actually been with Creeds killing Citizen. So for the second half, I really want to see Creeds step it up. He's only got 2 kills so far in this game. One of them was on Citizen. If he can shut down these top players on M80 now, that's going to be their key to get back to this game. But undoubtedly, guys, so far, looks like Citizen might be the king.
You may well be, and Jesse, you're also aware, I'm sure, that I have got Creeds in your fantasy team, or in my fantasy team in your fantasy league, and I'm currently lamenting that choice. It's not the best day, because they only played 1 game today as well, so I'm just like, no.
Never mind, Des.
That 300-point gap that I've got at the top that widened so much yesterday is now collapsing in front of my very eyes.
Really new in.
Oh, yeah.
Really new in.
Mate, you want to watch out. You've got like 3 players coming up behind you on like 30 points below, I think.
Don't worry about that. You never look in the rear view mirror, Des. Going to be round 7 then.
I won't, mate. You're on my dirt trail.
This is the big opportunity now, you know, for M80. Just get this closed out here and now on the first attack. ITB, they've got to get something going. But honestly, I just feel like these players are going to be so difficult to stop. And like I said, there's so many names there that you can pick up. Just look across the kills on your list. You know, even Cameraman on 3 kills, you look at it, it's because he's been sat in sight as the support player, as the IGL, because that's what he does. And he doesn't need to get into the fights. And it's good to see Creeds getting up to the boundaries there, just looking to pressure that blitz and prevent him going in for free at least. But Kyno does manage to get inside of the building. Spoit as well, just looking for that clearance through Kitchen.
Like one of those, I'm looking at the comp and just thinking, well, we saw a similar thing out of ITB, and they didn't really put it to the best use, admittedly. Obviously, they lost the round, that's why they're down 6-0. And I think M80 might just be about to show ITB how you run this kind of setup on this map. And speaking of the map, when we came back to it early, we said, you know, this is an 8th prep map for ITB. They don't really play it. The only time they have so far this calendar year has been against G2. It was a decider map in a best of 3. I honestly thought they might be cooking something, but so far, it's looking pretty raw to me.
Spoit's just going to go in and be pinging out that utility. I imagine they will want to get the freezer hatch open just so they can be sure that nobody can aggress forward. Although saying that, Spoit is just going to move in. He can take that ground instead, and then they don't really need to worry too much about the hatch necessarily. He will shoot it out as he goes though, and then they can at least tick the box. Due diligence done, and you see the hatch opening up.
So set up there, like you say, no rush, I think, on their side. They're like, as long as everything's opened up, as long as we've got ourselves in position, we'll save the gunfights until later in the round. And I guess you look at the contrast of how both teams have defended this site. All 5 players from ITB down in the basement, being very passive, not trying to swing into angles. But look at the reverse. Citizen, Spoit, Noodle, they were swinging everything. They were happy to take gunfights. And I think a little bit of that like nervousness of that beatdown from the first half has just got IT being a little bit passive here. And to be fair, yesterday they did have a really good time playing defensive against SSG. But now the push comes on through. They're going to have to swing and make something happen. Creeds comes out and finds one, but can they get rid of Kyno as well? Nothing so far coming through, but the one-on-one back and forth, it's more about getting control of Highway. And Kyno's desperately trying to make something happen, but so far, white screens.
Yeah, Creeds manages to pick up Noodle as well. Needed needing more kills, but they can't stop Kyno. He went in and got Kenny. Manages to find himself another onto Creeds as well. 3v3, Diffuser going down. I'm not sure how much ITB can do about this because M80 are set in position. They've got the smokes, they've got the utility, they've got the Diffuser down. It's now a 2v2, and this is the moment that ITB have to fight back, have to do something. But Citizen proving that he is the king on Oregon, managing to get another and helping to lock this out. Oscar, he's got such a big job. He manages to take down Citizen though. There's 1v1 in about 13 seconds, but no! Cameraman is there, quiet through the game, only out of necessity because everybody else has been getting the kills, but he gets the most important one to close out that 7-0. What a performance from M80.
And for ITB, welcome to international events. That is a bruising 7-0 loss. Take nothing away from M80, Tim. They've had a couple of close games yesterday, but here they really made sure that everyone knows what level they're here to deliver at. And with that kind of performance, I think going into their best of 3 promotion games tomorrow, wouldn't want to be playing up against them, to be honest.
M80 look terrifying, then, to be honest. And I think there is an element that ITB maybe didn't show up and show us their best. They were much better against SSG, for example, of course. But overall, M80, they looked great.
They don't look too pleased about that one, do they, on the side of ITB?
No,
a lot of hung heads, a lot of sad faces.
They won't be.
Somewhat expected. However, we've got Noodle stood by for an interview, so let's throw over to him now. Oh, not ready yet. I'm staying with us for now.
Why not?
I hear the name, I'm just like, he's ready, let's go. I mean, we've had Noodle on interviews a few times before as well, so I'm curious to hear what he's got to say. But no doubt there's also, on this side of ITB, like I said, a lot of work to go away and do. I'm sure we'll see some of the players, maybe even Kangaroo Kenny on Twitter later, talking about what they've got to say about that. But for now, let's go over to the winners, Noodle, with the interview for real this time.
Yeah, Noodle is ready for the interview. He's got his shoes back on. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Congratulations on a 7-0 first map of the day. How are you feeling? Because you had a phenomenal performance yourself.
Yeah, it was a good team win. We bounced back after yesterday's loss, and yeah, it was kind of just, we're playing against our friend Oscar, so we obviously wanted to win, and we did it in style, so yeah.
Great style indeed. You're talking about yesterday, particularly in that loss, maybe not hitting a couple of marks. What do you think went wrong yesterday in that regards?
I think our defenses just went up to scratch. Like, yeah, we were just kind of throwing a couple man advantages. We weren't doing the mini plays that we wanted to do. So yeah, it was, you know, we just fixed the mistakes, and yeah, it was, well, 6 defenses won in a row. So I guess it worked.
You're now 2-1. You're so close to that main stage as well. Is that the goal for you this time around?
Yeah, definitely. I want to be back on the main stage, like in Atlanta. It would be nice to be on the crowd, in front of the crowd at home as well. So.
Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it. And good luck with your future games. We're going to be heading over to a break and we'll be back with the longer interview. So make sure that you stick around. Welcome back, everyone, to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. I'm Jeannie with Jesse, and we have Kyno joining us for the interview. We really do appreciate it. Congratulations on a 7-0 victory. That was quick.
That was fast. I did not expect that, to be honest. But it was a fun match. We scrimmed those guys a lot. Probably the team we scrimmed the most out of in the boot camp. So we kind of like knew what they were gonna do. They knew what we were gonna do. It was, I guess we just played better today.
Kyno, I mean, we're used to seeing you have some quick Oregon games. I believe the last time you played it in a match was against Beast Coast earlier in the NAL. That game was quick, maybe the wrong way. That was a tough one for you guys. What was the biggest difference between the last time you played Oregon versus this time? Because just looking at the history, I was a little concerned before you guys actually showed up today.
Well, that was our first time playing Oregon as a team. We also played against Gaveni. That guy's an absolute beast. Top floor, we couldn't clear that guy. He had nothing, just roaming top floor, couldn't clear him. And I think today we played as a team. We played as a unit, and he showed.
Right at the start of the game, they banned out your Monty, and I think your Monty's been very good this season, actually. You've had some great moments on it. Did that change the game plan at all for you? Was that something that maybe you wanted to bring out? Did that cause you any problems? I know you only had one attacking round, but...
I think, honestly, they were trying to help me out, because they probably watched my game yesterday against Team Bliss, and they were like, yeah, like, it's better if he doesn't play Monty, you know, after that match. So they just helped me out and banned it, so I can't play it.
Is that the only thing that changed? Because yesterday, I mean, it was a rough game for you. I think about 0.4, 0.5 KDR for you. You bounced back today. You put up a ton of numbers. Was it just the Monty that changed, or was there anything else going on today that made it a little bit easier for you?
There's a lot of factors, to be honest. Today we played better as a team, yes, but like my operators and my roles on this map it's like way more on, like in my comfort zone. On bank, I'm playing server stairs every round. I'm playing Monty. I'm playing like some crazy roles. And it doesn't really show it on the kills. I did have a really bad game, to be honest, though. But
you bounce back. That's what matters, right? It's Swiss. You've got a couple lives to work through it. One more question from me. Obviously, up against ITB, was there any extra thought into the game plan, specifically against these guys, to play a little bit more aggressive, to get in their face a little bit more? Because it really felt like you weren't giving them any chance to breathe in this game.
Yeah, on the first round on the basement, we gave him the Gavini treatment. No, we told Spoit to just go upstairs and do his thing. He even deafened on Discord or T-Speak. We tried talking to him, and he was just not responding. We're like, yeah, okay, he's just doing his thing, and got a kill, won us around.
I want to talk particularly more about the expectations, because that's something you mentioned quite early on in the interview, being coming into today, the expectation wasn't a 7-0. What were your expectations for Phase 2 particularly, and moving forward, how far do you think you guys can push it? Because you've been doing really well internationally.
Well, last year we had a lot of expectations from the fans and from ourselves. This year, I have no expectations. I'm just playing the game. I'm just going game by game, to be honest, because like I feel like that's one of the reasons why we ended up having so much pressure on ourselves last year. So now I'm just playing the game. You know, if we go 0-3, if we go 3-0, if we win the whole thing, for me, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm just playing game by game, to be honest.
How do you switch that mindset then from going to having expectations and wanting to reach something to going, actually, we're just going to take it game by game? Because that's the complete polar opposite.
I think having a bad year and probably getting benched, it completely changed how I play and how like I'm thinking about like tournaments, stuff like this. So yeah, I feel like that was it, getting benched.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're back, right? You had a great game. You had a 2-1 at the moment. So thank you so much for the interview. We do appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you around for more.
See you guys soon.
With M80 coming out on top, they are now sitting very pretty at 2-1 so far in Phase 2 of the tournament. That's a great score for them. However, we're looking at ITB, and they just suffered another loss. And this is not just Another loss. This is a getting kicked while you're down kind of loss because it was a 7-0.
I mean, I just want to say, shout out to that NA bias.
Yes, sir.
The 7-0, I mean, I don't want to take anything away
Where are the
from...
EU casters at?
I don't want to take anything away from M80 here. They played a beautiful game of Siege, and sometimes, realistically, the other team just plays a great game of Siege, and there's literally nothing you can do, and that's literally what this looked like.
Yeah. I really felt the confidence coming through from M80. I mean, Kyno talked a little bit about the kind of the mental coming in for this game. Felt like ITB, sometimes they had intel, sometimes they didn't, but regardless, they would take these gunfights and just never seem to be really fighting back on a lot of them. Either they're missing their shots or they're just not looking at the guy who's shooting them back. It really was frustrating in a couple of rounds for ITB because it just felt like they didn't have everything in a row. They didn't have the greatest idea of what they wanted to go for before they went for some of those gunfights. And M80, they're gonna punish that. They are a top team. They're gonna show up and be able to put that into the dirt. So great game from M80 and great game from Citizen, the new king of England.
Yeah, also for those of you watching at home and if you for whatever reason didn't actually manage to tune into this game, that is not an error in the graphic. It genuinely was a 7-0, and you're looking on that leaderboard, particularly for the players from the side of ITB. And Lex, it felt like none of them had the opportunity to go for anything.
Listen, when you get 7-0'd, it doesn't matter who you are on the team. You're the top performer. You're the worst performer. Losing a 7-0, that is a team problem. That is a team loss. So in some regards, it's not, obviously it's bad. Like losing 7-0 isn't great, but you can really come together collectively as a team and understand where those mistakes went wrong, and you can improve a lot faster on those mistakes going forward.
Yeah, but it's also looking at the players, particularly here, Jesse. When you are in that situation, what do you do?
I mean, I think the team's got to be able to rally, right? Sometimes you're going to have games where you start off and you're just not in sync. You're not winning those fights. You're not together, whatever it may be. You need to be able to slow things down, pause the game for a moment, and bring that back. And that's what we see from the best teams. That's what we saw from ITB yesterday. In that Space Station game I referenced in the pre-match, they went down 0-3. They were looking pretty rough defending on Consulate, and then they rallied, they came back. I think the big stars on this team obviously were not showing up today. We didn't see much out of Creeds. We didn't see much out of Oscar. That's going to be unfortunate. It's hard to win games when those star players aren't popping off, but as Gabe said, it is a team effort and the team didn't show up.
And with that, I mean, the undoubtable king of England, is that even a word? At this point, it's got to be Citizen because he'd had a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, we got the head-to-head here. I brought it up in the halftime show. Actually, Creeds won the head-to-head. Creeds only got 3 kills. One of them was on Citizen. Citizen got 8 kills. I don't believe a single one was against Creeds. But ultimately, the stats speak for themselves. It doesn't matter who's killing who. At the end of the day, Citizen pops up. He is the better player overall. And I mean, we talked about the operators a little bit too. Both these players, mained Dokkaebi and Azami, coming into this match. Azami gets banned out. They both move over to the Warden. Again, kind of showing that similarity between the two of them.
It just goes into the sheer confidence that M80 goes into. And I was talking to you about this. I mean, I think this game really speaks into, you know, experience versus inexperience. Sure, we were talking about Oregon. This could be best case scenarios for some of these teams because, again, you're not going to pull anything out of your hat that's going to surprise someone. It just does come down to experience, and M80 displayed that beautifully with a 7-0. And it is important, though, for ITB to get this experience because they are, you know, brand new up-and-coming players. To be making it here at LAN is already an experience in itself. You are going to be going against tougher teams, so it is important that, you know, maybe you do got to get beat up a couple times in order to improve. That's just all part of the process. So still a lot to take from this game. I don't write ITB out by any means. They obviously lose a lifeline, but they aren't out yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that as well, when we're looking at the players who have done phenomenal in this game, particularly, it will, of course, be the majority, if not all of them, M80 players, because at the end of the day, it was a absolute blowout.
Yeah, it had to be. Obviously, these three popping off fantastic plays. I like the stuff that we saw from Spoit on a lot of those defenses. We saw the highlight round where he's in the closet on Master Bedroom, able to hold down that top floor. Kyno, I loved the blitz play coming through right at the end there, obviously making a huge impact. We saw similar blitz plays coming through from Kendrew. That was on the kitchen dining bomb site, and that completely fell apart. Kyno showing him how it's done. You can ban his Monty, but the man still gets one shield at least.
Listen, there's 3 shields that you can possibly bring in on attack, and he's going to find one of those. But, I mean, I want to highlight Kyno here more specifically because coming into this, he didn't have a great showing in this phase 2 so far until this game. So it's good to see that bounce back from him. And again, you can't get rid of his Monty. He'll just bring blitz no matter what and put up that performance. But still, I want to see Kyno continue this trend going into further games.
Yeah, and from the interviews as well that we've had with both Noodle and Kyno after this game, it's more of a, we're taking it game by game. We're trying to play this more as a team. We're looking at it. We've learned from our mistakes. We are learning from the mistakes that we're making here as well. And it seems like they have that really solid foundation and they're building up on top of it. So as an NA fan, You should be hopeful.
We should, and I think we have been, because already with this new mindset, we've seen M80 double the amount of games they've been able to win at majors. Yeah, last year through two majors and SI, they won only a single match. Now they've won 2 already at the first major of the year, so they gotta be feeling good about that, and I'm sure taking it game by game is helping a lot.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Positive spin on it.
I mean, it's the best case scenario, and I've said it, we've said it enough, like, this is the iteration of the team that makes the most sense collectively as a unit in terms of roles and how they're going to play together. So again, I don't want to just completely write off M80 here and be like, you know, this is going to be the ultimate success, because they still have a lot to prove given their most recent performance throughout the last year. So M80, I still got to see a lot from you, but you're looking good so far.
They are looking good indeed, and we're going to be heading off to a break. We'll be back with the second BO1 of today. It's not going to be us. We're going to take a break ourselves, but we have our lovely and interested colleagues, Milash, as well as Leo and Fresh, who'll be walking you through that one, so make sure you stick around.
So we're going to go on a little sneak peek tour of the talent green room here. So as we go through, you can see the talent sitting there. They're on the phones, they're chilling. James, Pengu, say hi. Hi, guys. We've got the TVs here. We've got the snack station, the drinks. And we've got Carter here pouring out a coffee. How's it going, Carter?
It's going good so far. There we go.
That's a lot of coffee. Are you going to add any water to that coffee or just throw it in the bin?
It's done.
Okay, fine. No worries. We'll carry on. We've got little makeup rooms here to get ready in. The Red Bull fridge, of course. Makeup's in there. That's where we get made to look all nice and pretty. And if we actually go and have a look, we can see what's behind this door with these little rooms that we've got. Doki, what are you doing? What's going on?
I'm dispelling the G2 cars. Go away.
Okay. I guess, I don't know. I didn't know that was behind there. I guess he's dispelling the G2 cars. They might fall apart, but yeah, I guess we end the talent room tour there. Back to the desk.
Hello and welcome to us. No, do not adjust your sets. Don't change your channels. Stop, please stop. It's us from the B stream. We're here to give you the hot goss about what has just happened.
Is it really all that hot?
It's a little bit. No, it's kind of lukewarm gossip between the result between Dark Zero and Scars that just happened on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, it was a 7-2 win for DZ. It was the only 2 rounds Scars got were on their defensive side, if I recall correctly, and then it was a flawless side rotation from DZ. Really strong game from Bolo individually. Literally whipped out the Revolver 1 round to ego challenge people and got a 3K doing it.
Yeah, got a couple of kills, yeah. Scars, a little bit sheepish, a little bit shy, a little bit scared, a little bit not quite sure what they wanted to do.
It's really disappointing. They looked stronger against the world champs Furia yesterday, against DZ today. I was hoping to see maybe Rek and Nina have a little bit better of an individual performance, get in the face of DZ, and it simply didn't happen. They were passive, they were slow, and DZ looked sharp and on point. So going to their promotion game tomorrow, very excited to see what they can do.
I mean, that's the sort of line, right? That's where we're sort of sitting, as you can see on the stats that were on screen a moment ago. And how they're sort of piecing themselves together. It was a huge showing from Bolo, but the confidence of Dark Zero, I think, is to be the most sort of stated thing. They were cool, calm, collected.
As you want from DZ.
As you want from DZ. There was a couple of Monty rounds, but everything seemed very well within their park. Scars, a lot of pressure.
Especially now they're in that 1-2 position. I mean, thankfully, at least at Atlanta and SI, they weren't able to win a series. So here they've done better than they have at the previous 2 international events, but getting top 8 like they did and shocked everybody at Copenhagen over a year ago, I don't think it's in the cards for them this time, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately, that is all that it is from us for now as well. Thank you for letting us steal your streams and your airwaves. What we are going to now is some very cool content with Liquid. Know your mate. Do they know each other? Do you know them? Do I know you? I don't know who this is. Let's see.
Sleep. Holy shit. All right. Okay, so speaking of sleep, who goes to bed the latest at events?
In my opinion, it's Hugo, our coach, because like he works better at like midnight or 1 a.m. So yeah, in my opinion, it is Hugo.
Yeah, I agree with Hugo. He spent the night like seeing VODs and studying our adversaries. That's it.
Adversários, fala em português. Our enemies.
I said in Portuguese because...
Adversários.
At least it's funny, but okay. No, yeah, that's good, that's good.
And who's the biggest tourist on your team? Who likes to see the sights?
So in my opinion, it's Maya, our new player on the team. Like he went through all the restaurants, at least the restaurants that has some hamburgers, so he loves. So yeah, Maya.
Yeah, Maya likes to go to the street and have some walking, so yeah, that's it.
And who collects the most souvenirs when you guys travel?
Nossa, difícil.
Eu diria você. Eu? In my opinion, it's Resets. Like, he always buy a souvenir for his family or for his own. So yeah, in my opinion, it's Resets.
Yeah, probably because every time I go to a new country, I always bring some souvenirs for my family. Yeah, that's it.
All right. And then looking at sports, who's the biggest sports fan?
Sports fan? I'm pretty sure it's me. Before I turned a pro player, a professional esports player, my dream was to become a tennis player, but I got injured. Because of that, I started playing video games. So yeah, I think it's me.
Yeah, Lagons, he plays like every sport in the world, so yeah, that's it.
And who has the best aim on Team Liquid right now?
In my opinion, it's Maya. He has the best aim. Like he knows where to how to win rounds like solo maybe. So yeah, in my opinion, Maya has the best aim right now.
For me, it's Nesk because like he's the GOAT of the game. So are a little bit old, but still the GOAT.
Nice.
Speaking of being old, who's the wisest on your team?
We don't know what is.
Wise is like being you know, like Gandalf the Grey is wise and a wizard, you know, very...
Essa responde.
Eu não sei quem que é o mais sábio.
Vai da sua interpretação.
It's a hard one.
Eu vou falar o mesmo. You are talking about like inside the server or like at all?
Just everywhere.
So in my opinion, like inside the game, I think I'm a little bit smarter because I am the IGL, so I need to study more the game. But outside the game, I think Rosette is very good. Like he knows a lot of things about history and these things, so it's very nice to have a chat with Rosette about history. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I am very like in the school. I was very great, so yeah, probably me outside the game.
All right. And who is the calmest person in the team, just outside the game even?
Mais engraçado, né?
No, calmest.
Calmest.
Mais calmo.
Okay.
For me, I think it's Lagonis. Like he's a very chill boy, so yeah, I think it's him.
Yeah, I think it's me. Like I'm a little anxious before the matches, but at all, like in the day by day, I am very calm. So yeah, I think it's me.
And who has the weirdest hobby?
Hobby mais esquisito.
I don't know if like one of the players has the weirdest lobby, but in Brazil we love go-karting, so we drive a lot. Me, Reset, Nesk, Maya. So it's not that weird, but we love doing this in Brazil. So we spend a lot of time on this. Like after the practice at night, we love going for drive a little bit of kart.
For me, it's Nesk. When he was younger, he likes to dance like freestyle, and for me, it's very weird. So yeah.
Well, that concludes that.
Okay.
He dances?
Yeah, very.
Good afternoon, everybody. BDS versus PSG Talon. Well, it's about to begin. BDS, of course, hailing our #1 team in Europe. And PSG Talon, well, they are the #1 from Korea. And both teams find themselves 1-1. One win, one loss so far in Phase 2 of our playoffs here at the Manchester Major. Both teams look quite exciting, to say the least. Welcome back to the analyst desk, and thank you, Jeannie, for, I guess, the pre-break hello and goodbye in many ways. But hi, I'm Milos, your host for this upcoming game. With me are Alfama and Mr. Fresh himself. Now, let's talk about our two squads here, because sure, they're both 1-1 in their current record, but the story is a bit different if we're comparing them.
Yeah, it's clearly not the same story. I think in general, like, nobody's expecting BDS to be 1-1 here. Everybody expected them to go 2-0, and everybody expected PSG Talon to be 0-2, right?
Yeah.
But I think it also goes to show, like, who they were facing before. BDS faced Furia coming into the tournament, so that's kind of giving them the best excuse, right, to lose to the world champions. And then SSG, so two really strong teams, top of their region. Whereas if you look at PSG, was Bleed and E1, I think, you know, not necessarily the strongest opponents you could get in Phase 2, which got them here. But from both sides, very close games.
Yeah, I love these 1-1 games because, like you say, both teams are 1-1 in scoreline, but expectations for both, I mean, yesterday, having played the two games and the overall tournament, could not be, like, further from these two teams. You know, like you say, BDS expected for the tournament. Talon, I think PSG Talon are more expecting to come here and have a learning process with the team. You know, get those European scrims in, learn what it's like to be in the officials, learn what it's like to pressure, and also for the players as well. learn what the increased attention is like. Obviously, they have picked up Fabian and Pengu, you know, that are on the books there. So they've got a lot more attention on them as a team than previously they've ever had.
It's actually something that Wettable said before, that on the stage here, he said, we don't have the best stream quality in APAC. And it's the same thing for PSG Talon. And whenever you go to these international tournaments, you try to have as many rounds as possible against these top teams from each region, because that's when you learn the most. So that's what they will be looking for, especially against a team like BDS. I love to stream them before, because whenever you play against them, they will expose every hole you have. And this is when you learn the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's in those losses that you will learn the most, especially since they have kind of good staff behind them, at least we imagine, in Joker and Fabian, of course, who team up to put this team, PSG that is, through the major in Manchester. But if we were to pick 2 players out, one from each one of these teams, and put them in our head-to-head, who would it be? Wesley, Kefak, and Ryder. Why are we comparing these 2 here?
So there's a couple of reasons for this. First and foremost, in the games yesterday, so this is the overall stats from all of yesterday from Phase 2 so far. However, what I will say is in the last games yesterday, both games that both teams won, obviously BDS beat out SSG, PSG Talon beat out E1 Sports. Now, in those games, they were both very close games individually, and it was their performances that meant both of these teams were in the 1-1 game rather than the 0-2 games, because they both popped off inside of those specific games.
Yeah, actually very similar operator lineup if you look at it, right? 2 entries, both on back, and then they play a really strong defender operators that has enough freedom to roam around, to go and look for these opportunities. I think what surprises me the most here is actually Likefak being able to do it and actually calling at the same time. It's actually an interesting take to have your entry in the front line or your roamer be the one that calls, because he's further away from the others, but he's the one that sees the most about the map. And that's also an interesting way to call it, because most of the team, usually back in the days, you had your in-game leader from the back line. But the valuable information that he's able to get is super, super important for BDS.
That's the evolution of, you have an IGL that can command from the front line. It's something that I feel has been the case in pretty much every single shooter esport that is out there. And over the past, 12 years that I've been in this, I've seen this evolution through that time. But what do people believe about which team will win this game? Let's take a look at our predictions in the Twitch chat. Good God, 81% for BDS. Though I wonder how many of the 19% going in for PSG Talon are here, one, to be contrarians, or just because Fabian is on the team.
Maybe, and maybe. I mean, let's not forget that yesterday when we did this for BDS against Furia, BDS were like 70% against Furia as well. They managed to lose that game. I think the expectations for this game, wholeheartedly, you know, on the it's very hard to find a way where you see PSG Talon winning this.
Yeah.
I don't see any way that there's a weakness that they can exploit. They can't leverage anything in my mind other than putting in the best performance and best account of themselves that they can get and hoping BDS have a very off day.
If you remember what Mentalist said after beating PSG yesterday, it was actually like, don't overcomplicate things. You just play your defaults, you're the better team, you should be winning this.
Yeah.
And I think if BDS just goes with the same plan, if they just play the classic default stakes that they have, there is no reason they should lose to PSG. I don't think anything that they will throw at them will be too surprising. It's a BO1, there is always an upset potential, but here it's very small.
Yeah, and here BDS have to prove that they deserve to be in the top teams, because we've been hyping them up forever. They played top teams to get here, whereas PSG are trying to gather intel and show everybody that they're not just underdogs. They can actually overperform to people's expectations, but maybe things will play out specifically on our map. So let's pull up those map bans. We'll have all 9 maps in our pool, remove 8 of them in the bans. We'll be left with BDS going for Oregon and PSG starting off on defense.
Yeah, am I surprised to see Oregon? Not really. I think for PSG Talon, they've got quite a limited map pool in terms of where they can and can't go, as we've kind of seen across Korea and so far in this tournament. For BDS, they play every map, but the map that they played yesterday, where Likefak went absolutely nuclear, was Oregon itself, and they'll be comfortable playing Oregon. They always have been. I think BDS are quite close to a 9-map pool at this point. However, for Talon, we saw them yesterday play Oregon up against Bleed, and they actually really struggled. They couldn't win an attack. They were super passive in attack. They were so disjointed. And then when they were on the defense, it was like they were attacking. They were swinging everything, and it nearly cost them as well. Oh, it did cost them.
That's my biggest worry, the actual difference between their attacker side and the defender side. Because the thing with Fabian, I think that his strategy is actually very smart. He focuses on one map because he knows he cannot get his team on the same quality and level as all the others on the other map pool. BDS has an incredible map pool, but when it's a BO1, whatever happens, you're still playing only one map. So that's the thing for PSG Talon right now. Step it up in attack. That's the most important thing, because that's where they struggle.
Normally when we come into Oregon's, especially in best of ones, we turn around and we say, whoever wins that tertiary sites on defense could win the game. I think this defense half of PSG, like you say, they need to either improve their attack significantly, which is what they were terrible at yesterday, or they need to come out of this with like a 6-0 defense half to be competitive in my mind.
Put simply, the 6th first round of this match will determine the winner.
Yeah.
That's quite possible. And of course, attack rounds are also important, have been over the past 6 months, and they will continue to be so in competition. But let's get into our game. Our casters are ready. Ace and Des, gents, please have fun. This is going to be a cool one.
Ain't it just me, Losh? Thank you very much. I tell you what, the timing on that one. Before every single game, me and Fit, we always do this. And literally, as you came to us, we were just like, getting back to it nice and quick. But yes, we've got another game coming up. And Tim, we've said after our first one, a 7-0, this one feels like it could go the same way.
It does. We've got to be honest about it. Obviously, PSG, we say that, and I said that, and I agree with that. But at the same time, I was just looking at PSG Talon's 2 results so far. Took Bleed to 12 rounds. Had a good performance against E1. You know, they've played teams that, especially in Bleed, I think. Bleed who are 2-0, still took them to 12 rounds. And I think, you know, they're starting on the defence of Oregon. There's an opportunity for him to at least grab some rounds.
Hang on a minute, you didn't sound like this when we were off air. You were a big time like,
I know, but I've just been perusing the stats, so I was like,
so you've actually now done the analysis and now you've changed your tune.
No.
Right, I see.
BDS are going to win this game. I'm pretty confident. Okay. I would be, you know, I think like, it would be a huge upset. It would be a huge surprise if PSG Talon come out and win this. We have to say that. BDS are one of the best 2 teams in the world at the minute. We saw that absolute, you know, battle of a game with Furia to begin the thing. As in, you know, I fully expect BDS to come out and beat everybody else now on the way to the quarterfinal. I think the only loss they're going to take is that Furia game.
I do agree.
Is it going to be a complete and utter rollover of Talon? I think that will depend on PSG Talon here. If they get caught in the headlights, if they get caught looking at the superstar team, then yes, BDS could absolutely punish them.
I guess the side of it is you've got the superstar coach behind you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fabian will be saying they're just players.
Nobody go and beat them.
They're no different to anyone else that you're going to play at this tournament. Don't worry about
that's the way they've got it. If they can picture that, and if they can show that mental fortitude to do that, then yeah, I think there's some rounds there that they could find made it.
And maybe they will. We'll find out as we get through it then. First band coming out is going to be the Flores against BDS coming out from Talon. The second one going to be the Ying, which I like that tactically coming out from BDS. And it looks like a very standard ban. Very fair chance they ban this quite a lot. And I don't mean this in a nasty way, but for Talon as a team that's still really trying to find themselves and figure out how to get to that higher echelon of play where teams like BDS play, Ying is what I dare say is a crutch operator, really good, as we saw against Spoit in our last map here, for flashing out a whole room, running in and killing people. It's a great way to overwhelm teams, unless it's a Warden around, of course. So I think taking away that a little bit from Talon might make them have to work a little bit harder to get some rounds on their attacking side here, and BDS are more than happy to play without it on their attacking half. Still, it might give a small edge over towards Talon, who could come out with a really strong first half here. They are on that defensive side, they could do a little bit of work, and the final 2 bans, just to note, the Solus and the Azami. Already spoke a lot about the Azami being taken away. I do think, and I'm kind of surprised more teams aren't banning her less, which I know sounds mad to say, but with the prevalence of DMRs in the game at the moment, there is a way to deal with that, and some teams have been doing that extremely well so far throughout the competition. And Solus, I think, as we all know, well, BDS can be an absolute terror with that operator. It does leave, though, at least on the attacking side for them, Deimos available, and Shaiko immediately hovering over that.
Attackers have located.
If you ask that down and ask most like Siege fans or players or whatever, what's your worst nightmare? I think up there would be you are being hunted by Deimos when Shaiko's playing it.
I'll be honest, I think being hunted down by Shaiko on any operator, I'd be scared if Shaiko
he doesn't need Deimos.
If Shaiko was hunting me down on the Monty, I'd be scared, if I'm honest. You know, I still don't think I'd come away with the win in that situation. An interesting, I love a fun coincidence there. You know me, very whimsical at times.
Here he is.
Well known for whimsy.
Come on, get it out.
Shaiko and Leakafak have got almost identical stats after 26 rounds. I don't think I've ever seen 2 players with such closely identical and matching stats between them. There's one difference on the EPS, Shaiko 112, Leakafak 111. There's only 1 kill different between them. Shaiko has 23 and 18, Leakafak has 22 and 18. And then on the entry, Shaiko is 4 and 3, Leakafak is 5 and 4. Other than that, everything else is identical. Same survival rate, same cost rate, everything. after 2 full games, 26 rounds. You know, a lot of play really across those first 2 maps. They've come out almost identical, but let's get back to this one. Kyno is going to be straight away looking to challenge the bottom of Freeze's stairs. He knows there's somebody down there, goes in and takes out the FNAP, but needs to be careful because he's going to know that he's going up against a shotgun here. We know that the Vendetta is good. I don't know if maybe he should have followed that down because he knows that that nade is going to force Soldier back, but it's enabled Soldier just to get back on that close angle now.
And he had the track on Soldier as well, so knew exactly what his movements were going to be. But I think anything else, he doesn't want to go charging in here and dying for no reason when his team is still getting set up elsewhere around the map. And that's exactly what they're going for here. The E-Box hatch being opened up. May well try and keep this one locked away, and with no micro EMPs left, this will stay closed once they get the electrification down. It will force BDS to have to step in and really push in for the scrap on that one. You're looking maybe in towards Solotov here to help deal with this now. They've got one of those tin openers left in back pocket for Breeder, which I imagine will go on towards the lounge hatch, so Freezer will stay closed.
Yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world. Kyno's down at the bottom there now. He's got at least the control of that. It just means they can't really force him back from lockers necessarily. It's going to have to be kind of a hard fight, go in there and take it, but it really won't be the end of the world for them. I'm sure that they'll deal with it, and it's looking like they're going to try and get a little bit more aggressive, just using that Vendetta to create a little bit of a hole. I'm not sure that was the plan from Leakerfight, though, if I'm honest.
No, he wanted to get it towards back there where JLT is, so they can't just swing out and dome them as they try and push their way further up. Solotov is in there and mincing through a couple of these Goyo canisters, so all the setup work being done by BDS here. Got the hatches, got players rotated to the right positions, for example, burning through those Goyo canisters. The next stage you now start looking at is what the execute looks like, but it's going to be explosive, Tim.
Kyno knows that JLT's there, but uncharacteristic from Kyno, missing a couple of shots there. Did have the opportunity to take the Goyo out as he was forced to move by that asphyxiation bolt, but couldn't find it. Leakerpack, however, does come in, pick up Roy Boy. Kyno gets one, Solotov in on the action as well. 3 versus 1 now all of a sudden. Solotov, Kyno close things out, and BDS in a heartbeat, Des, an absolute heartbeat, just run through the site, get the kills, and take round 1.
And again, it's just slow and composed, right? And this is what we saw out of BDS yesterday in the game that we casted theirs against Furia. I know, of course, they ended up losing the game. However, the composure that they had in so many of their attacking rounds was sublime. Very rarely did they set a foot wrong. No one is over-peaking and getting aggressive and dying a minute away from the rest of the team, for example. Everything is always kind of kept in its order. It's all moving at the same time. It's all about overwhelming the other side. That cognitive load that I spoke about yesterday. If you're giving a player 2 or 3 things to think about, they're only going to be able to take one gunfight, and fair chance to shoot a few in the back. Now, fair play to Talon. They got a couple of kills back the other way. They did start to shut down the advance, but BDS was still constantly moving, didn't find time to say, all right, guys, pull back, pause, let's figure this one out again. As soon as they said the word go, they go right until the very last moment there. And for Talon, it's just a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, the first kill came in at 2 minutes and 33 seconds there before BDS found anybody, but then 15 seconds later, everybody's dead and the round's done, and that's one of the problems with this BDS team when you're trying to play against them, is they really do have that ability to just think, you know what, we're not managing to create space for an execute here, we haven't got an opportunity to put it down, so we're just going to go and take the fights. There is so much gun skill available, they literally have, you know, gun skill to spare on this team, and it's going to be a very, very tall order for PSG Talon to be able to stand up to. So Leakerfight goes in aggressively. We see this quite often. So players inside a site, if you're wondering why that game's window is popular, to just get up there quickly and take a few aggressive shots, it works a lot of the time because you can get there in about 10 seconds and players are still moving around that site setting up and they're not always thinking about that window. Just spray through it. You'll quite often find somebody there, and it's something, take it away, try it at home. You'll get some kills from that game's window in the first 10-15 seconds of the round, guaranteed.
Mishoko's an absolute pro, spraying through softballs and finding people, and Solotov's about to get a freebie here. Roy Boy paying the price of being caught out. They just knew where he was, and he's got nothing to say about that. Blasted out from below. Maybe a little bit of a silly death for Taken, the same way you could argue the same about the Goyo in the previous round. Nice shot from Ryder, but from Goyo in the previous round being sat on laundry a little bit too long, you know, should have paid the price to Kyno for free, but Kyno, as you said, uncharacteristically missed a few shots. So a couple of silly deaths so far to start this off, and against BDS, a couple of silly deaths is all they need to go up 2-0.
Ryder's been the best player, talking ratings-wise.
It was huge. 20 and 10 in that game yesterday.
For PSG Talon, he's done absolutely fantastic work, and that was really well timed to take Lika back down. It's the Dockerby that's gone at the beginning of the round, so it maybe directly helps Ryder just be able to stay out there on the roam a little bit if he wants to. He may well have gone back to site. We'll see as the round progresses, but he can, have that little bit of freedom. They can look for a flank clear in the round potentially because they're not going to have them phone calls coming in now.
Solotov is honestly just playing like a piranha in this round, doing all that he can from below, trying to sink those teeth into the feet of unsuspecting PSG players. But even though he might not be collecting loads of kills here, it's about the movement and the worry that now puts in PSG's mind. Oh, he could be below us at any point. Are we being droned out here? Am I about to get skeleton keyed from below? That's perpetually going to be a worry, but the Warden here, planted inside of Kids, has done enough. 2 quick kills come through for Talon. They hold firm against the push coming in from BDS. And I guess Solotov is still hunting from below here, but a little bit out of sync maybe with the rest of his team. Leaves it all down to him and Yuzu's 2 former M&M players to get this one done.
Yeah, BDS are a little bit concerned about that push there. Just going in, I think, trying to get aggressive. There's surely got to be another kill for Solotov here. He sees his man.
Wow, fair play.
Get shut down from the hatch. Misa managing to get a double despite the pressure coming from underneath. Really well played from PSG Talon. But again, I'm going to come back to that first game against Furia for BDS, which we cast. And I said a couple of times that there were instances that I didn't feel BDS had all the information that they needed before they pushed into an area. And I feel like it was the case again there. They went into site, they threw a bit of utility in there, but you can't rappel in through game's window when Misa's just sat there watching it, and I just feel like BDS weren't really aware of that. And if there's anywhere that their game can improve, I feel like maybe just having, all the information before they try to push is definitely going to be something that would be beneficial, because that's now a few times that I've seen it against Furia and here now against Talon, where they go into an area not quite aware that they're going into a line of sight.
It's quite funny, really, because as I was talking about them making this really good all-in-one team play, you have 2 players move out of sync 30 seconds behind Yuzus and Solotov there. But even what I'll give them, yes, they lost that closing play, and Misa, fair play to him, was taking the fight onto window, was being booked from below, and then killed the player below as well. It's still a cute little bit of team play where one player's coming in window as he's being booked at from below. Normally, again, if they get that right and Solotov's hitting the right spots, of course, he's not going to know everything about exactly where Misa's going to be. But if Misa's looking downwards to try and challenge through those reverse angles, that's when you get a free kill coming in onto Yuzus. So even down to a 2vx, they're still trying to make these cute little moments of team play come together. Something that, as I said yesterday a few times, not every team attempts to do. So still like we're seeing that out of BDS. Still got that solid team play about them. But PSG at least get that 1 round on the board here. Shows that it's not going to be quite as dominant as maybe some might expect. I think many looked at this game and thought, oh, 7-0 incoming. Absolutely not.
Well, you've got to be, you've got to look at games like this and think PSG Talon are still here for a reason. They're still capable. They've had to win games to get to Manchester. They know what they're doing inside of a Siege server. They've got some players with some gun skill and they're able, to fight back. Would we expect BDS to have the advantage overall? Of course we would. It'd be silly to say otherwise. But as we said at the beginning, PSG Talon will have rounds in them, and they've just shown that there. They are playing without pressure, Des. They're playing without expectation. They're coming in here with everybody thinking, 7-0, 7-1. So there's no pressure on them whatsoever. They can play for a bit of fun. They can come in, they're trying things. In a period where they're trying to learn, there's a development process that's happening, and it's a great opportunity for them, and it seems like that's exactly how they're seeing it.
Ooh, I was going to say, we saw a couple of those outcomes at work. Shaiko is the one pushing into a shower, so won't have too much visibility on this. And right now, he's about to be facing down against both the Clash Shield and a shotgun. Not the ideal, and then the drop comes away. Imagine the Clash will also now work their way down the stairs, as we've now seen, to be a little bit more defensive. Still, half the round wasted here. Chewed through a lot of the intel gain coming out from BDS. Half their drones dead. Certainly nothing to complain about here if you're Talon, I think, so far, setting themselves up well.
Yeah, I think Misa just needs to, be careful there in freeze. It was quite advanced, has dipped away now into highway, so that's what I was looking for, really, with that hatch open. Solotov able to get down to the bottom of freezer now, just try and work that long angle in towards Laundry again. It's something that they were able to benefit from last time, and able to force players deeper into sight, into the open arms of the players coming down from rear stage. So 50 seconds left to go. BDS have got a little bit more time this time, but haven't found any kills yet. Misa taking the shield off the back of the Clash though and looking to get aggressive onto rear stage. PSG Talon looking quite happy to take a couple of fights on.
And they're also out of information here, Tim. Now, when you're attacking in the basement, you know the key locations players will be in, so it's not like they're going in completely blind here, but they are going to lack the ability to catch players moving on flanks, for example. Solotov going well for himself so far. I believe that's his second entry in just the last couple of rounds, so starting out well, a second kill being rolled through as well. More back to the sort of form that we remember from the M&M days, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, Solotov, last time we saw him online in Copenhagen, had a fantastic tournament and certainly looking to repeat that form. Misa does manage to take the shield off and find users. JLT onto Shaiko as well. 3v3 Breeders. Don't stick this plant though. BDS have got the cover that they need. 2 versus 2, but one of those is a Clash. You can get in there, start bullying these BDS players.
And he gives so much information now that JLT should have some free fights to be able to take out. Misa's got... What? How has Misa won that against Breeday? And he's in a spot as well where Leaky Fat's coming around, but Misa goes nuclear! He deserved it. Misa, those ones, Tim. 4 kills in the round. Wow.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from the Clash. Just spent so much time with that SMG in hand looking to find those kills. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Misa.
You know what the pain is as well? BDS for 5v3.
It's one of those.
How often do you see them give those kind of rounds away?
It's a roll of the dice at the end there. You 2v2. Misa decides to whip the gun out and find a couple of kills. If he loses his life there, you're going to be shouting at your teammate going, why didn't you have the shield? We needed the
did he 180? I don't know if he's like shields for Breeday. He must have, right? Like in what? Okay, never mind. He comes off it there. I thought maybe it was a little bit more kind of style points than that. Breeday thing hitting the chest rather than the head. Really what set the rest of that round up there. Massive. And what I love about this, like Fabian straight there, just like well done as well. Like, yeah, making sure that he feels like he's done something real special there because he has. You know, not many players could turn around and say, yeah, I got a 4K against BDS.
On a Clash.
Yeah, of all operators to do it on is ludicrous. Great round though, and PSG Talon up 2-1. Brilliant start to this game. Now we've got the offside to play through though. Meeting going to come in next, and like we saw in our last map, the main way to be effective here, I think, is early disruption if you can. We saw the line and the thermite picked off early last time round, which meant that meeting room wall stayed wide open. Oh, sorry, stayed fully closed rather than wide open. Staying closed up, couldn't plant in traditionally as you might expect with the Ossa, and they paid the price for it.
Solotov on the Bravo then, straight in, just looking to grab some of that intel. Will manage to get the first default camera, going to grab an FNAT as well. That's a big pickup there. It's just opening up that avenue in from Garage, especially if they're unaware of it. And if you can manage to grab that one as well, that's brilliant stuff from Solotov there to kick things off for the round, really opening up that split side.
Yeah, for now, I imagine what we're looking towards to in this round. As I mentioned, you have to see a big tower push come through, or it's going to be a dining side here. Get control of dining and look to execute inside a kitchen. For any of those things to happen, though, what you have to start thinking about is being mindful of that top floor. Kids becomes a really good defensive position for defenders to hold on to and essentially deny you from above. Not so much playing inside of the site, though often you will see 1 or 2 players inside of there as well. That's what you're looking at here. And Leakifak at least is starting a bit of work on that side of things. Shaiko crouch walking his way through this top floor to try and get rid of Soldier, who's got himself holed up.
Leakifak's just going to be opening up that angle into mid zone to make sure that he can't be peeked from that side. Does go in and looks to take a fight vertically, but getting hit with the FNAT as well. A little bit too much pressure and gets forced out of there. Solotov with the goo mine in, but will be taken out. Mr. Ryder, PSG Talon finding kill after kill. They might just be about to hold on to that third choice site against BDS.
You know what? I'm glad that Fabian on the Talon team anymore, because he would be insufferable if they keep on playing like this, Tim. Potentially on course here to be 3-1 up, and that will be a shock for many, BDS included, but they're really putting up some numbers here and doing some work. Yes, top floor has now been lost. Soldier has dropped away, but the damage has been done. You've got rid of a couple of kills. You could not be asking for much more than that.
No, absolutely not. It's, you know, now get yourself out of there, reposition, find yourself a stronger spot to hold from. It's not the end of the world giving up the vertical when you're 3 versus 5, because they can just start playing angles into sight, creating crossfires. Think about a flank later in the round. It's too soon yet, really, to be doing that. They don't want to be giving lives away at this point, but just get to a position where BDS don't really have a choice but to drop and get aggressive and then maybe try and send somebody back upstairs again.
That's it. At least for now, just holding on and waiting to see what BDS's next move is, and it's the right play. It's the discipline that's being shown here that's really critical. You have no reason to go out there and go seeking kills or go swinging or get too aggressive. BDS are the ones who have got to make the play, and make the play. They shout him. Brede has dropped in. That smoke not hitting him, narrowly just missing his backside there. And because they've got this top floor control, it's sort of the reverse. We mentioned about defending the site from above. It's the same in a post plan, but Shaiko's been taken down by Ryder. He don't care who it is. He'll beam them all at this point. Tim, a 2v4 in the post plan.
BDS might just hold on to this though. There's 2 versus 3 as Jesus manages to find one, and he's keeping a hold of that vertical. The fight is
Misa, mate.
Misa again finds him, knows where the last one is, but Brede somehow hits him with a turn and burn. However, the final kill comes in from Soldier, who'd been able to retake that vertical. PSG Talon are rocking BDS right now.
Oh dear, oh dear.
They've got them rattled, Des. They're in their heads, look at it.
I mean, after last round, you had Leaky Fact sat there shaking his head just like, I can't believe this. Like, how is this happening? How are they going to be feeling now? Quite understandably, a quick tech pause. It's a tactical pause, I thought, for a second, but no, technical pause coming in. And so tactical would have been about right at this point, I think, to be honest with you, Tim, because BDS are really being given something by the South Korean side. And not at all to forget, you know, many look at South Korea as a very, dare I say, a memey region, like it's not quite going to be able to be competitive. And obviously, it's a big statement of intent from PSG Talon to have Fabian over there, to be bringing them up to that global standard that we come to expect of so many teams around the world. But they're putting up a show here. That game against E1 yesterday might have been messy, but against BDS, they got out the right side of the bed today.
I mean, obviously, we know Fabian pretty well. We know 3-time world champions.
Yeah, no big deal.
But
do you know his actual real name is just Fabian? Just because you know that one.
I would say just after that round, we saw him walking behind, and from his face, I look and I think, he's pretty satisfied with this so far. He's very happy with how the team are performing. Yeah. It's not just about the score.
I've seen him with his post-it notes throughout most of these, to be fair. He hasn't got a book, it's post-it notes.
Yeah. It's not just about the scoreboard. You can see it on Fabian's face that he's very happy with the performance of the boys at this point. And they
Precious walked in the booth, looked at the score and was like, oh.
Gave us the old British nod. If you're from Britain, you'll know the one.
The nod.
Looked at him, was like,
the gentle downward nod.
Yeah, like, okay.
See, someone had a debate about this once. It's like, how do you know when to do the uplift, like gentle nod, like tiffed upwards or downwards? Which one do you do to who?
Downward nod would be somebody you don't know, but
because it's more respectful.
It's recognition, like hello, little downwards nod. Upwards nod is like that's a bit of an inside one. It's like being mates. It's like
Would you uplift me?
No.
Oh.
Oh dearie me. As you ask for it day after day at these events. Honestly, a little behind the scenes for
our
everybody.
makeup artists are just like, what
there
is
you
this?
go.
Yeah.
So Des has absolutely terrorised me in makeup for the last couple of days. Like,
hang on, every event you make the joke about me needing cement on my face.
Because you take longer than me in makeup and I'm nearly 10 years older.
I've got hair to do.
Give it a rest, man. So do I. This doesn't just happen.
I nearly said F off then. I'll start with the more broadcast safe one. Piss off.
But Des has rinsed me in makeup for the last couple of days, so much so that our makeup artists who've been absolutely wonderful this event, I must say, they said this morning, do you two not like each other?
Bless him. Leanne especially is fresh here today. She had the experience this morning, bless her.
No, she was here earlier in the...
Oh, I didn't see her.
As well.
No, I didn't see her. She's not met me before, that's the problem.
New to you. New
to me. And surely now, new in round 5. BDS, after a technical pause, will that give a bit of time to reflect and consider what needs to change, because the answer is an awful lot. And I say an awful lot, maybe that's harsh. They've been getting the plant down. The problem is PSG have been winning quite consistently the post rounds.
The problem is Misa.
Yeah, 2 rounds we've seen it go down. And 2 rounds...
9-2.
2 rounds... I'll tell you what, we're shooting my fantasy team right now. Christ on a bike. But again, 2 times they've got the plant down. So it's not like they're playing bad here, BDS. They're getting themselves in good positions. They're just not managing to close out rounds. And that's a real good, speak towards the volumes of the play coming out of PSG Talon and what they can achieve here.
Look, part of the problem for PSG Talon at the minute, I don't want to keep saying problems. They're performing really well. But we've seen them on Oregon already, and they struggled on the attack. They need to get rounds on this half. If they want any chance of getting this one, they need to get rounds on this half on the defence, and they're doing that. They're doing it fantastically well. It is going to be a different ball game in the second half, I would expect, when they get onto the attack. That's going to be much more difficult for them. If they can grab at least one more here, though, they give themselves a real opportunity.
Defense is online.
Well, so things carry on for these last 2 minutes then. At least to start things out, as I've already mentioned, BDS aren't the kind to go a little bit too crazy. They're not really
they're not going to panic.
They're not really a rush team when I think about them either. They'll play things generally slow and composed, have drones in front of their entries, for example, make sure all the utility work has been done first. That hasn't really changed here. Still taking things nice and slow. So for now, PSG Talon just kind of digging their feet in, not being exposed to a butt from below like we saw last time around. It was Royboy who was the unfortunate benefactor of the skeleton key to the nuts is all I can really describe it as. So for now, they hold on firm. Half the round now elapsed. And again, the drone play, I'll say it, PSG Talon doing a very good job of slow chewing away at that. A couple of rounds ago, there were only 2 left for BDS when it came around to their execute in the basement. Here, they've already gone through half.
I keep saying it. BDS versus Furia. BDS here against Talon. We've seen a number of occasions where they've gone into areas not knowing exactly what was ahead of them or being mistimed. And that is something that BDS, I think, definitely need to look at going forward. They need to make sure that they're getting the most out of those drones, playing the intel game, using that economy effectively. For the time being, though, Leakyfact is just going to keep himself on that game.
I mean, look.
He's cutting sight in half at the minute. Breeder is in and planting. And I'm not sure PSG Talon can do anything about this because Leakyfact's going to hold it. Perfect cover. 2 kills come in, 3 versus 3, but the diffuser is down. And BDS can just try and hold on now. They've removed a lot of the utility that PSG could play from behind, but Misa is still on the board.
Because, you know, there's a player up in Highway, right? No, it's just him by himself. I'll tell you what, if he gets this kill off here, this could be absolutely nuclear, but no, Solotov's not going to give him anything in this round. It looks like finally Lightning might strike twice to him, but maybe not 3 times here. There will not be into the post plant 1 unless Royboy and Soldier can do something incredibly special. And even that feels like a bit of a challenge. Swung on, Solotov's having an absolute field day here, Tim. He'll get the final 2 as well and close things out. Sick and tired of seeing these rounds fall away from them. BDS finally get on the board again.
Yeah, that was a lot better from BDS. Very quickly into sight. Having Leakyfact just cut the sight in half like that, he's got the cover on Breeder. They recognise that there's no, availability really at top white for PSG Talon to be able to fight through and to stop that plant going down. It's just a real opportunity spot from BDS. There's a little bit of space here. Let's just go in and use it. And it goes to show in Siege, you don't always, a lot of teams will often fail on an attack because they're trying to do too much. If you don't have to do it, don't do it. If the space is there and you can hold the cover and you're confident on that, keep it simple. And that's exactly what BDS did there. Really good stuff. So much so, Fabian decides it's time for tactical.
Which kind of surprises me going into round 6. I thought you'd save that for the attacking side. That will be more of a battle given how they've played attacks over yesterday. Really, Unbanked they did great, but the prior game, definitely less so. But clearly feels they can get a 4-2 out of this one. I wouldn't put my name to this entirely, by the way, but I'm pretty sure they reinforced off the single wall from games to top white there, which is why Breeder said, oh, a plant spot,
yeah,
I'll go for that. And as we know, that is very commonly not reinforced off for that exact reason.
That's why I said, they spotted the fact that there was no chance for them to be able to fight from top white to stop that plant going down. So all that he had to do, Leakyfact, was hold towards Attic because they had Solotov in Trophy, so they knew that nothing could come from Trophy. Literally, the only place that plant could be pushed from would be below with a Nitro.
That's it. And they did try that.
Attic door.
They were just late to the party with the Nitro, unfortunately.
They could have done it from Attic door, but that's what Leakyfact was covering, and he got the kill there when they did try to swing it.
And I'm not sure if they just realised too late the plant was going down, because I actually think that whole idea of that being reinforced off was to bait that plant going down there so they could see for it from below. But as mentioned, just a little bit too late to the party. And again, I'll also give PSG full credit. This is not something I normally would have seen out of Korean teams, but the fact that you've got 2 or 3 players all looking to converge onto Solotov at once and force him into, again, this attention split where you can only take 1 gunfight at a time, just half a second off the beat there and they pay the price for it. But these are the kind of fine margins that we're playing with here. Someone's a couple of seconds late to a C4, someone's half a second late to a gunfight. That's what will cost the round, but that is the price to pay to play against big teams like BDS, like Furia, like M80 earlier. Exactly the same, right? They were lethal to play against. You want to be in the top 8, you've got to play at that standard. But I am very impressed with what I've seen so far from PSG. Very impressed.
Honestly, they've stood up to the challenge of BDS very, very well. As we said, coming in, there is that potential to come in and think, oh, God, we're against BDS here, we're against Shaq, or we're against these big players. And you have to come in almost with a lack of respect, really. You've just got to come in and think we're against player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4, player 5. Doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter what the names are, doesn't matter what team they are. We're going in to play our game, we're going to win it. And PSG Talon have very much had that kind of attitude. They're not scared to go for the fights. They're not scared, to make those challenges, to try and hold on to their positions. And it's shown. It's been really good from them so far. Really impressive stuff. As I said, I think it's still going to be a tough second half for them when BDS get on the defense. But overall, even even, you know, win or lose, there's a lot they can take away from this game.
Soldier's managed to get himself safely back down on towards site. Always that danger that your green corridor is being held, and as soon as you rotate down from top big tower straight down to basement, you're going to find yourself caught out on the way through. It's why normally you'll see players poking their head halfway up the stairs to get rid of a drone, but then immediately coming back down to site without having to go all the way from top of big tower down into the basement. Now, Shiko's been here before. Last time around, he had the clash on one side and the shotgun on the other. No need for that as such, as Royboy was sat a little bit further back. I think he was expecting like a window push from above, so he was tucked in right at the back. But they get the kill they need, which now means this freezer and security side is locked up from BDS.
Well, PSG Talon have read into what BDS have done the last couple of times they've attacked, and it's spearheaded from Freezer. So now, right, the Clash can go and stand in Freezer, get more aggressive than last time, and really prevent them getting down there. And they've done a good job of it.
Though. Like, the thing is, whoever's above him, is Leakifak on the Zofia has got to sit there and watch this the whole time. Like, otherwise, he's now free to move away. So BDS at some point have to step away and make an attack happen from elsewhere. Royboy gets freed up, can drop back down towards Freezer and get back onto site here. It's been a great hold, and now the Clash has come pillar. Great rotation of players from PSG.
And I wonder how much of this has come from Fabian in that tactical timeout to say, look, we're gonna go down to basement again, and BDS have pushed Freezer hard every time, so this is what we're gonna do. Get up to the top of stairs and get aggressive. And it's worked out for them. Users does pick up JLT, but Soldier is there with one of his own. Breeder gone and the diffuser down, so that's going to create a little bit of a problem for BDS with 20 seconds left to go. Royboy takes the vertical and shuts users down as he tries to move through to pillar, and now this Clash gets more and more powerful as he's just going to waste more and more time. 5 seconds left to go. Very little that BDS can do here.
They can't find the last either. PSG are going to hold it out. And you know what? They might not have won many of the gunfights when it came down to it, but the rotation of players was brilliant. The hold inside of top freezer, inside of security for a start, wasted so much time. But then to realize BDS have peeled away and rotate their Clash up to pillar to then cause issues there, also brilliant. And then to waste further time with the rotation coming out from Royboy, getting the kill onto the Capital once all of BDS had committed towards attacking into the basement. Just really great. Dare I say, like, advanced level movement of players there. And it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but a lot of players, again, will mistime things. They'll miss these little subtle cues. But PSG have honestly just outplayed BDS there from start to finish without really having to win many gunfights.
And we've just seen it again there, Des. The entry kill. Shiko runs into security, and it looked a lot to me like he didn't know that Royboy was there and that he was going to be challenged, because otherwise you don't sprint into security. You come in slowly, you pre-fire around.
I think he was so nervous about the Clash behind him that he had to go quick.
There was problems, but again,
there's always been a shotgun there as well.
There's always been a reason why BDS seem to be filtering into positions where they're unaware or unready for gunfights, and it is causing them a problem. It is losing them rounds. That much is for sure. If I was looking to play against BDS, I'd be playing a big intel denial game. I'd be bringing the Mozzie, the Mute. I'd be taking away the Soulless. I'd be taking away every drone that I could against them, because they are really suffering when they don't have that information to use, and it is showing time after time. So PSG Talon get themselves an almost dream start, really. A 4-2 half on the defense. It's the minimum that they needed and exactly what they got. Great stuff for them. The big question comes now, though. Round 7, they go on to the attack. They really struggled. They only got 1 round on the attack the other day against Bleed on Oregon, and it's going to be a big ask for them now.
It's a very similar attack to what we saw actually in our last game earlier on, if you recall. Admittedly, it didn't go out too well for ITB, but they tried this 4-smoke setup with the Blitz, with the Glass. The Sense is a bit of a different one, but the Thatcher also returns as a similar one. Now, there's a small mistake being shown as a wonderful example. No idea that the man's there, but they are trying to chase him down here, and they know about this too. A drop away, but straight into the waiting arms of Misa. A mistake immediately corrected elsewhere.
That was actually really nice from PSG Talon. Just great team play, sending the Blitz. This is, you know, the sort of, I won't say lesser known use of the Blitz, but it's about bullying. It's about forcing players out of positions. It's not always about getting up in their faces and flashing them and getting the kill. It's about clearance, creating space, and they've done it beautifully there with Misa underneath. 11-4, still going really well in the game, and PSG Talon, they're 4 versus 4. They've got map control. They can start thinking about side.
Alrighty, onwards we march. still recoverable, I think. I mean, losing a Grim is a bit of a stinger, as we know, is excellent for an execute, but far from the key part of this lineup, as I spoke about earlier. Really looking in towards the Bandit, in towards the Glads, and definitely the Sens as part of this lineup as well. A lot of smokes, a lot of light screens they can play behind, and really here, Misa just begging. Oh, a shot straight through, of course, against the ward, and you're not going to have much joy. Solotov hitting double digits on the kills here as well, and really being, I dare say, the saving grace so far for his team.
To be honest, even without the warding, you kind of ask him for a little, you know, a couple of bullets to come through that smoke there, because you know that there's a good chance there's going to be a glass that stood inside of it. So first nade is going to be caught out by the Woman Magnet. Need to be careful that they don't lose the second there. They really want to, in fact, no, it's already been used. So Ryder not going to be able to clear out that shield. It's not looking good for PSG Talon on this attack.
No way of opening the hatch either. I guess that was the main stinging part of losing out on the Grim earlier on. It's now kind of paying the price of that. They've got to sort of just force their way in, down the more standard routes. There's no hatch support as well, which is going to make this rough. Smoke coming out, but a C4 comes out in response. Yuzu's going to find his man, and BDS not looking troubled at all, Tim. It's always the problem when the team does well in that first half. 2 halves to a game of Siege. Now you're seeing BDS really start to wake up, at least in this first defensive round.
Yeah, I mean, we expected them to come out and look a lot more comfortable on the defensive things. Ryder does manage to pick up users, but not likely to be a meaningless sort of exit frag, really, which is exactly what it turns out to be. BDS taking that first one, 4-3 now on the score. But look at this. PSG Talon, as a minimum, as an absolute minimum, will have a 7-4 loss here. Even if it's a loss, which it might not be yet. I'm not writing them off. But as an absolute minimum, it's going to be 7-4. And how many people coming in here will have said that this result would be a BDS win 7-4, 7-5? People expected more from BDS.
We were saying 7-3, 7-4 because they're starting the defensive side, but to go 4-2 already, I think is a pretty big achievement, especially in the fashion they did as well.
If they can grab one attack on the, you know, they grab an attack on the third choice side, and then you're looking at a 7-5 or even an overtime. You know, you have to say that PSG Talon are exceeding expectations here, and it's fantastic to see, and they deserve it because they are winning fights. They are taking advantage of gaps that BDS are leaving. It's been good stuff from them so far.
It's how you can build into this half, though. This is why I was a little bit worried when I saw the, you know, the post-round 5 timeout coming in from Fabian for PSG Talon. If things go horribly wrong in these first couple of rounds, and admittedly that first round, I had a couple of high moments, like Misa in Kitchen to catch the drop was fantastic, but the free kill that was collected onto Royboy, he just marched his way in towards Concrete, seemingly unaware that he was going to get pushed from Attic. That kind of goes to show. And I don't know if that's sort of just player expectation here, that normally you'll see both of those walls in towards Attic being reinforced off, so Kids is fully locked down there, and the only real way out is through that hatch or in through the doorway into the room itself. But either way, it was just a little bit lax there. And as I've already mentioned, if you want to be a top team at a major like this, those are the kind of mistakes that you can't really be affording to make. Yes, corrected. Yes, it's not the end of the world, but it will start to make a difference.
Royboy just going to be opening up that main entrance there, prevent any rotation across, or at least deter it. Players not wanting to get too aggressive maybe on the defence and go for that late armoury stairs flank if they have to go across that big open double doorway. Soldier is on the Deimos. I like to see how much use is got out of that operator this time around. We know how valuable he is, of course, but given that it's the top floor site, I'm not sure how much of a roam there will be underneath. There's a couple of players down there at the minute, one in security, but you don't really need a Deimos scan to tell you that there's going to be a player in security. Other than that, Leakerfac is also down in classrooms, so could well be forced back, but he knows there's something here.
Man,
he's
this is so cheeky.
No, he's looked the wrong way! He's going to take a ton of damage. Nitro goes out, surely not. Leakerfac has to be dead here, and Royboy is going to cut him down.
If Royboy got away with that kill, that would have been absolutely criminal. Like, if Royboy died there and Leakyfac got the kill, that would have been criminal. Glad that he got it, but I couldn't lie. Heart in throat moment there. Worried that it was going to go completely wrong. Still, could have been far worse to find him a C4 off the board. Certainly not going to complain. Still 2 more to deal with, though, in Shaiko and Breede's back pocket.
Yeah, the next job really is taking Breede out of this position, but it's going to be difficult to do. They need to push him from 2 sides at once, really, but he's got his reinforcements on one side. All they can really do is go in through the single door. They're going into a shotgun, so it's going to be a difficult one. It's either that or PSG Talon just relocate and push from the other side, but Ryder manages to find Solotov. The more space that they can create on site, the bigger problem Breede has here, because he can't necessarily keep himself in that position then.
Breede did a tough spot here as well, admittedly, because you know that they've just pushed up white stairs and got rid of one of your players. That's when you're meant to react. He was a little bit late to the party in a sense here. He's got to make a move at some point, and now that engagements are going on, he may well do. But I think behind JLT, yes, someone else is waiting, and in behind as well. A flawless round comes out for PSG Talon. And I can't believe that Ryder has just walked straight into security door and deleted Pride. What on earth has happened there? I think he's ran away from the Grim as it's come through. The bees have started singing. He's like, cool, I'll tuck myself away. And then has immediately been pushed. So again, the level of team play coming out has been beautiful. And Flashbang's also being comboed at the same time. Good bit of team play there where you've got 2 or 3 players all working together to make sure that he does not have an impact in the round.
PSG Talon are playing at 110% here. They're getting everything right, and they're winning gunfights, they're creating space, and honestly, they have got BDS thinking about this.
This is so not BDS, by the way, this kind of play.
This is what I was going to say. BDS need to cut this sort of stuff out. Just, you know, you don't want Leakyfight running out a main door, looking for somebody who may or may not be on master balcony and losing his life. They are getting punished by PSG Talon for every small mistake they make. And PSG Talon are setting up brilliantly here. They've got themselves that first attack that they needed. One more guarantees them overtime. Honestly, at this point, Des, get me on the PSG Talon train. My mind has been changed. There is a world where they win this.
You're like a pendulum, you are.
Game. Not necessarily the major, the game, though.
Just the pendulum of you, mate. Before this game, you were like, there is no way in hell.
Honestly, I'll hold my hands up. You know me, I'll say, I'm big enough to say when I was wrong. BDS, I thought we're going to come in here and run over PSG Talon. I really did think it was going to be a tough day for them.
And I think 80% of the audience are with you as well. Yeah. I imagine many more that didn't vote felt exactly the same, and probably most people here at the major expected it too.
2 things have happened. BDS have not turned up in the same way that we've seen them perform over the last few weeks, but I'm not putting it all on that. PSG Talon have turned up. They're going in there and they're winning head-to-heads. They're winning 50-50s. They're playing with confidence. It's brilliant to see. I love it.
Shining bright.
You know I love a surprise. I love to be proven wrong.
When everything follows expectations, it's a bit dull.
It is. Misa, again! Getting the entry onto Solotov. Will somebody stop him?
Exactly what I said earlier. BDS aren't the kind of team that normally make these silly plays or these characteristic mistakes here. This is not a thing. You know that White Window is a threat. You've seen that angle a million times. I don't know if he's taking the challenge back onto Misa because Misa took no damage there. But that's a freebie with no response from the other side. The team play from BDS is crumbling before our very eyes, Tim.
It does feel like a bit of a mental game for BDS. Yeah. It feels like, I said it earlier that they were rattled, and that's exactly what it looks like right now. They're playing, they're almost playing scared. They're trying to snatch at chances like that Leakerback out of main door. It's just trying to grab something. We've got to force something, and you can't always force a game of Siege.
Let me put a situation before you. BDS lose this game and go into tomorrow. Yesterday we were all saying, okay, whoever BDS face tomorrow, I really feel for them. At the moment, if PSG win this one, that's suddenly upside down. Imagine coming into knowing you're playing against a BDS that's just lost to PSG Talon. You probably then start fancying your chances to bring them down, to be honest with you. Immediately there's 1 kill, but again, an answer back from the other side. What on earth has Fabian been feeding these guys? Brine hits the deck as well. Leakerback at least recovers 1, and they should be able to get a 2v1 onto the Monty here. He's properly pinned in this corner, Tim, and my God, is he in trouble? If he gets away with anything here, it's going to be absolutely magic. Misa with it all to do. If anyone can, it's going to be him.
Surely the PSG Talon just didn't control the flanks well enough there. Leakerback really hurt them with that push up Armory stairs. They're both just going to hold their positions now.
He knows.
He's given away though. Misa knows, surely. That's the kill that he needed to find. Leakerback hits the deck, keeps himself alive.
I was going to say, he's got a couple of bees, yeah.
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well. He gets, oh my God, he's got the close one. The last one. Inside of... No way! What on earth have these guys had for breakfast today?
I do not believe what I am seeing here. PSG Talon just refusing round after round to be beaten. BDS are broken, Des. They are broken by the spirit of the team on the other side. Misa digging in a 1v2. A 1v2. And he closes it out. Unbelievable stuff from PSG Talon. We're witnessing something special here in the Swiss stage.
Wow.
Now, surely for Fabian, it's about managing the expectation, the energy and the excitement in the team.
Job's not done.
You can't let them get too pumped up here. They can't feel like they've already won it.
The thing is, Tim, that was the critical round that we so often speak about. When you currently set at 5-3, that next round is so pivotal. You either establish a 3-round lead or it's 5-4 advantage to the other side as they start to bring it back. That 1v2 will be a defining moment of this tournament if PSG go on to win this game.
Honestly,
absolutely bonkers.
I think at the end of this game,
mate,
we've just got to watch and enjoy this again. It's the second onto Users. Absolutely beautiful.
I mean, Users has been like stand out as a player as well. Like, we were talking to a few players yesterday and they're saying Users are the best player in the world right now. He's just been sat down by Misa in a 1v2.
Honestly, I think if PSG Talon check the pockets at the end of this game, they're going to have the wallet, keys, BDS, phone. It's all going to be there.
This is unbelievable.
You love to see it, Des. These are the stories that the majors are made of. This is what our esport is built on. This is what we turn up for every day and get excited over. Yes, we come in here. Yes, we have expectations. Yes, they're our favourites. But you can guarantee it in every group stage, in every Swiss stage, in every final stage, there will always be upsets. And those are the real standout moments. And PSG Talon right now are providing some of the standout moments of this tournament.
They are him.
Make no mistake about it. These are going to be clips, they're going to be moments that are spoken about throughout this tournament and afterwards for a long time.
They are him. That's all I can say to that, Tim. They are him. And looking at the lineup here, like they're full sent in on this Glass again. Like we saw this lineup earlier on. It didn't really come out to the best effect, but you've got Sense light screens, you've got Capital smokes, you've got 4 smoke nades as well. Yeah, why not put Misa at the very heart of that setup too?
They've got the Thatcher. I'm wondering, I don't know. I'm
the
wondering
Warden.
if they're going to play that above where the Warden is located. Just try and disable those glasses before the glass goes in. It's pretty advanced. It takes a lot of coordination.
Game.
You're going to have your glass ready to go at the same time. But if they can pull it off, if that is the plan, it could be a big one.
Oh, I believe that was Beast Coast going up 6-4 against FaZe, I want to say. Of course, 2 games at the same time. It's all going absolutely nuclear. Wow. The time of upsets in these 2 best of ones at the moment, it feels like. But Tim, again,
are going to have an elimination match.
Keep your eye on Misa here as well, because again, he's been popping off this game. He is at the centerpiece. He's the heart of this composition. Without the glass popping off, it doesn't really give you much. So everything is on him. Keep an eye on that. Look at where Soldier charges through. Look at where all the utility goes down. The best part is if they mess up the first execute, Tim, and they've got 2 or 3 more in back pocket with the number of light screens and smokes they've got on side.
Misa is in position now at rear stage stairs. We're just waiting. It's the calm before the storm here. BDS.
So much is on Solotov here. So much
really
is on him.
BDS have to hold on. We're going to see all that utility dumped in. Solotov has not been impacted by any EMP that's gone off there, so his glasses still should be working.
He can't put them on, no.
No, he can't put them on, so that's going to give the opportunity. Soldier goes in and finds Shaiko. Leakifag super low health. PSG Talon could really be doing this, Des. It might really be happening. Leakifag just manages to get his man. He is going to be downed effectively now. 3 versus 3. 45 seconds left to go.
And like mentioned, Tim, they've still got enough to play with. They've got both smokes for Capital. They've got another smoke for Misa. They've got 2 light screens. They can do this again. And sure enough, that's exactly what they're going to go for. Diffuser is down. Solotov may have just got the kill that saves his team here, as now all that blue pressure disappears and they can play around Pillar a bit more freely. Misa's hit the deck. Ryder's got to do it all in 20 seconds. And I don't really feel like that one's going to happen. We got Pinus Health 1, 2 still left here. Brede and uses to bring down, but Brede's going to close it out. They take round 10 and we carry on for another one, Tim.
Boy, oh boy. What a game we are witnessing here. I think, you know, the plan that I spoke about at the beginning, I think that's what happened. The Warden got caught. Solotov with the EMP wasn't able to use the glasses immediately. That was the opportunity for PSG Talon, Des. That was their chance. And Leakifag, he was able to break that. It was smart play, low health, kept prone, waited for his moment. Good trigger discipline to keep BDS fighting in that one. When the second attempt came through, you could see As soon as the Warden's glasses were activated, it was over. Solotov just walked around freely and got kill after kill. Here it is as he gets the one onto rear stage stairs. It was pretty easy for them from that point then. Breeder managing to pick up the last with the shotgun, but PSG Talon, it was a good attempt again. It was a good understanding of what went wrong last time and just adapting a little bit to change things up and try and close it out. They've got 2 more chances, Des. 2 more chances to find that third attack.
And look at where they go, Tim. They go to the site that PSG Talon have already won twice in this attacking half. It's Kid Storms on the top floor. If they win this one, they're then going to go to the offsite, which we'll be seeing for the first time. So for BDS, Tim, there is 2 rounds of hell waiting for them here, and I'm sure PSG at this point just being willed to hold on for a couple more and get this over the finish line before overtime strikes. But even like you say, Tim, this goes to overtime, BDS take it in the end, still one of the matches of the tournament for me.
There's a timeline here, Des, where on day 3 out of 4 of the Swiss stage, both BDS and FaZe could be in elimination games.
Imagine. 2
of the absolute favourites coming into this tournament could well find themselves having to play multiple best of 3 elimination games to survive. It is just, if you'd have told me that was the expectation this morning, I'd have laughed. I'd have said maybe one of them, but surely not both. There's a lot of Siege to play before that happens.
Esports continue to surprise.
There's a lot to play before that happens. PSG Talon are going to continue trying to play spoiler here. This time, it's going to be focused around that Monty again. Soldier bringing along the shield. They're going to try to brute force their way into sight.
They did count on that Misa 1v2 last time around, admitted that was the big difference for them. So I think here with the Soldier on side, with the Monty on side for Soldier, it was more the information gain that he was providing as well, but the pressure that he also put inside of Pit really kind of split up these BDS players. It was just that Mies was a little bit late to the party to try and capitalize on that. Of course, converts to 1v2, but I still like that they're sticking with this and trying to make it work, because then the onus comes onto the other side of BDS to be able to find an answer. There's no Legion here to help out, for example. There's a few C4s they've got in back pocket, no impacts. Soldier could be pretty deadly here if those C4s aren't sent his way.
Solotov, I think, has kept himself off the radar all the way down in basement. They were hurt by a flank last time. Leakafak up Armory stairs. They have to make sure that doesn't happen again. PSG Talon, you got to learn on your feet. You got to learn along the way here, and don't allow Solotov to be able to bully you and to be able to get that backstab off. That could undo the round. Solotov has found his way up to the top of Laundry stairs. There's nobody on the Armory side to do anything with yet, but if he can work his way through Zulu and get to White, it'll be a problem. Another big problem is the fact that the Monty is down. The spearhead of the push is gone as Shaiko manages to find a headshot.
I'm not quite sure what he was looking for there, if he was trying to get rid of a mute jammer on the door or something, but has paid the price for it. And Solotov is now stung underneath, goes to sprint up right, not realizing there was a third player here. Fair play. Why would you expect 3 players to be on White? It's still a kill back on the other side, but without that Monty now, no Grim left in back pocket either. They're just going to make this happen to with what they've got.
I still think Solotov needs to be a bit more careful in that situation rather than sprinting onto White stairs. 3v2 becomes a 1v2 as Leakafak picks up the final kill onto JLT, and BDS, they take us to a guaranteed 12. It's 6-5. PSG Talon, you've only got one more chance, and this is where they're going to start to feel the pressure, Des. You feel like PSG Talon, whilst they've been ahead, they've been playing with fun, they've been playing with confidence, as they should be. But now that they've been reined in a little bit and they've got BDS breathing down their necks, it's going to be a lot more difficult to get that final round.
It's the offside though, Tim, like I say, the great unknown. We haven't seen it yet in this half, and this is where things can get real spicy. It's going to be a meeting defense coming out, and I just want to see PSG Talon come up with something utterly wild here that's going to catch BDS off guard. Of course, BDS will do all they can to try and stop that being the outcome of this game. They've got a chance to send us into overtime. It's crazy to think they can't just win it outright. They have to do it in overtime if it's going to happen at all. So really all eyes, as they have done for the last few rounds, fall onto PSG Talon and what they can do in this final round of regulation.
meeting it is going to be then. Attic is opened up, so that should tell us that somebody is likely to be playing up above. Definitely something PSG Talon need to deal with. You cannot plant on the stage unless you do something about that player in Attic, because otherwise they're just going to completely shut you down from the hatch. So that wants to be step number one for PSG Talon, unless they try to play into kitchen. But even then, somebody in Kids Dorms can make that very difficult. So I really do want to see some attention towards that top floor from them straight away.
All right. No silly mistakes in the early round is probably point number one for PSG Talon. Think about a couple of times when we've had players, you know, Roy Boy, dare I say, being the great example, charging into concrete upstairs and being picked off seemingly completely unawares. There will very likely be roamers up on that top floor. In fact, we can see a couple of them. So dealing with them is going to be a big point of this. They're not attacking in through Big Tower. It's going to be a dining side take for the most part. So keep an eye out here. Who's playing upstairs in Kids? How are they cleared out by the members of PSG Talon? And arguably, Tim, more important, how fast can they clear them out?
Yeah, that's the thing. Now BDS can play to burn a bit of time. They can try and hold them back from those fights using the goo mines, for example. There's the EDDs of Capcan that are around there that are going to slow things down for PSG Talon as well, having to make sure that they're clear of those traps before they go in everywhere. But they're moving pretty well at the minute.
They are, and also making sure they're safe as they move on through, right? You've seen the air jabs going down, just making sure no one can pull off a nasty flank as this round goes by, really securing this small tower side of the map. But like I've mentioned, top floor needs to be a thing. And sure enough, you've got Royboy and JLT pushing in up here. Believe we have Misa also coming across to join from the other side. So they do want this top floor cleared out first.
Just spotting a couple of those EDDs.
Don't make the same mistake as last
time. Very
time.
careful here, as you say. That was the problem. Dropping the shield and Shaiko taking him down. And you've got the Fenrir inside of Kids Dorms there. He's got
help,
multiple
really.
angles to work from. He does it. Just needs somebody to go and challenge.
Yeah.
You know, maybe go on Kids Dorms window and just give you
he's gone
something else
through,
to do. He's just tanked it instead.
I think tanked some of it. I think one got shot off and he had to tank the other on the way through, but that's exactly what he's done. The verticals might work against him too, so also the kind of reverse defense from downstairs coming in here. A lot coming out from BDS, but that means now the vertical work can start getting done. Soldier can abandon top floor now. They've got the control that they need. They force the Kids player to drop through. There is no Oryx. He can't hop back up again. So they've got what they need here. Another big key part secured. Now it's setting up for this execute.
A lot of the EDDs have been dealt with at this point. 45 seconds left to go. They've got the Monty on kitchen door. They're kind of ready to go here at PSG Talon. They've got the verticals. It's just about pushing in now and trying to get that diffuser down, hoping that you've got everything covered. The goo mine is not going to be helpful. Shaiko is able to drop the diffuser and the Monty. It's another big play from that man when BDS need it most. Misa looks to push in from the dine insider side, trying to find anything, but the toxic babe canisters are keeping them at bay, Des.
Just all the cams as well, doing a bit of work to help out. It's also a full white screen. I was going to say, surely he dies here. Flank attempt comes on through. Shaiko's in with the C4 as well. They've got the finish off they need, and now BDS are inside a kitchen, holding on for dear life, but surely nothing comes off the back of this one. Tim, it feels like it might require a few more rounds for this one, because we are going to overtime.
BDS have fought hard to get themselves back into this one. They've had to dig deep, and they've managed to get themselves an opportunity at 3 extra rounds. The big question now is who starts defense and who starts attack, because there has been an advantage towards the defense so far on this Oregon. 4-2 either way. If Talon get it, it could be an advantage, but I can tell you now, it's BDS on the defense.
3 rounds in a row. Pretty spectacular overall, and yeah, BDS on defense is probably what's going to make Talon a little bit worried here. Kind of feels like BDS have figured things out since their timeout now. They've got a bit of a read on Talon and feel like they're managing them much more comfortably. We've seen that in several games so far, actually, at the Major. Even hearing teams talk about it in the game afterwards. It took us a few rounds to figure out what they were doing. We had a little pause. We went into it and really cracked things from there. ITV versus SSG being a great example. You know, even had Kyno in the last game saying, oh, we've scrimmed them a bunch. We know what they're going to do here. We just came in knowing what was going to come at us. And I feel like it took BDS a bit of time to really learn what was going to come out of PSG Talon. But now that they've cracked it, this is where I do start to worry for the Korean side that maybe their number's up.
10 seconds left.
It's certainly an uphill battle for them now, and it's the first time in this matchup, Des, that they've really experienced that. PSG Talon came out with a strong start. They've been ahead consistently throughout until the very end, where BDS have reeled them back in. And as I said, playing against a BDS side that you're 3 rounds ahead of is very different to playing against a BDS side that's breathing down your neck and you're feeling that pressure, and now you're on the attack. You've not been able to really get it done so far. You're on to basement, the most difficult site on the map as well. It's all stacking up against PSG Talon. Regardless of the outcome, they can be happy with their performance. They can be happy with what they can take away from this game, but you just know, Des, they're going to be looking for it all.
There's always going to be that what if they lose this game. I think knowing you were 6-3 up and that you had the chance to go into that 2-1 bracket, to be in a spot to qualify tomorrow, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit for sure. Of what an outcome it would be if they do manage to get all the way. Sounds like the other game's going absolutely nuclear still as well. They find themselves in overtime at the same time as us, Tim. Both games really going down to the wire.
Solotov drops himself down the hatch then into Kitchen. Ryder just going to catch a goo mine there, so that will at least give BDS a little bit of intel. PSG Talon just feel a little bit stuck at the minute, Des. This roam's done a great job from BDS. They've kind of been chasing shadows around the map, PSG Talon, never really getting a good look at them. Solotov, the only one taking damage, but still manages to get back to site safely. And now PSG Talon have got to start working, but they've only got half of the round to do that. And we've seen them already struggle to get hatches, struggle to clear utility when attacking basement. Now they're going to have to do it with even less time.
Everyone dug in real tight on the side of BDS except for Leakifak, who's currently held out towards Freezer, I think hoping to catch someone on a late backstab. And sure enough, sees the red dot, knows that there is a bit of pressure coming up this way, going to smoke it off and likely back himself away here. But by the looks of it, Soldier wants to work his way down Freezer. That's going to be his point of ingress. They see enough there from the hatch too, so they know what's going on. But can they pinch him here? If they can catch Leakifak out, get rid of the smokes, and sure enough, Tim, there's a bit of a rush coming in here. They might just have him from the hatch if he's not too careful. Manages to get himself away, and there's also cover from Solotov. Good bit of team cover, and they've wasted a couple of minutes here. Good stuff from BDS.
Yeah, that was great. PSG Talon a little bit unfortunate there almost. They caught Leakifak out with the smoke canister in his hand, and, you know, had it been any other operator than the Monty, they'd have had an opportunity to get a kill there. But Soldier is going to get onto that freezer door and just make sure that it's difficult for BDS to move around inside a site. Nitro goes out, it's not going to be able to find the kill. Does a good chunk of damage, but no more than that. In come the kills though. Roy Boy, Soldier, Ryder, Planty's going down from JLT. They might just win the attack that they needed, but here comes Users. He's now in a 1v3 with a Monty on there, and he's going to be shut down by Soldier. PSG Talon, they're going to have another 2 opportunities to close out this game.
They have just blitzed BDS off there. I don't necessarily mean at pace, but to take 2 minutes to get yourself set up and then to explode, and 3 players on BDS just evaporate. Magical start. This composure of this team, standing up to a Titan on the world stage. Again, not forgetting BDS came in arguably as if our top, if not our second place team in terms of rating. Yeah, everyone looked at BDS and Fury as being our top 2. Of course, a couple of others definitely fighting up there as well, but as it stands, PSG showing that this gap is far closer than maybe we come to expect. A beautiful execute coming out. Just wow, 1 more to go there on the defense. We're going back to that same site. BDS have got to work some magic on this attack, Tim.
I cannot wait to see Fabian and the PSG Talon boys if they win this. I've got a feeling that they are going to go absolutely wild in the player booth if they manage to get this win against BDS. Make no mistake about it, the reality of this situation is this will be one of, if not the biggest upset that we will see at the Manchester Major. If PSG Talon are able to get the win against BDS here, PSG Talon come in here with a lot of credibility. They won in Korea. They come straight in as a phase 2 team. We know that they've got ability on their side, but they're going up against what we expected to be one of the top teams in the world at the moment, BDS, and they are doing the business on a map that BDS like. They're on Oregon.
And they're taking a leaf out of Talon's book as well. They've now got the Monty on side. Leakifak. Not normally the kind of guy you think of. Oh, shield player, Leakifak. Yeah, of course. No, normally the go-to primary entry for this team. But that's changed around at least a little bit here. And I'm really, I don't know if it's like a degree of nerves coming out for them, but even looking at the history of this site, last 3 times that we've seen Talon defend on it throughout this game, they've won 2 of the 3, Tim. Probably enough in the tank here to be able to get this one over the line unless something really special comes out of the French side. And I think similar to, they're almost copying them like step for step. Tim Leakyfat's pushing on the Monty in through Freezer. We've got a lot of focus on the south side of the map to start things off. They're going to ignore top side and just have one player backstab, very maybe.
Chyko's going to be working from the bottom of the laundry stairs as well, just looking to pick up anybody potentially in highway who maybe overextends, just gives him too much of an opportunity. He's actually backed off actually now. He's going to be heading back down there in a second, but there's a lot of work being done here by BDS. It's good stuff from them really so far. They've not overcommitted to anything. That's really smart from Soldier. You saw him run away from the hatch there. The reason that he did that was to try and take this down. And he managed to keep it off the radar. Breedy had no idea that little bit of movement from Soldier Des was everything. He was able to rip the nitro, and over the sound of the torch, Breedy didn't catch it. Well, he did when it came up through the hatch and took him out.
They've got basically no drones left, Tim. At this point, the only way that hatch gets open is if Solitov manages to get rid of the Electroclaw. I don't know how many drones he's got left. I saw one zooming around Chyko's spot, but by the looks of it, that hatch is staying electrified, and that is such a crucial point of entry for this site. You always want a chaotic drop, but it's not going to be a thing.
Some Bs have been missed there as well. It looks like BDS are just panicking a little bit. They're at the bottom of stairs. They've not gone on into sight. Mistakes are being made here, and PSG Talon, they're forcing the mistakes out of BDS because they're doing everything right. This is great stuff. They have to deal with this Monty. One way or another, the Nitro won't do it. Chyko finds JLT. BDS are fighting back, Des.
They've managed to get one through, but with the shield up, you're basically down a gun. It's 2 versus 3 for all intents and purposes. Chyko, the only one left. Is this their moment? He's onto a 2 in the round. Still going to find 2 more. If anyone can do it, Chyko can. But Ryder, Royboy, they've had a fab tournament so far, Tim, and this could be their time. Yuzu's may even yet get rescued. The swing comes through, but just about scares him away. Resuscitation complete. 2v2 with 10 seconds to go.
It was a big play to pick him up. Will it prove to pay dividends? Ryder manages to find Chyko. Ryder manages to find users. And PSG Talon, they take the win against BDS. They've done the unthinkable. And they have upset the French team and sent them down to the elimination games.
I am speechless. Say that line one more time in case you missed it. PSG Talon have just beaten Team BDS. PSG Talon have just beaten Team BDS. Not a line I imagine saying today, last year, next year. Not a line I would ever expect to say. Take a bow, boys. Misa especially has gone nuclear, but Ryder, we were bigging him up 20 and 10 yesterday, was the difference in the last round as well. I look back at some of these names. Soldier, back when he played in Talon historically, is a player that fell off massively. Royboy, a sub for the longest time at Damwon Kia. Misa, part of a very middling roster as well. But they've just come against 5 of the best players, not just in Europe, in the world, and got an 8-6.
You can see it on the faces of BDS. They're stunned. They have no idea what has just gone on, what has happened. Every team respects every other team in this competition. But in reality, you have to play with an ego. You have to play with confidence. You have to come in believing that you are the best. And BDS will have believed today that they would get that win against PSG Talon. And they've been stunned, Des. There's no other way of putting it. I love this game.
Well, we need to catch our breath. I think many of us do, but Royboy is standing by for an interview.
Thank you very much, Jensen. Yes, I'm here with Royboy after this huge victory for PSG Talon. Royboy, how's it feel like to beat the best team in Europe?
It's so glad to win the second wins for Major. And then it's the BDS. It's so great.
How did you prepare for this game with Joker and Fabian?
They made for us to make confidence and so many good threat or some things. Yeah, that's good for effective for us. Yeah.
Everybody looked very happy at the end. You're also, I would say, surprised that you won. Were you expecting to take the win today?
Sorry, I'm...
Take your time, no worries. It's all good. Thank you for being with us.
Sorry, what's the question?
Yeah, so you all looked so happy and so energized through it. did you expect to win today against BDS?
Actually, no. It's so hard to win, but mindset is winning. But when I play the game, I don't know can we win this game.
You leave it into the server and see how it goes there. Roy Boy, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you so much. And for those that are watching, yes, you have just seen it with your own eyes. PSG Talon have just defeated BDS in Phase 2. But we'll toss it to our telestrator where we got our boys in the analyst desk to take through it.
Thank you very much, Milos. Both me and Leo are here on the telestration station on the big screen as we've just seen PSG Talon take down BDS. Now, we're looking at round 9. This was a crucial round for us. It's one that PSG Talon won onto Kid Storm's attack, and there's 2 key decisions in our mind as to how they won. The first one was actually a bad decision from Leaky Fact. If we play the clip, if I can find the play button,
It's
there
above
it is.
you.
Sorry? Oh, yeah, there we go. If we can find the clip, Leaky Fact makes a decision here to run out of the main door. He thinks there's somebody on the master balcony, and he gets himself caught in a gunfight. Obviously, you are detected outside. Gets himself punished for that.
And actually something that we pointed out on the desk, if you're the better team, you don't need to overcomplicate things. And that was something that was not necessary at all, and that is actually giving the opening engagement to PSG Talon. Now, how do they transfer that? Now, it's very interesting. They are joining everywhere here, and they understand that there is this setup in server to counter the big window push. Now, you see all these drones, they are here for the flanks. You have them for green, you have them for meeting, you have them for main, and they choose here to have a really nice decision with the Nomad here, Jack.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're already in a 5 versus 4. They see the player insecurity, and they decide it's Ryder on the Nomad, decides to Nomad trap off his exit. So the player insecurity now is stuck. The only thing he can do is hold the double window. What Talon do is they choose to ignore him, they choose to Nomad him off, keep him in that room. That gives them a 5 versus 3 onto the site.
Now they've gotten the kill on the white player, and they only need to focus on the 2 last white here, the 2 last top-down player. Take a look at the crossfire, it's very good. So 1 from white stairs, 1 from the window here to take down this player, and at the same time, you have the demos from up, from kitchen, focusing on the kids player. It's a really good collapse, cross angles, and they completely ignore the server player.
Yep, and that's literally what they get to. They kill everybody, and it's basically a flawless round from PSG Talon. That puts the scoreboard at 5-3, and basically the scoreboard pressure, it took BDS a massive comeback from there, and that's basically something they did across all of their attacks. Now, that's this telestration done, but if you stick around after this break, I think there's a little Fabian interview coming up.
everybody, and welcome back to EU League. No, we're not. You might be familiar with this trio on European League, but here we're joined by Coach Fabian. Coach Fabian, not his random, which is a very different person than analyst and friend Fabian. Congratulations on a huge win for PSG Talon against BDS. I have never seen you this happy, or well, I've seen you this happy, but it's rare to get you so pumped up.
Yeah, I don't think I was this happy when I won SI23 even. No, but it's a different feeling. Like you have to look at where this team is at and where we're from. We're from South Korea. We're not supposed to be beating these teams, but there's something that this team has come through, and I don't understand some reason today the triggers really work. Like all of those things we put in hours in practice for, the triggers, what are the counters? How do we react when the enemy make XYZ move? They really understood that today. We reworked our entire Oregon, not fully the strats, but the way we approached our attacks and our defenses. What were the decisions we make when the opponent pushes from one side? And I mean, it really paid off.
It really paid off, it did. I think this is potentially the biggest upset in certainly recent Siege history. Yeah, and certainly of this major, yeah. But you actually predicted it this morning to me, Fabian.
Yeah, I did.
We was outside the hotel, and you said to me, I've got a sneaky feeling about today. Why was that? Was that the prep? Was that knowing that you was going to Oregon? Or was it just confidence in your guys? Or was it a mix of all?
It was a mix of everything, because pressure wasn't on us at all. Like, we have gone way past expectations. Just even winning one game, I think, is more than most people would think of. For us, definitely it's above expectations. Our goal this event was come to the boot camp. That was the important part. Come to the 2-week boot camp in Europe. Learn. Get the experience. How do we play? How do we think? We took all that, and now it's paying off.
What changes from yesterday to today, because you were on a very different frequency compared to what you had today?
Yesterday we were afraid to win. Like, it's that simple. We were afraid to win the game. And that comes from the lack of experience. I mean, these guys have literally never won a map internationally. Never. Like, how do you close those games out? Well, they don't have that in them. They don't understand what it is that they need to do. But today, it's like the release pressure. Also, as you said, Jack, with the map bans, I mean, I think I outbanned them. They had the choice in the end between Consulate and Border, which was our number 1 and 2 preference for this game. And if you have that choice, plus we get defensive side if we wanted to on Border, but now we got it
on Oregon.
It was Consulate and Oregon, sorry. Yeah. So we had number 1 and 2 preference, and we get defense sides on both Oregon and Consulate. How good is that? It's phenomenal. And since you have such experienced staff, especially with me, Joker's coming on as well to help, a lot of stuff can be based statistically in combination with reworking something very tiny, but it can make a big difference in how you play out.
Do you think going forwards then, because obviously, and I know that you've got a best of free to play to make main stage tomorrow as well, and we can come on to that, but just going forwards long term for this team, you've now had this 2-week boot camp, you've now actually won a couple of maps internationally against now a very, very big name and EU super team. You know, we've raved about them on the EU desk. How important do you think that's going to be for the long-term viability of this team?
Long-term viability is so hard to judge still. I mean, we're so fresh as a team. I mean, this is the roster that I inherited when I came here. I don't think that there's going to be anything that goes sideways now, but for us, it's just about the experience. We come to this event and we're happy with whatever result we go. If we go to the main stage, I don't even know how I'll react. If we don't, okay, whatever. That's not why we're here to win the event, sure. But there is a realistic side you have to have on an event as well. We aren't supposed to challenge for the title.
That's something that I even heard from Roy Boy, because he's like, well, we came in today, we're not really sure if we can take the win, but somehow everything clicked and we were all excited, our emotions were up, and I saw you even behind the players, no matter what, always, hey, this round was close, especially when you got to overtime. This was close, get it up, keep it going.
Yeah, and it shows how much trust they put in each other and into me. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, even if we don't even speak the same language, having a translator as the person in between us, it just goes to show that they have bought into the idea of what we are doing and what we're teaching them. And it also goes into show that they actually think about it and they learn from it. Because the work they put in, honestly, I put more than half of the work is on them. I just tell them, do this is how we think, and these are the things we need to look for. And then I put them to do the work. Because on the server, I cannot tell them every move. They need to figure these out on their own. I mean, I take a really weird timeout right today, 3-2 up. Who takes a timeout 3-2 up? Well, there's a specific reason for it. I wanted them to twist one of the strats that they were playing, change it around. There was even a miscommunication. I didn't want them to play the Clash that round. I wanted them to play the same strat without Clash and then go for retake late round because BDS didn't manage to take us apart. So they understand parts, and it's really so interesting to see how in 2 months this team can go from not that good to beating BDS.
Just on the mechanics of that as well, you know, when you're talking about the timeout, because I think a lot of the viewers at home are going to be kind of wondering how that works. With you speaking, obviously, English during the timeout, because you don't speak Korean. I know that you've tried to learn some. How does that work? With you speaking English timeout, how do they actually then understand that? Does one of the players
Translated by Roy Boy. Okay. Yeah, everything goes to him, and then it goes to the team.
Okay, so I have someone in the middle to kind of ferry through it. But as you said, even with that, some bits of strategy are lost in translation.
Definitely.
Right? So it's something that you have to adapt to on extra. But still, at the end of the day, like you said, there's no pressure now on the team. What's the plan to prepare for your next game tomorrow?
We'll do everything we've done before, but I'm not going to tell you much about that because then I'd be giving it away.
I don't feel like you have much to give away.
Nah, I'm pretty silent sometimes.
I
don't
now
he's doing the UL thing where he goes nice and quiet.
He goes nice and quiet. He plays the silent treatment. He becomes really annoying.
Okay.
All right. Well, honestly, that's a great thing for us because that's the end of our interview. Fabian, thank you very much. Again, congratulations to Coach Fabian and the rest of the team on this win. Huge beating BDS. We'll be seeing Fabian and the squad tomorrow to catch things off and continue with our games. But we're going to bring it back and set you up, kind of break down what happened between PSG and BDS and see how PSG were able to get the win. Can you believe it? PSG Talon defeat BDS and take it. Yes, it's a best-of-1 series, but an important one for the Korean squad that has had little to no international experience up to this very specific event. But here we're going to break things down, kind of really lay things out. You started it off, of course, on the telestration, both of you. Thank you very much for that. But here, kind of recap things with the scoreboard, with the numbers that we are used to. Alfama, can you believe it even?
No, I actually...
At awe.
I had zero trust in PSG Talon to actually let's be honest. I did not believe it in a single way. I think they were playing against two weaker opponents in Bleed and E1 before. I did not expect, and they struggled against them. You know, they lost to Bleed, barely beat E1. I was not expecting them to take on BDS with that much confidence. And I think the most important, one thing that we actually noted on the desk that Jack spoke about, they were so proactive in Oregon defense yesterday, but in attack they were never proactive. And today I saw a complete different PSG Talon on attack. Always proactive, always controlling the pace. Look at this execute. It was super magical to see them play together and play off the utility to overcome the individuals in front of them.
They had to have a huge, increase in the quality of their attacks because yesterday it was not good. Today it was a lot better. Obviously, it did go to overtime. I think a couple of their defenses actually, did go awry. But they have a lot of confidence in themselves. They took their time. Obviously, they lost 3 rounds to go to overtime. And at that point, you're thinking, hey, BDS are going to kick on. Yeah. And they reset themselves again in overtime to go again. Honestly, I genuinely think nobody saw it coming. Expert or not, viewer or not, I don't think anybody saw this coming.
Beautiful performance from Misa.
Yeah, amazing performance from Misa. I was able to say, I think he really kicked things off for PSG Talon. On the 3 first rounds, he actually had a triple kill and a 4 kill to win the 2 first rounds. I think it's so impressive, the quality that he showed against some of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
It was actually, I've never seen BDS so stressed because Yuza is someone who's usually pretty calm and collected, right? But I was standing off to the side and kind of watching how the players are, and you could see Yuza's tippy toes as he's sitting down. You could see the stress in every single player of BDS, and that's not something we're used to see.
No, we're actually super fortunate that we're able to go into the player area and listen to their communications. And I listened to when the tech pause was going on just after that finished, and it was Leaky Fact that was doing a lot of the talking. But the one big thing, every time they were loading into the rounds after they'd lost the round, he kept shouting at them, play as a team, guys. They clearly felt that there was an issue with their team play, with their team synergy. I think they were overcomplicating things a lot on their attacking half, and I think scoreboard pressure did get to them.
All right, follow up on Misa. We talked about him over a minute ago here, but there were specific moments, and I would say a specific round where popped off more than ever.
I think the most important thing, it's a round where they are in overtime, and I was thinking to myself, they were breaking so many counter strats to be able to beat BDS, and the longer this game takes, the more BDS has chances to counter them. And take a look at this beautiful execute. You have the freezer push from the Monty. At the same time, the fire goes off in the hallway. The fire goes off in the closet. They smoke them off so that they can then push and collapse. Look at how BDS is grouped. They're stuck in this area. Nobody can expand. And that goes to show like how utility can position your team in a good way. After this, it's a triple kill set off straight based off the utility. That's just how good the gadgets can be for your team. No matter if you're playing BDS, no matter if you're playing the best players in the world, if you play the game right, strategically, you can beat anyone. That was such a great display of utility from PSG Talon.
And that's now 2 attacks that we've highlighted. We highlighted one on the telestrator and we highlighted one in the clip there, where if you compare that to the Oregon attacks from PSG Talon yesterday, complete night and day difference between their attacks. They were active, they were together, they were in sync. And
all right, well, you know what? We have standing by with us is an actual interview with our losers. Likefak is actually going to tell us about what happened through this. Maybe we'll get to hear something about what was going on in the BDS camp.
Likefak, you guys fell to PSG Talon in a very, very close map. Can you guys describe what just happened here?
I think we are on the paper above of PSG Talon, and we were scared to lose. We didn't play our game, and they did a really good thing as well. So I guess they deserve the win. We give them the win, and that's it.
They had a lead that you guys kind of ate into once you got into that overtime, and then going into overtime, you certainly had a few rounds where, you know, it kind of looked like it could go both ways. What was the deciding factor in this match, though?
I think when we are about to lose, we kind of wake up, and after we are in overtime, we have the pressure to win again, and we did a lot of mistakes. So, yeah.
And speaking about those mistakes, certainly that's something that needs to be looked at going into the next few days here. What's the plan going forward?
Look the VOD, fix our com, fix our small mistake, because I think we don't lose because we were playing really, really bad, but just small mistake cost us round. So yeah, will be the plan and prepare the best of 3 tomorrow.
And then just lastly, one comment on PSG Talon, if you can, just try to describe that team right now.
No, to be honest, they are really good individually. They have good plan in attack as well. They completely deserve the win, and they have chance to qualify for the playoff as well.
Thanks.
There we go. If that sort of praise is coming out from major champion Likefak, it does mean quite a bit. But pressure, right? How do you survive through it? PSG, with Fabian on here, said, we did not feel any pressure. We didn't have anything to prove. And there was BDS that had everything on them, even more so in that overtime.
Yeah, everybody has been saying BDS are one of the favorites at this major. And whenever you come into it, just remember, it's still a young team. It's a young team with a lot of pressure on themselves. They've been built as a super team. Obviously, everybody expects them to perform. But when you come against PSG Talon, it's a team that comes from Korea, historically a region that hasn't been the best at international play. You cannot lose against them. And that's the hard thing when you enter the server. And I could see it from them. Look at their faces here. And even when he took the tactical, when they had the timeout and he was speaking to his teammates, he was saying, guys, let's keep it very simple. Let's not overreact. Let's not, panic in the communication. That was something that's happening every round. That's a real testament of pressure handling.
Jack, you called them, if I remember correctly, through EUL, the best team in the world.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
That makes me look really silly.
And Fabian did too.
Yeah.
Fabian did as well. I will just put that caveat out there.
I'm also going to caveat that myself by saying it's about the long term for people.
Yep.
If this tournament goes awry, which it is, and it's going wrong very fast for them, if it does go wrong, it's about the long term. They can dominate in the long term, but they have the skills. They, even with being a new team, even with having fresh faces on there, they still should never have lost this game. The caliber of the two teams is night and day difference. It's so different. But pressure does get to them. They had a very unfortunate draw that they were playing against the Dynasty World Champions in that first game. They lost that. It was close. It was overtime. Whatever. But this is the game that they will really hurt from. They won't worry about that loss one, but the second loss now. But there is one redeeming factor now. Their backs are up against the wall. They've got to be perfect from here on out to make the stage, and they get to play inside of best of threes, which will give them a chance to settle into the game, not feel the pressure inside of the game, and then, you know, potentially produce better siege than they have.
If we kind of try to see where we situate this sort of upset, I think it's fair to call it an upset. Where to situate this? Would it be above or below Fnatic beating G2 at SI 2020?
Above, because that one Fnatic beating G2 was G2 with a sub on a pity invite. We weren't that good, really. Whereas this is BDS that have been billed as a super team. Most people expected BDS to be in the semi-finals, the finals of this competition, and everybody, including Fabian, and I'm just going to say it, before the event, Fabian said we should go 0-3. We should, because of the quality of the teams and we're a developing team. You never should have expected PSG to win that game.
This is where I disagree. I think it's a BO1. I think anything can happen on a BO1. It was clear counter-strats from Fabian. Okay, it happened once. I'm not worried at all for BDS. They have an incredible map pool. They have an incredible talent on the lineup. And most importantly, the mentality and the class act from Likefak. Even in this interview to praise for PSG Talon, the guys that are on this roster, they deserve to win. And in a BO3 setting, I'm not worried about them. They will not lose.
There's some teams down there, though. Liquid or PSG, they could end up... Liquid or SSG, they could end up playing. You know, there's teams that are still great teams that are going to drop down with them as well. It's going to be a tough run for them.
I think it's been rare for us to have a major that's been a complete shuffle. I would say there's only, Mexico major, we're looking back at 2021, that had its own kind of... Everything is thrown out the window in terms of predictions. Jönköping in some ways, but even then... What else could kind of rank up to this level? I'm thinking, okay, Tokoname Finals 2019.
Yep.
That was the event where nobody there had ever won anything.
Don't bring back souvenirs, man. Don't bring back souvenirs. I lost to Iron Wolf. I got kicked off Giants after this. don't
I was there.
Was that the start of the downward spiral?
That was the start of the downfall.
The downfall was a bit prior to that. It was, hey, we're always the farm team stuck in quarterfinals.
Nice.
Yeah, Alpha, you know what I'm talking about. Not about you, but, you know, it's a team effort to be the farm team for it. Anyways, Alpha, thank you very much for also putting up with my annoyance in many ways.
Don't worry, I recognize it. I've accepted it now.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Fresh, for this. And of course, thank you to everybody who's joined in with us, because this was incredible for us to witness. But again, like Alfama said, it's just a best of one. So who knows where we go from here. I'm very excited about that. However, I can tell you where we go from this segment, because we're going to take a break. When we're back, it's Janiro on the desk.
everyone? Welcome back to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. We have the first best of 3 of Phase 2 coming your way. And this time, it's Team Bliss up against Team Secret. Both of these teams currently 2-0, yet to suffer a loss in this phase of the Major. And if anything, this is a straight ticket to that main stage.
This really is. This is the team that's going to go to main stage top 8. It's a big battle. The best team in Australia versus the best team in Europe, arguably, based on what we've seen so far.
PSG, so
I mean,
like,
you got to give it to him at that point.
Yeah, and we saw ITB get 7-0'd earlier today. G2 already went home, so it seems like Secret have that title.
Yeah, it seems like EU is maybe not necessarily on the best one today, but Bliss, they have been coming in hot. They are 2-0 up right now. Yesterday, we saw it with the celebrations, Lax. Not only was Bliss celebrating, Bleed was celebrating, and even Dev went and celebrated with them.
100%, and they need to, right? Because this is a team from a region that has historically struggled in many aspects. We often see the OCE region not show up to big events. Bliss, for the last year or so, have been climbing the ladder. They've been consistently making majors. They've made it to SI, and they've been winning games off of top teams. Now seems like the first time where we're actually seeing Bliss with a serious shot of playing main stage top 8.
Yeah, and I talked about it yesterday, too. It's like, it's just about experience for them, and the more and more they keep showing up here, it's the experience that they keep gaining.
Yeah, and particular experience for Team Secret is crucial here as well. This is a team that so far has shown that they have exactly what it takes to be able to perform on LAN.
They absolutely do. And then looking at Secret here, I mean, this team alone, they have been proving many different people wrong. I mean, going into phase, I thought, wow, you're going to verse the team that almost won the most recent World Championship. And they won in a very convincing style on Chalet, beating them 7-3, which was super impressive. And for me, guys, FaZe is a team that adapts very quickly to their teams that they're playing against. They are one of the best teams to do that. So for them to get the 7-3 over FaZe was impressive. Then you go to push it into DZ, another very structured team, and you close it out at 7-5. Sure, it was a little closer, but still, it just shows the mental fortitude and just the teamwork and team power that this team has that they can put together and put them in a position where now they can find themselves on main stage.
Yeah, and when we're looking at these teams particularly, we're looking at one of the strongest attacking teams. Again, one of the strongest defensive teams. So this is the perfect test to see who comes out on top.
Absolutely, and we see the percentages now. These two squads have been very, very strong. Bliss on the attack, of course, 90% attacking win rate through the event thus far. They have been absolutely fantastic. That is the best of the tournament. And Team Secret, 70% defensive win rate, also the highest of any team in the tournament. Now, it's important to note, sample sizes are pretty small on both of these, 10 rounds or so for both teams. So that's always going to be important to keep in mind. Those likely will go down as they play more rounds, but still it speaks to the successes they've had. I think Bliss on the attack have been slow and steady. It's their play style. They will handle aggression very, very well. They've been doing that here at the Major, and Secret playing unexpected sometimes. A very fast team in contrast, doing really well on those defensive roams.
They got the tape measurements out like the players mean business. Everybody's setting up, and we're also ready to head into the competition because something to keep in mind here is that this is a best of 3. It's no longer a one map where you both compromise and try to get your best one. It's 3 maps, and you try to play a little bit of mind games. You want to get yourself ahead in the best possible scenario to be able to close it out. And with similar map pools, I'm interested where we're going to be going.
Yeah, we're going to start up with Bank. I mean, this has been Secret's most played map so far this season, so lots of VODs might be part of the reason why Bliss chose to play Bank. It's also a very good map for Bliss. They're on a 3-game win streak here, beating FaZe Clan back at SI, a 7-0 win back home through Stage 1, and then a win here in Manchester, 7-5 over M80 just yesterday.
Yeah, and then you're looking at this border. Again, both teams play these maps as well. They're very familiar with it. Again, it makes sense why Secret actually is going to pick that map. Sorry, I thought that it was going to switch the defense below. So it makes sense for Secret to pick this map. I am curious to see what that third map is, but I do want to talk about Bank specifically. Obviously, both teams have played it here at this event so far. They both have quick VODs to know what everyone does. But that's the beauty of it, though, that both teams do have a general understanding, because then it's really about to come down to who's adapting and who's realizing where they're making mistakes or where the flaws are being made on the other teams.
And so we'll find out this final map as well. Both teams going to be going for it. It will be Clubhouse. And I think if you're Secret, you're quite happy with this. This is their favorite map. They ran it 4 times through EUL Stage 1, starting the stage with back-to-back wins. They lost it once to Fnatic, and then they beat Wolves in that 3rd place match. So we see Secret played a ton. For Bliss, it's also common. 3-0 in Australia this season. But back at SI, they did struggle a little bit. 2 losses through that tournament.
Yeah, we're looking at these teams so far, and they've had phenomenal performances on the LAN at this point. They are sitting at 2 2-0. They have similar map pools. It's been a terrible day for Europe so far. So when I'm going to ask you here, Lax, if you have a favorite considering the maps that we've just been shown, do you think either one of these teams has the upper hand?
I want to say Secret has had the hardest matchup so far leading into Phase 2, so that alone, beating FaZe, beating Dark Zero, I'm going to have to say I'm going to go with Secret here.
All right.
Yeah, I have to agree. You know, I go back to that FaZe game with Team Secret. Them picking Chalet or forcing the map pool to go to Chalet really was an upset, and I don't think FaZe Clan were ready for that. Again, picking Border feels like a bit of a curveball. That's not a map that we see Secret picking a ton. They've only played it once this season. It was a 7-5 loss to ITB. So this is going to be another way where they're playing the map veto, I think, a little bit better than Bliss, and assuming they've been practicing this in the back lines, it's going to be a big shocker.
All right, well, let's see whether or not those predictions are going to come to fruition, because we're ready to head into the first map of the series with Ace and Des and their new friend, Fresh on Cast.
Fresh on Cast.
Oh,
Look at him.
you guys are matching. This has to be pre-planned.
I know. It wasn't pre-planned at all. He just thought, you know what, if it's coming on today, then he's got to bring a shirt for the job.
We just all have a strong shirt game. That's all it's about.
We need to coordinate on the button-up, though. I need to get you two guys in sync on that, because you don't. You do.
If ever you wear a fully buttoned-up shirt without a tie, you are a loser. Nah. Yeah. Shock horror. Des and Tim disagree on something. Who thought? One day, Tim, one day. We'll get you there.
When you look this good, you button up as many buttons as you want.
All right, mate. All right. Right, we're getting into it then. Bank for our first map, and a pretty torn prediction here. 45 to 55, still mostly leaning towards Secret. And I think that's the general sentiment we're getting for this game. We've been debating it throughout the day, and many are saying, oh, Secret have got this one. Others are saying, nah, Bliss are going to get that 3-0 there through as well. It's a hard game to call, and that's expected when both teams are 2-0, right?
Yeah, I think both teams have probably overperformed expectations, I think you could say, inside of this major so far. It's been coming, certainly on the side of Bliss. Every single event, they just have another nibble. They get a little bit better and go a little bit further. And I think if you look at these guys, considering the region they come from, the lack of scrim quality they have, they need this time at events to be basically to scrim teams to get more valuable experience and then to improve. This is their improvement kind of corridor, if you will. And for Team Secret, this is a new team on the block. This is, you know, teams that picked up, you know, players. It's a rebuild, more or less, in terms of Team Secret. Overachieved in EUL to make the major, and then even overachieved so far in this major to be in the 2-0 game.
You might be looking at the ace ban here and thinking, what's that all about? Normally you'd see Hibana as a ban optionally on this map, given how many hatches there are. This is because I'm pretty sure Secret have gone back and looked at the game that Team Bliss played yesterday, and pretty much the whole time they were bringing along the ace. Every round it was there. Hibana was in 4 of them, but ace is their go-to hard breach. So that being taken away is no big surprise. And then seeing the Ying and the Solus coming out of the other side of Bliss, these are the same bans they had yesterday against M80, Tim.
Yeah, exactly that. I always look at that when it comes down to the operator bans. I think, is it too predictable? The other team are going to be well prepared for it. You know, you bring in the same things. We'll see whether they get...
Same with the Kai. They played that 3 times yesterday too, so no surprise. Good target bans.
This is it. We'll see, you know, how well those predictions go and how it's going to impact some.
Quick pause before we get into it. Here's you lots of time to yap then, Fresh. Away you go.
I can do lots of yapping.
Yap.
The map bans were curious, actually. I think we talked about it, actually, Des, with both teams, I think, getting maps that they like, but also that the opponent likes. I think when you get that, sometimes inside the best of threes, you can try and look to basically put your foot on the throat of the opponent by taking them to a map that they don't like, really put them under pressure, make them feel uncomfortable. And that's one avenue you can go down with your map bans. Or you can go down another avenue where you say, actually, look, let's just get on a map that we like, but also you like, and it should produce, I guess, some of the best.
And let's all have a good
that
time.
you would expect, yeah. So I think when you get into these vetoes and you're looking at 2 teams, there's obviously a lot on the line because they're playing for a main stage, but all 3 will be playing on maps that they like. They will be playing all 3 maps that they're fairly comfortable with. Even the decider of Clubhouse, for example, that was when Team Secret came in the very first game on Clubhouse in EUL. The very first round of Clubhouse on EUL was where Adrian, and I've talked about him now, it gets a 1 versus 3 or whatever it is.
The game hasn't even started, Tim, and he's already talking about Adrian.
But even on that, it's a map that Secret loved during EUL, and Clubhouse for Team Bliss. I remember them taking, I think, W7M and Wolves all the way in SI on that map as well.
Yeah, so it's kind of looking back into history a little bit there to get that full look at what they're like on this map. And admittedly, Bank is a good one to start. 2-0, 3-1. They've both got a good recent history over the last 2 or 3 months on this map. Every time you see him, are you just going to be saying this?
Yeah, I'm like a proud dad. That's the only reason I'm here today. I'm basically Adrian fan club.
So much bias coming in here, isn't there?
It's a joke, isn't it? Imagine that.
No, but
bias
it's nice.
towards his boy. Nah, it's not.
What?
I just remember us running around.
I mean, you know, I'll back Wetter Bulls on the other side. Me and Wetter Bulls are regulars in each other's stream. You know, we check in.
Yeah, obviously as we're in the tech pause now, I go into Wetter Bull's stream a lot as well, and I say,
all right, guys, you can stop trying to pretend you're his best friend.
He comes into my stream a lot as well. Yeah. Anyway, we've made an agreement that I'm going to join Bliss. And I'm going to call myself Dry Cabinet. So you're going to have wet tables and Dry Cabinet. Yeah.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
Just not, we're waiting on the paperwork.
A duo for the ages, that one.
Yeah, no.
Expect this to get underway. See centre pause. What's going on? Hopefully no more water spillage because we've had that twice so far, Tim. It feels
Who
like
was it yesterday?
I forget who it was, but I feel like we're allowed.
Today.
Yeah, we're allowed one a day, and we've already had our one today. That's come early.
Kyno today, and I can't remember who yesterday.
People just get too excited.
It was late on yesterday, so fair enough. They'd had a long day, and I think maybe focus was slipping a little bit, as was the water bottle.
All over the table, apparently. Saying that, every time I've tried to open a water bottle here so far, it has been a bit of a disaster.
I have seen Des spill no fewer than 3 water bottles.
Really?
Just trying to open them.
Well, now he's exaggerating. It's 2.
It was 4.
It's 2.
Should we settle at 3?
No.
How about that?
No, he's changed the
Definitely
goalpost.
5 when I think about it.
This is slander. This is unbelievable. In we go, though. Round number 1 is now underway, so should be able to get ourselves into game and get things moving pretty quickly. No surprises at all. We're going to start things down in the basement for Secret's defensive half.
See how they're going to set up then. It's going to be, let's have a look down that operator lineup for the defense. No mirror being brought along, even though available. Instead, Secret opting for the Valkyrie for a little bit of intel, a little bit of everything going on here, Fresh. We've got a bit of intel, we've got a bit of denial, we've got the F-Nats coming along.
I'm actually loving the castle, to be fair, with Grubby. Because obviously what they're trying to do is they're trying to roam, they're trying to basically waste as much time as they can, forcing Team Bliss to full clear throughout the full top floor of the map, as we've got a rehost. But I will just carry on talking about it. I will talk about how the theory behind that works, which is that when you bring the castle and you choose to roam on the basement bomb site off bank, what you're looking to do is waste as much time. That's the key thing, the key factor. Waste as much time on the top 2 floors, and you're looking to get back down to site as all 5 defenders. And ideally, you've taken a pick and burned a lot of time and burned a lot of drones, if possible as well. That is like the absolute ideal outcome.
I'm always a big fan of seeing Castle. I always say to Tim, though, whenever I see it picked up, I'm always like,
You've got a plan. You've got a castle. You've got a plan.
You don't bring him spontaneously, do you? To kind of go, oh, you know what, that looks like it needs a castle barricade on.
Nobody brings him for the gun, do they? Let's be honest.
He's
got the ACOG.
They do now.
They get brought
we saw
for the
this
gun.
yesterday. We were talking about it then.
Scope, not for the gun.
Yeah, he's a changed man now.
He's not one of those that generally, if the pro teams are bringing castle, there's a very clear strat. There's a very clear plan. It's it's about, like you say, control. It's about facilitating.
I love him because he's one of those architects, right, that we speak about. The mirror, the castle, the Azami really transform how sites can be played. I'm curious to get your take. Actually, we haven't had a chat about this yet. What you enjoy?
I was just looking at.
Did you see Adrian on the screen?
Twister was staring into my soul there.
I see. I thought he was just. I thought he saw Adrian again and was just really happy all of a sudden.
My favourite Canadian com of all time, incidentally. Twister!
I love it. I stepped in here for the first cast, and all I had was Troy for 45 seconds just going off at Beast Coast.
Yeah.
Like, non-stop, and I was like, bro, I haven't even started casting yet. Like, come on. You can hear him anywhere in this venue.
He was our moment from yesterday as well, wasn't he? You're in a nightmare!
Yeah, the pre-death today, that was fantastic.
Major wouldn't be the same without Troy, would it? I'm just thinking about that.
It wouldn't.
You're just begging Dark Zero to qualify every event. Just
you get a couple of I think about like Rampy historically has had a few like lippy moments as well. I know we've seen do the same. Kangaroo Kenny's making the list now as well.
And Ashen as well. Yeah,
it's been good, man. Oh, Ashen. Yeah,
Ashen's piped up once or twice.
I liked Kendrew's. Was it yesterday on their first game? I can't remember who it was. And he was telling me the context.
It was ITB versus SSG.
Yeah, but he'd 180'd somebody and killed them, and he was telling me the context. He was like, if somebody's been 180'd by me, they must be bad. But what the camera caught her is he just went, "You stink." I was like, that is a British comp.
Ain't it just? I'm curious to get your thoughts actually on this, because we spoke about it a few times throughout the last couple of days. Is some teams are still banning away the Azami, some aren't, and then they're going heavy into DMRs to deal with those instead, right? What's your take on the right thing to do? Is it more if a team feels comfortable playing double DMR that actually it's an okay thing to not ban away, or do you think it's still really a high ban operator you need to be taking out?
I think in most lineups you can find space to bring a DMR. If you think about most teams, they will pretty much always bring a Lion, a Twitch, or a Dokkaebi. Obviously, Dokkaebi gets banned out a lot, but you usually can force in a Lion or a Twitch if you've got a comfortable DMR player. You're really silly not to. It depends. I think it's more an ideology thing. Is there another operator that is worse for you than Azami?
Yeah.
If you're leaving Azami up, so I don't know, say droning, for example, with the Solace. If your drone or your whole game plan on attack relies around the drone network in pre-placed locations to take map control quickly, you have to ban the Solace.
Yeah.
Because if not, you can't rely on that. So then, at that point, your kind of cost of doing that is that you've got Spring DMR to deal with these armies, or a Flores, to be fair.
Or that. Fair enough, I was just curious. Ask him while he's here, make him do some work.
Yeah.
This is it. We've got to make use of that big old brain.
I just did an EUL desk with Fabian. That
was a throwback.
Yeah, it was like, I'm nervous for this one. Got to interview him.
Are you proud of seeing his progress?
Am I proud of seeing Fabian's progress?
Are you just frothing at the top about his success?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I was like this during the stage. I don't know if I want Fabian and PSG Talon to succeed or not. There's a few layers to that. Yeah, no.
Because you know that I'll never let you live it down. I saw him the other day.
It just makes him look like the best coach ever, and he doesn't even speak the same language.
He was giving right stick to Goga and Hungary the other day about this, actually.
Was he?
Yeah. I can't remember what they were talking about, but I think Goga and Hungary came in to have a bit of like a jab at him, and he was like, well, let's all calm down now. We're all former G2 players. Some of us more successful than the others. So I was just like, ooh.
I tell you who does want him to fail, G2. Because when he was with G2 as coach, he won the SI.
Yeah.
And obviously they're out of the main. And he's now making Talon look like incredible team as well.
I was saying this to Tim earlier as well, like looking at the players on that team, you think back on the teams they used to be on, like Soldier, maybe a stinky player, a couple of them on that team, you'd look at and just go, you guys were on real mid-teams in previous years, never really going anywhere, and now look.
I don't even think they expected to be here.
Fabian Effect, mate.
Mad.
Best coach in the world.
Madness, no. Don't, because I'm going to have to deal with this on EUL. Let's talk about the game. They brought the castle again. Do you know what? Sure, Des. They brought the castle again. We're going to be looking to do this top floor roam. And actually, sometimes when you see the roams, teams will just concentrate the roams around open area specifically, maybe tellers, archives, and try and drop back through the red hatch, which is the hallway hatch into the basement. But actually, as it looks like it is for Team Secret, they're actually going to try and play all the way up on the top floor. Savage is up there on the Azami. He can play inside of this stock trading room here and cover up a lot of angles with his army that then facilitates multiple drops and multiple layers that Team Bliss are going to have to clear.
PSG guy going straight in there to clear out one of those castles. It's going to be the one into open area from Printer Window. That one will be gone. So a little bit less security for the rotations back towards site potentially. They haven't been able to push anybody in there yet. Savage still unfound, I think. Doom at the top of Marble Stairs as well. So plenty of presence. Secret certainly not scared of the clearance that's coming in from Bliss. We're going to have the Dokkaebi calls as well. But nobody really pushing behind those just yet. But however, Savage gets caught out big time there as he goes for a little peek on the double door into top square, and Wettables is just that second ahead. A little bit of siege timing as Wettables gets himself onto the roof into safety and gets himself an entry.
I feel throughout the tournament so far, we've seen teams take a couple of rounds to get the feel for each of them as well. What is it they're going to be playing like here? And I think Savage has already just set the benchmark there. Doesn't matter if you're playing one of these architects that we were talking about, already super early in the round looking to find himself a quick kill. And so for Bliss, I think it's the right idea to take things a little bit slow here and not feel like they've got to rush their way through the map. Breathe it a little bit, let Secret be the ones to make the mistakes and get too aggressive and punish them for that.
The big problem with this is the roamers have to stay up now, and if they fall off, as we're seeing Doom here, if Grubby falls off here, they're playing a 4v5 with having opened up all the hatches for the attackers, giving them loads of time. So Savage has put his team already by dying on his army under a lot of pressure, and this is why we're seeing Grubby still trying to find a pick before he goes down. We're now in a situation where there's 1 minute 15 left. They're all back on site. They don't really have a lot of denial other than the smoke. Valkyrie C4 has been used, so there's no denial. They're going to have to look to try and do an alternative, maybe a retake, to actually win this round, because Bliss have got man advantage and now utility and time advantage.
Miracles you player out on Blue Stairs, and of course the Fenrir doesn't necessarily have the kit that you would want to try and hold on to these Blue Stairs. He does have the FNAT for anybody pushing in, but normally we'd see a ward in there, for example, with the shotgun for that close range encounter, with the glasses to prevent him being flashed, and just to make it more difficult. I feel like Miracle's going to be fairly easily dealt with. We start seeing exactly why. He's going to get caught from both sides. It should be a really easy closeout, but the FNAT comes to his rescue. How have they messed this up? Bliss could have had him dead immediately there. Instead, they lose one. Not the end of the world, but It's the Thermite that's gone in first!
And you can see why as well, without that Warden lob we keep on speaking about. You're going to get punished by those flashes. At least walks away with one, but it's a 4 versus 3. Now we've got the plan coming in right behind the bomb chassis. Sage also goes in deep here as well. Groovy's found one for himself. Fisher now picking up the diffuser, but he's inside a smoke. Wedables with it all to do. He's not going to have the time. Joom continues going nuclear with a 3K.
Wow, what a round there. I think particularly the first big mistake was the Savage on the Azami dying, put his team under a lot of pressure. But Miracle has done a miracle up on those blue stairs, and you have to call out Bliss a little bit for that mistiming. The way you would normally deal with that is you Capital fire off the bottom of the stairs, which is exactly what they did. He cannot be playing that tuck spot at the bottom of the stairs, and then you double swing the guy. Two players have to walk in, and what happened is one of the players walked in and the other was still outside on square. You can see Miracle gets the opportunity here to get up and get one kill, and after that there was a lot of time pressure. The smoke obviously downed the player that was planting, and Joom mopped up from there. I think Bliss in that very, very late round made the right decision. I think they had to go in deep after they lost the Thermite. Couldn't start baiting out the default stuff. They had to try and push in deep and just force numbers, but there's always an element of that going wrong when it's under such time pressure.
It's the key one with the Capital thinking, I ain't got to push him through a gunfight here. I can just fire off the bottom of the stairs, right? And then he's got to force his way upstairs and go for the 1v1. But also, like you say, fire doesn't exactly shoot at you. You're still in the spotlight once you've won that fight at top stairs. Stairs is then yours to hold.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, again, where it comes down to really fine margins of small mistakes and changes that get made throughout the round. A couple being made by both sides there, but ultimately, Secret prevail and get the round. Now, Adrian up on the mirror, really digging in a bit of a fortress here as we go for open and staff as round 2's defense.
Yeah, Secret just going to be wanting to hold on to top 4 as long as possible. So much verticality possible on this one. It's basically the complete opposite of the basement that they've just played, where there is practically no verticality, just a couple of hatches. But this time, Bliss, they're going to surely want to get into that top floor and open things up a little bit. Although saying that, not a lot of soft breach on side. They've got the Rotero drones, but apart from that, not many options. So it might not actually be too much of a focus. They could kind of play around that mirror utility by just not playing into it.
Yeah, it's always a curious one. Do you want to try and work through all of the utility, be low on time and execute? They've literally just been burned by that. Or do you want to try and ignore it and do something direct? Secret are very clearly bringing that lineup. As you say, the castle, the Azami, the mirror is very, very difficult to deal with, and the Warden on the shield. But the big operator for me here is the Fenrir as well, because the Fenrir, as we saw, it can stop these kind of lurks and pushes into key locations. Obviously, we saw Miracle get a big kill on it through the F-Nat in the last round as well.
Here they come as well. He's Copy being smoked to try and draw a little bit of attention, and attention enough. Miracle had his eyes on Copy, gets beamed from behind instead, so first opening kill coming on through. Bliss. 5v4 is hardly a huge advantage, but it's a starting moment. You've still got more than half of the round to play. Fisher guy also under pressure, still on that copper window. Feels like he can't safely vault inside, and Brando's a little bit pinned here by the player inside of Archive. So it's always going to be a bit of a half-half attack so far for Bliss, unless they can clear these players out. But Secret are clearing shots so far. One still inside of Archives, one inside of Admin to worry about. But Huddersfield with 2 against 4, it's not one of those you can pull over the finish line, Tim.
Yeah, and I like the adaptation from Secret here. They got themselves set up on the top floor. They've abandoned a lot of that utility. Yeah. They've recognised, you know what, there's no push coming in here. We're going to drop away. Adrian on the mirror has moved into Archives, for example. They haven't been able to clear him out, and he's going to hurt them if they don't. He's moved himself back into Tellers for the time being, but with a minute on the clock, he's going to give it another 30, 40 seconds, then he's going to be back into Archives to challenge if he needs to. They're going to come to him, so he manages to find his kill onto Sage, takes him down, and that's now 1 versus 4. Brendo has got a ton of work to do.
Man.
Unlikely to find more than one, I'd have said here.
Drawing lines around Adrian at this point as well, who can just slip his way backwards, and Brendo's now left a little bit helpless. Those Fenrirs across both rounds have had such a massive impact. We know they're a frustrating gadget to deal with, but maybe there's now an argument for Bliss. Have got to bring something to deal with that.
Yeah, I think maybe they start bringing the Twitch instead of, you know, we saw the Flores in that round. I think for Bliss, their big mistake that round was not clearing the utility or not hitting site. They kind of just divered. They didn't do either, and it gave Secret a really good read that they could abandon their utility upstairs, because if you're going to ignore the utility, because the way most teams would attack that is they would take control of the top floor, they would work vertically, maybe look to drop the hatch, and basically squeeze the defenders into a location that is free from verticality but is very claustrophobic. If you're not going to do that on that site, on open area, you have to go fast to take the site, because the defenders can just drop back. They can rotate down the hatches, down the stairs very, very fast. and that's where Bliss fell short. They got the opening kill. That should have been the trigger to hit the site and overwhelm the site with all 5 people onto the 1-2 players on site. Because actually you can't hold a lot of open area, especially the kitchen side, from the verticality. But they didn't. They basically just stood still, and that was basically, as soon as they did that, that was Secret winning the round because they read into that really well.
Up and running.
Some work to be done because so far it does feel like a very dominant Secret start. Bliss has got to change a couple of things up. Sure enough, there's that Twitch coming on side as expected. Also got the Monty coming up here to help front some of these attacks. I think probably past the day when Monty would be seen as kind of a crutch operator. Things aren't going well. Let's slow down the game, put him as our spearhead. He can be a bit more aggressive now. He's arguably more oppressive than ever he used to be previously. So I feel like it's a kind of Bliss wanting to control the game a little bit more here. Still looking to be aggressive.
He might be the best attacker in the game right now. Actually, every shield is
may
good.
disagree.
I mean, we've seen triple shield straps from a lot of teams at this major. It just goes to show how much that, well, one, the Legion nerf, the Impact nerf, and their general changes to shields, we've been able to sprint with them as well, has just how far that's gone. Because we're seeing every team play so many shields this event.
Order's taken a good bit of damage there, just trying to get in through that main door. Going to be swapping places with Wettables looking to head in instead on the Monty this time. Maybe try and just get a little bit of a push going up Spiral. We've seen that quite often with the shields. But yeah, the Twitch just recognising how important that gadget was going to be, but gets taken out without managing to hit that shot.
Why would he jump that? Why would he not just drive it through the drone hole and get the mirror window through the drone hole? As soon as you do the jump, it gives the sound cue, and obviously the mirror, I think it was Miracle, has flicked that drone. That mirror window will now stay up.
A pain, unless of course they can find themselves getting the Asher position to deal with it, but you've got a Wamai to worry about chewing through at the same time. So making life more complicated for themselves than maybe it needs to be here, but as we said at round start, Wettables on this Monty, the main one you want to be following. I saw him pushing out towards Lobby earlier on, no doubt Spiral part of his push, but also got a couple of players working in towards Square. So very much this two-sided attack coming in from Bliss. Already half the round gone, though, and as said, they can't get rid of that mirror.
I'm actually quite confused about this, because when you bring the Monty, you normally go for lobby. That your breacher is then on Kyno to open the wall and do a lobby take. But all of the other players are on the Square side, so this isn't a conventional attack that you'd normally see.
Monty's too strong.
The question now is, who does the work with the Monty? Even Monty's not going to be doing the work, as Wettables gets hit with a Nitro. Miracle manages to find a second. The challenge is going to come in top square, and it's going to be successful. June managing to pick up Brendo, and all of a sudden, this attack has fallen apart for Bliss. But coming back to that point of, like you said, the Monty on his own, who's going to get the kills there? Monty's having to risk dropping the shield. He's having to make the challenge himself. Not ideal setup from Bliss this round.
And we're 3 rounds in almost now, at the point of completion for just a couple more players to go down. They've found themselves 4 kills, and it's not always about kills, of course, but when you're not able to win many of these gunfights, that starts to suggest a bit of a problem that needs to be sorely figured out. Fisher guy by himself, as Oda now hits the deck, got to do it against 5, and sadly I don't really think that's going to be the outcome they're looking for. An early tack timeout maybe to reset things here, because this game just feels completely out of control for the side of Bliss.
Yeah, I would be calling one if I was the Bliss coach right now. Because I think you mentioned it very early on in that round there, Derry. The key word was overcomplicating. Because normally, like I say, they were trying to do both attacks at once, the default attacks onto the top floor. If you're going to do the lobby attack with the Monty, you have to have Kanto wall opened up and players on the rappel that can help people help the Monty. You have to have a player behind the Monty. It requires at least 4 and then a backstab from Square. You can't have all 4 players playing Square in your Monty.
If anything, they got it flip reverse. They got it the wrong way around. It was like the Monty backstab from Spiral, but it's never going to work.
It's yeah, and again, normally if you're then doing the top Square take and the stock take, you have players playing windows. But if you try and do both together, there's holes in both sides, and that's ultimately where Bliss came apart, basically. And that's, I think, when you take the timeout now, as they are in the timeout, the coach will just be telling them, calm down, keep it simple. It's like literally my favourite saying.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, stupid.
I saw you had something else in your end before when I heard you say it last week.
What?
He said something that wasn't stupid at the end of that acronym, it was something else. I think someone said silly or something, and I was like, that's soft. Use the word stupid.
Okay. I would say keep it simple, stupid. But it really is, and you know, we've seen it in a lot of teams. I'm going to reference BDS last game. It's all they kept saying to each other was keep it simple, play together, and we're not seeing that from Bliss so far.
And not forgetting as well, yes, both teams like this map and our second map, but this is Bliss's pick. When we go into Border, that's where Secret really want to have their showdown. A map we haven't seen them win. I think it was in like 400 plus days. It's been a long time, but a map they're still very, very keen to get onto and show what they can do on it. So I worry for Bliss here. If this carries on in this half and we just see Secret come into it with a 6-0, a 5-1 lead, this could be a very, very quick 2-0.
Can I just do some quick maths on that? 400 plus days would be around, I believe, SI 2023?
Yeah.
SI Quals 2023? 2023. If I remember rightly, when that Team Secret, and it was obviously
413 days ago against Heroic was in their last one.
There we go, against Heroic.
3rd of April.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, so just after I started.
Stage 1 last.
Secret made SI off the back of Border, and I know that was a different team, but it was, you know, it was still Twister, it was still Savage, it was still Grubby on that team. There's still fragments of that team kicking around in this team, so they've always been a great Border team. That was ultimately my point.
Yeah. I'll take that.
Well underway then, into the action phase. Going to be attacking onto basement again here. Time was a big factor for Bliss. The last time they did this back in round 1, they ended up having to rush in for that deep plant. They didn't deal with server effectively or efficiently enough, losing players on blue stairs when they really shouldn't have done. This time they're shaping up a little bit differently. I like this from Brendo. They've recognised that service is clear. Get in there, grab the ground. He can now do the intel work. He can now do those other jobs whilst the top floor clearance is on until they secure with Square, and then they can start the push towards the plant.
It's kind of curious because he's in here on the Thermite, but neither of the server walls are reinforced. Obviously, because Secret are using all of those walls upstairs for their roam. I'm kind of curious as to whether site hatch is reinforced or open. If it is actually reinforced, then a half clear could very much be possible. Yeah, we see the hallway hatch is open, but the site hatch is reinforced. And I'm not surprised to see that Bliss might be going for what's called a half clear. You've got Sage on the Thatcher. He's up in top square, holding up all the flanks. Wet's going to try and cut off the rotate, and then you're going to have the guys, the rest of the team on Team Bliss, just go for server and just try and plan. And they're protected by the fact that they can't be held from the defenders that are roaming.
We'll take a second ago as to who plays a lot of ace actually for the side of Bliss. Not forgetting that ban came through, felt very targeted against Bliss. And it was Brendo and Wettables. Brendo being their top performer. Here he's stuck on the Thermite as well. Very different to be playing in this spot. You know, he's still got those two extra thermos he's got to make use of as well. I wonder if a degree of it's just discomfort out of what they're normally familiar with. They say that, and he still lands a nasty shot on the Thermite. Not going to complain about that. But maybe that's also playing into how this game is going. Doom really lighting this up as well. 6-0 now, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, Bliss are doing much better here. They've managed to grab a bit of ground. They have the man out in garage, but Wettables has now been taken down. That's really big, but that is then equally unfortunate for Secret. They managed to take the man out of garage, giving them that freedom of sight back again, and then suffer a team kill. Really not what they were looking for. Fisher Guy just trying to create the space now to get in and have a look at getting that diffuser down. There's no denial on side for Secret, so nothing that they can do about it from a distance. They're going to have to go in here and find physical gunshots in order to stop this plant going down.
Find the one that at least Brendo steps around. Forget what I said about the Thermite. He's found himself two in the round, another with the close as well. Good three-man cover off the back of that defuse going down, and actually the first comfortable round for Bliss.
As you said, Fresh, much more simple. It's what we do in ranked, essentially. The old half clear and get it down in server.
But it's comparing.
So see you in the next tournament then, Tim, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You don't even want to hear how Tim one-tapped Roy Boy.
You asked Roy Boy about that. you asked BDS beating Roy Boy about that.
But I will just say, the compare and contrast, the very round 1, the first round of this game, where they full cleared, they cleared the top floor, the mid floor, ran out of time, and ultimately lost the round 2 time, compared to this, where they're executing with over a minute to go, because all they've worked out in terms of Bliss, they worked out if we take top square and we take server, that is 2 rooms. All right, top square is a very big room, but if we take 2 rooms, we can then execute onto site because Secret's setup allows us to do that. They kept it simple, stupid. They won the round.
It reminds me of Virtus Pro a lot, where it's not about controlling massive parts of the map. It's taking what you need and making do with that. And so often, as we've seen, they do make it work, even when it looks like so much of the map can be stacked against them. But for Bliss, we're showing that tack time out at least had an impact. They are keeping it simple. They've got a round on the board. It's not going to be a full car crash half what you might come to expect. The question now is how many can they get from the next 2? Can they bring it up to a 3-3? Or does Secret still keep that dominant scoreline come the end of it?
Round 5 then, we're going to get ourselves underway, and it's going to be switching sides, moving on to open area. Secret deciding, you know what, that was a little bit too easy for Bliss then. So let's switch things up and just try to maybe complicate matters a little bit. Last time Bliss didn't play into the roam. Secret had to abandon a lot of the utility that they placed up on the top floor, drop down and just take the fights laterally, which was fine for them, it worked out. This time, it looks like Bliss might just be playing into that a little bit more.
Adrian with the late mirror window going down as well. I can't imagine it's a setup thing to still be going at 2:30. More trying to understand exactly where the attack might be coming in from, but has dropped it down, I believe, inside of sight.
I mean, I think it comes down to it.
Yeah, on the wall between sides.
On the position that I would call Kansan. I don't know if that's the international.
Yeah, it's where he got his 1v4.
Oh, but it's where he got the 1v4 against D plus K, or down 1 Kier at the time, actually. So Secret have done actually a slightly different strategy. Both teams are adapting here. Secret have chose to reinforce some of the hatches, and they're executing what I would call a loose roam, which is where you have the people up there, but you don't have the utility. You fall back to the utility in sight. And the idea here isn't actually to win or lose the round upstairs, it's to waste the time and then win or lose the round back down nearer to site.
Sage is just seeking across that top floor at the minute, looking to see if he can find anybody, but just moving with a lot of caution here to say there's nobody ahead of him. It just makes me wonder how much intel Bliss have got in their hands at the minute and how much they know about what's happening.
It appears we are in a zoo, gentlemen.
This is what we love about the Swiss stage. Just so many games going on, so many.
I don't even know what team it is.
June's going to find Sage on up through that vertical, and that's beautiful stuff. Basically, Sage just wandered around the top floor for a minute and a half there. Not really sure if anybody's there to challenge him or not, and ultimately gets killed from below.
That was Cyclops.
Oh, it was Cyclops. They need to get some pretty quick vertical done here. That mirror window inside of the kitchen, he's going to basically stop any push through from Tellers. As you can see, Odo is throwing a smoke at the mirror window. The one thing to keep an eye out on here is Grubby on the Oryx. He might be able to get a flank up using the Oryx ability to go up the hatches. We see him inside the elevator here. He might still be able to go up and find flanks.
Right sort of idea, but obviously when that team is flying back the other way, they know what's going on. Yeah, not going anywhere just yet. He'll always drop himself down if needs must. Work his way back up towards blue, where June is still currently waiting, looking for what he can do. But Brendo's going to start his march on forward here. In he goes in towards admin, staring in towards sight. By a matter of pixels, not seeing the man towards his right, but finds his Kansan man. Still one more, though, sat on the bomb chassis that I don't think he's aware of. But in comes Otto with one as well. A kill back the other way. It's a 3v3 with 30 to go.
And this is it. They need to move in and get aggressive now. That's exactly what they're going to do. Order manages to pick up Adrian. Jume's taking damage as well, but 3v1, effectively 2v1 as Brendo is down. But Jume has got so much work to do here, but he only needs to hold on for 10 seconds. This is definitely winnable, but no, as he moves across, has a look through the soft wall. Wettables is there, ready and waiting, snaps the jaws shut, finds the final kill, and Bliss get themselves a second defense.
Good start as well. I mean, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And after that, tack time out, like we keep saying, tack time out diff.
Yeah, tack time out diff. I think, obviously, Team Secret had a change in strategy there. They chose to try and reinforce the site with those mirror windows, but they played some kind of, I would say, fluid ops, what am I trying to say? Fluid ops, in terms of the Mozzie, the Oryx, to try and play a bit more gunfight heavy in the C4s. What that left them was the fact that the mirror window had no protection in the form of a Jaeger or a Wamai. So as soon as that mirror window inside of kitchen was ash charged, it left a big gaping hole into the office, which was basically the walk-in site that Sage managed to find. And that was the opening that he managed to find. So I think Bliss have been able to find the kind of holes in Secret strategies now 2 rounds in a row as Secret have adapted them.
You also watch Otto go a little bit nuts there, admittedly walking a 3K. You keep speaking about these DMRs. They're more than just bringing down these army barriers. Also pretty good for bringing down operators at the same time. Also gets the plant down towards the end of the round, or very nearly gets it down. But again, another very convincing round. Secret are the ones who've got to figure something out here. I don't think they'll be too beat up at going 3-3, but it does start to show that actually this isn't quite the rollover that it looked like when we saw Secret take their 3rd round at the start of this game.
Setup still going up into the action phase, given how widely Secret are trying to defend, essentially. We've seen this repeatedly with the reinforcements up on the top floor, just trying to force Bliss to play into them, but they haven't always played that game. They haven't just done everything Secret's way. Jume up in Janitor for the time being. He is going to come under pressure if he's not careful, because even on a half clear, this is going to be a key area. This is where you're trying to prevent players from moving back and hitting you at the top of square.
Ooh. This should be a trigger point now. So Savage has got the kill. It's a 5v4. This is a trigger point for Jume, and for the rest of the team, you'll see them, the Scarper, and then getting themselves down hatches, back down to site, because you can win this site 5 versus 4. There's no reason to stay up on the top 2 floors, and basically they also have this redundancy inside of the clash here on the server stairs, basically for the late round to waste more time. So not only are the 5v4, they now have a time advantage, because Miracle can just be very annoying on this server stairs ultimately and waste loads of time up there.
Adrian's just going to be holding his position for the time being. Drone rolls past, and Quite smartly, Adrian doesn't move. He's not going to give his position away with sound. I'm not sure that this corner has been drawn out, and it could be a big, big punishment and a lesson to be learnt for Bliss here as they come running in. They've not a clue. It's a freebie for Adrian. Can he find himself a second? Yes, he can. Absolutely beautiful double. Beautiful trigger discipline. Adrian doing everything he needs and getting back to side. Great play for Secret.
I was about to say that this is either going to be a play that you praise or criticise. Had Adrian had died there, the round's back in contention. But he was banking on the fact that they would bestron him.
Nice little step up from Miracle here as well before he gets trapped in by the fire, and Wedables has got it all to do in a 1v5. Really a game one, I think, off on the roam, that aggression that we've seen even from round one from Secret, realistically. Yeah, looking back at Savage, back when he was upstairs very early on in the Azami, of course, dying out, but it's carried on all the way through to this last round here as well. The C4 kill to start things out. The kind of like bait fallback, and they thought everyone had gone back towards side, but one player left out there, and Adrian has done enough damage there to get this one closed out, without the site ever really being a point of consideration. I know it is now, but it's a 1v5. Wedables can try all he likes, but Secret would be absolute fools to throw this one away.
Yeah, it's another one of those rounds where I use that metric that I've spoken about a few times, where it's like, how bothered were the players inside? And the realistic answer there was not at all. They were able to sit hands off the keyboard realistically.
Is that your metric, a measure of bother?
Yeah, just a measure of how bothered were the players inside? Not at all. They didn't have to move. They weren't disrupted. Bliss never really got anywhere near.
Got a little half-time from Jesse as well. Let's pull him in. Jesse, what you got for us?
How's it going, guys? Yes, I wanted to jump in right here at halftime to talk a little bit about the Kaid ban that we see coming out from Secret. Yesterday, when Secret played this map, they ended up banning the Valkyrie on defense. Today, they switched that up, banning the Kaid, and it makes a lot of sense because Team Bliss love Kaid on this map. They used it 3 times yesterday when they played on Bank. Wedables loved playing it down inside of the basement when we saw him putting it on the server hatch and on the CC hatch, and then we saw Sajin playing it nonstop on the top floor to keep that Kanto wall closed. So I want you to pay attention to a few things in this upcoming half. Number 1, what is Wedables playing down in the basement? Number 2, what is Sajin playing when they defend the top floor? And number 3, are they gonna abuse the Valkyrie? Now that it's open and available, will they be able to work that into their defenses?
Thank you very much, Jesse. You may well do so. We spoke a bit about both of those bans as well. The Ace earlier on, trying to unsettle Wedables and Brendo.
Oh, I love that.
What I say to a degree, mission accomplished, maybe not quite, but the Kai could never be a factor in it. What do you love?
I love the mirror window in server facing into site. I absolutely love it. Obviously, because there's an ace ban, you are then going to play the Thermite. I think they've popped the mirror window as well, right? Oh my god, there's a lot going on there. I think they've popped the mirror window, but it's to stop the Thermite charge basically being placed on because you can just shoot it off from site.
Probably you see the kind of patchwork done before sometimes, right? Same sort of vibe.
As it is, though, Gruber is going to bring along the Hibana rather than the Thermite, so that could be the answer there. You can obviously just then position those pellets, but it takes that choice out of your hands, really, and really forces you. He's trying to get aggressive behind the Monty here. Miracle just trying to bully his way into server, but needs to be very careful here, given that he's down to half health and he's going to be an important part of this push to come through.
It's facing the reverse. Surely they just shoot it out as they step through, though. Like, it's not a big problem in that case. If nothing else, you can use it on your side if you want to open up the left-hand wall instead and use that as your plant, especially when you're looking with the Monty on side, right? You can use it to your advantage.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of teams do that. They'll use either a Monty or an Osa to open up the far wall, as you say, the left-hand wall, however you want to call it, and then plant behind the shield. And that plant spot is really difficult to retake as a defender, to be fair. Yeah.
Miracle has been pinned back for the good, like, what, nearly 60 seconds now. They've only used one smoke to do it, but he's already found himself down to 40 HP, has been starved out for that amount of time. This is a really good kind of delay and pushback on the side of Bliss.
It was a nice rotation from Team Secret, though. I think they wanted to do something quite fast, quite server direct, and they've realized there was a lot of utility and a lot of investment in there. If there's a lot of utility and investment into server and site, that means the gap is up above. There has to be a gap somewhere else, and they've gone and converted this into a full clear. However, that first 40, 50 seconds, as you say, might come back to bite them in the late round if there's a lack of time for the plan.
Oh, I was
going to Kapkan's were pinged.
I was going to say he was in health territory for a C4 kill, but Kapkan's almost did the job. He now is literally a slither away from death.
Savage pinged them.
He's now paper. He is no longer the mountain. That's the best way to think about it.
He's now in the danger zone for a sneeze rather than a nitro. To be honest, there's anything's going to take down Miracle. And looking across there, 2 nitros still on side, 1 for Brendo and 1 for Oda. So need to be very careful. As I suggested, the Hibana is going to come in and just open up around that mirror window. They can use a little bit of the breach that it creates itself to make sure that there is room to go in and do that. And right now, Secret are getting themselves ready. They're positioned on the hatches. The utility's there ready to go. This is going to be a 3-2-1, and then it's going to be a push, attack, get kills, and plant.
And we've got the call available from Adrian as well. None of those yet used, and I imagine as part of the execute, it should be a pretty big part of it, but still for now, staying in back pocket. Joom slowly being burnt to a crisp here. Gets himself away, but chased down by Wettables, who capitalized on the back of it. Sage has been flashed out a couple of times down here, but not too beat up about it. Miracle not being taken out by that C4, so the only one really remaining now is Oda. Can anyone stop this?
Miracle is going to get in and get that diffuser down. Can he stick this? Ruby manages to get a kill on the cover, but no, he's taken out in the absolute nick of time by Bliss. They find 2 more, and Bliss hold on. It was an attempt by Secret, that's for sure, managing to maneuver the Monty on in there to put the case down, but they just didn't have enough cover. Bliss had already done their work with the couple of kills they'd found.
Some huge mistakes there from Team Secret. The first one was misreading the play. They wanted to do a direct, but they were going to fall foul if they did a direct. Converted it to a full clear, sure. But what happened? Adrian did not use his Dokkaebi calls at all in the round. It's like he forgot utility exists. And I know Adrian's a better player than that. But what happened as well? Joom pushed before the rest of the team were going to push. He was down the main stairs in fire, look at him, and that's the opening kill. That means there's no pressure on the defenders. Fisher's hit a nice shot there, by the way. What I was expecting from Team Secret that round is I was expecting Dokkaebi call, Joom, Adrian, Grubby, push deep, get in the face of the defenders, and the plant goes down from the Monty, because they can't throw utility at the Monty if they've got a Joom and an Adrian in their face. But that isn't what Secret executed, so Bliss were just there to take a completely free round.
We spoke about this quite a bit during the PSG Talon and BDS game as well, is that BDS, everything is so tightly timed. Like, every move they make, it's always as part of a team. It's very rarely an individual actor doing his own thing, and that's where PSG Talon were losing a few fights, was they were always half a second behind timing. They were a couple of seconds out on a C4. Small little things like that make a difference, and here, as you said, like, they had all the tools to get that done, but a couple of mistakes on timing and who's moving when is what's really come out and cost them there. But take nothing away from Fisher Guy, by the way. 3 massive kills that he's sourced there. Given he was 0-5 before that as well, he just dragged his team straight back into it, and now there's a real competitive game starting to form.
Wettables as well, showing that Kaid ban not having the big impact that maybe Secret had hoped. Down on the basement, played Fenrir instead, and it was a job that they still managed to get done even without that electrification and denial. So up to the top floor we go this time around, and we're going to have Adrian immediately on that Hibana looking to get Kanto wall open. So, you know, a little bit more of what we expected last time. Miracle on the Monte, so we'd imagine we're going to have a lobby push.
Exactly, and I just wanted to highlight that. When Jesse did the call in at the halftime and he talked about the Cade ban, obviously it's relevant for hatches on the bottom floor, but it's relevant for that Kanto wall on the top floor. If the Cade is banned, it becomes very, very easy to open the Kanto wall. I would imagine there's a mute jammer on it, but it's as simple as throwing a nade up and bouncing the nade to get rid of that mute jammer. What that enables is a lobby push with the Monty. If Cade's in play, it actually becomes very difficult to do the lobby push with the Monty, and you kind of force into a windows/square take. So Secret, with that ban, are actually giving themselves options on the attack as well.
Fairly identifying here that it's likely to be a Valkyrie. If anyone else roaming out and about around the map, can confirm that Sage is still upstairs hanging around long desk, so not too much of a bother for them around the map. The thought of Juve as well, with how well he was playing this tournament, running around with that Vendetta in itself is quite a terrifying prospect. But he's very much keeping himself busy out towards that side of the map. I think joined up out there by Groovy, who's currently playing off on Windows as well, looking to get himself involved. A slower start for the side of Secret, and I can't help but be slightly nervous about the timer as we get towards those last.
Yeah, here comes the nade. Savage is throwing it now. This should have happened, in my opinion, at least a minute ago.
Going to get that open up now. The X-Garros pellets will detonate. The player in elevator had actually already moved, and there is going to be a bit of space for Miracle to move on up. Ruby created even more by taking down Order, and that's going to be some Kiba barricades going along the way as well that now will not charge, will not be available with the Azami losing the life tube. Just looking for these long angles at the minute. It's going to be Savage though from top marble.
It caught him out there. Weddable's still going. Brenda off the back of it as well. Down to a 3v3. 3 quick kills out of seemingly nowhere. But the side of Bliss, the Fisher guy is tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and Joom, he's had a great game so far, but to bring it back 1v3 here might be a step too far. One hanging out towards his right-hand side. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. I'd say that's him. They've given it across to him. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. Joom has pulled out a 1v3.
Joom is just that guy. He has that
raw. Check. Is Tim still alive?
Tim, are you alive?
I am. I had a little bit of an issue. I don't know, I just nearly choked in the middle of the sentence there. I don't know.
Well, don't worry, you choked just as badly as they did. It's all right.
That was nearly a double choke, by the way, because Secret had that hand in their round. That hand in their round. No, they had the round in their hands. That's exactly what they had. A 5 versus 3. They had the lobby take coming in. They had backstab pressure from Square. They had main stairs pressure from Savage as well. And it was everything. Big then pocket of aggression comes out from Team Bliss. Managed to get it back. And Doom was picked up when, you know, we go back all the way when Fabian took him into Delta Project. If we want to go back that far.
Don't start that again.
No, but what Doom knew then was how to shoot. The reason he was doing so well in FPL and all those types of things was his mechanical, just raw ability to play gunfights and play the FPS side of this game. He then got taught all the strategy, the communication, all that kind of soft skill side of Siege. But in those situations, who would you rather have there than Doom? And he's gone absolutely nuclear with that clutch.
It just goes to show as well, you know, that defensive utility can work for you as well as against you.
Yeah.
There, the keeper barricade, it just shows the feet before he moves across. Doesn't have an opportunity to challenge back. It's perfect for Doom.
I was so surprised he moved into that position, to be honest, because playing behind that keeper barrier was maybe what he thought was very smart, because I'm playing behind the utility, but like you say, his feet were on show, so, you know, not ideal.
Difficult circumstances for Bliss. They've now got that 2-round gap re-established. Tim, we always talk about round 9 and just how important it was. PDS didn't care for the round 9 curse. They lost it. They were down 6-3, managed to win 3 to bring it back to overtime before they ultimately went on to lose. But we say it's such a big one because if you win this round as Secret, 6-3, a 3-round deficit, you don't expect Bliss to recover that. They win this round, they're back to 1-round striking distance of Secret, and things then start to feel really ropey going into those final few rounds. So the winner of this one, for my money at least, takes the map.
Yeah, it's just such a big swing. It's like, you know, 1 round versus 3 rounds is a huge, huge difference in Siege, especially against a team like Secret. They've got the players on side that as soon as they get 3 rounds in a row, I would expect them to just be getting it locked down. There's not going to be much messing about from them. Now then, for the time being, a little bit of maybe not paying enough attention to detail there, Fresh. Just sending the Hibana pellets in, not aware of the player in stock.
I told you June was good at the gun skill. Maybe not the utility
You can't
side of
count
things.
2 for what that last number is. I'll just fire it. Nah, but at least now they know there's someone hanging around. Flashes are going in towards him, and Savage has really tried to make a little bit of a ballsy play happen there. In fact, the whole team did. And 3 of them suddenly completely closed out. This is Bliss's round for the taking, surely. Oh, Groovy and June, the last 2 left alive, though. I just look at that and just think, yeah, there's every chance this is still winnable.
It's going to be a lot of work for them, though. Wetable's up on the top floor. He's looking for more challenges because he knows that that's where the push from Secret is going to be coming across from. Grubby moves across, tries to get himself to elevators, but exactly what I was saying. Wetables is well ready for this. Nice and easy. Picks up his man, and that leaves Duke out.
Oh, dear.
You're joking.
In a 1v4 with a diffuser that I don't think he's going to be able to plan.
I do what I do best. I shoot. Off he goes.
Well, he got 1v3. Why would he not try a 1 versus 4? Gets the first one now there on
hide though, man. Like, he might get a couple off it, but it doesn't matter. Oh, well, they know. They definitely know. Couldn't quite find him. Brendo's got his number in that round.
So cooked. I think what Secret tried there was a collapse from, I'm not going to say the words, but a collapse from lots of split positions onto the top floor.
Doki said it yesterday.
Did he?
I wanted
Okay.
to punch him.
In terms of they were trying to go Skylight, they were trying to go in Square, they were trying to go in Stock, they were trying to repel in CO, all these places at the same time, with the idea being is that if we all go at the same time, there are less than 5 defenders up there out on the roam, somebody will find a gap and we clear the roam. We lose a couple of lives for it, but we find the gap. As it was, Bliss were ready for that in 3 of those key locations, especially that main stairs Skylight drop location, punish them. From there on out, it's a 5v2. You know, it's you're never really winning them consistently.
Tap time out for Secret. We said how important round 9 might just be, and that might be enough for Bliss to start getting themselves back into it. But I think quite consistently across the last couple of days, Tim, we've seen real strong impact from tap timeouts. Teams have just then carried on rolling from that point forward until another tap timeout came through, or the game was done. So maybe we see Bliss do something a little bit magic here. Maybe they keep it going and we get towards yet another overtime.
We've seen loads of comebacks, to be fair. It truly is a major where it feels like anybody can beat anybody. And, you know, we're saying that after a day where PSG Talon have beat BDS, BRX beat G2 to knock them out
East
of the
Coast
tournament.
almost beat FaZe,
You know,
yeah?
this is it. FaZe almost lost at the same time today. And it's just, it is one of them tournaments where I don't even want to use the term like the sort of lower teams in terms of seeding or expectation. I don't really want to use that because everybody just seems to be on such a close playing field.
I think if you look at it, actually, a lot of the teams qualified to this major were maybe unexpected in every region.
Yeah.
Beast Coast, E1, you know, even
ITB, arguably.
ITB, Secret, PSG Talon. You know, realistically from Korea, we had D+ and Fear X for the longest time as being the two teams.
Yep.
So there's a lot of teams that are new to the major format, which is actually, there's a couple of elements to that. Is one, it gives a lot of opportunity for people to be expressive and just come onto the scene and just make their mark on it. But it also gives a lot of opportunity for victories for teams that you might not necessarily see as well.
Well, there comes the Bandit. I keep saying Bandit. Honestly, I see yellow every time. The Blitz. It's the Bees, I think, that get yellow.
No, I get Bliss and Bleed mixed up all the time as well.
We all have our curses. For me, it's the Bandit and the Blitz. The Blitz on side here as well. We spoke a lot about the Bandit. Let's say it again. The Blitz that we've seen here for all along.
We just told you.
I'm just going to say it for the laugh now, honestly. The Bandits on side here because they want to go nice and direct. They want to be rushing in. Really good when you've got a roamer isolated somewhere out. You want to really kind of pincer it on them here. Enough players on side alongside the DKB, the Deimos as well. They really can punish anyone that's playing off site in too much isolation. And knowing that we saw Secret playing a very heavy roam game, I think quite fairly they've assumed, all right, we expect Bliss to have 1 or 2 players out around the map somewhere that we can punish.
We'll keep a close eye on that Bandit, Des.
Please do. Please do.
Yeah,
I don't know why it gets me so much.
To be honest, we've seen a lot of Blitz players so far at the major, but I don't know how much impact we've seen a few. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's never worked out, but we've also seen a lot of defensive teams be very capable of dealing with it.
I think there's 2 benefits to the Blitz. The first benefit is, like Derry says, where you can go and do a full clear on the Blitz. But the second benefit is, as you're executing, you can just put the Blitz, because obviously it's a bit more mobile than the Monty. You can put the Blitz in the face of the defenders that stop them focusing on the execute and on those plants going down. So I wonder if that's what Savage is going to do, is as and when the plant and the execute's coming down, there might be Doom, as you see, opening up the back hatches for a backstab, but then the Blitz will just be causing absolute chaos in the back line of Team Bliss.
At least for now, with the hatches open up, that prep work is done, down to that last 75 seconds or so. We've already seen the Fenrir causing a bit of bother throughout this game as well. Wettables no doubt looking to do the same to them once it starts coming around to the execute. Smokes in back pocket for Savage as well, of course, incredibly powerful right now. Everyone who speaks to will tell you. Smokes want to have on side at this point. It's why you see a lot of Capital so far throughout the competition. Big thing for me as well, Adrian, don't forget to phone home this round.
Still got 2 Dokkaebi calls.
For now.
Miracle manages to pick up Surge. Absolutely beautiful little one.
Hey!
There we go. We've got a Dokkaebi call. Adrian remembers that utility this time, and he's also going to take that important key position in Garage. You're going to see why in a minute. That's the line of sight that you want. Just cutting the sight in half. Gets a bit of intel as well. Sprays through into red. Adrian needs to keep himself alive here and take attention because Savage is going in meanwhile. He's got that shield on his back, and he's getting the diffuser down. He's going to stick it. Great plant from Secret, Des.
And goes so deep as well, so it doesn't matter what comes out in there. It could be C4s, it could be smokes. They're not going to find their target. And really, for me, Adrian, the difference maker here, kept them under so much pressure. Inside of red, inside of sight, nothing they can do about it. And now every Bliss player's like, yeah, let's get up there and go for it. But guess who they've got to run into? It's Doom, the raid boss. He finds 2. Won't quite manage to find the 3rd, but I feel at this point he's caused enough disruption that for these last 2 players, they can hold on here.
Yeah, you can go for the pickup there, but you're just wasting another 5 seconds, and I don't think manpower's really the issue because you've got 1 above, 1 below. It's going to be so difficult to clear out Wettables. He's just battling now, trying to find an exit frag, but that's all it's going to be because there's no time on the board to get it done. Round closed out, Grubby manages to find the kill, and that is going to be Team Secret taking themselves on to map point.
That position that Adrian played inside of Garage, on the back of the ambulance that cuts that site in half, as you say, I think is one of the best positions that an attacker can play in Siege. Because there's very few positions as an attacker where you can completely cut the site in half and the defenders have no chance to retake it other than going up the main stairs or killing Adrian or going up the main stairs. Obviously, Doom had that unlock as well. As long as those 2 key power positions were in place, the plant was always going to go down. And I think, yeah, the choice of plant location as well, as you say, with the smokes, the Blitz forcing his way in with the shield to get to a off-plant location, got the round done for Secret. They were always seeing it out, even though it looked a little bit hairy, 3v5, because of the retake.
Let's go then. Moving on to round 11. Team Secret on the attack and looking to close things out. It's going to be the top floor for them this time around. Didn't go too well last time on the attack of top floor overall. They were able to get the win, but it came down to that clutch from Doom at the end. And it was a tough finish for them. The plan didn't really come together perfectly. It was a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, especially they also tried the Monty take on the lobby side. They're not playing the Monty this time. They're playing the IQ, Lion, Dokubi, and the Deimos. So I'm actually wondering if they're going to play maybe a little bit more windows, maybe more square side, rather than trying to focus on clearing out the lobby and walking up the lobby with the Monty particularly.
Did you have it on your bingo card at all that Secret might be the first team to qualify for our quarterfinals?
I did not. I actually gave a prediction for the Jake and Gus podcast where I said I thought Secret would get overwhelmed this event because what we'd seen inside of EUL was a lot of pocket strategies to get them over the line in best of ones. We hadn't seen a lot of default play. We hadn't seen a lot of adaptations, which is actually something that we're seeing inside of this major so far from Secret.
I mean, beating FaZe and DZ as well. There's certainly no mean feat, right? Yeah. It's beat the best to be the best.
If they get it, they've beaten 3 teams that we see at every single event.
Absolutely, yeah. Would definitely be one hell of a turnaround for us all back in the UL, and hopefully it continues onwards. Still, this could be our last round, as we mentioned a couple of times. Bliss have got to find themselves 2 on the bounce to really make this one happen. But now at least Secret getting themselves squared up, as we've seen so many times. And the thing is now I'm less worried about the clock. A few times we said, okay, we're coming down to the last 60. They're not really anywhere near sight just yet. They're still doing all their prep work. They've still managed to make an execute happen, even if it is, as you guys say, a little bit chaotic in those dying moments.
Brendo, I was just going to pick up on he's still in a key location. They haven't dislodged him yet. He's in stock corridor, and we know from that position you can completely close down that stock and square-sided push. They've opened up Kanto wall. They've got Doom on marble stairs, but he's playing it smart. He's not overextending into the corridor. He's keeping himself safe, and he's a real problem at the minute, Fresh.
And this is where that ace ban goes to fight them, though. However, Doomy's going to walk up the main stairs, but will get traded back out.
Still, Adrian's here as well to pick up the pieces off the back of that, and of course he goes nuts. Spin twin number 2 is starting to fire off, and Secret have got one more kill to find. It's Fisher Guy inside of Janitor on the mirror for them to take this first map and go into their pick of border. The last call, potentially in back pocket still here. Actually, we've got an E1D. We've got a call. Adrian, hit the button, my man. Make this one a little bit easier, but he's got it, and he's found the knife to close. A 3K to close things out on map 1. They go up 1-0 in this series.
Don't worry about the phone call, Des. I think Thatcher would say something about those electronics. Instead, go in with the steel and get the job done. Adrian closing it out, as you say. Map 1 going Secret's way, and a great start from them.
And he's not just getting the job done. He's getting the job done on your opponent's map pick. That's the one that you're supposed to lose. That now puts an incredible amount of pressure on Bliss, because Secret are supposed to win their map pick of border that's coming up next. If they win that, obviously they're through all the way to the main stage.
But as you said, both of these teams like border, so which way this goes, time will have to tell. For now, let's head over to the desk where Ginny's with the guys to break this one down.
Hello, Ginny here, and the other guys, Jesse and Max.
The other guys.
Insane.
But, okay, listen, we're happy, we're excited. Secret getting the map pick, which isn't even theirs. This is what Bliss picked. This is what Bliss felt comfortable with. This is what Bliss saw and said, yeah, we can take them to bank. We can take this off their hands. We can put ourselves in the driver's seat, but that's no longer the case.
You know, the biggest problem with having bank up is leaving Joom inside the map, because he was a thorn already showing on his previous bank, and now going to this map specifically, I mean, he had some clutch plays, he had some amazing plays, and Joom just is an up-and-comer anyways, and the fact that he's putting out this performance and consistently, and now one step closer of getting to that main stage, it's truly impressive to be watching this kid play.
For sure, and I mean, we really did start off strong for Secret as well. Back-to-back-to-back rounds to open this game up, and I really thought it was just kind of classic Bliss slowness that we know from them from many international tournaments, from their regional play. They're a team who like to hit all the steps. They like to take their time with their clears, and they got a lot of opening picks. They were able to often find themselves a man count advantage in the early round, those first couple of rounds coming through, but then when they're executing with like 20 seconds remaining, they open the door for those clutches, and that really started things strong for Secret. I like the tactical timeout that came from Bliss. They did eventually start to turn that around, but a 4-2 half, and then as well that second half, their defense was on Bliss just not quite strong enough.
Yeah, something going right, at least today, for EU, particularly after the match that we've seen after ITB, after BDS.
Yeah.
I think it's EU's time to shine, but I think as well when we're looking at Bliss, particularly, first of all, coming into this phase 2, they're already up 2-0. Not necessarily the expectations that they've had of themselves and that we've had of them. And then you're going up against a team like Secret on your own map pick. Unfortunately, it is a 7-4 for the side of Secret, but they've still shown up, and it's just a matter of cleaning up around some of their mistakes.
And that's the beauty of a best of 3 now, is you can really work out the problems, fix the mistakes you're going into your second map. Sure, you may not have won your map that you chose. We've seen it more than enough times in Siege that you lose the map that you should have won. Like, it happens way too often. But when you even look at that stat line for Bliss, everyone's relatively close to each other. That's still a team effort nonetheless. No one's really popping off. Sure, there's a 3 and 10 at the bottom, but still, everyone across the board is playing together. And again, you're in a best of 3 now. You can shake off. You can learn from your mistakes. So now you're going to bring it into Border, and I am confident Bliss can easily, turn that back around.
Yeah, and particularly though when we're looking at the side of Secret, there was Joom that popped off.
Yeah, Juma, we saw it there, the first 1v3 round 1 to pop us off, and he really was playing fantastic. Not always an aggressive player, not always out there on the roam getting those opening picks, but on the site, wherever he needs to be, really massive. And it's not just the amount of kills, it's how they were happening. This clutch as well, beating out Wettables in the 1v1 after beating, I think it was a 1v2, 1v3 going into that situation. He was really, really good today. You see the EPS of 154, undoubtedly one of his best performances he's ever put up.
And that just further goes to show that regardless of the fact that Secret might not have necessarily have that much of experience when we're looking at them on that international stage, Bliss, we've seen him time and time and time again over the last years. They aren't afraid to come here and show up and show us what they're capable of, and they have a strong hold on those nerves.
No, you have to have a strong hold on those nerves. Like I said in the beginning of this whole show, is they beat FaZe, they beat Dark Zero.
Yeah.
This was another best of 1. Now they just went further. But I mean, this still the performance that they keep putting on, it's consistent. And for a brand new team like this to have that consistency throughout the regular stage and now bring it to an international level, I mean, they have a really good shot at pushing it the distance.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the bans as well, of course, beating out FaZe by going to an unorthodox map for them, and now in this ban phase, yes, this was Bliss's map pick, but obviously it's one that Secret loved to play. So you force them with your own bans and with your own strategy to pick a map that you were really comfortable on. Now you're going to get to go to a map which they're not super comfortable on either. I think if you're Team Secret, you're looking really, really good in this series.
Absolutely, but also if you're Bliss, you're going to get a break, you're going to get a little breather, and we're also going to take a little break because we're going to be back with the next map of the series because this is a BO3 Border coming up next. And Secret is currently in the lead. 1-up in this BO3 match against Bliss. Welcome back, everyone, to the Manchester Major for R6. I'm Jeannie, joined with Jesse and Lax. And honestly, let's skip the introductions. Let's talk about Border, because Border is the map that's coming up next. And this is Secret's map pick, but they already got that 1-up.
Yeah, Mingaren's got to put his thinking hat on to nail this one. It's a map that Team Bliss historically haven't been the great at. 2 8-6 losses back at the 6th Invitational to both Space Station and Fury. This season, they've only run it once, but it was another 8-6 game against Odium in Australia. And yeah, it's a win, but when you're getting an 8-6 win against a team called Odium, I'm a little concerned about that.
Where's your hopium? Sorry, I'm going to see myself out.
All right.
I mean, what worries me is we were looking at their stat line that they were the best attacking team here. They obviously, that could be a little skewed from Bliss, but still, you're coming into Border now where you have to fight for power positions when you're on that attacking half. And if you looked at Border, their attacks weren't even remotely close to how Secrets are. They only won 2 attacks with those 2 defenses. And then again, Border's going to come down to power positions on both ends, whether you can hold those or whether you can gain those. And you were already struggling on bank with many of those different situations. So coming into this map, you have to learn those mistakes. You have to learn how to properly play these positions on Border and hopefully stop Secret or keep Secret in a position that allows you to take more success in those rounds.
I mean, they're all vibing.
They are, and they're going to need to vibe, because for Team Secret as well, this is not their most successful map. Their only play this season was a 7-5 loss to Into the Breach in the EUL semifinals. So I'm sure they've been cooking some stuff up. I'm sure they've been prepping, but they're really going to need to show up against Bliss today.
They will, and we're going to be heading straight into Border with Des Ace and Fresh on cast.
Thank you very much, Janita. We have assassinated Fresh during the break, so it's now just Tim and I for a Border showdown. Gunfights galore, and potentially our first team going through to the quarterfinals. Team of Secret take this one.
And I think that'd surprise a few people coming in. We know how good they are from EUL. We know that they can deliver, but as Fresh said himself, coming in here, we didn't know how they were going to stack up against that international competition, but it's looking like they maybe couldn't have done this any easier than they did. They've come in, they've got 3 wins, they're into the quarterfinals. It could be job done, Des.
It very well could be. We'll find out, of course, if this gets in. Already had our bans flying on through. Ying and Monty not really going to surprise anyone. 2 very go-to standard bans on pretty much any map. And looking back at the last time that Secret played on Border, it was against Into the Breach. They banned away Ying and Fenrir. So at least seeing different bans coming out of them, but they'll be happy to see Bliss taking away the Ying for them. Is Army going to follow through as our first defensive ban, and the Soul is the last one. So very much cookie-cutter bans this time around, rather than the target bans that we saw from Secret back on back.
I think, yeah, it doesn't surprise me too much on Border. Border is a pretty simplistic map compared to Bank. I don't think you necessarily need to worry too much about those kinds of specifics. You basically need to go in and you need to win a bunch of gunfights, take some ground, and you'll win the round, especially as the attackers. It's difficult for the defenders once the attackers get themselves established inside of the building here on Border. So that's going to be something that you see, is the defending sides trying to get aggressive up towards those barricades, up towards those boundaries, playing in places like security, for example, just trying to prevent any sort of ingress from the attackers, any sort of beachhead being developed, because that is when it becomes particularly dangerous.
All right, let's get things underway then. It's Bliss starting things out on the defensive side. In case you are curious, I think on every single side selection, both teams have picked defense. Yes, even here on Border, where teams would normally opt to start on the attacking side. It's one of those maps that if you asked anyone, what's the most attacker-sided map in the pool right now, they'd probably tell you it's going to be Border. However, for now, they're starting on that defense. Instead, Secret are the ones who've got to show us what they've got on this attacking side. And already, Tim, with their first lineup, I'm already excited by it. The Glaz we've seen a couple of times, not really used to great effect by any team, admittedly, often falling down early or simply just being rendered ineffective. But look at this, Wettables then, I was going to say, looked a little bit paralyzed by target selection. Too many bodies to try and hit, but at least the comm is there. Now, hey, there's 4 players on the east side of the map.
I don't think the Glaz is gone. I don't think the Glaz is going to have any effect.
This always happens. He's cursed, man.
In this round, Des. I think you were absolutely right to call that. I think ultimately there, yes. Come on, Secret. That's the oldest run out in the book on Border. Getting out from the top of these stairs. They did get the kill. They got the trade. That's fine. But all 4 of them just sort of tearing towards that door. They need to make sure that they're not falling foul or things like that. They've got the Osa shield over towards Archive side. It looks like the plant is going to be an attempt over that side. They can still do it. They've got the Capitao. The Class would have made it easier.
Oh, dear.
But they can't keep losing men. And it can't keep being to that same east stairs door.
Just very much getting their pants cheesed off here, aren't they, Tim? It's looking difficult. Adrian was getting in below as well to help stop a C4 coming in above, but I think Miracle initially bolted over after losing about 30 HP to a goo mine, removes that, walks back up the stairs and is sort of then deliberating again. Okay, what should I be doing next? Put himself in a precarious situation that Bliss are all too happy to capitalize on. They've got rid of arguably the two most important operators in this round, the Ossa and the Glaz. Secret are going to have to improvise on the fly here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one for them. But if you remember what I said only before the start of this round was, it's difficult for the defenders when the attackers get themselves established in the map. Bliss have recognised that, and they've done fantastically well. We'll give you a run out. We'll give you a peek out of East Door. They're not letting them get in the map. They're fighting them right up there, at the boundaries, at the barricades, just preventing them getting established. And at the minute, Secret haven't really had an answer to that. They're still barely inside of the map. They're, you know, just edging inside of the East Stairs doors. They're just not established.
And realistically, getting control, I think, of this side of the map is the right idea, given they've been stung out of that east stairwell, as we've seen before. It's almost like trying to assume that you can get away with just having the archives door and just having window available to make a plant. And sure, that's great, but you've got to have at least some awareness of what's going on in main hallway or on those east stairs. And someone paid the price for it. Sage is willingly cooking himself alive a little bit here in an attempt to try and have this gunfight on towards the top side of office. And sure enough, it's getting pushed in here again. Target selection is quite rich. Finds one, at least back the other way. 2 kills coming out of Fisher Guy, actually. Groovy completely shut out of this one. Not quite sure what he's doing down here. And if he fell through the hatch or was hoping that someone would come dropping down and collect them off the back of it. But he's got it all to do here on the Capital and simply not going to have enough to do. Bliss, a comfortable first round, admittedly off some very good early round aggression.
Yeah, I love that aggression from Brendo at the end there. We see the Gon 6 taking out the bulletproof Calm and bang straight behind it. There's an impact nade, there's a hole opened up, and there's a kill comes in to close the round out. Bliss get themselves the first defense. It's going to be 1-0. Secret need 2 things particularly. Pay attention at the beginning of the round. Don't be losing important operators like Glaz within the first 10 seconds. It's really not something you can be doing. Be aware of that, but also get yourself inside of the building. Decide where you're going to go, whether it's office, whether it's CCTV and security. Get yourself in there and get established. You've got to just go in and win that gunfight. Have the utility that you need to clear a half-wall position, for example. Push on in and start claiming some ground. If they can do that, they'll start taking some rounds. This time, they're going to be attacking downstairs. It's going to be ventilation and workshop, but we're going to see attention towards that top floor almost certainly to begin with. Reloading!
Yep, Fence and Workshop, actually an interesting one. I was going to dig the stats up, but not really had time, to be fair. Look at the play rate of this compared to the other ones. I know that Bathroom has always been a very popular site, at least for the last year or so, as far as back I can remember. Glizzard's Supply definitely down there, I think, is the least popular of all the sites. But Vents Workshop, I'd say, also sometimes not seen by some teams when they opt to go and play on this map. And as you say, that top floor is going to be a big point of control to start things out. Get that control and then look for a plant inside, because we spoke about this the other day, in case you're a little bit new to Siege. You know, why the top floor hold, why the control upstairs. If you aren't able to hold a site itself, you've got 2 options. Either you go above and hold it from there, or... Goodbye. It's not going to be long for this round, but either you go above a site and hold it from above, or you hold it laterally in rooms bordering or around the site. And in this case, it just makes so much sense to hold upstairs because there's so much soft flooring, and the rooms in proximity to the Vents Workshop sites, not particularly valuable. There's external facing windows, things like that, so the vertical hold is always going to make more sense. That then draws the attackers in to have to push into top floor and clear that out first.
Yeah, Bliss are looking really good here. As I said, it's just an understanding of that concept of do not let them in the map, fight them at any barricade that they try to come through. And right now, you can see it again. We're a minute into the round. Secret still don't have a foot inside of the map, Des, and that's becoming the big problem for them. They're stalling out every time they come to an entry point. Bliss have got the answer. Bliss have got a challenge going in against them.
Largely unbothered so far, and I think this is where Secret have kind of got to shake off the rust a little bit again. Last time they won this map was, what, 413 days ago, I think we said? Last played just over a month ago. One that's still high pref for them. When we say high pref, it means they very rarely ban it away. It's usually banned against them. Always been quite keen to play it, but very few teams really give them that opportunity. So far, though, Bliss showing that it's for them a second preference map. One that they're very, very comfortable to sit here and play into. Savage starting to knock on the door here, ask some questions of Otter, who hits the deck pretty much immediately, knows what's coming and just takes his skull right off. Almost gets the second as well, but Miracle at least secures the trade. This is good, though, for Bliss. They've got that numbers advantage. They can play the one-for-one game all day long.
Yeah, that's it, and they're going to come out on top as it is, you know, still not really inside of the map here, Secret. They've got Doom just outside of Office, but otherwise only just pushing into Armory and trying to work for that top floor clearance. Here come Adrian, Miracle, Nitro goes in, not going to do the job. Miracle just about surviving there, but Bliss again have played it well. They've dropped away, they've not lost lives. Yes, they've given up the vertical, but now they can hold the crossfires down into sight. I think this is going to be a very difficult round for Secret to win from here.
If they manage to drag this one back over the line, it will be nothing short of a miracle, especially when he's down on 5 HP in this case. Might be some hot drops straight into form of the bulletproof cameras or straight into sight lines coming out from these defenders. At least one falls down here as Miracle starts out the killing as well. Doom into a second. Surely not, boys. Adrian's in. Plant is going down. A nice shot coming out of Sage, but he'll round the corner and finds Adrian as well. Strikes big with a 2K. And now Miracle really has got it all to do with just 10 seconds left on the clock. One outside, right sort of idea. The other above. This round is cooked. And Brendo with the closing kill. Bliss up 2-0.
Yeah, another good one from Bliss there, as I said. Just, again, that same mentality of just making it so difficult. I think Secret are being a little bit indecisive as well. I kind of feel like at the minute you're struggling to get inside of the map. So security was empty for the longest time there. It might not be exactly where you want to go. It might not be exactly where you want to start, but when you've got a problem getting inside of the map, get in and take whatever ground you can and work from there. Border will pay you back if you do that. You're more likely to then go through and take Armory, for example, get into security, get into break, open up the 90 wall so you've got your angle towards art. You know, just do something to help you get into the final position you want to. At the minute, Secret are far too tentative about getting inside of the map.
A little bit of composure, I think, needed in this game, and in the same way that we said it on the previous map about Bliss when they found themselves down 0-3. When there's a tap timeout, come on through. When do you have that conversation? Admittedly, that round was better than the first. It's hard not to improve on someone being killed on the rip and then losing an Oscar in a really silly way out on that east balcony. So, yes, a minor improvement. If this round still looks quite dominant towards the side of Bliss, though, I would probably expect to see Secret have just a few moments to pause, reflect, to try and get some more rounds going here. Because, again, Takalini and Map have yet to find themselves around.
Brendo on the vigil, I think is a good play. Again, Bliss have been getting aggressive, they've been unpredictable, they've been getting up in the faces of Secret, not letting them in the map. So, yeah, let's make it even more difficult for him to track us down. Let us make it even more difficult for him to know where we're going to run out from, where we're going to peak from, where we're going to challenge them next. And that is, you know, something that, again, Secret may well struggle to deal with. We'll see. I'm just keeping an eye round by round on the attack here. How long does it take Secret to get in the map? How well do they establish themselves inside?
How much time and attention does Brendo draw away here? Just a constant reminder for the players of Secret, hey, I am here, I am willing to sit these gunfights, I'm willing to challenge. And with 2 or 3 players having to divert their attention to try and deal with him, or at least keep him busy, it's all time that is wasting away, and of course not the easiest operator to burn out onto either. Right idea, but again, another reminder for Secret, he is here, and he's going to cause problems.
Just continuing to hold this long angle, and again, Secret kind of seem content to sit on the other side of that angle and just have a couple of pot shots back and forward, see if we can pick the man up as it is. Miracle takes a ton of damage. We're 1.5 minutes into the round and Brendo still hasn't been moved. He's still in this position and Secret not really inside of the map yet. Savage is the only one again who's working his way underneath at the minute across that ground floor, but otherwise really struggling to get themselves in.
And the utility and the drones they're having to burn for this is ridiculous, and Sage has gone and found himself for 2 with the run out from East Stairs. Tim, East Stairs is proving to be the curse of Secret so far. They're constantly being deleted from this location because they aren't taking control of it early in the game. A drone there might just be enough, but boys, these are basics that you're falling on down here, and they're really taking you to task. For a second, it looked like maybe a recovery was on the cards in a 2 versus 2, but with Savage falling down, Groovy's got it all to do against 2. No way. No way. This is why you spray on the soft walls, and now it's down to Oda to hold out. I tell you what, if Secret get this, Tim, this is a real smash and grab operation.
It absolutely is, because Bliss again have played this well. Secret at a point, Savage and Doom it was, just decided they needed to take some ground, like I've been saying, and they just aggressively got themselves inside of Archives, couple of kills into Office, and did something. But unfortunately for Secret, they didn't recognise that Order was out inside of Armory and was able to then just get a freebie onto Savage, which now leaves us in the 1v1. They had to rely on a little bit of luck to get there, with Grubby just spraying through the wall, picking a man up. But with 13 seconds left to go, Order holds his angle, knows where the pressure's going to come from. Again, a good round from Bliss, and they hold on.
All too easy there. Planted his feet, didn't move for the last 45 seconds, and just waited for Groovy to come anywhere near him. As said, that's 3 rounds now, really. I mean, yes, it came close in that round, and a little bit in the prior, but there's the tack timeout. Did think we'd see this now, because things have definitely not been going according to plan. Savage the one doing most of the talking here, rather than seeing Twister stepping in.
3-0 start then for Bliss, completely defensive sweep. Twister now does get involved in those conversations, and we're going to have to really try a different tack here, because ultimately Bliss are just going to rotate back through the same 3 sites. We saw them using Armory, of course, followed by Ventilation Workshop, and then off into Bathroom and Tellers. But the big problem, like I said, it's not really site-specific for Secret. At no point in those 3 rounds there have I really felt that Secret were in control of anything in the map, and that's been the big problem. You know, normally you expect an attacking team to at least have some control and be able to, you know, yeah, they were trying to build this execute, they were trying to work towards getting the plant down there, but that just, Secret haven't even got to that second step of, you know, your first step is entry and clearing some space, your second step is clearing utility and preparing for an execute, your third step is the final execute and planting, and Secret haven't even really got to that second step of being in a position to say, right, start clearing out utility, create that space for the plant to go down. It just hasn't happened for them. Very, very slow start on Border, but by contrast, I don't just want to put it onto Secret. Bliss have done really well. They've understood what the win conditions are, prevent them getting in the map, make them scared to take space, run out on them and get them on the balconies, and they've done it brilliantly.
And you have to do that on Border, because it's a map that has so many external facing sites, you know, external windows, jump in, doorways that can run in, for example. You kind of have to play the map to its entirety. You can't afford to give over large parts of it to the other side. It's why you'll see an office hold and a CC hold coming through in equal measure for a site like this one, back up on the top floor. But again, for me, and I don't want to keep on harping on about it too much, because I imagine we'll see it change, but those E stairs have been the curse of Secret. Even when they've managed to bring the rounds back to being close towards the latter end of the round, it's often because they've lost 2 players to this area of the map. So let's get some drones on there. Let's even have a player come down and hold it. A Nomad is a wonderful idea, which is what they've got on side here with Groovy, and just make sure the same misfortune doesn't come about them again, because Bliss, as I think as we'll come to expect, will still want to be aggressive here, will still want to try and control the map, and will want to try and slow Secret down.
Brendo again in this same position that he caused so much trouble from last time. No surprise to see them doubling down on it. It wasn't something that they used necessarily for Armory last time around, but this time, given how much time he was able to waste, why not go for it again? Managed to get some kills as well. Right, so we've got a breach coming on in. We can see Fisher Guy being moved around here. He's still trying to support Brendo, but that's a good start from Secret. They're able to start just pushing Bliss back a little bit, but they can't give themselves away. Brendo able to just get up on the boost spot, takes down one, and that's going to be Miracle off the board with the E1D scans going with him. And again, Secret struggling to get inside.
Brendo was there last time. They should have expected that something like this would come out at some point. The main thing to talk about in this round, they changed the castle, right? This was a Legion last time round we played here. So immediately, they brought something along that changes how the game is played. Castle, as I described earlier in our previous matchup, is an architect. He changes how sites and even how the whole map is played. And here on board, when we had that change come through where he can barricade off the hallway, that brings so much potential creativity to this map, and it's really helped them hold on to 90 for so long. You know, now that we're about, what, 75 seconds left, we've seen them getting into a little bit of work. And I know Sage is fancy getting his way in through here to do a little bit of damage. Is their backside covered? Time will tell, but Joom is starting his march. 2 kills in the round.
Yeah, this is better from Secret. And why is it better? Because they've got themselves CCTV. They've got themselves something inside of the map that they can start to build from. They're opening up angles. They're doing a bit of hard breach, a bit of work, and they're forcing Bliss to think about it. Joom just trying a sneaky little position underneath, looking for one up the hatch, but Order goes in, manages to pick up Savage. Adrian is there for the trade, and Secret have done a good job of this time around, keeping themselves on top of that manpower advantage that they've got. Grubby goes in for the plant, has to back out, but he's going to go for it again. 30 seconds left to go, and Secret are looking good for their first round as Doom does manage to pick up Sage. Wettables is on a couple of HP and a dream here. Sees the back of Doom, can't find the kill. They know where he's coming from though, and Grubby picks up that finisher, and that is going to be the first round for Secret. How much of a momentum shift will that prove to be?
I think about what we said in the first game that we cashed yesterday is that relying on hero plays is no way to win out a game, and I don't want to say it's for full hero play off the back of that, but Doom is the one who's come in and made something happen. Brendo still found the entry. He was the one causing bother for them inside of CC, but Doom has been the difference maker. Holding on that hatch from below, I was like, okay, the other three are all pushing upstairs together. He's very isolated, but was waiting and being so patient, ready for that hatch drop to come on through to then clean things out from top metal. Just again, really good stuff from him. Can't rely on that every single round. Got to see the team really start pulling things together here.
Ventilation Workshop will be our next one then, and does that give some confidence to Secret, about playing in behind that gadgetry, behind that utility, getting themselves some space, getting themselves established? It was certainly a better attempt from them that time around in round 4. In all honesty, we would expect the attacking team on border to come away potentially with the 4-2 half and have a little bit of an advantage, but if Secret can come away 3-3 here, then you've got to really say that Bliss have let it slip a little bit. There's 2 rounds before that happens, and of course Bliss, they've looked very good so far. I would still back them to take another round or 2 here, but if it does go 3-3, I dare say they'll be very disappointed with that.
Oh, I think so, given how free those first 3 rounds were, really. But again, Tim, we always talk about the magic of attack timeout. Even if Twister's words were, Doom go kill, it can be enough to start turning around your fortunes. Brenda here across onto the Valkyrie, and it's now Fisher Guy jumping across, being on that Vigil instead. Really enjoyed playing it so far across this map. It's done a lot of work for them hanging around that CC area. But here looking to change things out, and Brenda taking some chip damage as well, of course. Like, oh god, do they know I'm here? I don't think so. More just blind fire through the map.
Gonna dip himself away, knows he doesn't want to overstay his welcome there. Gets himself back towards that. Are they aware though?
Don't work, we know
that is never gonna reach anymore. The breach was down at the bottom of the wall. He tried to go over the top. The impact nade radius, of course, has been reduced recently, and feeling the power of that as Doom goes in and indeed gets the kill, taking down Fisher Guy, but the trade is there from Brendo. 4 versus 4.
Again, just keep mixing things up here as well. I know Fisher Guy is on the Vigil, the main one to cause a bit of damage, and Brendo is always going to be joining him out there. He's been really aggressive on this map so far. That ain't changing just because he's now across and playing on the Valkyrie instead. So with all things equal, in that 4 versus 4, and a lot happening inside 60 seconds, it's worth touching on, Tim, where some of these previous rounds have been very slow. This one is moving at quite a pace.
It is, and I mean, the thing is, Bliss is still in a good position here. They've got 3 on site. They've got Order up above. Secret still haven't really created the space that they need to be able to think about getting plant down here. They need the vertical to begin with, and they're not going to get it if they give Order 3 kills. He peeks around the corner, picks up Savage. It's predictable when that wall has been opened up. He knows that somebody's going to be walking in on that right-hand side. There wasn't much of a challenge there, and it again just suggests a little bit of a lack of intel for Secret. They weren't necessarily aware the swing was going to come through, but the intel is there for Bliss. We saw them place a Valkyrie camera up there. They were watching it. Sage manages to pick up the Nitro kill. It's as easy as that.
They're just being picked off, Tim, so comfortably here. The kill, the drop away, C4 into a second. 2 players dead there without so much as a whisper on the side of Secret, and it looked like maybe in a 4 versus 4 they could start to balance this round out. But no Doom, no party potentially, unless Miracle can make something happen. Finds 1 for himself. Still 3 more to find though, and a good amount of time to do it in, admittedly.
Adrian is going to drop the smoke and then drop in himself. Look to see if he can get this plan down, but there's no way without the cover. Sage knows that. Sprays him down through the soft wall, and it's all up to Miracle now. 1 versus 3. No EE1D scans to his name, so he has nothing but his rifle to try and get this done.
Bit too much to do, I'm afraid, and the gunfight so far have all at least been going Bliss's way. He's going to get shot from 2 directions here, maybe even 3 if someone else joins the party. Nope, Sage to get the conversion. And again, I know that last round they managed to get over the line, but this is what I was on about with hero plays. It looks like a walk in the park for Bliss. They're picking them off 1 at a time. They're not really having to get involved in big, massive, hairy firefights. They should have this 5-1. And it's weird to say on border that a team be up 5-1 defensively.
Bliss look great. Bliss look great.
Very good.
You know, absolutely fantastic stuff from them so far. They've been playing with confidence. They've been winning almost every gunfight. If they do lose a body, they usually get something for it. And that's an important thing. You know, if they are going to lose somebody, it's some utility that's been taken out, or they've got to kill just before that happens, for example. But I love this as well. The teamwork, just waiting for that call to come through. Boom, boom, boom. Sees his man. And again, Secret not dealing with the Valkyrie cameras. We've seen them bring in the IQ to begin with, but they didn't have it in the last couple of rounds, and it's hurt them then.
It has. This is their last chance now to get something going on the attacking side. Otherwise, it could be a real hard slog through that second half. I'll come back to what I always say, Tim. 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could see a very different Secret turn up on their defensive side here. So we'll keep an eye on how that goes. For now, though, Bliss, it's almost like a victory lap for them, Tim. One more round to get things up at 5-1, and they'll feel very comfortable. Straight away, I'm looking at this lineup on the side of Secret, and I'm just thinking, all right, there's a Nomad, there's an Amaru, we've got the Globals coming in from the KB and Lion. This feels like it could be a pretty fast hit coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking back at the operator lineups for the last couple of rounds, and you know that fact that I picked up on there of not, you know, choosing to sort of stop bringing the IQ. They brought it in round 2 and 3, but not in 4 and 5. But you've got a Vigil on the board that's causing you an absolute headache, and IQ can pick up on that scanner being used. You've got a Valkyrie on the board. IQ can pick up on those cams. I just think that there would have been a lot of value. Fenrir as well, so more gadgetry that could be picked up, and I think the lack of the IQ has hurt them.
10 to Savage here. Is it a hatch play that he's looking for? It could well be. Might just been a little bit unexpected. Here we go. He's going to try and make this one happen as well. Up towards his left, there's a player tucked in. Doesn't know too much about it. They've got the sandwich cover as well. And Savage is taking the long way around, but he's going for his man. Almost misses every single shot going, but it's enough to put him on his backside and get to close off onto Otter at the same time. Adrian into another. This kind of two-sided entry coming into Archives, coming into the West Wall. Everything is surprised the side of Bliss here into a 4v2. Feel the Secret need to get it closed out, but Brendo, while he still breathes, is giving nothing away. Knows that someone tucked in, but shoot the booty, my man! Down goes Groovy, a 2v2, a C4 over the top. It's going to finish him off. Sage onto a triple. What a half he's been building into as well. But now Brendo's got to do it all. Doom, I believe, is on about 1 HP at this point, Tim. It's perfectly winnable, but that diffuser's going to go down here as the flashes keep him away. Have to try and work some real magic because they'll just drop away here and potentially play the vertical.
Yeah, this round's been a little bit nicer from Secret. I know it was a little bit of a rush, but it's kind of what you felt like they needed. Surely he's not going to be able to get away with this behind the reinforcement. He's waiting for the push, but I think there might have been an opportunity. No, he's just out there on the balcony.
He gets sprayed with the softball behind here, yeah.
100% sure on his position, but yeah, coming in from top metal. Manages to find the kill. June picks it up. A good round from Savage and a good round from Secret. This is what I was saying so long through this matchup. They've been waiting outside of windows, not going in and taking ground. The time that they do, the time that they send the Amaru in, get up the hatch, grab a bit of sight, they get in there, they get the diffuser down. It just goes way better for them, and they managed to really push Bliss then. So a 2-4 half for Secret. It's been a tough start.
Alexa's got some thoughts to share with us. Let's go over to him now.
Howdy, gentlemen. No, I'm super happy with how Bliss is playing, especially on that defensive half. I said it going into this game. This was going to be a game of fighting for those power positions or keeping those power positions, and that's exactly what Bliss was doing. Whether that was Wettables running out on top east, going for those spawn kills, Brendo fighting a lot of those top main controls, whether that was top east, or even fighting specifically inside break room and CCTV. He was holding down those perfectly. Otto was swinging out onto the balcony, getting a lot of those kills, and now they're switching it to the attack half. They have to bring that same aggression, but also expect the same aggression coming from Secret of stopping them in all those initial engagements. But I am confident if Bliss can keep that up, we're going to see a map 3 and going into that clubhouse.
Thank you very much, Lax. Indeed, Factory Clubhouse could yet be on the way to if Bliss can keep up the stellar performance they've been having so far on the map. I feel Secret are giving themselves at least a little bit of breathing room here, though, to have a good start to this half, to get a couple of rounds on the board, and suddenly we have what all casters love, Tim, a game on our hands. But now, though, it's in Bliss's control as to how this goes.
Savage is playing this with supreme confidence. There's been pot shots taken at the break door, but given that he's led prone, he's happy to stay here. Grubby, as Lax suggested, comes out with early aggression, manages to pick up Sage and Savage. He knows there's players that are going to approach from here. He's waiting, he bides his time, he takes the opportunity, a one-tap, can't find it. Brendo does take some damage there, but a much better start from Secret on the defense than we saw from them on the attack.
It's the same sort of thing we saw coming out of Bliss, right? It's about that aggression on the defense, and I keep on talking about it. Border is most attackling in map, but for a reason, this aggression is so important in the early round to try and keep them at the building for as long as you can. If you can get a kill or two in doing that, fantastic. But if you leave all 5 attackers up and the execute comes on through, very fair chance they are just going to swamp and overwhelm you because you control so much of the map at once. This is started out the same way that Bliss did on their half. 2 kills down. The Nomad went down before it could even get an air jab out, and they've also got rid of the Ossa. So many of the key operators that you need in this round, well, so many. 2 of the key operators that you need to make this round work are now offline.
If you remember, I spoke about, you know, the difficulty for Secret to get into the map on their attack, and something Laxin picked up on as well, not taking those power positions, not able to get that map control. It is now a problem that Bliss are experiencing for themselves. They haven't really got themselves established. They're still all out on balconies in this 3 versus 5, just trying to hold those external angles, see if they can pick somebody up, something up. They can't go in, they can't seem to get through this utility around these reinforcements to get into a position to take a favourable gunfight. Nice. It's going to take an explosive moment, and that's what Brendo delivers, manages to get in, take down Adrian in sandwich, leaves us 3 versus 4.
Got to be careful about behind him here as well. There was a player on 90 who could yet try and work his way up behind him, and I think he's half expecting it. Groovy's still playing relatively passive for now, though, and just letting Brendo play this aggressive angle. The rest of them kind of convinced they've got it. They can lock this one down. He wins this 1v1. It's a very different conversation. Gets one. Flicks for the Valk. Almost finds him as well, but the Valk does get the down here. Savage holding inside the site, being swung by another. Will he find his man? Yes, he will. Miracle with a close at the same time, and Secret take the round.
Yeah, another great round from Savage there. He's had a couple back-to-back. He can't quite save his man in Fountain, but he does the job and gets a double at the end to close out the round for Secret. And honestly, I think Secret have got to be pretty happy at this point, Des. They've been like given the runaround a little bit from Bliss here. Bliss have been playing very, very well, and all of a sudden Secret now find themselves just 1 round behind. It really could be a lot worse than this.
It could. I mean, I'm looking at the stats here really quickly. That was only the 2nd entry kill they've found in this entire game. Of course, when the side swap, it's, as mentioned, more likely you'll be aggressive as the defender. You'll try and catch someone out early. But that's where the issue lies, I think, is so often in these early rounds they found themselves falling short. Kind of a reverse to what we saw back on the east side of the map earlier on. Adrian with that second one here too. Good stuff. Did think for a moment that Brendo might have something really magic going on. If he spins and puts down Savage here, that round suddenly becomes incredibly winnable, I think, for Bliss. So big on Savage for getting those 2 kills. The gap closes, just 4-3 now to Bliss.
We'll be moving on into round 8 then. If Secret can level things up here, it's a bit of a shame for Bliss in a lot of ways, because you look at it and think, you know, all that hard work that they've done is kind of undone at that point. The score's level up, and all of a sudden it's, you know, those thoughts are going to creep into their mind of, you know, how much problem are we going to have on the attack here? Last time out when we saw Secret attacking this side, they were unable to really get convincing top floor control. They got in there once or twice, but the second time they did, they were certainly hit by a Nitro that did some serious damage. So let's see if Bliss can do a better job of getting themselves control of Armory and Archive.
Savage wants this so badly, but I don't think he'll be given the time of day now by Bliss. They've already moved on. They're into the next phase of the round. He acknowledges that just as much and now backs himself away. It was Fisher actually working himself outside here. Just kind of tracing each other across the map for the most part, but still like ships in the night, passing one another. No kills to come through for either side.
All stacking up on that south side for the time being here, Bliss. Just again wanting that full sweep across the top floor by the looks of it, not wanting to play in too directly. Going to begin by trying to get into CCTV, but out comes the Nitro from Grubby, and he manages to get the down. He won't be aware of that, and Sage will have the opportunity to collect his player, but Brendo is now going to be on 20 HP and needs to be careful in any further gunfights. Order, however, is creeping up the metal stairs. Are Secret aware of this? I'm not too sure they are. And the kill is actually going to come in from Grubby. He manages to get one before Order can do anything about it. Brendo taken down, but that's not a terrible trade because it starts buying a little bit of space for Bliss.
And it's good cover from the E1D coming out at the exact same time he gets that kill to make sure no one's swinging in for a trade off the back of that one. So guaranteeing that he can get away, and it's at least one being won back the other way. Just a shame that it came after Grubby had already found a kill inside a break. So a bit of a 1-for-1 there. Brendo going down. I don't think he'll have got rid of all the mirror windows. Is now the main concern. You might turn towards the ace, for example, and say, well, he can do it too. Absolutely, but you bring the Ash for that exact purpose to help deal with that. That's no longer going to be an option. Savage in this power position where we saw Brendo spending most of the first half has got himself a kill, but Otter's really keeping his team in this round, Tim, 3v3.
Yeah, and Secret need to be careful here. They are very reliant on that verticality, and they need to make sure they use it. And as I say, that Miracle does exactly that. Does his job, gets the kill onto Order, and they can't be too confident of just being inside here. Sage tries to move in, but Savage, he's been great this round. He's backed up a number of positions. He's been very flexible. He's moved around. We saw Grubby lose the half wall when he got killed on the mirror. Who goes in there? Savage. And then when the push is coming into Armory, who's backing his teammate up? Savage. He's moved across. He does get taken out now, but his work is done for the round. Fisher guy, he's going to try and get one down on the threshold there, but the information is easily acted upon. Miracle gets his kill, and Secret have leveled things up 4-4, and Bliss all of a sudden have got their backs to the wall in this best of 3.
I think it's very easy to celebrate Doom, unsurprisingly. He's having a phenomenal tournament where I think he's one of our top 3 rated players at the moment. But I think in this game in particular, yes, Savage, but also Miracle. Those two for me have been so massive throughout the game. You know, keeping the minute very much, even down at 4-2, they were large parts of the reason why they were still, keeping themselves in it. Previous round, we saw the big 2K coming out from Savage. There, he's just got himself another sweet kill as well. Enough that it's keeping things going for the team here as well. And with it now being at 4-4, let's probably start to worry a little bit. That attack timeout, I imagine, will come in after this next round if they don't see themselves coming out on top. Because at that point, Secret are back in the lead at 5-4.
Yeah, like I said, that last round, it wasn't just about the kills for Savage for me. It was just about that game sense of, right, we've lost Grubby. He was holding on to CCTV, so I'm going to take that position. My guys getting pressured inside of Armory. I'm going to go and support that position. And it was just being sort of everywhere at the right time when they needed him. So well played there. Secret leveling things up.
10 seconds left before
you look at this, and the thing with Border is that as much as we talk about the attackers having a reasonable advantage, there's sort of an asterisk against that for me, and that's once they're established inside of the map.
Yeah.
If the attackers get established inside of the map, then yes, plants are very possible on Border. But I would also make the counter argument that you've got 3 very defensible sites. You've got Armory, Archives, Ventilation Workshop, Bathroom Tellers, all of which can be and regularly are successfully defended. And Secret right now, I wouldn't put it past them to hold on to Bathroom and Tellers here. It's going to be a similar hold again, trying to keep that top floor, trying to keep Bliss from getting themselves established and using those verticals. And Secret have certainly shown an ability to do that. And Grubby, once again, picks up an entry onto Order. He keeps doing it. I think that's 3 in a row now.
It is, yeah. I mean, there's kind of a trend that's starting to build there. He gets the entry, they walk away with the round win, right? That's if they can convert this round. At least one coming back the other way as Adrian just domed away there. 4v4. Fisher also now falling down as well. Savage again. That name keeps on coming on our lips, Tim. He's doing so much work in these rounds. Another kill going his way. And Bliss, who's scratching their heads a bit here, Tim, about how the hell they get themselves back into this game.
Yep, Diffuser is down as well, so that's something for Bliss to be aware of. Gonna need collecting if they want to go and play for that objective. But Secret, yeah, they're happy with what they've done. They're happy with the kills they've got, and they've just backed themselves out a little bit here. They've decided to sort of retire away from the top floor. 3 on site, Savage out in customs, and now they're just gonna try and burn some time. The question is, how long does it take Bliss to recognize, to realize that they've been given that top floor, that they can start using those verticals? And in all honesty, I think the reason, or one of the reasons that Secret don't really mind giving up that top floor here, as important as the verticals are, they are less so on Bathroom and Tellers, because there's a little bit of that area inside of Office that can't be breached, that you can't find those verticals. Exactly that. So you can only really work around that hatch, and then there's the couple of wooden areas that you can use, but it's less important, it's less critical on this site for the defenders.
Brendo's been waiting for him to move for about 45 seconds now, and he's having absolutely none of it. Kept himself rooted in place, dug in behind this, I don't know, what is it, a shelf, a bookcase? That's a shelf at this point. Very well protected, of course, and can't be moved out of it too easy unless they've got themselves some nades to work their way through, but that's simply not going to be an option for them. Watch him swing here and get a kill onto Brendo after Brendo's committed so much time in trying to make him move. It's just not happening.
Comes around the corner, and exactly that. Doom, just the patience pays dividends. Grubby starts the round, finishes the round, doing everything that Secret need right now. Des, they've really woken up here on Border. That is now 4 rounds in a row, and Bliss are in serious trouble.
Surely, timeout, timeout. This needs to breathe. There we go, it's coming. Bliss have taken the tack timeout here. 3 rounds in a row, they've been crushed on. It's not good. Admittedly, this is the same pattern that we followed back in that first half, though. It took 3 rounds of Bliss winning before we did see Secret get one back the other way. So if after this tack timeout, and we've seen some really good tack timeouts, we now see a win coming through, we're mirroring what we saw back in that first half.
Yeah, Secret just have some serious momentum now. And much like, it's much like the defensive start that Bliss had. They've got the first 3 sites. They've done the full defensive rotation. They're going to move around. Secret showed an ability to adapt. They won that 4th round. They went to Armory and Archives and they were able to get it done. We need to see that same adaptation now. It's a very clean sort of mirror, really, that Secret have got the first 3 rounds and now Bliss need to show that they've got a plan B, a plan C, that they can do something to grab around, because if they don't, they're going to be facing match point, and Secret, they're really feeling this right now. They can taste that quarter-final, Des. They know that they're only a couple of rounds away from making the live stage here at the Manchester Major.
I just thought I'd check the stats actually on Border across 3 major regions of EU, NA and Brazil. Border is 46% in 2 of those regions, in EU and NA, but surprisingly over in Brazil, 60% defensive win rate. Not really what you come to expect, and yet all we're seeing in this game is defenders running away with things. Now for Bliss, again, the attention turns onto them. They've had that tack timeout. They've addressed the problems they've seen across those 3 rounds. We get to play, air quotes, another quarter of Siege. Those same 3 sites will get played again here. They can take what they've learned from them and try and apply it to course correct. Otherwise, Secret, they get this map win, let's not forget, they will be the first team going through to our quarterfinals.
Savage is just going to be roaming on the underneath for the time being. He's got the Valkyrie, so we'll have a little bit of intel above. I was wondering if there's maybe a Valkyrie camera inside of CCTV, and he's possibly going to play for the Nitro down from inside of Customs. He's looking for the peek out of detention, I think that is, to begin with. But it's going to be Adrian who gets that Eastairs run out onto Brendo. Bliss, it's one that you used yourself. You can't be letting yourself lose fights and lose manpower there so early in the round.
And that's a great mental breaker as well. You've come in, you've had a talk for 45 seconds. Cool, here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to run this perfectly set up style of execute. It's going to be great. We have the Glaz on side. Cool, you've just lost 2 of your smokes. You've lost your fire, which means now when you come to the execute, Secret have got so much more freedom to move around. And Miracle's currently licking his lips here. I don't even need the glasses at this point. There's only 2 smokes to worry about in the back pocket of Bisho. So, dream start. Secret will be delighted with that, Bliss. They're going to be in agony.
Yeah, I feel like Bliss have just been sort of rattled a little bit by the last 4 rounds from Secret, and the focus, definitely doesn't seem quite as intense. The aggression has been tempered over the last few rounds, and there you go, nothing will temper aggression like a Nitro coming out of Miracle to hit Fisher Guy. Find ourselves now 5 versus 3.
And now Wetterballs has got to deal with the glass with no smokes. Not quite the most ideal. Sure, you can hold these longer angles and maybe find a kill, but you even missed that onto Miracle. He stays standing. Reverse shots coming on through. He's now down to half HP, being hassled from Eastairs, I believe, as well. Yep, we've got Adrian dancing around there. Secret are just... 2 halves to a game of Siege.
Different gravy in the second half there.
Always say it.
Absolutely different gravy. Order manages to pick up Adrian, so that gets something going for Bliss at least. They need to build from here. They do have time on their side, that is something, and they are kind of together. They're on the same side of the map at least, although saying that Order is going to drop underneath. We just see his silhouette disappearing there. Not sure where he's going to reappear, but for the time being, it's going to be the Glaz of Wetterballs who's just trying to get some angles in towards sight. But Secret, they just need to play this smart, Des. They've got a minute to go. They're 4 versus 2. That's exactly what they need to do. Just get the reinforcements. Maybe a long-range engagement, but just don't give them anything here. Just force Wetterballs to move into your line of sight now.
It just feels like Bliss are fighting the ghost of the first half. Like the same amount of aggression coming out of Secret that we saw from Bliss is really punishing them. And yet we always ask these kind of questions like, hey, you've employed this exact kind of tactic yourself. It doesn't make it any easier to deal with, but you would hope at least have a bit of a stronger idea. A nice shot there onto Savage, who was desperate to get the closing kill of the round there. He already found the prior one. Probably at least forgiven by his team here, given it is a 1 versus 4. Though, as we always say, the disciplined thing to do is to sit back here, wait for the crossfire, as we just found. Secret, again, fully in control here. And Bliss, I imagine, a little bit downbeat, downtrodden. That was after their attack timeout. That was their chance to fight back in. But for Secret, 1 more round, Tim, and they're our first quarter finalists.
Yeah, and it's certainly looking like it's heading in that direction. The faces of Bliss say it all, really. I think at this point, given so many rounds in a row have gone against them, 5 now, Secret have been able to win. It just feels like the mental's been broken a little bit here, and They're getting a bit quiet. They don't really know what to do to grab themselves around. Absolute beauty for a Miracle there. It's, you know, again, it's the oldest trick in the book. If you hear the castle being hit, bang a nitro on the back of it, and boom, you get yourself a kill. Absolutely beautiful stuff. All you've got to play with is the timing, because obviously people will usually hit the barricade and they'll move away as they're hitting it, and then they'll come back to hit it again. So you've just got to think about that beat, that rhythm, that 1, 2, 3, and then hit your nitro on the 4 and bang, away you go. Nice and easy. Great stuff from Secret. They've looked like a different team in the last few rounds.
It's that second half, Tim, honestly. It's the 2 halves to a game of Siege Effect. I'm telling you, it's a thing. The biggest thing for me when I look at this, though, now 1 round really separates a team from being done, having to play no more games until the live finals. The other's got to go through 2 more best of 3s to have any chance of still being able to fight this in. They go 2-1 here, they have to play the best of 3. They go 2-2 there, and they've got to play another best of 3 to decide if they stay or not. And that must be heartbreaking after having such a good couple of days.
And I'm not saying that like Secret weren't a tough team to play against. They're showing exactly why they're such a tough team to play against. But think about, I don't know who Bliss are going to face up in that next, you know, matchup.
Could be anyone,
but
yeah.
in the 2-1, it could be somebody like FaZe. You know, they're going to be heading in there. You know, we've got some big names that are going to be going in there. They could be up against PSG Talon.
I was about to say, mate, you're facing the biggest of them all, the BDS players. Oh, I wouldn't want to play anyone at this point, mate.
You know, joking aside, as we've said, there are no easy matchups here. You know, whoever that is, and I'm sure that they're going to be well aware of that, Bliss, here, because they've come against a Secret team that have really woken up. Savage getting a nice nitro onto Brendo to kick things off. 5 versus 4. They're in the driving seat here.
The top fragger on the other side as well. Brenda's had such a good game, but the second half has been incredibly quiet for every member of Bliss. We keep on saying it, but it feels like basically a total shutout from the side of Secret, showing their class, and they're potentially here only about 2 minutes away from securing that spot in the quarterfinals. For starting things off, though, we're seeing this main wall focus coming in on the other side. You've got 4 players all gathering around CC. So maybe that's going to be where the hit comes through. Again, not forgetting that this is about that top floor control. It's not about that being the site, but I mean, you know there's probably going to be a guy on half wall, and you just give him Doom an absolute freebie. It wasn't an instant headshot. There was a good few shots coming out there. They paid the price. They've got the trade, sure, but you've gone 1 for 1. Doom will take that every day of the week.
Oh, 100%. And it's the Hibana that's gone as well.
They can't open the hatch.
Looking across now, you can't open any hatches. Castle barricades are going to be tricky. Yeah, you can get a couple of them with your Zofia, but you're going to want some of that Zofia maybe to help with the verticals, because otherwise you're putting it all onto your Sage, or onto the Booker Sage, and it just starts to become like difficult. You've just got everybody becoming so essential now for Bliss.
That's what it's really starting to build into. They've got to make something happen, be a little bit creative about this one. I'm not quite sure trying to get some control of customs is necessary to play, but that at least is what they're looking into. Making it work between the 3 of them now against the 4 still on the side of Secret, and only 45 seconds to play with. It's going to get a little bit desperate. They can't drop that hatch. They can't get the plant down. That's normally the go-to here. So Secret really putting up roadblocks in front of them, forcing them to think on their feet. And as the seconds whittle away down to our last 30, panic stations start to settle in. It's going to take a real scrappy round end here to stay in this game as Bliss.
Yeah, that's it. And you just feel like there's going to be an opportunity somewhere for Secret to grab another kill here or there, give themselves a bigger advantage, because Bliss,
man, they can see it, man.
Going to find this tough. In goes the EMP, there goes the rotation to come in through main door instead, but here comes the retake of the verticals. Miracle has made a smart play there. Order is getting the diffuser down, but is likely to be taken out. It's going to be Adrian who finds it, and it's going to be Team Secret who are our first quarter-finalists, our first guaranteed competitors on that live stage here in Manchester.
That's a mega achievement, because I can guarantee you very few people around the world have had Secret down as their first team in the quarterfinals, but they have done it. 3-0 record, very impressive, and beat some big teams on the way. You know, people might look at that and go, okay, then you've qualified off beating Bliss. Bliss have played very well too, but the other teams have had to go through along that way. Just tells the story. There are no easy games, as we keep on saying at this tournament, Tim, and Secret are looking like one of the harder ones to play against.
Yeah, they certainly are. The thing that they've shown me there is all throughout, they've shown good strategy. They've shown, you know, we know the mechanical ability is right up there, but what they've just shown us there is really good mental resolve as well. You know, they were getting pushed around by Bliss in that first half. They've had to fight back. They've got on the defense. They've turned it over. Great stuff from Secret.
I'm really curious to see exactly what they've got when it comes down to their sort of standing as well, because I know that June was really highly rated before we came into this one, but it may even be now that he finds himself sat basically right towards the top. Second he sits in, just behind NJR. But Tim, we got Twister standing by for an interview. Ginny, I can hear you in my ears. Just take it away.
Yeah, sorry, we were having a little conversation ahead of the interview because you guys have now qualified for the main stage. 3-0 here in phase 2. Talk us through the emotions right now, because you said a little bit earlier.
Well, I think like even us, we didn't expect that, to be honest. We are always confident for sure, but 3-0 in a tournament like this with such huge teams that are playing right now, I think it's something that was a surprise for us, and we're so happy to be there right now, but well, the job's not done yet.
You're talking about it being a surprise, particularly for you guys. This is the first time you're on LAN as a team. It's the first time we've seen Secret on the LAN in a very long time as well. So what were the expectations coming into this? What was the mindset?
I do believe that perfect mindset for us right now is either we win or we learn. And I think this is helping a lot because we have young players, we have players that haven't played LAN for a long time. So I think like this is huge for them to have this space to feel comfortable and actually perform at their best. And this is the result.
And you guys have been obviously performing your best, 3-0. That is an incredible feat. But we're looking towards that main stage as well. You obviously have, you're going to have a day off included in that too. What is the next couple of days looking like for Team Secret? How do you stay on your A game?
As we just play, I believe about the seeds, we play the 2-3 or the 13 to qualify. We still need to wait until the last day so we can prepare properly for this team. So right now is more focused into us a little bit, working to the mental side, prepare for the crowd and stuff like this. And I do believe in the end of the day, we'll be able to perform our best, same way that we did over here.
How are you going to prepare some of these rookies for the crowd? It's going to be their first time. What's the coach going to do?
Well, I think the best thing that I can do as a coach is like try to create an environment where he can feel comfortable about that, and he do not care that much about having people shouting there as like it's not a big deal. That way he can actually just don't focus onto that and focus into his game, which is the most important thing.
All right, well, thank you so much for the insights and for the interview. Congratulations once again on your win. We're going to be back after the break with an interview with Joom, so make sure you stick around. and Secret has officially qualified for Phase 3 of the Manchester Major. We have Joom here joining us for the interview. Congratulations. You had a phenomenal performance yourself. How are you feeling?
It feels absolutely amazing. I'm speechless.
I need more energy than that.
Yeah. I mean,
I heard you were the one. Hold on. First off, you were the one yelling for your team, so you can't come up here and just be like, "Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm happy to be here." Nah, you can't do that. I don't want that. So let's redo that. Ask that question again.
Yeah. Good. How are you feeling?
Fucking amazing!
That's
like we made it to stage.
There we go.
Okay, looking at the game today coming up against Bliss, they themselves have had a really good run. They were in the 2-0 bracket just like you guys. Were there any worries? Were there any expectations of how this game was going to go?
Not really. Like I think we just thought we were going to win, and we won. So we prepped for them. We knew what we were good at, and we knew we were better than them. So
that about sums it up, I guess.
Literally.
Were you worried that going into that defensive half, that obviously you guys were already down 4-2 at that point, or were you? I mean, I was talking to Jesse. I said you guys got 2 attack wins. That's got to still feel comfortable knowing that you're going into that defense. But were you worried at any single point because you guys were getting shut down on those initial entry points?
I think a little bit, yeah. But I think we just had a few bad reads, and we were just getting caught off guard in a few rounds, and we weren't adapting fast enough. But then at the end, I think we adapted quite well.
Adaptability here seems to be the name of the game at this point around, but then you have a whole different beast coming at you during that main stage, and that is going to be the crowd. Are you nervous about that by any chance?
I think definitely. It's my first time on stage, so I'm just happy we made it.
That's it. You're not nervous?
Not really.
Come on, give us more energy. We know you can do it. We've seen you shouting at the top of your lungs.
All right, well, I got a question for you. Yeah. Obviously, this is going to be your first time being in the main stage in front of a crowd, and even the performance that you're putting up as a brand new player in this league, in this tier, I mean, what does it mean for you? I need energy from this.
For me, it means like a lot. But I always knew I could be here, and finally it came true. So I think it will only go up from here.
Huh?
Is there anything you want to say, though, to those supporting you from home, to your friends, your family, like anyone, your cat, if you have one?
Just thank you for supporting me. I love you all. Appreciate it.
Aw, that's very wholesome. Thank you so much.
What about skins? Any skins, like teams?
Oh, I mean, obviously, the buck, you saw me using it. I was going insane. It just gives you powers. Buck's a good skin, guys.
Yeah, get the skin. Appreciate the sellout. Thank you so much for the interview. We do appreciate it. Enjoy the celebration, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. See you.
Well, that is the teaser for the new season. Make sure you stick around for the next couple of days because we're going to be dropping bits and bobs over here. But most importantly, the full reveal will be on Sunday at 5 p.m. BST. So put it down in your diaries. It's not like you have any social plans anyway. So make sure you tune in for that. We, however, why are you laughing? Do you have social plans? Like what?
He does not.
No, of course not. He's a gamer. Either way, we're going to be looking at Secret against Bliss, particularly the fact that now Secret has secured their spot in the main stage. And it's not just that they've secured it, the way that they've done it has been so dominant over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't expect this out of Secret. I really didn't know what to think from a team that was coming out of Europe, 3rd place, never been to a major before, but wow, did they impress. I mean, really solid stuff. I think on this Oregon in particular, like locking down those defenses, not dropping a single round, shutting down, controlling the top floor, making sure that some of these more unorthodox strategies like the Osa push, the Glass push, they always were getting shut down by getting aggressive and finding those picks in the early round before they could come to fruition and execute the plan that clearly Bliss were bringing to these rounds. So love that from Secret, always playing aggressive, always making sure they were in it, and they bounced back to take this map 7-4.
I mean, it's no secret to this team. They're the mans with a plan. I mean, the biggest thing for me with this being a brand new team is how fast that they've come into their position. How fast that they can coordinate and work together and figure out the ability of how they want to rotate around maps, the fluidity of maps, their play styles. I mean, that truly is something for a brand new team to already have that and establish this sort of dominance and now push yourself to main stage. That's got to feel good for every single one of them to make this happen.
And I think for a lot of new teams, right, they make it to their first main stage and we say, you know what, main stages, it's intimidating. They might struggle, but they're going to have the crowd behind them. This is a European team qualifying to the finals of a European event. They're going to have support when they go out onto that main stage. And I'm sure they're so excited for it.
And they've also been very humble and in their interviews where they're like, technically, we didn't necessarily have a lot of expectations. We wanted to get to the international stage. We wanted to get that experience under our belt. We're just happy to be here. And I think at the end of the day, when you're trying to win over crowds, trying to win over fans, that being so good at the game, having such incredible performances, yet being so humble and so gracious about it, that does swing the opinion.
I mean, I think even just going in there not with much expectations, it leaves you to not be disappointed by wherever you land, because already getting here was a feat in its own, but now you're just pushing yourself, and now you find yourself on a main stage event. So they aren't done by any means. They could possibly win it, but again, not having that expectation, not having that pressure on themselves, and just playing, being the team that they're doing, they're making it look like it's going to happen.
They do, and you have so many individuals on this roster as well that have been performing so well. We're looking at the top 3 players from this entire game. I mean, of course, Joom is on there. Surprise!
Yeah. Joom, I mean, just the best player on this team and really, really putting his foot forward. In this match in particular, I thought Joom was fantastic. We saw a lot of little aggressive moves coming out from him that really shut things down. We see the attacking operator there, Demos, too. I thought he was great to be able to track players down, get some of those opening picks, have an impact for his team. So, love that from Joom. The rest of the squad as well. Groovy, I mean, contributing in those opening picks as well. 4 of those entries coming through from him. So these are really the players that we want to see stepping up, have that impact, and I mean, they're showing up. Fantastic.
I mean, one thing I really want to say about Joom here specifically is he was one of the newer players that got brought into this roster, and for him to be one of the newer players brought into this roster, the one that's making all the noise, the one that's putting up the stats, that's such a pivotal piece for that team.
Making all the noise in the player area.
Making all the noise in the player area. Maybe not in the interview making all the noise, but just the fact that he is the vocal point for this team and he is the newer player for the roster, it kind of reminds me of an Ashen situation for SSG. Yeah. Just without less of the trash talk and a lot more consistency on the board.
Hey, you know what? People develop, people grow, people change. Maybe at some point we're going to have some trash talk as well. But I highly doubt it. Either way, that is us done for today. But we still have another best of 3 coming your way. And that is going to be with Milosh, Fresh, and Leo. That's a sign off from us, but make sure that you stick around because we have the... I was contemplating that, but I felt really bad for you after this morning. Yeah. But you know what? Stick around for the halftime show because we have Milosh coming up here, both with Savage as well as Wettables from Secret and Bliss. So stick around and maybe get hydrated. We'll be back soon.
everybody. Welcome to the halftime show. And thank you, Jeannie, for your contribution to the show today in our best of one and best of three prior. We are joined graciously by our, well, two representatives, I guess, from the teams that just finished their games of Team Secret and Bliss. We got Savage, of course, from Team Secret, and Wettables. How are you now, gents? I know it's been, a bit harder in different ways after the matchup, but how you feeling?
Not fun, you get come to these events, you win, you lose, you got to take it how it comes. So, you learn from your losses and you improve by the next game.
And Savage?
I don't think that's quite synced in, I haven't really gone through the emotions because obviously my first major, first stage, but I guess tonight I'll know better how I feel.
Takes a moment to kind of process all that, a moment to buffer here. But I have some questions for you, and I want people at home to kind of play this game, right? There's been a lot of trivia floating around. You see it in between also like EWL and AL matches where some players are asked trivia and all that. And we're doing the same thing here today, but live, all three of us. And I want you to participate with us to test your Siege knowledge. We've got 11 questions in total. We're going to go through them. Gentlemen, you have, here, Sharpies and cue cards. I'd like you to write your answers on there, and we'll display them on the camera one by one. Starting off first, and I hope you guys are also ready at home. What two operators are twin sisters?
Oh, that's easy.
We start off easy, and then we kind of ramp it up as we go. I think that's it's going to be the theme of today. We'll see how deep this has been. This was suggested by our good friend and colleague, Fluke. So thank her for that. And, of course, Bob, who's helping us with this all. Gents, please turn your card to the camera. It is indeed Ella and Zofia, our two Polish Grom operators. Been part of Siege since what? Who released first? Do you guys remember?
I think it's Ella.
Yeah, I think it was like Doke, Vigil, Ella, and then Zof, Lion, Finker. Was it that? I think, maybe.
Very true. Very true. We had that, what was it? Right after the Sao Paulo Pro League Finals in 2017. So that's year 2, season 3. That's how long it was released with Legion in the day. Though, question number 2. What was the first season DLC of R6 called? So the first DLC of Rainbow Six Siege. That is, of course, Rainbow Six Siege did release on December 1st, 2015, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't even know.
I'm assuming it still is. I don't know.
So of course, each one back then dropped with 2 operators.
Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, gentlemen, to the camera. Black Eyes. Very, very good. Black Eyes.
So far, so good.
What came right after it?
Dustline.
Dustline.
Yeah, see,
Who came with Dustline?
Was it Blackbeard and
Blackbeard
Valkyrie?
and Val.
Very good. Very good. I'm thinking, is anybody feeding you questions, answers on the other side? Now I'm sure there's nobody of that. But third question, how many traps can Capcan put down in current Siege?
Oh, that's easy.
Play along with us, by the way, at home. If you're not, type it in the chat. I want to hear it from you. Gents, please, go ahead.
5.
5. All right. How do you say 5 in Portuguese?
Cinco.
Cinco. How do you say it in English?
5.
Let's go. We get the W's when you have them, right? That's how it goes. So our fourth question. Which country had the most maps at launch? Japan, Russia, Germany, or the USA?
Like maps in the game?
Yes.
I'm going to say...
Yeah, like I...
Wait, actually...
I don't know. I'm just going to have a crack.
Gents, to the camera here. The United States of America. That is true. Do you remember what those maps were?
House?
Oregon?
Yes. 2 more.
Bank, maybe?
And one...
Is it a comp map?
Situation. For those that remember situations.
Oh, university.
Bartlett University.
Yeah, see, I was going to say like cafe or like plane or something.
Cafe is
Cafe of Moscow.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I have no idea.
The Kremlin is right on the other side of it when you spawn.
Well, I barely know what the spawns are called.
Fair enough. This is when you get someone who's not on drones regularly. Anyways, on to our next question. Number 5, which 3 maps were playable in the beta?
Oh, no idea. Didn't
no, I know. Wait, I think I know them. Hang on.
There are quite a few actually on release. Bandit has a really cool operator icon. I think that was alpha even. I'm not sure if that made it through into beta. That was a long time ago.
I don't know how to spell this one.
I'm gonna say this. That's how you write it.
Blitz's whole shebang back then is that they could spawn in the prep phase. That was great. I'm so glad we don't get to do that anymore. Imagine what Alamo can do. Well, we can't ask that because Alamo's not here anymore.
Do you actually know this?
That's crazy.
Or are you just guessing?
Huh?
Do you know this or are you just guessing?
I'm just guessing. Like I actually have no idea.
Gents, to the camera, right here.
I think it's House Hereford.
Hereford, Oregon. House Plain Canal. Canal is in Germany in that case. So Plain, House, Emerald Plains, Canal, Hereford, Skyscraper, and Bank. Emerald Plains was not there.
Wait, what?
We'll just correct. It's not Emerald Plains. Why is it written here? That was Bartlett U, and that was in Situation specifically. But, you know, there were more maps back in that time. But that's all Hereford.
You just have to guess 3.
Yeah, was it just get 3? Because I thought there was only
I thought only 3.
True.
Yeah.
That's true. God, I cannot read even. So what were they? What did you write?
I put House, Plain, and Canal.
And I put House Hereford, Oregon.
So it's Bank, Canal, and House.
Bank, Canal, no. So I got 2. So I win that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, why was Canal there?
Close
Like,
enough.
what? Like Oregon?
I was just saying, I think like of old memories, you know.
Oregon was on full release. This is beta.
Yeah, but like Oregon's like a staple of the game, so I thought that would have been a beta map.
You know when the beta was live?
I played the beta. I don't even remember when it was live.
It's around September, October 2015.
Oh, it is crazy how you know all these details, eh?
Almost 9 years ago. I'm old. I played the game since I remember because I could not for the life of me get a queue running. But I have a photo with my phone back as I was a student in uni of just trying to boot up the game to play, which was a lot of fun back then. Though, moving on, number 6, from the following operators, who is not originally from the country that he represents in the game? Smoke, Blackbeard, Vigil, or Jaeger?
What? Like, I'm so confused by that question.
So, from the following operators, who is not originally from the country that they represent in the game? Smoke, Blackbeard, Vigil, or Jaeger?
I have no idea. I'm just gonna guess.
Gents, to the camera when you're ready. Blackbeard and Jaeger. Blackbeard represents Navy SEALs in the U.S., but they were born in the U.S. Whereas Jaeger, born in Germany, represents GSG-9, German Special Forces. However, in this case, it is a Vigil, as Vigil is originally from North Korea and has escaped as a child, where you know the story, drowning in the river, brother, all that. Russian Badger made a joke about it. And yeah, now they officially are representatives of South Korean Special Operations. Though, moving on. What famous actor starred in the first Rainbow Six live-action trailer?
I know that one, I think.
What famous actor? Nah.
Wait, I actually have no idea.
Is it actor? Can we double-check this? Is it what famous actor?
I have no idea.
Is he talking about the movie?
I don't.
Tom Clancy's movie?
No.
No.
I'm not sure. You know, let's skip this.
Yeah.
We'll skip this and then come back to it later when we have a better idea. What player has a plus 43 KD in Manchester, the leading kill-death ratio at the event?
Have we got options?
No?
Wait, I think I might have an idea.
You can call a lifeline?
No.
Can I call a lifeline?
Yeah. If you have something like a clue, I can give it to you.
Is he from my team?
No. No.
I think I might know, just because I know this
43?
This guy's
before
been
today.
This guy's been farming.
Before the thing was 43 plus.
Yes.
All I know is this guy's been farming, so if I'm wrong, then...
I don't know. I'm gonna say, okay.
You can ask what region if you're unsure. No, you know what? It's too much. I've said too much already. Anyways, gentlemen, to the camera. Reaps indeed is correct.
Yeah, so he's been farming. He's had like 12 kills everyone.
What's Creed's rating? Do we know?
Look, this one I cannot tell off the top of my head. Can we double check on the Creed stats before the start of today? And
Plus
117 EPS for Creeds or Reaps? Production. Reaps, yeah, 117 EPS, which is pretty darn good for the entire event.
Yeah.
Plus 43 KD. It's insane. Anyways, number 9. We'll have a number 9 large. How many bullets were removed from the magazine of the P10 Roni? Rest in pepperoni.
We've ran out of thingies.
Just double up on that.
Okay.
Scratch up, you know, budgets and all. Patch 633 on October 19th, 2021. How many bullets were removed from the magazine of the P10 pepperoni?
That's easy. Come on.
Wait.
How many were removed?
Yeah.
Wait, no.
No. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah,
to the camera?
I got it. He's got wrong.
Yeah, I realized what I've done.
And you are both wrong, gentlemen. It is actually 4. Remember,
because we're counting the one in the chamber.
Wait,
and
did you know of 21?
No, because that's the one in the chamber. Like, that's what I'm doing. Because, like, 15 to 21. Yeah, I understand.
It's time for our mid-season reinforcements.
Thank you very much.
Remember mid-season reinforcements? That was a thing.
Yeah.
That was a thing a long time ago. So, number 10. Who is the oldest operator on Team Rainbow? Spoiler, it's Ace of Pyrite.
It's what?
It's Ace of Pyrite.
No, it's not that guy. That's the youngest. Oldest is...
Wait, I think it's this. I'm just going to guess it.
I don't know how to spell it.
I think before at least he was. Maybe on New Age.
All right. Thatcher and Sledge.
Thatcher.
Nah, you're wrong, both of you.
What is
Actually, it is, well...
Is he one of the ops?
It's 0.
Yeah.
0 is the oldest?
Yes.
And Thatcher, isn't Thatcher like 60 or 50?
Well, he's probably going to be older.
0's got to be... Yeah, exactly. How your numbers work. Okay. I'm sure somebody... This is why the questions get more and more difficult as we go on with it. Now, how many... And this is going to hurt a lot of people watching out there, but also in a positive way, because things have changed. They're really loud. How many defenders had ACOG sights when the game launched? 5 operators, 4 operators, 3 operators, or 2. Remember, you 2 are also playing with us at home. Make sure to put it in. I'll repeat once more. How many defenders had ACOG sights when the game launched? 5, 4, 3, 2.
What are the options? Not 6, right? 5.
5, 4, 3, or 2.
Ah, that's... The options made it easier for me.
I can name off all of them too.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, when you are ready to the screen, 5, both of you are correct. Which one were they?
Smoke, Jaeger, Bandit, Doc, Rook.
Yeah, I was contemplating on Castle for some reason.
I mean, look, Smoke, SMG-11, Doc Rook, that's what EG played all the time back in the day, but even before they were even known as EG. You'll have to remember the French teams that played Youngtis. They only played those, and it was really annoying to play against them. Anyways, thank you very much for those playing with us at home, and thank you, both of you, for joining me here, Wettables and Savage, of course, from Bliss and Team Secret. I'll leave you be to get prepared on the rest of what you got and to rest also after your game today. And for those watching, give us your tally. What was it? Now we'll take a break, and when we get back, it is time for elimination games to continue in our next best of 3. See you in a moment. And there it is, our second and final best of 3 of today, 4th game for our Phase 2, Day 2, Team Liquid versus Space Station. Who would have thought we'd stare down the barrel of elimination for both of these 2 teams, that coming into this game, we were not sure what we would get. There it is. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Hi, I'm Milosh, with me are Alfama and Fresh. Gents, I hope you enjoyed our desk segments prior. I know you have some fun with it, but it's time for us to talk about Space Station Gaming. Put them up on the screen up there. There they are, team, and all up and close here. Alfama, what do we expect out of the squad today?
Well, at least I expect them to go and finally get a first win. I think that's what everybody is expecting from them. Actually, nobody is expecting them to go 0-2 in here. They were one of the most consistent team coming into this event. I think the recruitment of Iconic Kyno was something that they were betting on to really break the ceiling of the past events. They were consistently qualifying last year and never really achieving more than, you know, the quarters final finish. And I think right now they didn't have the best entry in the tournament compared to what they wanted.
So Liquid v Space Station. Jack, before this, if you had come into the major and said Liquid v Space Station in Phase 2 fighting for their lives in here, would you be surprised
yes and no. I think because they were both Phase 1 teams, you know, there's a lot of Siege to be played. But no, the expectation of Liquid is obviously that they will go far in events. But that's all it is. It's an expectation. Look at however many events, especially over the last 18 months, we've had Liquid in more situations like this where they're fighting to survive their lives. Think of, you know, the game at SI up against G2. That was a low bracket game very, very early on in that bracket. So it's something that we've kind of, in a way, come to expect from Team Liquid.
It's a bit of repetition in that way.
Yeah, and at the same time, I just feel like, you know, before we used to see them as heavy favorites of every major they were playing in. And then slowly but surely, they're not that heavy favorite anymore. They're always that favorite to, yeah, okay, maybe to go to quarterfinals, but they're not that one that you're looking at as a grand final potential winning team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
SSG definitely kind of run the vibes on a different kind of level here. You see them with the Peaky Blinders kind of setup that they had, plus the toilet paper. What's that about, Zach?
So the toilet paper first came out in that game against Bleed a couple of days ago in Phase 1, where, and I'm just going to say it, where Ashen said it's because the enemy is going to shit themselves. I brought toilet paper.
And who required it?
In the end, Bleed actually did need it. They got back-to-back 7-0, so maybe they're bringing it out as another good vibe.
Well, I hope they have a lot in stock for it here, but we need to move on. Actually, I didn't quite hear what we were going to go for afterwards, but we'll run to our Peaky Blinders outfit.
Yeah.
Actually, we go to the details of them because who better to rate it than you, Jack?
Look, I mean, I don't know if I like it or not. These guys, you know, you see them in the Peaky Blinders, and we've seen SSG across a lot of tournaments have a lot of fun with things. We know about the gym workouts. We know about them, you know, having a lot of fun and having an identity and a culture. But what I'm questioning is it Peaky Blinders or is it Peaky Blunders? Because they're having fun. They're obviously, you know, dressing up as the Peaky Blinders, being very loud, very almost aggressive in some of their shouts. They just did a huge chant that we heard. It sounded like a tribe, but they're 0-2. So is it all worth it, is what I'm asking.
I just feel like it's the biggest difference between the two teams, actually, the mentality or the vibe. One thing I was noting down is actually SSG's run right now in Phase 2. They've faced ITB and then BDS, not easily, you know, the best team to be drawn into. And one could think, you know, we're unlucky on this, but actually I was talking about it to Call Out, and he was like, you know what, good, because then it makes us better, practice makes perfect, and it's actually better that we face these good teams first.
It's good that we have Maya and Iconic on the screen right now because you wanted to talk about them, Alpha Man, highlight them.
Yeah, I think they were kind of the last hope for these two teams to really break the ceiling on Liquid side. It's to finally qualify, you know, to something else than a semi-final, to finally break that ceiling and win a major. On Space Station side, I think Iconic was brought to be the endgame leader and then maybe to bring a little bit firepower. And right now, as per the statistics, I don't think that bet has really worked like they expected it.
I think for both teams brought those players in as kind of being the guy that was going to take them through their ceiling, realize some of that potential, and we're seeing both teams in a 0-2 game. So you could kind of argue it's not necessarily worked out. That being said, there is still a lot of opportunity for both teams and both of those players to make the mark on this game and help carry their team through.
It's a perfect moment for a full best of 3 to get through it. And you know what? That means we have to go through our map bans and see what we'll get out of it. Of course, with a 9-map pool, we have to eliminate some of those maps, and 6 of them. So Alpha, please, can you guide us through our first pick?
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 bans are quite obvious. It's the perma bans from those teams. Liquid never plays Cafe, Space Station never plays Night Heaven. Now for this first pick, Oregon, that's a bit surprising because it's actually a mid-preference map for both teams. Recently, Liquid beat Fluxo to qualify to the major in the LCQ on this map, and Space Station has played it recently, so I assume they have a VOD.
Yeah, I think it's the VOD, and also Liquid, and to be fair, Brazilian teams in best of 3s can be a little bit erratic with their map pools because they are known actually to have big 9 map pools. So for Liquid, in a way I'm surprised, but in a way I'm also not surprised as well.
All right, moving on to our next map pick. We'll go to Border, all right. That is SSG's pick, where Liquid start off on the attack, Alpha.
Yeah, not surprising to see SSG actually picking that one if it's open. It's literally the best map. They've a 6-win streak on it, but at the same time, it's a really, really good map from Liquid. So they've picked one of the strongest maps against one of Liquid's strongest maps, very different from the Oregon pick.
It feels like that Border is going to be an absolute brawl. It's a map that you can be really expressive on, have a lot of identity, take a lot of gunfights, and be very quick and very ruthless on it.
All right, our last 2 bans and pick, that'll be, SSG to take out Consulate, to take us to Chalet, all right, and where SSG will be starting off on the attack. All right, Alfama.
It's actually probably more favorable to Liquid here, I think. Clearly, I think this is the best team, the best map for Liquid. They have a 4-map win streak. They've picked it the most this season. Overall, I think it fits their playstyle really well because it's basically Liquid has two ways of playing this. They have a very structured, methodical way of playing Siege behind Lagonis vision, and at the same time, they always leave Palu or Nesk trying to look for these opportunities, and if they find one, they will commit to it. Chalet is the perfect map to do that because you can spread around and still have that strategic playstyle.
I think stylistically, all three maps are very, very different as well.
Yeah.
You normally see maps follow quite a flow where they will test the same skills inside of the map. Specifically, Oregon and Border being completely different in terms of the execute base. You think about Oregon and the basement, whereas Border, you just think about individuality, gun skills. And then Chalet is kind of a blend of both because you can have both styles on the same map. So it's a very, I would say, quite a unique map ban in terms of the three maps that we will be playing.
What I'm hearing is that we're going to be diving right into the blender for this game between both Liquid and SSG. Reminder, these two teams are staring down the barrel of elimination, and now we stare down the barrel of our two friends, Fluke and Lynx. Friends, welcome to the A stream. Big Dog, take it away.
Big Dog! That's our take. They said take it away. We said Big Dog.
I screamed Big Dog and looked down at the floor. So unlucky on my part, but honestly, I have to look away because I'm a little worried as an NA fan. I'm worried for SSG in this game, Emmy, because Nesk has been looking so good. Liquid, if they have just a couple people pop off, Nesk has a good game, Palu has a good game, that could be enough for a 2-0, let alone a 2-1. And SSG, they've got Kyno, Ashen, Foltz. They've got some great individual players of their own right. But when Nesk has been taking over games, and Foltz has kind of dropped off a little bit from this insane heights he reached in Phase 1, I think I'm favoring Liquid just a little bit here in this series.
I think it's really hard to put into context because what we have here is two teams that I don't think anyone really expected them to be fighting in this position, in this situation, which is strange to say because, let's be honest, recently they've had very similar stories. Not too great in the league, sort of dibbled and dabbled and had a single big roster change.
Go through the LCQ.
Some of the sort of thing, run through the LCQ, gone through the sort of, they were the two upper bracket technical clean victories to get here, and now they've had 2 losses. It is a mirror reflection of each other to get into this situation, but also we've not really seen them hit the same usual pace. For example, Parley's been a bit quieter than Nesk. Nesk sort of has really, really good moments, really, really good halves, really, really good games. He's the only sort of top standing player at the same time. What we're missing is Kyno currently from the side, but we've got Foltz, and Foltz is showing up and having a really, really good time and a really, really good sort of split so far. And it's not really the usual taste of these two teams we're used to.
No, but ultimately, I think this series is going to come down to who can get those individual performances better, because Liquid, throughout this whole stage, have had issues with their game plan, issues with their calling, Ness going a bit rogue, Palu not necessarily having impact, which is problematic when, as Leo brought up, Liquid is constantly looking for ways to insert Nesk into a gap, put Palu into a backstab position against the enemy team, and when those two players aren't showing up, that kind of messes with the whole game plan.
Yep.
But the same thing for SSG. Kyno, this entire stage, Major and NAL, great. Ashen, great. Foltz, great. But the calling, the game plan, called by Iconic and Forest, hasn't been very, very good consistently. No. There have been some great moments, some solid matches, but also some terrible games, some really poor quality matches, and that's always been the big problem with SSG. My friend Jogro said it best. They can beat any team in the world. They can lose to any team in the world. And that's, 8-7, win to be fair, but really close game against Cruelty, while also being the only team at SI24 to beat FaZe in a best of 3, aside from Furia.
So, in terms of their recent runs and recent forms of the split so far, and the reason they are on this death's door, if you aren't aware, SSG, their I2B and BDS lost to both of them, 4-7, 5-7.
Close games.
Close games. Liquid, closer games. M80, 6-8 on Labs was their first, and then FaZe, 5-7. Now, how those other teams are doing so far, I'll leave that to you to have a look. They've had sort of mixed days, but there's a lot of big names. There's a lot of big sort of pressure there. So it's not that there's nobody that's put Liquid and SSG in this sort of position.
They both faced tournament favorites in FaZe and BDS. They both had against some close games that we talked about, that 8-6 against M80. So these teams definitely have been dealt a bit of a rough hand in terms of the bracket, I would say, and have also kept it very close against their opponents. And unfortunately, both teams get to play their first best of 3 in a position where one is only going to play a singular best of 3 inside of Phase 2 and might very well find themselves eliminated. Forrest on this Goyo. You saw in the BDS game yesterday, he likes to roam around this middle floor at times, and he'll fall back very quickly after tagging up resets down to about 1 HP. No shock, by the way, that we see Lagonis on that Monty. When we saw Liquid's Organ inside of the regular stage, him on a shield of some kind was usually a pretty normal sight to see. As for this sight as well from SSG, not a whole lot of surprises, not only for what we've seen from their Organ previously, but also in general. Goyo, super common pick. C4's in the hands of somebody, in this case Fultz, super common. Smoke, super common. For me, I've called this exact lineup the meta lineup for Basement before, and it's because you've got projectile denial, a lot of ways to deny time with the Goyo and the Smoke. Really everything you can ask for with what SSG are bringing.
They're going for a bit of split pressure. It's the standard approach as well. Get yourself E-Box open, get yourself some presence here on towards Laundry, on towards Freezer. Just go fishing, clear things out, and give yourselves options, because Oregon can change in a snap sometimes. A single pull out, which is probably eyes on Lagonis, as if you've got a shield that's the driving force, is going to be their plan A, and plan B is when plan A probably dies. Remove the Goyos, remove that pressure, and keep your eyes on. Forrest still has the watch. They're not under any too intense pressure as of yet, but as we fall under this minute marker, the heavy stack up here on the tower stairs, we're about to see some action.
It's all going to come down to what use Liquid can get out of these Bs and the pressure that Lagonis is going to apply with this mod. As the smoke goes out, Resets has really got to be careful. This is going to be a big problem. If he takes any bit more damage of that smoke, he's going to die.
Ashen has one more smoke as well, and he's going to go fishing. Sees a shield and pulls right back, but 15 seconds now on the clock of that smoke canister. The pressure has to come here on towards blue, and at the same time on the barrel swing. Maya, you got to live a little and dream a little here as you go for the pressure. Lagonis pushes his way down Pillar, tries to find his way closer and closer, but he's still stuck here on the crux of the stairs because, well, a shield can just go straight past. Shotgun gets one, Resets gets two, and now they're trying to operate. The shields dropped, the kit cold, and 10 seconds to try and get their way back round. It's a 3 versus 2, but the pressure it plants on them as Forrest just steps forward, just pulls back, and leaves Meyer on the singular cover. The swing's on his side, and the round is won by SSG.
A close affair all the way through, though. Ashen, I mean, that's kind of par for the course for the young gunner on SSG. Says, oh, there's a Monty in front of me. I'll just run past him and shoot the guy behind him with his shotgun. Really bold play there to get that opening pick, but it's also good coordination and communication between Lagonis on backstairs, the Monty, and Resets on the Grim, who drops down E-Box and kills the guy Pillar, but then also takes down Ashen as he's walking back down Big Tower Stairs. So huge individual play from Resets to open that side up, and that's what Liquid needed at that point. SSG's utility usage was very good. That smoke on Back Tower Stairs, always wasting time, and they needed somebody to overperform, like Resets right here, to get that kill on the Warden and the smoke. But unfortunately, it's still only 15 seconds left. If one, maybe even two 1v1s don't go your way, that's the difference between a 4v3 or a 2v3, as we saw SSG end up facing and end up winning as they take their first win on Basement. But if we keep having close rounds like that and hectic sets of engagements, this game will actually be quite as exciting and chaotic as I thought it would be.
You want excitement, right?
For an elimination game, I would prefer
This is it. This is all or nothing, really. And well, it's not even all or nothing. It's some or nothing.
Yeah, it's like, maybe playoffs versus no playoffs.
It's maybe or nothing. And, you know, you have to sort of hit the ground running here. All the conversations we've had about these two rosters, how they were slow to start within the league, how they struggled to get their teeth into some of these engagements early on and they build into maps. You just can't have that here. It's a best-of-3 series, sure, but whichever one of these teams is the first to wrest consistent control of the momentum, that's it. That's done.
And that's why SSG can be such a worrying team to play against. We're only one round in, but I feel, you know, I'd remiss if we didn't bring up that at the previous major, they were in this exact same position. They went down 0-2 and then fought their way back to 3-2 and qualified for main stage. And this team can always find momentum. They never feel like they're out of something. They like, you'll always hear Iconic or Ashen, somebody say, yeah, we like it this way. We like having to fight with our backs against the wall to fight our way through. They can always find the energy and the momentum to carry forth. Only one round in on Oregon defense. I doubt there's a whole lot of momentum to really need to be had right now, and Liquid seem to be picking up the pace with this clear through Garage.
Iconic is in the one little place he can be a little bit close to safe, but not safe enough. Caught underneath, Lagonis was adding pressure, but now the pressure's come onto him, and how? Kyno clipped the wing. It's a 3 versus 3 as Ness able to find one on the rotating player up the door. They sort of full sent their SSG, and they're still sending. The post has been delivered, and it's full of bullets.
They decided to crank it. The call was given by Iconic or Force to crank, and unfortunately, Fultz caught on the freezer stairs by Palu. 2v2 with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. In terms of utility, I definitely give the edge to Liquid here. We've got resets with the bees, Palu with the fire bolts and the smoke bolts. 3 drones between them as well. The only thing that SSG really have is that C4 from Forest. The main benefit they have is actually Liquid that need to push into them. SSG can set up their positioning. The overall setup, I will say, I'm not personally a big fan of somebody playing inside of Armory. I think you're very easy to pinch, as we just saw. If you have a good coordinated team, Grim plus the Buck can make it really, really difficult to work your way out of. But SSG were able to trade that back magnificently, and to recover from that early death was really quite impressive. But as I said at the beginning of this, the utility, the 2v2 right now for Liquid, is very good. The bees, the firebolts, the smoke, they could easily make Forrest or JNNO uncomfortable in one of these power positions the defense is now holding.
When will they try and push back into it? That's sort of the question here from SSG. Now, they've got, obviously, these aggressive lines. The pair of them watching, too, and the cover of anything that's coming behind them, but it's sort of a forward-facing push at this point, and they're just going to see if they can try and tuck in on the left. If they can slip their way past, well, this first bit of pressure and the premature C4 isn't going to do them any favors. That wall being reinforced offers them a free position here. They go wide, Forest through the fire. The cover didn't need to pop up yet. SSG a little bit too late to the party. Now they're going to see if they can try and stop the escape route. They have to. Hold the ground, but resets. Holds the line, and Forest silently on the back end. He's got to make a bit of noise, give himself an option so they have less thought. Misses the first flick, but somehow pulls back to it. Not entirely sure. I'm assuming they thought they hit the rotate, but turns out they didn't.
Turns out they did not. Forrest maybe getting a little ahead of himself right there. Definitely could have reloaded with the SMG-11 before sprinting through the concrete doorway. But really well played 2v2 by Liquid right there. I didn't even know the top white wall was reinforced, and then once I saw that, I'm like, oh, they're winning this. Because as I brought up, they got the fire bolts and the smoke bolts, didn't even need the ladder. And they've got the bees to know if somebody is pushing into concrete or through the only other avenue of rotation, which is right around the billiard table, as you can see right there, where resets kills the Aruni. They had so much utility to get the intel where they were playing, and then firebolt them off to stop them from rotating inside of the site. It's part of the setup. You decide to reinforce at the beginning of the round. You don't know how it's going to go, but once Liquid read that and had the utility they did, it's a very, very winnable 2v2.
Billiards table.
Foosball table.
Foosball table.
You know what I mean? It's a table. You play a game.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to, like, if that's the thing you got to be fact-checked on, then that's good, right?
Foosball. Who even plays foosball?
Apparently the people in Oregon.
10 seconds left.
Made up.
If anyone in chat's from Oregon.
Sorry, if you're from Oregon, I didn't mean to call your state made up. I'm from Indiana, so we don't exactly have a lot going on.
Do you have foosball? Yeah, clearly not.
It's not made it to the Midwest yet.
They're going to keep the site rotations hot, find themselves down towards meeting and the big old stage side rather than go towards dining. You get yourself the stretch. How aggressive they're going to play it? Well, pretty aggressive. They've got themselves the deep opener, as you see here across the stage.
Classic.
Usually you'll see, you know, people step in towards the bottom of the big tower, sort of set themselves up, give themselves a bit of room. No room this time. SSG more than happy to sort of say, come on in. And we'll knock you back out. So the pressure's probably going to have to come towards dorms in the back end.
This has become a really common play on the meeting bomb side, is to have somebody with that shotgun on back tower stairs. This is a very familiar position for Ashen as well on multiple maps. On Consulate, for example, he's always holding yellow stairs close quarters with a shotgun. So it makes a lot of sense here to put him specifically in this position too. This is a spot he often, well, not only loves, but often thrives in as well. And for this side, it makes sense, especially because if we see Liquid's lineup, Lagonis is going for that Osa plant, and Ashen might encounter somebody very quickly, as I believe that is Capital. Palu, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe they had an idea. They were going to try and Capital bolt him up, fire him up, put the pressure on and catch him on the sort of split round, but with nestled away on the top with this sort of pitter-patter that's about to come through. Again, the openings that run along that dom's wall and the attic's wall, it means 2 stories, nothing is safe. There's that firebolt I talked about. There's the pressure on the player, and there's the execution.
Nice.
As called, a perfect pinch.
Really, really good pinch. As Leo highlighted, you know, Liquid trying to find ways to insert Nest and Palu, working together beautifully right there to firebolt Ashen, make him run up so Nest can get the kill. Really well coordinated pick on what can be a very difficult position if left undealt with, and something necessary for Liquid. As they're going for that Osa meeting plant, they needed to clear Ashen off back tower stairs, and they needed to do it quickly. Folt's trying to get aggressive to take down anybody outside of big tower, but nobody's biting. Liquid are already inside of the building. Now what they need to do at this point is open up attic, 1. get the bit of control, but also push Kyno back right here. And guess what? If they... hold up.
Oop.
I was going to say, if those C4s don't land, then this talent shield is safe.
So Palu's trying to find the fight from underneath, just get the opener and force them off this direct position. There's a bit of damage done through the drone hole. The grenade is going to force the rotate, but Kyno pushed up aggressively, had the call. The pressure was coming through, and that's a bit of a blow now when the controls seem to start falling into their favor. Palu's sat holding, Fultz gets Maya, and they're just losing all the cover to this Ossa play at this point. They're taking too long to get themselves comfortable to go for the operation. Eyes down green, nobody's currently offering the fight. They've still got Kyno in this power position. They've still got Forrest doing exactly the same thing on the story above. So they cannot get hatch control and force him out at this. Lagonis, he's trying to drift around a corner with a player to his left-hand side. I don't think he knows about it. No, he doesn't. None of them do!
That's Jack 90, boys. Player, you got to make sure you don't let heat up. Then again, he didn't really have to do a whole lot of...
No, he didn't move much.
Yeah, I was about to say, he didn't really need it. It was like, oh, what a great test bit of individual skill. I mean, a nice little, you know, three-piece, piecing up three.
I think it was four.
Well, 4 total, but 3 in that
yeah.
little... That one clip, 3 people, I'm talking about.
One clip, 3 people.
One clip, 3 Liquid players.
Kyno.
But in all seriousness, I mean, yeah, he just had to sit there. He didn't get droned. He's able to work his way up. He had a lot of very impactful picks. All 4 final picks, actually, this round, I believe. No, Fultz got the second one.
Fultz.
Look at that. Beautiful stuff. Unfortunately for Liquid, despite, you know, clearing out Ashen really quickly, didn't have the time or really the utility all that much to rotate around, open up the split wall, maybe try to add another dimension to that. They kept trying to throw bodies at the problem through the meeting wall, and it just didn't end up working out. SSG winning their 1v1s. And in a game where whoever has the hottest guns might end up winning 2-0 or 2-1, SSG looking a little better on these Oregon defense engagements.
Now, although, obviously, we found ourselves on these 3 maps, we did lean a little bit towards Liquid, but it's not to say that they're horrible SSG maps.
No,
they're just kind of Oregon average for both these 2 teams. I think they're both on about a 50% recent win-loss, roughly.
Yeah.
Border just always gets banned against SSG, usually. I think
they played it like once at SI.
Yeah.
And they beat FaZe. So
and then everyone is just like, nah, let's not do that again. Liquid enjoy Border, but I think the bigger question marks on are SSG still heavily enjoyers, or do they assume it's always going to be banned against them?
And the problem with Liquid's map pool this stage is you have basically the tale of 3 Liquids. You had a Liquid that genuinely did not know what was going on in the first 4 games. Then you had a Liquid entirely carried by individual performances for the last part of the group stage. And then you had a Liquid during the LCQ that was actually starting to get their stuff figured out and look genuinely good as a team. So what Liquid are we going to get on this Oregon where they had basically a performance from each of those phases on this map? Who is going to show up? Well, they've got 1 attack so far on Dorms nonetheless, so the Omen is looking pretty good. And remember how close that basement round came down? It was a 2v2 that SSG had to win. So Liquid were good at getting those engagements as they converted down to the bottom floor, but are they good as well at finding this solo roamer upstairs at the top of Big Tower? Or T2 as well.
They're stacked.
Well, they know about Forrest.
They're sitting, watching, waiting, and hoping. But it's just passing in the wind. At the minute, the throw of utility, the attention trying to be drawn towards himself and saying, look, you've got to come and get me. And to be fair, that's the point of this position. At what point do Liquid...
Oh, we're hard committing. Paul's going upstairs.
Yeah, this is a very hard commit. They want the man advantage more than they want the pressure elsewhere. There's the slow rotate around the back. They opened up and drew the attention, as I said. It was the use of the impact. They're not sure where the player's gone. Happy to sit, happy to wait, but I mean, the timer just ticking further and further away. Oh. There it is. There's a bit of action underneath. They just pull themselves back, but 2 minutes wasted.
Well, that's what I was going to say. 2 minutes wasted, and they've done no hard breaching until just now.
And all the lion charges and some bees. And I'm assuming some drones got sacrificed in that hunt.
I saw Forrest shoot at least 1.
Yeah.
So he took at least 1 drone down, but before they at least had some time to, you know, reset after those engagements or plan for them, but now they were so focused on clearing out Forrest up top, they've got to do all that hard breaching, they've got to do all that utility clear. Ashen can still hold on to Bunker as he's playing here now instead of Pillar, and SSG still have basically all the utility they had before, specifically the smoke still in play with 2 toxic canisters. Liquid are good in the engagements. They've got the man advantage, but with so little time, SSG, they can and will fight back.
Ness gets caught out and they're pushed further and further away from barrels, but they really want to drive for the fight, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 1. Ashen was holding on to Elbow. All that's left in is the hot ping. It's 2 1 versus 1s. if he can find the time for the engagement, because they've still got to plant. That is the most important part, and the intel he is waiting on. Hopped round, found the corner, knows the cover is active, and he can't quite get the angle. He thought it was Pillar, and well, now it's become a very sticky situation. He can still try and isolate this, utilizing the smokes to get himself the space. No, they won't swing from distance, but does he know about the close right one? There's one handed to him. There's the second lined up. And SSG once again bite back.
Beautifully played 1v2 by Ashen right there. I mean, even reloading around the corner, that's a bit of a risky position to reload in all honesty. Ashen's somewhat excited after that 1v2.
I think Ashen's having a good time.
I mean, I would too, because as I was talking about, really well played. He reloads the SMG-11 for the long-range engagement, smokes off Pillar before that, so he knows that in all likelihood, nobody, if anybody's playing there, is going to swing him, lest they take damage. Isolates the 1v1s, even though Liquid have somebody playing off the contacts. And I think, you know, right there, he tries to swing a little late, but Ashen's got the shotgun, just a favorable operator for this engagement. And again, really well played by the young gunner of Ashen to get SSG their third.
I get the positioning was to watch if he came on the laundry rotate, but he was just so open, and they weren't set up to play on contact. They went for the swing.
He was very exposed in it, but if you also see how that Hibana swung it, she swung it very cautiously. Didn't, you know, immediately swing around the corner to try to get Ashen. You know, the SMG-11, I mean, this is all kind of nitpicking. It's a rapidly developing situation. It's hard to keep track of all these things.
Breaking news.
Exactly, but swings a little bit slowly around the corner instead of immediately. You know, with the SMG-11, it's got a very low mag. Odds are Ashen used most of his bullets, but swings very passively. Unfortunate, again, like, it happens, and as a result, SSG went around that they probably should not have, given how well Liquid did win the engagements up until that 1v2.
3-1 SSG, and I'm seeing some of these problems that we've had a little bit of Liquid recently. Granted, usually on the attack, those slight missed moments, the slight disconnect. And I'm not saying it's massive. You can see the idea, you can see the concept of the hold and the communication, but there just seems to be this developing trust between the teams and between when they're acting, when they're sort of reacting to each other, regardless of when Nesk and Palu, who are having that sort of outstanding tournament for the team, as they often do, can get themselves active and impacting up towards Dorms, obviously. And remember, the pinch last time was heavy towards this position, on towards Armory with the Monty shield. They don't trust that it's going to work this time. Oh, that's not going to work either. Deimos gone. Faults on the back end, I'm assuming from a T2 window.
We'd assume so.
Oh,
on the stairs.
Just on the stairs.
On the T2 stairwell.
The T2 stairwell.
Right next to the window. Take down the Deimos too. Don't worry about those death mark trackers potentially powering a position. Maya with a little bit of a backstab. No kill so far. Gets his first on a pre-fire to Iconic. Oryx found out pretty easily inside a kitchen, and Jane, I know, also in an extended position, so there's a very real way, especially now that they've spotted the castle, for Liquid to claw this man advantage back. Maya going in for the kill. Jane, I know, just barely gets the flick. No damage done. The more important victory is he gets back safely, doesn't end up dying to that buck moving through kitchen down below. And Liquid also recovering from that early loss of resets. SSG have done a good job, like I said, at winning these 1v1s, and Fultz in particular. Now down below has completely found the buck. He's got another one in his pocket right here, if he plays his cards right.
Got another close fight. Palu's got a great shotgun for it, but maybe not at this range. Just needs a scrap and a snap. Fultz, he fires and pulls back. Palu uses it to cross the divide and go for the engagement. He's as close as anything. He hit utility first, but then still got Fultz on the back end, but again, the time is being pulled out of the approach here. They've got Palu on a mission in the basement, hunting a man who's already killed 2 other people. And it's just pulling all of this focus, where Liquid is struggling on the landing of the site itself. A quick pick back up towards Armory, towards Dorms, you assume, but, you know, look at what they've got left. No hard breach charges have been utilized, but both pairs are gone. If they have to hit it, they've just got to hit it from the doorway. They've also lost the soft on the rotate, so it's a bit of a nightmare push.
Yeah, and they also don't have the Capital Firebolts to lock off positions. They've just got 3 Bs to try to clear this intel, and with only 1 drone remaining, the Bs are the only way they're going to get intel at this point. Forrest can use his C4, Janin or Ashen could wrap around and find a gap in where the attack is pushing, and now we're down to 15 seconds left, so how is Liquid going to win this?
I mean, by a massive mistake from SSG, that quick up the hatch is quickly locked back down. There was nothing to cover any of that, and they're caught in a crossfire. They didn't intend to get rid of the 2 operators who had the heart breach charges. They didn't intend to limit the progression with the removal of the buck, but it worked out perfectly because anything SSG wanted to do at that point was just entirely cut down.
And unfortunately, Liquid are kind of... they're dodging the main quest and hunting collectibles, ultimately. SSG's throwing these little kind of different misdirections their way, or players that get caught down in the basement. Fultz just wasting time doing his own thing. Iconic doing his own thing downstairs in kitchen. Ashen actually says in chat exactly what I was about to say. Ashen said, haha, nice timeout last round of the half. I was actually going to talk about the same thing, which is I get the idea. Oregon attacks can be very important, and it's not like there have been any major glaring flaws in Liquid's play that need to be solved right now and couldn't be solved by Lagonis in round, but if you don't win this round, you don't have a timeout for the defensive half, which could go great or could go poorly. SSG, after all, in their BDS game, did go 3-3 on their attacking side. It was actually the defenses that proved to be a bit of an issue for SSG in their game yesterday, so they certainly can attack on this site, and they can certainly attack when the game is messy, as this game has been so far for the attacking team and the Execute.
You get a little bit worried. You get a little bit worried here. Now, Liquid are fully able to rally, fully able to return. They've played many series across their time, and they've got themselves sort of set up to come back into fights as well, but they just have been missing a lot of these moments here. They haven't felt as sort of connected with the heat that this game requires. Yeah. You step in against SSG, you'll find a quick game. You'll find quick firefights. They're not going to sort of sit back. They're definitely not a passive team.
Left before insertion.
And to kind of build off that point, I mean, look at the stat line for Liquid right now. Reset 6-3, Palu 6-5, great, but Nesk 2-5, one of the highlight players of the tournament so far. Maya 1-5. You might still be thinking, well, if a team usually needs about 3 players to do well to pop off, Liquid are already halfway there. But think of how close these rounds have been. Think of how many sheer gunfights have happened in a round-by-round basis. And you have one of your star players not popping off in Nesk. You've got Maya, who was literally the star player and spearheaded an entire major run for Los in Atlanta. At 1-5, I get he's not been having the same, heights he achieved on that Los roster, but when these rounds have come down so close to the wire, you need everybody fighting back, and Liquid have only been able to consistently rely on resets and Palu, compared to SSG, where Iconic's the only guy not having kills. All right, Nesk is inside of the site.
Yeah, Nesk's inside the site, and he's going to see if he can get 1.
He heard me talking.
I mean, there's the timeout, and there's the conversation about it. There's 2. And Nesk got a little bit bored of waiting. There's Forest getting Lagonis above. Jano does get Nesk, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 2, but they've reclaimed control of their sites in a 2 versus 2. However, J90, Ashen, massively out of position as they were once before. They've got to try and rebuild from the same. At this point, with the fight going towards the mirror window, almost beckoning and begging for an engagement, but it's not going to come at this point. J90.
Oh.
Okay. I'm wrong. He just decided to try and push out and take the fight. Great bit of motion. I was going to say until Ashen shows up on green, but I guess Ashen's now in that position.
Yeah, and Palu in a 1v2. Actually, I just said that was a ballsy play. I just realized he rotated into green in front of a mirror window. Janino had complete intel on what that what Resets was doing right now. Man, you've squandered that gap found by Nesk early on. To be fair, I don't know how much they've squandered it more than SSG, who have been so good individually. Man, I was just literally just highlighting how everyone except Iconic is putting up really solid numbers.
Yeah, all of them.
And then they retake and win all the fights they need to.
I mean, J90 10-3. I sort of said it at the beginning of this sort of game was for being the star player, for being one of those 2 that kept on driving them in the season to not quite having the full impact. Now he has the chance to have the biggest of all, send them over at the edge. Palu's pre-firing is some idea, but they know where the kid is, they know where the players are. He's tucked himself in, hit by an impact. They're more than happy. Oh no, in fact, Capcan, yeah, just drifted into the doorway.
Ankle touches an EDD in the 1v2. You're just like, oh, great.
Yeah,
like dope. Awesome. 1-5 half for Liquid, and unfortunately that tactical timeout does not age particularly well. I mean, it looked like a great round when Nesk found that gap. He walks in, gets 2 picks, but SSG have been all across the roster, save for Iconic, performing extremely well in this defensive half, and you can have a guy dropping 0 kills if the rest of your team is at worst.
I mean, I think they're all at about 2, KD, at this point. I think the rest of the team is having a great game, and there's a sort of saying before there, J90 stepping up. He's like 10-3, 10-4.
11-3.
11-3. And he was a player who can dictate whole rounds. He can dictate whole games.
Yeah.
On his sort of play day. You've had Fultz step up massively in this tournament from where he was in the sort of season. He wasn't a million miles away, but to have these major players come out, that's sort of almost the opposite of what's happened to Liquid, who've, unfortunately, their pace from where they were has dropped a little from the league.
And of all the times, unfortunately, to have a bit of a drop-off in performance in Nest, who I think, you know, obviously dropped double digits yesterday, and even though lost to FaZe, was still dropping like 15, 16 kills or something like that. When I mentioned that the middle part of Liquid's season, they were brought back and bailed out by individual performances. That was, by and large, Nest doing incredible stuff on attack and defense. And have him, you know, go 4 and 6 here. He's unfortunately graded on a different scale than, you know, a lot of players are. We expect him to show up in big moments like this, and Liquid as a whole, individually or not, they get the benefit of Oregon defense now, but SSG were able to pull out 3 rounds against BDS here yesterday, in large part rounds that were defined by their gun skill, found by what, you know, up-tempo plays they could find. And as they move in here, Ashen has already moved into kitchen, 30 seconds in. Do they know about resets top floor, and will they even care the same to the same extent Liquid did, where it cost them 2 minutes?
That's the most important part, right? How much are SSG going to play into the game Liquid doing, which they entirely drew Liquid into the fight, or how much they're going to go, no, we're still playing our pace. We've cleared what we know. We've gone for the fights that we want, and oh, we know they're over there, but we don't need to take it. They've got a full read of the map. Ashen does get caught by Maya. Forest goes and gets at least the trade back and a bit of revenge. Being read by, well, no longer an Echo drone. But that's at least one fight, one out on the far end. The trade between Ashen and the Bees and Maya on the mute, I think Ashen's probably the worst one you'd like to lose there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think losing the Bees could be a bit problematic. I mean, Grim is such a good operator. It makes this site a lot more attackable because, I mean, the big issue, you know, you have to move down 2 or 3 staircases.
Yep.
Either laundry stairs, freezer stairs, or back tower stairs, and maybe the bunker door as well. And Grim, you know, can entirely cover long haul with those Bees. So losing him can be a bit of a problem, whereas Maya, all he had was the C4. But you still have the Monty to force a lot of this pressure.
Oh.
And, well, we know how this is probably going to go with Con 6 out and the Monty right outside.
Yeah, now they have one loose player that's going to try and fight on the tower stairs. They might not know about the T3 player that's going to drop behind them. That's the problem for Fultz, and that's the problem for Fultz. Reads, resets, locks them out. Parley does get Iconic in the trade through. Kyno with the pressure of the shields, trying to move their way forward. Nest with the cover. They still have a great line here to stop the plant going down. They're trying to send it on the long highway corridor itself, but the player behind them on Freezer, there it is, gets the pop round. Palu gets the execute, and Liquid. Good bit of energy and a good bite back. Just could not crack the site itself.
And good resistance to, you know, similar stuff to what SSG did yesterday. Putting JNNO on that Monty, trying to force control through either bunker or pillar were the 2 main positions that SSG like to focus for. You know, they sent him down back tower stairs yesterday one time, sent him through bunker doorway today. Liquid definitely ready for it, but also without that Grim, like we mentioned, and no Ying on the board, obviously, as she was banned by SSG. You don't have as many operators that make pushing down the floor easier, you know, informing where players like Nest or Poly are playing it. Look at Long Haul right here. You throw a smoke grenade down, how nice would it be if you had Bees covering that whole hallway that told you if Palu actually pushed through that smoke? So losing the Grim instead of the Capital right there, it's not really a big mistake by SSG. Maybe Forrest is a little bit behind the trade, but still, the utility you lose could have made that execute a lot better for SSG. Still at 5-2 though, so you can afford to lose.
I think that's the sort of underlying point, right? I get the heat needs to build up, but on Oregon, it's one of those sort of coin flip maps. You don't really know the full shred on it until you get both. They've obviously used their tack timeout at the 4-1 point.
Can't recover if the defenses go awry.
Exactly, but at this point, if one defense goes wrong, then you're looking down the barrel of the next map. You're looking down the barrel of a border versus SSG, a very untested...
a border against SSG when a few of your star players are just now getting even in KD.
And that's terrifying as a sort of concept here. Liquid have to try and thread a fair few of these rounds together before you start to even consider them as contenders properly against this SSG team that has shown up ready to fight. Fultz.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, Palu. He was on the hunt.
If I'm sitting in an attic and I'm banded, I've got like security cam footage on that drone hole. I'm not letting anybody send a Twitch drone through that. Forced ready for it though. Ooh, working down below the hatch. Good little read, but Palu, oh, it's reinforced. Never mind. I was getting really excited about that engagement. But Palu, a little bit better at thinking ahead than I am, apparently. So very good stuff right there. Liquid are not playing very aggressively, which I think on Dorm is very sensible. They've got Neska, so you can see pushed up deep inside a bedroom with a closet with that shotgun, a pretty common position. And now SSG opening up the attic wall on the opposite side of the map. Still, I think, trying to figure out exactly where they want to push. If they want to go through bedroom, they now know Neska's playing there, and they will have to deal with him inside.
All the pings in the world won't get you the direct fight, but you can see SSG is cooking up their approach. The pressure across attic was nothing that Liquid ever really dabbled in, so we'll see how ready they are to try and knock it right back across. But again, it's, you know, it's fishing. Ashton seeing that he could maybe approach the top white. They've been doing a lot of work around the armory side as well. They just need to sort of have the call, the conversation of where they're going to snap to. One of those things that obviously, since Iconic joined the roster, or rejoined the teammates with a lot of them, they're trying to rebuild. The pressure comes from Forest, around the double window, just underneath the rotate between the two bedrooms, or the two dorm sites itself. Neska's still stepped up aggressively.
The only issue is, I mean, the utility's great. You've got the Buck from below, you've got the Capitals and the Grimbees, but they need to decide where they're executing. Are they going for a big window white take? Are they... It's clear they want to do that now, but in a 5v5 with everybody in dorms still alive and people could rotate around and your dorms player gone, Liquid can repel this.
Iconic, again, removed. A horrible game he's having right now in terms of the kill department, but the team can still try and push the pressure over based on the plays he might have put forward. Palu, he's on a little bit of a thinner island to try and hold on the double fight, but the pressure as the blinds come across, resets. J9O, Palu's still tucked, still healthy. You're looking at what's in the pockets right now of SSG and thinking, where's it going to get thrown? It's just those Capital bolts. Neska's locked on a corner, Ashton gets down, they've got the watch on top white. The other player can't even get into the building in time without just screaming up the stairs. It's two players about to find their way up the same position, and they just took too long.
Too long and a very formless idea of what they wanted to do in the round. They open up attic, but then they don't even really use attic later in the round. They solely focus on big window and white, but because they rotated there with 1:15 seconds left and Forrest had already used a lot of his skeleton key shots, they can't, you know, open up the floor beneath dorms to push that guy off the window. They've only got the Grimbees to do that, but oh god, the top white door is barricaded. So if we open that now, we're gonna telegraph what execute we're going for. The idea, I think, for SSG at the beginning was to try and look over towards attic and, you know, maybe incorporate master bedroom, but then they rotate without a whole lot of utility, without a whole lot of time, and without a clear game plan for who was going where and what they were doing. Unfortunate, as we mentioned, you know, they still have that 5-2, now 5-3 lead, and because they were able to go on that 5-1 half, just 2 wins on the tertiary site will be enough to secure a 7-5 regulation victory on their opponent's pick. So if they can win one here, they get match point, and they're still very much in contention for a regulation win.
Taking a timeout, Mr. Lynx.
Hello.
10 seconds left.
Last defense round, bad idea. When do SSG take it?
When do SSG take it?
Yeah.
Do I have to answer now?
Yeah. Feel the pressure, there's the color caster. Color away.
Give me... I think Liquid fight back. I think this goes to overtime.
Okay.
The reason I think this goes to overtime, right, is...
It's kind of what I asked you. I asked when you think SSG is going to take the timeout.
I'm the king at not answering the question. And then still yapping for 45 seconds. I see Forrest go on the Nook, and they're clearly trying to, I think, find a gap somewhere. As, you know, super great color read right there. Nook gonna lurk. Whoa! Crazy!
I don't know about this one, Chief.
But I kind of worry that we might have a similar situation to the previous round where they don't have a great idea of what their end game is, what their win condition is, and we end up seeing them kind of mill about for 2 minutes looking for a gap that may or may not exist. Whereas I think, you know, we see, you know, Nesk on the Solus, Maya on the Valkyrie. There's likely some roamers on the board. You usually have to when you're defending meeting. And what do you know? Nesk all the way upstairs, Maya all the way in shower. If they want to go for a bit more of a roam clear or a pinch around the map, there are players positioned further out that they could try and get a kill on and work a man advantage. If that happens, well, we're looking a lot better.
Scanning.
Steady with their approach. They've got a lot of time to work with, and think about how we saw the approach last time round from Liquid. Again, very different takes here, coming in from the NA side versus the Brazilians. They're not going for the tower setup. They're not going for the full sort of deploy and the Ossa play. That is often sort of prevalent. Instead, force the back end. There's Forrest getting the head of Palu, but traded instantly. By resets, the Nook was able to sneak in, as you brilliantly predicted with your high tier color, but unfortunately you didn't expect resets, and neither did they. Kyno is sort of sitting, waiting, and wishing somebody would try and aggressively retake across Attic, but for now it's just watching and covering to allow this progress to be made.
I mean, but look at this for SSG. We've got vertical holes over the kitchen bomb site. We're now opening up X-Pyros holes in small tower, but what control do we actually have? What progress have we made beyond Forest? To be fair, going 1-for-1 outside a classroom. Sure, we've got that great vertical control, but Liquid can still very easily rotate around. But right as I say that, Ashen's able to cut down Maya and resets us all the way in dining and showers. He's rotating back very quickly, though, so there is that. But if SSG are able to land... Oh, never mind. He is retaking the top floor.
Well, it's a fight that Ashen was not ready for. Resets again. Twice he's been able to find himself just biting back into these approach. A very important player for the team that hasn't entirely been able to connect. There is the third for the round. He's got the kick cult. It's 20 seconds, Carter. The site is not too far away, but in the 2 versus 2, it's 2 1 versus 1 engagements that have currently cooked themselves. They don't have enough time to sit around. That's 4 for resets, and another round where Iconic hits the floor. Kyno, a 1 versus 2 situation. He was on the other side of this, on the exact same side last time, and this time, same result. In that the defenders win. Different result in terms of the teams.
What is the game plan for SSG? We see that initial basement round. It's like, okay, you want to go for a bunker big tower take.
Yep.
Got it. I know what we're going for. But then the next 2 sites, dorms and now dining. SSG, they know they want to get vertical control. All right, I got that. You bring the ram, you get it down. Solid. You know you want to insert Forest into a gap. Okay, got it. They know small things they want to do, but how it fits into the overall plan is unclear. Folt's outside main door with like a minute 15 seconds left. Ashen kind of seemingly almost taking down Maya by happenstance, and then there's the big gap in the attacking, control of the top floor that Resets is able to exploit, then rotate back through small tower. I think the SSG game plan is a bit too nebulous right now, and they're probably calling that tactical timeout for this exact reason, because Liquid's defenses have looked good, but they've not needed to look great because SSG haven't been putting a whole lot of problems in front of them, especially in these past couple rounds.
3 rounds in a row. The perfect rotation, though, and Liquid have set themselves up mentally to really pull back into this. You look at the halftime, and you're like, wow, this is going wrong. And it's not even just the fact that it's a game of 2 halves. Oregon can be bit by attackers and defenders equally. SSG had the full control of the pace. They weren't really being pressured. Time was a big factor, which is a big factor on your attacks and less so on your defense. But there was a little bit of sort of kinetic energy missing from Liquid's sort of approach.
Just a little bit.
What would you have on the desk in front of you if you're a pro player?
If I were a pro player?
Yeah. Anything spiritually connect you with playing video games professionally?
I'm like Jules at the end of Pulp Fiction. Like, I just kind of walk the earth. I don't have any possessions, no aim.
Do you have a wallet that says?
It's my wallet. What does it say? I can't say what it says.
You can't say what it says, but
it says.
People know the quote.
You're the weak. I'm the tyranny of evil men.
Well, the tyranny of evil men, unfortunately, only really playing Iconic at the minute. You still have all of his team popping off. Nowhere near as distinct as it was in the first half. No. Obviously, a 5-1 and 5-4. More of them have died. That's how maths works. But still, not being able to get into a very important game, the longer that goes on, the more it eats at you. Now, it's obviously a roster that bounced back from a map loss to get 7-0, 7-0. First time ever. They have the ability to rebound, but
they do, but what I'm interested in, by the way, we take that tactical timeout, and this lineup is overall, and where I think, they want to end up on basement is very similar to what they brought previously. The big difference, of course, is, we see Kyno actually being the tip of the spear for this roam clear, right? He spots the Goyo in freezer, hatches, is open, so Goyo can just fall back. So, good push, don't get me wrong, very safe, very secure. You push the main roamer back within the first minute. Nobody's going to complain about that. But where are we going to see some of the adjustments for SSG? Is it just sending Kyno down through freezer? Hopefully maybe keeping Ashen alive for a good portion of the round? We did also see, talk about what SSG did yesterday. Their other option was sending Monty down through laundry and going for a smoke plant on front side. So maybe they're instead going for that. pushing him down Freezer right now as well. It seems like my guess would be they're gunning for that front side plan to try and have JNNO pressure long haul from the Freezer doorway, put Forrest down the front side. That's my guess, but could change with a minute 20 seconds left.
They have the watch, they have the pressure, and they have multiple options. One of those things there, we talk about Liquid, again, having a little bit of a slow pace. I still enjoy SSG's attention to the detail of their take. They're not entirely getting lost in the sauce of hunting and clearing down players around the boards, and, well, now's the time to try and push the metal to it. It's a heavy blue hold. They've got the full eyes, the aggressive shield leaning around, and, well, one less drone to worry about with Palu on the cover of this, but some utility can offer you the sort of pressure round to it. The bees start to pop. When will Maya just hit the first smoke canister? There's a Goyo behind him as well. Jaina, I know, a little bit too deep, a little bit too caught. Drops the shield, gets down in the smoke. You've got resets in Palu and Nesk. And now he's got his first kill, but he can't get any more. Liquid has 4 rounds in a row.
That's just a rough way to die.
Yeah.
If you're Jane, I know. Like,
if you're anyone.
I mean, they did end up going for that front take, by the way. If I did.
Are you drunk? It was just typed in chat.
Yeah, Maya said, Montaigne, are you drunk? And that's kind of what I was going to talk about, which is, I know what SSG are setting up for. They want to go for that front take. Fine, I agree with that. But you have a Twitch on the board, you're setting your Montaigne down Freezer, and either you don't clear out the Vulcan pack with the Twitch, or if you want to interpret it charitably, maybe Fultz tried to and the Twitch drone got shot, but that's kind of a key piece of your execute. If you want the Monty to pressure up Freezer hallway to, one, leave him by himself, and then get pinched by a smoke canister and a Goyo pack. It's a huge oversight or a huge blunder from SSG, and then trying to push front side, and basically the laundry position's still alive, the closet player's still alive. I don't know, I saw Ashen write it down before the game started.
It said doctor.
They were yelling doctor before the game started, like by the catering, so I don't know. Doctor, oh, so yeah, if you don't know, Liquid's assistant coach Tisei was SSG's assistant coach at Atlanta and SI? Maybe just SI.
Okay.
To defuse a bomb.
Nice guy.
But why is he a doctor?
I don't know.
On toilet roll.
I don't know. Probably one of the many SSG inside jokes they have.
There's a lot. There is a lot. Ashen. Quick in and quick down. Obviously, hoping to maybe try and find a bit of a loose thread, but Liquid haven't really done that.
No.
They're keeping themselves, I'm not going to say entirely close to their chest.
All right, well, all right. Sounds good.
Yeah, that's not great.
Forrest, he's smirking after that one. That was a freebie and a half. Just walks up, or rappels up on Blackbeard, gets the kill on Maya, and that's something SSG have felt like they've been lacking the entire half, even if they pushed Roamers back early like we saw in the previous round. All right, well, we saw the Twitch drone there last time, and unfortunately there's no Twitch on the board, and he's able to bandit trick that for free. We've got 3 hard breach charges total, but we're starting to get into a similar position where SSG were last time. It's like, okay, you want to get attic early, but then do you still want to go for that big window white take by the end of it? Do you want to go for something more bedroom side? With Forrest on the Blackbeard, I mean, he's likely going to be on the foosball rappel or the generator rappel, whatever you want to call it. He's likely going to be there for the majority of the round, but SSG, I want to see a clearer game plan to start because this hard breaching on bedroom and attic wall is being effectively dealt with based on Liquid's entire lineup. Good night.
There's a bit of revenge onto the Blackbeard. No shield can stop you from being shot like that. Lagonis gets the cap, and that might pull, again, some of that focus. They've got to see if they can try and rally themselves in when you have this. The ability to quickly zip your way up, to utilize it inside the hatch, which went horribly wrong. Can you try and find a quick rotate to replace the dead man?
Okay, I know the game plan is now open up the bedroom and go for this now, but I mean, Ashen's just face-checking white stairs with a shotgun. We are not doing our due diligence. We have 5 drones left up, and he's walking straight into defenders. We've really put Nesk in a difficult spot. I'll give them that, but it's still a man advantage for Liquid.
Nesk 1 out on both sides. He got the Capitao outside, swings, and gets the player entering on towards the close wall, the walk-in wall that Fultz now drifts in, but with 40 seconds just lost.
SSG aren't problem solving. They are just not effectively countering what Liquid are throwing at them. They make a good adjustment. The defense does. They bring the Bandit and the Tubarao. They've got the Bandit in attic, the Zoto canisters in bedroom wall, and SSG, they try to open up attic. It gets Bandit tricked. And then they try to open up bedroom way later in the round, like a minute, 10 seconds later. It gets Zoto'd, and what do you do? You don't really have time to react to that.
I love that frustration. That is a universal frustration.
Look, at this one-tapped a Blackbeard.
Being shot by the Blackbeard through that window. Oh, are you serious? Everyone has that on any ELO, on any platform. Okay, yeah, that's why I was like, there's no stopping that. Because Lagoatness.
Remember how I said that I think Liquid would actually push this to OT?
Yeah.
I think Liquid win this 7-5. I'm going to be so honest.
How demoralizing would that be?
I mean, it's Liquid's pick, to be fair. You know, SSG still...
No, 100%.
Yeah, SSG still have Border coming up, and honestly, Liquid aren't really winning this off of crazy individual performances. Nesk is, sure, bounced back since the first half, and Palu resets have double digits, but they've just put forth strategies. They've said, all right, we're going to play hard breach denial. All right, we're going to retake vertical control when SSG take it. They've just put forth these ideas, and SSG have said, okay. And then they don't really have a good counter argument. Ashen's running up wide stairs without a drone. Players being caught by themselves. They're not coordinating. We're flooding in without clearing utility in front of J9O. It's just been a bit of a blunder of an attacking half for SSG. And I mean, of course it's been. They've lost 5 rounds in a row and could very well lose 6 in a row.
Liquid have heated up. Now they're boiling. And, well, they've got the first read, but I don't think they opened the pressure yet. They want to sort of keep a bit of maybe false sense of security as the pressure comes across the top. Nesk just going to get the impact off. Still doable. Stops it being a rotate, but it's still an angle and still not cause for concern, but cannot play as directly behind that shield as before. Palu, he's feeling a little bit frisky.
I like this positioning from Nesk right here. I mean, Ashen's watching the rotate. He's not sure. He doesn't know if Nesk pushed forward. Okay, well, now with the pre-fire, he is well aware. Nesk might, I was about to say, will have to take that fight. And on the pre-fire, he cuts down Ashen. Really well played in this trophy single right here from Nesk. Great stuff to get that 5v4. Bolt's now down. Yeah, it's GG. I'm not buying the
Nesk gets another. The Terrorizer with the MPX just tears through everyone in front. Resets is on an adventure. 5 versus 2. Iconic and J9O. All that's left are the hopes of trying to pull this map into OT, a map that they were 5-1 up on the half, to then fall so far against the flawless defense from Liquid. It is just Iconic left. Gets one, gets his first, loads of time. The second cannot! And Liquid, what a return to form on that map.
A great return to form, but just for one final time, and I'll stop being a negative Nancy, just a non-existent attacking half from SSG. The problem solving was not there. Whether they had the advantage or not, they just weren't making control with. Sometimes, I mean, remember that kill on Maya? They had 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to come up with an execute, and they fall to just the exact game plan from Liquid. Bandit trick it, Zoto trick it, done. Right there, we see players running into the roam. Ashen dies due to pre-fire. Okay, whatever. Force dies, bottom white, gets retake. He's not aware of anybody's position, caught by himself. It was just a poor attacking half from SSG. Bewildering after going 3-3 against BDS, one of the tournament favorites today.
Well, let's throw it back over to Milos and the gang in the studio.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, we are back. My gang for this beginning here is Jack. You've seen 2 guys that are as gang as it gets here. But honestly, SSG in this game, a lot of huff and puff, but not much fire behind that smoke. But Liquid recover and bring it back.
Yeah, do you know what, actually, Milos? It was actually very, very impressive on the comeback, because no matter what map you're on, even if you go onto the advantageous side, to bring 6 rounds in a row to win it in regulation was certainly very impressive. I think Liquid had a troublesome attack half where they were very scripted, they were very easy to read, and they mismanaged a lot of situations. However, that flipped, completely flipped, when they got onto their defense. They presented problems to SSG, they played confident, they played together, so a lot of the things that we hadn't seen inside of their attacks, they actually exhibited on their defenses, and SSG had no problem solving, they had no control. I think Carter played nice, they had no control in any of their attacks.
Which is odd to see, because, again, SSG have decent success here, but to get to a spot like this where they're so close to closing the game, and then 1 round after the other, 6 rounds in a row, of course, on the side switch, Liquid just found everything, and they looked clean in control.
Yeah, they really did. And they were facing it up. They were facing it all, as you say, because this was their map choice as well. You know, for SSG, and I will come back to this because obviously it will completely hurt for SSG the fact that they've lost this 7-5. But this is the map that they're supposed to lose inside of a best of 3. It is their opponent's map pick, so I don't think they'll worry about it too much going into the next map. But yeah, for Liquid, they will certainly be very, very happy they've got that one over the line.
And for us to wrap up Oregon, we have Alfama standing over in Telestration. On to you, buddy.
Indeed, thank you, Milosh. And I just want to point out how the team play and the cohesion was generally missing in attack for both teams. Here we're looking at Liquid, they actually have the diffuser planted, and they're in a 2v1. They should be winning this. If you look at the retake potential from Ashen here, he actually can come from the rotate here or from the hallway. Now, take a look at how Liquid is set up. Reset should be watching the hallway, but he isn't. Instead, he's watching towards the rotate. But the problem is, Lagonis should be watching his hallway. He is, but Reset is more exposed. So if Ashen pushes right now, he will have a deeper and wider angle onto Reset, and we'll see him before Lagonis can trade him. That's my issue here. When you see Ashen push towards Reset, Reset is completely clueless because Lagonis is supposed to cover him. And that just doesn't happen because of the poor positioning. Ashen can get double 1v1. Now, if you actually check how it happens when SSG is in the 2v1, Palu is pushing towards green. Ashen, instead of giving him a 1v1, will actually go away and not offer him that 1v1. And that happens again. As soon as Ashen sees Palu, he just walks back. That way, he doesn't offer a 1v1. Take a look at this beautiful setup. Perfect pinch. That way they know they can get a trade. This is the biggest difference. You position yourself to make sure you always get a trade potential. Now, I want to see this cohesion in attack on the next map. Back to you after the break.
You saw it here first. Operation New Blood, with more details to come out tomorrow, but also the full reveal this Sunday, live from the Manchester Major, I think just before the grand final. That'll be around 5 p.m. British Standard Time, our time here in the UK, 6 p.m. if you're in the EU, but also it's around noon if you're on the East Coast of the United States. And you saw our friends Titanium Rollo and that one Brit in the video introducing things for Operation New Blood. Haven't seen them since SI. It was a lot of fun though.
It was a lot of fun. It's certainly looking fun.
Genuinely a big fan of Brit and
Just
Rollo.
said fun twice. Sorry.
It is indeed. And you know what's even more fun, Jack? That we're going to our next map. This time, SSG's pick going to a border, as you see down in our lower third. This is SSG's pick, as I said, where they start off on defense and Liquid on attack.
Yeah, I think overall, if you look at the Oregon plate from SSG, they can be proud of themselves. They were, in my opinion, strategically, they were winning this. They actually had the game in their hands. It was Liquid's pick. Somehow they threw it back. I think if you want to bring back that cohesion that we're lacking in attack, going back on your home turf, your 6-win streak map, it's the perfect way to get back into the BO3.
I think the fact that SSG is starting on the defense is huge. Because if we saw their defense of Oregon, it was great. And it's not that it translates one-to-one. It's more that defense allows you to make those individual plays because teams have to attack into you. They have to have good coordination into you, not the other way around. So I hope for SSG's sake, they've gone away. They've just forgotten about map one. I've just seen this as, right, we're on to our map pick now. Get that done and then worry about the decider. So defense start, and especially once they get over onto the attacks, that's when I really want to see them step things up. And actually, maybe, I feel like I'm always in this situation with SSG. Do I want them to be more default and more boring and more traditional Siege? Or do I want to see it get a bit gung-ho, get a bit crazy on it? And I can't decide which, but I want them to go to one or the other.
If there's a map to play test your attacks, it's definitely border. So we'll get to see if there will be any change for SSG. I hope so. Otherwise, they'll be eliminated from the tournament and will get knocked out. NA near airport and all that. But Liquid are looking to close this out 2-0. Thank you very much, Alpha Man Fresh. Our friends on the casting booth, Fluke and Links, take it away.
Friends, we've gone up in the world. Now we're no longer enemies and rivals. Is that a little bit of faith you're trying to build for SSG?
I'm praying for SSG right now.
Praying for SSG.
The only All-American squad at the Major. The only All-American team. That is correct, right?
I don't know. Wait.
Beast goes, no. Spirits is French-Canadian. The only All-American team at the Major. Of course I'm praying for them. Because especially, as Alphama said, they had Oregon in their hands. They had it in the palm of their hand. They put 3 attacks against BDS yesterday, and they couldn't muster a single one today. And I know Milo said this too, that border is kind of a map where you can dry run your attacks, right? Yep. It's like how you should be attacking. But if SSG couldn't muster like really a single good idea or one consistently on Oregon, which can be hard to attack, border's going to be difficult as well. The saving grace SSG have, in my opinion, sure, the attacking side was weak, but everyone except Iconic was showing up in the gunfights. Everyone was pulling their weight, on the defensive side especially, and that's the side they're starting on border. So if they can keep that individual skill consistent, it served them well in Oregon. Gave them a 5-1 half. It'll serve them even more here on border.
Do you like this music? Do you feel like a rocker?
It's all right. Honestly, I mean, you know, I'm in a big 90s hip-hop phase.
Wait, let's roll the bit back. Let's roll the bit back. Hey, do you like this music?
This is not a bit. I'm so real right now.
Do you like this music?
It's fine. It's not right. It's not lo-fi or 90s hip-hop. It's not Wu-Tang Clan.
Get a bit of Wu-Tang.
Woo, woo, woo. No Killer Bees on the Swarm, though, because SSG banned Grim first, so won't unfortunately have the Hive launcher at any point throughout this attacking side or really anything whatsoever. It doesn't mean Ying is up, as she was banned in the previous map. So some good execute utility certainly available for Liquid to start on this attacking side. I'm already loving what I'm seeing from SSG right now. Bolt and the Solus was a menace in Phase 1. That was where you got the huge highlight against Cruelty on Clubhouse, basically like flipping 180 degrees and getting a kill every single time he did so. He's been really good on this operator at this tournament, and seeing SSG bring out the Solus early on, this is going to be really good to hopefully stop Liquid from getting their execute setup, which was both teams had big setup problems on the attacking side of Oregon. I was very critical of SSG, but equally so, a lot of the criticisms I made could be applied to Liquid as well. And if Fultz does a lot of damage to that drone count for Liquid, those same problems might appear on border.
Yeah, I mean the drone count. Obviously, it's a little bit fun at the minute.
We were getting trolled by the drone count.
We were getting messed around. We just got to look at the players individually.
I got to count in real time. I
hate counting.
And that's in 2nd grade.
Where you flunked out?
Still haven't gone to 3rd grade.
Still haven't gone. One day the dream will come together. One day the breach might come towards you. Ashen is potentially going to have a watch down. Fultz isn't too far away as jail and detention gets opened up. You can expect things will get very aggressive very quick. It's border. It's not a very thick map. There's a lot of ways that you can sort of cut your way entirely across it without ever entering the building itself. And that is why all of Liquid, they've kept themselves outside. They're doing all of the mental maths and running the numbers kind of as far away as possible of the gauntlet that's been set up.
We'll say, bit of an issue right now. We don't really have a whole lot of explosive utility on the attacking side. We've got the Selmas to destroy those Kibas, and Apollo's now down to no grenades, and a Gone 6 is gone. And Janino has, in a few seconds, we'll have 4 Kibas in pocket. So, very powerful operator that Liquid don't really have a lot of answers for, given the lineup they have right now. A Kludge drone taken down by Fultz as well. A lot of damage done to Liquid's utility, and also not a lot bringing to the party. Fultz baiting Liquid's attention heavily. There's going to be an engagement about the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're finally getting the drive round. Maya's looking for the fight. They don't quite have the full read on it, and they're just sort of waiting for the single step to lead them in. Fultz, he's holding the aggressive cross angle. He's getting himself just eyed up and hoping this web can carry them through. The second catch is there. The flash round the corner. He hasn't quite got the route. He's going to shoot low and a little bit too, but just gets the catch. Took so much damage for that engagement. Again, a lot of utility in that find, though.
A lot of utility, a lot of time expended. Iconic also still holding Workshop in the hands of the defense. So unclear right now if Liquid actually know about that position. And if they carry forth with an execute, you know, from the east to the west, from Customs on over, he could either retake Customs later on, take them down as they cross that part of the map. Ashen also still controlling Courtyard. They're aware of these roamers up top. Really nice shot by Nesk. But Ashen's still up there. Iconic found out down below, though. Liquid are aware of all of this.
Executed all the way around. Ashen and Forest, suddenly all that's left. Spraying towards Passport. Passport checked by 2 players, but now it is just Ashen left. Drops down and has to sit and wait, but pre-fires. He knows the plant's being connected. They may as well get some reveal, but what a start there from Liquid. Kept the pace from Oregon.
I kept the pace on Oregon, and also really good at setting the pace on border in a way that I think fits the map very well. It takes a lot of time, but they find Fultz is stuck inside the small office in Custom. So what does Maya do? Flashbang, skeleton key through the wall, go for the kill. Almost cost him his life, almost off his HP, but he gets the pick and nobody can really trade. Iconic doesn't swing out from Workshop, so it's an uncontested 5v4. Acquired by Maya right there. And then afterwards, Liquid also show a good little feature on border. Nesk face checks with some intel in the late round, gets a kill on one of the roamers. They then hop into Workshop, take down Iconic, face checking, maybe with some intel as well. Liquid doing a great job at getting informed 1v1s for their key fraggers, specifically Maya and Nesk, capitalizing off of it, and then winning a pretty easy round to start. Really good showing from Liquid, and showing, at least when it comes to border, attack might not be as big of a problem as it was on Oregon.
Getting themselves a foot on attack isn't anywhere near as scary on this map as it is on a lot of others, obviously. Each border.
But when a PSG lose this and, what, their 6-game losing streak breaks tonight, you'll go home from the Manchester Major.
It's a big build.
It's a little one.
We've had a couple of streaks ended over this.
Did you know that since this SSG roster formed, they've lost border 1 time in the past calendar year?
It's been banned against them pretty much every other time, though.
I wonder why.
Who knows? Well, this is that sort of point, right? Is Liquid's not taking the bait, but taking the gamble, because they've won it twice of the 3 times.
They left border up for a reason. They could have banned it first or second.
Exactly. They think that they can take the fight here. They think that they've done that VOD review. They've gone, we can run the numbers, we can run the gauntlet, we can outshoot them. They've had their map to warm up. If this had been the first map in the series, with how, cold Liquid came into it would have been terrifying.
It would have been really problematic, and ultimately, the tale of 3 Liquids, as I mentioned earlier, but when they were succeeding in the LCQ, they were doing a really good job at setting up Nesk and setting up Palu. When they were achieving their heights, they were getting them into good positions. Maya even was allowed to take, certain fights that he wanted to, and resets More importantly, just started shooting back, because there was a time where 3 games into Brazil, he had 2 kills in 3 games. Resets has been putting up fine numbers, which he needs to, but as a whole, Liquid have been doing good at catering to their star players. In that round, no exception. Maya and Ness given so many resources to succeed in round 1. In round 2, we'll see if we see something similar. It's looking like an Archives plant with the Talon shield, with Maya on vent window, with somebody maybe pushing from office as well. It seems to be with Palu down below. They're trying to stop any C4. But how is Ness going to fit in any of this? Is he going to go for the backstab around Armory? There is still JNNO below, so it's not fully secure to go for the plant just yet. Ooh, but C4 expended. That's
I
good.
was going to say, the exchange there, the Talon shield, Ashen gets Palu, they get that first body, and they sort of make things a little bit dangerous again. Steps back in, and there's Faults getting Maya. Liquid, their problem on their attacks in Oregon, where they're a little bit slow to actually get the push in. Does get one on the back end. It's a 2 versus 4. It's a big separation here, and, you know, you sort of, again, look at what they've lost. No Hibana, none of the hard breach charges to get their way through on the breach if Buck would have bought them. It's coming down to flat engagements on what is already open. They have the pull on one player, but it's Ashton that steps himself in and loses out. I love the sound of this gun.
It's very satisfying, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to get a kill on the pullback. Nothing that's being offered to them. In the same time, Nesk did get caught by JNNO on the other side. The smoke to give himself a bit of motion.
He's ISO'd the 1v1 at least. He could make this a 1v3.
Well, he does.
He did it.
He does.
Big dog.
20 seconds. 3 more players to get through.
Ooh.
That
could have been a good shot.
That could have been a good shot. It was. It wasn't.
Unlucky. Honestly, I'm really happy with the game so far. Only 2 rounds in, and I've already almost had the taste of Oregon wiped from my mouth. Like, we had a great... I'm serious. No, we've had a great attacking round from Liquid, and then we followed up with a really solid defense from SSG. Palu tries to go for the solo clear down below. They're setting up for the Archives plant. And SSG basically go for a 3-man pinch on the solo attacker trapped in vents. Ashen goes down metal stairs. They've got, I think, Iconic and J9O down below also taking fights with them. Really good proactivity from SSG to keep that vertical control in their hands, make Liquid more concerned, but then also take aggressive gunfights on the top floor, coordinated with the rest of the team. The level of communication for both teams on the attacking side on Oregon, but also for SSG in general. On the, well, I suppose not on the defenses, but the coordination was lacking on Oregon for both teams. On the defense, at least right now, it was the defining factor for SSG in that round.
Yeah.
We got a game now.
We got a game. No, we want a game. Now, I don't want to worry you.
Oh, what are you going to say?
Well, Oregon started exactly the same way. 1 round, 1 round.
Okay, oh, yeah. Okay, Liquid got like a really late execute. It was a 2v2 on basement between Liquid and SSG. Like, yes, it was a 1-1, but it was clear that SSG had the momentum on their side of the defense.
Say it.
And you know what? I hate you for that. Like,
yeah, legally required.
I'm sitting in my chair right now. I'm happy analyzing the game. I've got things to talk about. I'm positive about both teams. And you're like, man, this is how Oregon started.
Ooh, Iconic suffers, and
I hate that angle.
I hate that angle too. I think everybody does. And well,
I had a guy in ranked one time hold this angle for a minute and a half, and it seems like Lagonis is trying to take after him.
That sounds like ranked. Well, he's going to see if he can get a gift on the back end of it. Iconic's still doing structural work, and you know, it's just something you can pay a bit of avoidance to. To be fair, again, you'll spend a lot of time outside this map, because when you do start getting your internal clear, as we saw from the previous round, if you're not quick, if you're not decisive, then you're dead decisive.
Yes. It can be very problematic, especially if you're not winning those opening engagements, not getting that control. But Liquid now moving in very quickly. Nesk has moved into customs. We see, obviously, that we know there's only one guy actually on the site, and I think Liquid are aware of this. Maya and Nesk in a very dangerous position for SSG right now.
The problem is the kit. If they can try and get this execute, that's why Lagonis was making his way around. They've got the single pull. There's the C4 on the door itself, and there's the fight. Iconic, he's probably calling for all the help in the world right now. The flashes, the door's open, the double stuffed and double stacked, and they're out of there.
Still Event Workshop defense, to be fair. If there were Teller's Archives, they could get the diffuser down, but still got to play a little bit more Rainbow Six until we get there. Still a very nice pinch onto Iconic, and ultimately the big issue is these vertical angles. Ashen holding a long line right on top of Workshop. They probably got vertical angles in Vent and the broader Workshop bomb site as well that's closer to the rotate hole between the two. And they got the Souls, the Specchio up top. So good retake strat from SSG, even in a 4v5.
Now, where is Palu going to go? As the man with the smokes is the only one that can cover the motion if they try and just push their way across. Instead, he's busy up top, getting the blinds, doing exactly the same thing with a slightly different taste.
Good as well.
Bolts gets Palu, though, and the Solace is calling out the plant. There's the cover from Forest, and there it is. A perfect utilization and a perfect demonstration of why killing one man next to the site doth not make the site yourseth. There's some Shakespeare.
Yeah, that was Othello, I think.
Yeah, and now we're about to have a tragedy. Uh-oh, they're coming back.
I don't know if they're coming back yet. We've got 30 seconds. If they want to, resets. If he's going to commit to this, he's got to get at least 1 kill. He's got to get the 2v2, maybe even net. That was prepped. He maybe even needs to get 2 to make this a full 2v1. It's going to require massive individual skill either way.
Nesk is going to bait the plant. There is a pull, and there's a Solace that's just read that. We see the goggles toggling on and off. There's an easy pickup from above. There's the second fight, and SSG take the cake.
Not much you can do, unfortunately. I like the idea. It's one of those cases where you need the Candelas to work, but he's got 4 of them. He could try to blind all those vertical angles as Liquid flood in from bathroom into workshop. It's not a bad idea. And then we also see Fultz read that perfectly. He says, okay, this guy's going to keep chucking Candelas. He's probably going to have utilities in his hand. I'll take the fight. And Fultz reads that perfectly. He takes down Palu, and now all of the defenders can look through those pre-made vertical angles and shut down the execute. So for Liquid, it's good problem solving. It was basically their only contingency. If that doesn't work out, they're kind of screwed unless they win fights with those vertical angles. It was just a good strat from SSG and not enough of a counter from Liquid.
The thing is, the way they'd set up that castle barricade as well, I don't think those Candelas would have actually stopped the man that stopped the plant, that had the verticality. They were possible inside Fountain. There was still, I think, a little bit more work that needed to be done by the side of Liquid, but they move, we schmoove, 2 rounds in a row now for SSG. Can they get this? Because that would obviously equal the 3-site rotation, gives them a huge buff of confidence.
5 seconds left.
And, I mean,
attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
We'll find ourselves building up onto the back end of this now.
Hopefully.
As we step up, and you're looking at what seems like a bit of a blind side here. Lagonis on the blitz.
It's because they got the blitz and the ying. They got the blitz and the ying. Interesting. I mean, it's not exactly.
At this point here, we'll see if we can try and piece things together. They're getting that vertical control, but then quickly have to try and move away from it.
Try and move away from it, you'd hope so. Lagonis now sending his way in. Nesk able to cut down Iconic. 5v4 established now for Liquid, and seems this round's going to be pretty easy to convert after that. Lagonis putting the diffuser down. Ashen can go for a retake here, but shut down by Maya. Beautiful stuff. 5v1. It's Jover.com.
I mean, as I said, it's going to be something blinding, and there it is. And there it is. The smash back into a piece. There's a bit of a back and forth, and we're cooking, we're good. We'll see what's built onto it.
An excellent rush from Liquid. Well, yeah, no, I'd call that a rush. Maybe a little bit. If you don't count a 15-second delay at the beginning of the round to actually drone things out really good. To be totally honest, I am just ecstatic. We are having good reads, good problem solving, good coordination for both these teams. It was lackluster on Oregon on that attacking side. And even when Liquid have been losing rounds, they're putting forth solutions. They're coming up with ideas. Maybe they've got problems. Maybe they're not working perfectly. But both these teams are making good calculated reads now. And we've got a competitive border. The only problem is SSG are down 1-0. If this keeps being a close game and Liquid keep matching their arguments with responses of their own, Liquid just need to win a close 8-7 game to send SSG packing down 0-3. It's the unfortunate reality of losing that first map. SSG been looking good so far, but problematically for them, Liquid have been looking just as good.
If it's not broke, unchange it. Seems to be a bit of the angle and the idea here.
We got the Osa back on Armory after all.
Got the Osa back on Armory. That was actually kind of broke. Didn't really do anything. But they got the Candelas to try and put the pressure on. They got the Nomad to try and control maybe the players pushing on behind them. There was a bit of a rotate that went down sort of metal stairs.
Retaking the bottom floor, we like to call that.
Nomad might stop that, but
Talk about other nice sounding guns, by the way. T95 silenced, very satisfying.
Yeah, very satisfying. Well, the cameras just sounds very interesting.
You know
it
what
sounds like
suck?
being hit in the head by a filing cabinet. Yeah?
The most annoying gun in the game is the AA-12. There was actually a Brazil day where somebody was making rotates with the AA-12, and it was so loud, production actually muted the stream.
Yeah.
It's profoundly irritating. So I'm glad we don't have that here. But
like you.
And to be actually serious again, Maya Lagonis, yeah, probably going to set up for a take up above, go for the Archives plant with the Candelas, and check this out. They had Palu down below by himself. They've now got 3 people on this bottom floor problem. 2 if you're restricting it to people inside of the building, and Reset's cutting down Fultz on the retake. Oh no, not even the retake,
Yeah,
through the hatch.
Through the hatch, swung around, had him on the hard wall, and, well, he was a freebie. It's a very difficult place to play. If you've got it open, you just got to lie down and hope that they don't go for exactly that. The Oster Shield, the Talons, far back. Remember, they were caught by a C4 on the door last time, at least one of them was. So it did limit some of the approach and the way they wanted to try and put the pressure in on the site. They're still fishing underneath, still waiting for some of this read, some of this pressure. There's the play with the Gon 6, and there's the perfectly timed catch. J90 had an option, and Palu, preventable death there.
SSG are so aware of where their gaps are on these defenses, especially down below on this Armory Archives bomb site, where Palu could lurk from, where resets could go. Unfortunately, well, Fultz actually ironically dying to resets from that hatch, but still at least cognizant of these potential outcomes. Warden close on the doorway too to counter the very operator Liquid have brought to make this Archives plant easier, and somebody trying to get aggressive on East Stairs to peek out that doorway. Good answers from SSG, good problem solving from Liquid. This is another round of both teams bringing their A game, but given SSG have neutralized the advantage and all of Maya's Candelas are gone, there's not a diffuser plant off the back of this. They're running out of utility to make this idea manifest.
They need to try and force just some of this office control. Force Forrest to have to pay attention to one way or the other, because at the minute, he's the man that's controlling all of the 2 pushes that they're trying to angle up. There is some of the attention paid. Nesk creeping his way down the corridor. He might be about to be swung from one of his shoulders. Iconic might be about to back his way into a fight. Itself is gone deep. There's the pressure around the corridor. Nesk somehow wins it out. Do they know about the second player still in CC? Oh, yes, they do. Nesk gets another, and there it is, just Forrest. They said they need to draw his focus. They did it by killing absolutely every single one of his friends. And now as they go for the plant on the only bit of ground he cannot stop them with from underneath. This looks like another one of those locked-in rounds. Lagona's bullied, battered, and B air jabbed.
It's the second air jab he hit in this 1v4, by the way. I'd be so angry. Like, man, I'm already gonna lose the round. I'm just trying to go through the motions, and I've hit 2 air jabs.
It's like Sideshow Bob and Rakes.
Yeah. He was stepping in every rake in the yard, and that's a round right there that if this ends up being a close game, SSG are really going to look back on and worry. Well, I suppose not worry. If they lose the game, they're going to be like, man, we could have brought round 5
Yeah,
over the
I don't
line.
think they'll be worrying if they lose the game.
They'll be more sad than worried.
They'll be going home.
But to go back on that point, I mean, it's a 4v4. You've neutralized the advantage, and Liquid didn't have a way in to go for that same Archives execute. The Candelas were gone. The Talon shields were red. SSG were ready for it. So Liquid do what they do best, which is they let their individuals play the game. Palu might be 0-3, but 8 kills for Nesk, 7 kills for Maya. They're being given a lot of leeway in that 45 seconds to try and find a gap, try to hunt, and both of them are hitting their shots today that they get the round over the line. SSG should have won that round strategically, but Liquid did win that round mechanically. They've guaranteed themselves a 3-3-1/2 because of it.
Nesk has been phenomenal this tournament.
He's back on this map. He was fine on map 1. He came back on the defensive side. He's been phenomenal this tournament. He's great on border right now.
But that's the thing, right? Nesk at his worst this tournament has been, as you just said, back on the defensive side. He would go no kills, 1 kill on his attack, and then get 12 kills.
You and I have already had this argument 8 different times.
Yeah, I know, but not in public.
No, you know what I'm going to say? You know what? Guess how I'm going to respond.
How are you going to respond?
You know how many times I saw Nesk with R4C ACOG get a 3K opening up a site in the Brazil League?
I'm not talking Brazil League. Are we going to have a domestic?
Talk about Nesk.
Again? Oh, we're talking about Palu! Locked out. No kills for him. Now, Action has been a lot more active, it feels like, on border. I'm not going to say he was passive, because he never really is. But He's very much enjoying some of the space. He realizes the heat of the game, and he was a big factor in the league for SSG to be in the position that they are in.
Yes, he was. One of the highest rated players inside of the league. A very, very reliable fragger for SSG. Fultz and Janino as well. So far this series have been decent, but they haven't been reaching the same heights as we saw previously. 3, 4, 5 kills between them. Talk about consistency, unfortunately. Very non-life game from Iconic right now. 0 kills again, only reaching 2 kills in an impactless situation last map. They picked him up to be this fragging IGL. He's not done a lot of fragging this map, and the IGLing has been a bit problematic to say the least. But if Ashen can hit his shots, it might not really matter that much if the calling isn't great, because SSG have got a 5v4 and can maybe get more if Ashen's got something to say.
Well, no. I was going to say Nesk is going to swing in, but Ashen gets him. Resets gets Forest on the back end as well. Lagonis is just shield pushing in the middle of a room, but Ashen, his use of the gun is a slightly more aggressive way of getting fish. 3 kills for the round. There's Resets doing his best to try and keep pace. 3 versus 2, with one of them being the Monty. It becomes that argument of, are you happy to have the shield, or are you sad that you've only really got 1 gun?
Only got 1 gun in that 2v3 especially. And no Dokkaebi calls for resets either, so not a lot of easy ways to claw back this man advantage. Relying on some kind of gap being left by SSG, and if they want to find one, as we can see right now, there's only actually 1 guy inside of Tellers itself. There's another guy in Workshop, another guy all the way in Customs, so they could retake pretty easily and get back to the site. But Janino across the map, and Ashen now joining Fultz. He's only on 1 HP. If Liquid can hit these shots and specifically take down this player's tucked inside of Tellers, there's a round here. Not an easy one, but it's there.
Well, there's the reveal. They actually baited Fultz to go in for the swing there, and he took a lot of damage, but when you still have the positions that Ashen has and that Janino has, as soon as they cross, they'll put the damage by. They've got the smoke to cover that cross, and Ashen's just spraying through, making things uncomfortable for them. Now, as the Monty steps in, as I said, Janino's position is that risky one. They've actually gone hunting. 20 seconds, force him out. He's just popped himself into the small box and popped himself right back out. There's a huge amount of damage. Resets is being dropped elsewhere, and the Kiba barricade slows it. Janino does go down. Lagonis gets his 3rd, but Resets on the ground. He's got 2 people to kill. He's got a diffuser to try and plant. He's swinging a pistol, but unfortunately for him, Ashen is swinging around.
4K. For Ashen to tie the half, 3-3 for SSG. And a really solid performance from both teams on their respective sides. Liquid showing good ideas, SSG having really good team play and coordination on border, making good use of the ability for that defensive side to rotate and retake positions from the attack.
Yeah, it's great retakes, it's great positions, it's great sort of builds and setups, and I think that's the sort of thread of everything, right? That's the place that you're looking in towards Border. When you're looking at a retake game, when you're looking at where they can sort of go from it and how they can sort of build up around it, that is Border in its entirety. And that is that sort of setup and that sort of swing round on everything. Now, a 3-3, an even half, a build of a good position. There's still pressure on Liquid here. As we said, it is SSG's map. It's SSG's place that they wanted to bring in, and this is kind of the half that's why I sort of expect pressure here from the side of the team.
5 seconds left. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Three apiece now, and the control over the stair set is coming into their favor. How are they going to try and pinch and push and pincer a player out of this problem? Nesk and Maya, both of them have been that big impact for Liquid at this point, and they're drifting and trying to flirt their way with danger and pick their way up into the shutdown to try and close it down on the back end. It's Ashen that's almost caught from exactly that, and Maya gets the full taste of him as his teammate can only sit and watch. Resets again. Stepping out. We talk about the danger that Border is built around, and it's absolutely being put on display here so far. Nesk fancies a little bit of a bite, but with the outside FNAT not popping, he's not being gifted Any more stats for his KD? SSG, 2 bodies down. They've lost the Nomad, the control of the space, and the Dockerby, the pressure onto it. At which point, and where do they try and approach from now?
They at least have got that F-Not on the office door, so maybe they can now try to push in and regather some of that control, but we're not seeing that same sort of consistent coordination we saw from Liquid on that attacking side. Fultz and Ashen made mincemeat of by the players on Liquid, and how do you work out of this 3v5? Maybe use the skeleton key from below. You do have the flashbangs from Iconic, so if anybody from Liquid is isolated or you find Resets and Maya, who happen to be very low HP, there are potential kills that could happen, and you've got 1 minute 15 seconds to figure this stuff out. And to their credit, they still got 4 drones available, not including JNNO's clutch drone that's currently active, so we got a lot of ways to gather intel too. It's not impossible. You also look at the utility Liquid have. 3 C4s. F-Not mines that could be activated. Maya's got 3 Kibas to stop wherever SSG are entering from. And wherever they do want to enter from, they have to commit because of the low man count. And to basically wrap a bow on all that, Liquid aren't picking them. Literally sitting crouched in every power position.
They've done their peeking for the round, and now they've thought, all right, we can sit, we can pull back. It was almost one of the problems that they had at the start of their defense, where we said SSG is more losing these rounds than Liquid is aggressively taking them and winning them. Liquid have brought that game to border. They know this. And it's a different game, it's a different map, it's a different play style. But they're here as they start building their way through. J9O. Oh, it's able to get one on the freebie, just on the swing and the turn of the head, the pressure on the back end of the window. Forrest trying to push his way up the east stairs, cut right down on beepers. There is one that comes Iconic's way on the back end of Nesk, but, well, just slipping their way through. They've got to throw themselves into engagements, and engagements throw themselves back.
And Liquid fighting back on border very, very, very well. Given that it's SSG's pick, who've shown a lot of very good moments, Liquid have not skipped a beat since moving onto this map. And we are really seeing the Liquid that won that LCQ that looked not only good, but in some moments great as they bounced back from their early season woes. SSG still facing some of those problems we see on the attacking side. Right here, Maya positioned aggressively, and Ashen just exposes himself to that window and has got to react in order to take down Maya. Doesn't do it proactively. Resets sharp in that 1v1, takes down another player on that window. And then they just clean up the round from there. It's a 5v3 for theirs to win, and they don't throw it away. They hold their power positions, they hold the line, force SSG to push into them. It was a really strong way on border to get an advantage, and a really disciplined way to convert a 5v3 on any map, let alone border. Good shrug for Liquid on the defense, and now, similar to the first half, we gotta see an SSG response. Have to see one if we want this to be competitive.
10 seconds
4 to 3. And if Liquid thread this next round, it's going to be the SSG timeout. It's going to be the time to stop the game and talk. That's running away, and you think how close SSG are to being sent home here by Liquid. And again, both these teams came into this tournament with an odd form.
Very, very odd form for both these teams. Very odd form. At least Liquid, I could measure their kind of performance in a linear manner, right? Like, start of the stage, middle of the stage, end of the stage. SSG, wow, they've smoked a team 1 week. Wow, they've been smoked the very next day, or sometimes on the same day on the same map. LCQ, they make their way through. Wow, Sonics are looking good, might give them some trouble. Oh, Ashen and JNNO have dropped 16 kills to qualify for the major. Oh, look, they're trying to Dokkaebi call this position. Up, Neska just walked up to the window and taken down Ashen, who's not aware of the bandit in that very spot. They can beat anybody and lose to anybody. When any gunfighter loses.
That seems to be an MO that just repeats forever. Ashen gone, the Ash gone. You know, in terms of player, it's a huge loss. We talked about his importance for the roster, his ability to get into entry engagements and get himself out successfully most of the time, and he's just not been able to find the rhythm here against, well, Nesk, who's doing pretty much the same job. Doing it, he said, fantastically. Kyno almost caught out by an adventurous Solace. It was looking for, I mean, let's be honest, a bit of an unusual position to be sat in and waiting, but not entirely punished. Iconic's coming around the back end of Armory. The player has already slipped away. Fultz is there as well. They're not going to waste too much time going for the rest of the push because we'll think about where the side is. Think about what they're trying to shepherd here.
I am trying to think about it, genuinely speaking, and similar to Oregon, I'm not actually sure what they're trying to shepherd. They walk into Armory. Okay, they now backed out of Armory. Okay, Fultz is in 90, cutting off east stairs, but What part of that? Do they want to secure Armory again? Do they want to try to clear an office? We've got a minute left, and this thing's fully reinforced. They're bandit tricking the fountain wall. Who does that? Liquid are putting forth problems SSG aren't ready for, and in a 4v5, the problem solving is still non-existent. Liquid are holding on. They're not peeking. They're not making this easy for Space Station Gaming. And they've got no easy way into this because they're going to sit here the rest of the round.
The bandit tricking fountain wall. I don't think I've ever seen that be done at this sort of pressure, but it's taking so much time. Resets gets one, Maya gets one, Resets gets one more, and not the last. The 3 versus 1. But Liquid, 2 rounds in a row once again, and only 2 rounds away from sending Space Station Gaming back in the ship to the mothership to wonder what went wrong.
Oh, SSG. Oh, SSG, my sweet summer children. On Oregon, we see you struggling to problem solve on the attacking side. That's your opponent's pick. That's okay. It's a difficult side to attack. We now go to border. Liquid are bringing good ideas, good setups. They're bandit tricking fountain wall. Why? Because it causes problems. If they're trying to clear Teller's bathroom and you need control of that hatch, or, well, you'd like control of that hatch to make that a good execute, it makes sense to hard hold fountain, and honestly, it's a perfectly reasonable solution to decide to bandit trick and deny anybody from opening up an angle on top of the main stairs wall. But I imagine Call-Out is talking in this tactical timeout is, guys, what happened on Oregon is happening again. We're dying to positions that Liquid are holding. We don't have intel on them. We're exposing ourselves to them. I mean, they've got a Dokkaebi call on Nesk, and Ashen is on drone outside of an open window on border, an aggressive map where those things can happen. Jaina knows walking into the office wall. They don't know Resets is there. They don't know Maya's on the wall. They're taking individual 1v1s and not coordinating as a team. It's the same story as Oregon, and Liquid are not faltering on the defense, just like map 1.
On the last map, after the timeout, a similar sort of situation, but they were still technically in the lead when they called it, falling away from it. SSG weren't able to win a single round afterwards. Here, they have their opportunity still. Forest on the Monty. A brilliant shield player, a brilliant blitz. On this map specifically is where you'll see a lot of those sort of clips that people said this is why he knows how to handle the operator.
Attacker's objective is
Being brought this sort of late, is it because of the meta? Is it something where it's to be more expected and you like the surprise factor? Either way, it's their distance, it's their difference, their drive, potentially. Just to get themselves in the building, to get themselves a little bit of solid.
I mean, also, if Liquid have done their prep work, they should expect that with both shield operators up, that it might not, it's not a guarantee it'll happen, but that it is a very real possibility that
every team in this tournament.
Exactly.
Every team in this tournament.
But I mean, Forrest especially, he loves his shield. You put it best. He loves his blitz. He loves his Monty. As Liquid, you're going to be ready that the Monty's going to come out eventually. And after the tactical timeout, I don't think it's too far or too crazy of a read for Liquid to say, hey guys, they might bring a Monty after this. We don't have any, direct counters, but we've got C4s, we've got impact grenades, we've got F-Nots that make it difficult to walk in, we've got impact grenades too. Again, Dokkaebi call goes out. Ness got the exact kill here in this position, and as the Monty jumps in, he's in a 4v5.
Ness gets one. Maya does get surrounded, though. That was a great pinch on a single player, and them just losing against Nesk is, well, unfortunate to happen at the same time. Fault's gone. They at least made use of one call to know about Maya, and they get rid of those Kiba barricades. But probably someone and something you'd prefer to have in the long run, especially with how close it came together there. Forest, again, they're just utilizing the Monty, getting them as that sort of front line and forcing this Liquid players to have to change position, something that was a little bit impossible over the past couple of rounds. Whoa. Takes a huge amount of damage from de-shielding, not quite expecting the swing there on the back of the mirror window, and well, you cannot lose that kit alone, and you cannot lose that Monty.
Oh, good walk-up by Ashen. I was about to say, Forrest has got to be careful around that hatch. Well, you got to be careful if you're peeking Ashen, I suppose. Back-to-back, well, not back-to-back 3K, but Ashen's second 3K, and, well, I guess this round is done. Unless Resets can get the 1v3.
It's a 1v3, it's not impossible, but they have that vertical control. They have all the time in the world to try and drone your position. You don't have any utility to really stop them without it just being the protection against the smokes, potentially. but that as your power play isn't really the best thing. And how close the hunt is towards his position, I think gives the game away that, well, you're probably being watched. Drone rolls past, gets the reveal. There's the drop on the hatch, and he was already on the floor. SSG, they get the round after their timeout, and they stop the run of play.
And it was a really good use of the Monty. Even though Fultz went down first, we see the Monty hop in the window behind the Kiba barricade. Ashen, I believe, walks in through the break doorway at the exact same time. That coordination between those two players was really, really solid. So good from SSG there. They then use the Monty to pressure Fountain off his archives very well. Even though there's a mirror window there, it forces the, well, ironically, coincidentally, the mirror herself back. Ashen then finds a gap, able to catch Polly off guard, and then just gets that third kill as well, which... Sure, big individual showcase from Ashen there with that 3K, but also we did see a bit better coordination on that attacking side with the Monty, with the roam clear and the pinches. So, you know, both playing a factor in that round, but SSG making improvements based off their previous performances.
At this point, SSG, they've got a lifeline. I mean, I know it's sort of fair to say, obviously, if the other team gets to map and series point and you are halfway there, you're probably going to lose anyway, but they just needed something positive, something to go their way.
And that was a good round.
It was a good round. It was a solid, well-played round. They weren't too lost on the approach. They
I knew what the plan was. I knew what they were doing. It was great.
That's the bar, that you know what's going on.
Well, I mean, considering, you know, I'm one of two people talking over this match, I think it's true. It may not be the bar, but
it's a bar.
It's somewhat important. Now you see me? Yeah, like maybe 4 out of 10. 10 being the least important.
10 being the least important. Ashen. Yeah, Finn, again, is such a big player, such a big figure for the team. And you sort of have this talisman approach as well when you need them to start popping off. He's found himself. I think it was a 2-piece in the previous round as well.
It was a 3K, but but unfortunately, to contextualize his performance a little bit, he had a 4K in round 6 and a 3K in that round. 7 of his kills were in 2 rounds, so it's been a good game. He's basically single-handedly won 2 rounds, but it hasn't been a very consistent performance for the young gun.
And that's what you're sort of hoping with on this round. If he can keep some of that energy, as again the shield causing problems, and again Forest very quick now. Nesk is forced to rotate, but he's got a bit of protection on his left. No, he doesn't. Maya dies in exactly the same position as he did last time. They've de-shielded behind it, and just brilliant use of the Monty there. Forest, he takes a lot of damage, but look at this execution.
Beautiful.
Walked right into a crossfire. Everybody's down. Iconic does get caught by Lagonis, but just such a strong hand over CCTV.
This is what we needed. This is literally what we needed from SSG. I guess bringing Monty the solution to all their woes, but suddenly bringing in the shield operator, it's also brought the coordination. It's brought the communication. It's cleared up the game plan as opposed to this weird little, we're going to push all the points of the map, take individual 1v1s, and hope for the best. It's somehow been the panacea, the cure-all for all of this. And a 2v4, C4 goes out, and there goes your miracle cure.
Oh, there's the swing! Gets the second and 2 versus 2. Suddenly a single C4 and a single spray through. And it's down to Ashen and Fultz to try and keep them off of map and series point. It's Lagonis for 1. It's a 1 versus 1 and Ashen. I said he needed to pop up, but he does. Shows when he needs and ties us back up 5 apiece.
Well, that's now 3 rounds that Ashen has almost won single-handedly of the 5 that SSG have so far. He might not necessarily be running up the cost at the end of the game, but in terms of the impact, he is certainly having it. He had that 3K at the end of the defense and now 2 different attacks. He's got another 3K, and then that 1v1 right there that could very well save the game for SSG because that's a really well-played 2v4. They throw out the C4, destroy the Monty, win the next gunfight. It really is all on that push into Armory. They've got to commit right now. They don't really have a whole lot of time to reset or really a whole lot of breathing room to reset, so very logical tactical timeout from Liquid as well. Not that they've been, making a whole lot of mistakes. It's more so that the Monty has been working really, really well for SSG. I'm curious to see what operators they bring after this. Will we maybe see like even an Oryx to try to Rima dash, maybe hide him in the prep phase, and then bring him out when Forrest goes for that Monty? Because, I mean, for SSG, I don't know why they wouldn't stick with this, unfortunately, because the play without the Monty hasn't exactly been great.
I think that's that sort of thing, right? You sort of put it very well of they didn't have a structure. They didn't have something to play behind. Forest on the Monty forces that.
It simplified it.
It brings it down to that level of, oh yeah, there's the Monty. There's the guy that we need to move behind. And luckily, they have a very good multiplayer. At the sort of forefront of it, they're able to act. Yeah, this one got bitterly close. I mean, as I said, the consistency that Ashen might be able to deliver now, and the fire of sending this one over the edge, if this is the moment, well, time to live in it. 5 apiece. As close as it can get. Ashen's back in all chat after a long absence since I think about round.
He's been on sabbatical.
Round 5 of the last map.
He's been given paid sick leave from all chat.
They did after last time he was in all chat though. They won 1 round and then Liquid won every single other round for a while.
Did he just get a 4K again?
Yeah. That's it. Right? You said it was the defining round. He was.
I was so fixated on the 1v2, I didn't even realize he got a 4K.
Yeah, no, it was 4.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Very good player. Definitely becoming one of the best in NA, and really, you know, the main guy showing up in the kill department for SSG right now. They will stick to Monty, but like I mentioned, Liquid have taken their tactical timeout, and they need ways to counter this right now. In terms of the actual operators, there, you know, isn't an Oryx like I thought. There isn't a sudden increase in C4s. There's 2, sure. There's also 4 impact grenades. They've been running these operators consistently, and impacts weren't the, you know, Achilles heel for shields that they were even just a few weeks ago with the damage change. So there's no one-size-fits-all counter unless you can land those C4s, but I'm curious if they're going to maybe play a little more passive on the roam, or maybe I was even going to say have players play closer together, but Maya's a bit isolated in CC right now. One player playing by himself on Courtyard. Gonna ignore Janino messing up that Selma. He can get it back very safely. So we'll see what Liquid actually do in round, because I know they're going to be anticipating this Montaigne.
I think that's it as well. Obviously, they've had that timeout. They've had the topic of conversation is going to be, how do you solve a problem like Montia? And Maya might be that step up. He's died in that exact position 2 rounds in a row. Should probably not, but you never know. 3rd time's the charm, and so forth. Faults on the back end, getting the pressure around to the top east. Forest isn't going to send it alone, though.
No, he's not, but look at how spread out Liquid are. We've got 1 guy in Armory, 1 CC. To be fair, Neska's breaks somewhat close by, but then Resets is all the way in Fountain 2. SSG have been really good at pinching and clearing roamers with this Monty, and Ness can support him, but he's still very far behind. If SSG set up, they could very well overwhelm these players via man count. They're taking a long time to get there, but it is possible, given how Liquid are set up at the moment.
The first fight, and Ashen is desperate to take it on the side and the shoulder of a keeper barricade that's just buying them time. Maya still holding that position around the back of the monitors. Nesk a step and a second away from a fight. They have themselves locked in, and they're doing everything to hold on to the verticality. So Forest, he goes round. He's the direct solution to this problem, and the keeper barricade, well, it's only going to stop them for a limited period of time. Ashen does find resets. Nesk has a huge amount of damage done. Parlu as well. There's a little bit of a fight. The impact's impactless, but Maya swings round to 3 versus 2. It's not done yet, but with Ashen still on the board, it may as well be. SSG, 3 rounds in a row, puts them on map point.
Really a solution, but not a super effective one for Liquid. You see that, okay, we have the CCTV roam. SSG are probably going to try to clear it. We'll have the Azami, and we'll block off 3 things. 1, the break room door to Courtyard. 2, the break room door to the outside. And 3, the CC window to stop the Monty from hopping in anywhere. I'm assuming that's what their solution is, because aside from that and the secondary utility I mentioned, there wasn't a really strong solution to that Montaigne. And once SSG just broke the key buzz, it was the exact same story as the previous rounds. They pinched resets. They pinched the player in break room, Nesk, and then it was over and done with. SSG now on match point. They've won 6-5. Really not the best solution I think we could have gone for, and Ashen unfortunately still shooting straight.
I think it's
that's like a brutal gunfight too.
It's like a measure of time. It's before Monty, after deploy.
BM and AM.
BM and AM.
And now we're bringing the Oryx.
Now we're bringing the Oryx. And Oryx is this sort of...
And the EDDs, too.
You know, throw of the dash, the EDDs, yeah, you've got all these different options. The Monty hasn't been unkillable. That's the thing. 2 of the sort of recent 3 rounds, the Monty has actually died in them, but at that point, they've already done so much to force the structure, force the first 2 engagements that it's still the defining factor. And as you said, they're just trying to find a way to tip that balance, get themselves a little bit more strength or a little bit less in their approach.
So, bear with me for a second. So we've got Nest on this Oryx, right? And as I think we can see through the outlines, okay, he's now rotating over to East Stairs, but Secret did something similar against FaZe. They hid the Oryx, then surprised him by having him rat. But I'm pretty sure SSG are aware of the Oryx because he ran outside. So they're aware where Nest could be. And now Forest, I think, is going to be a little more cautious as a result. It's still a threat, don't get me wrong, but SSG are aware that this operator's in play, and I think are going to be a little more worried as a result.
Lagonis almost caught from underneath, was on the Echo drones.
Nice IQ usage.
Yeah, 2 more bullets have connected there, and it probably would have been the end of the Echo. Again, Ashen still just a meteor crashing in to anything Liquid's trying to get. They have the long watch on East. The Oryx isn't going to be able to go any further, and it's just being read by Forest on the window behind him, who's not, you know, he's not going to throw himself into this engagement. As you said, he's well aware he's trying to bait some motion, but it's Fault on the upside down repel.
Who does that?
Maya's gone. Nesk is even
like, what the hell did he just do?
And I mean, hey, that's problem solving.
That is true. That is problem solving. That is a very ingenious way to clear courtyard. And now Nesk's in a bit of a weird spot. He wants to hold these stairs. He's doing it by himself now. Lagonis also on very low HP. There are still, you know, some important late round utility. The EDDs that probably have not been substantially cleared unless they've been hacked by JNNO very diligently. You've got the Yokais as well. And ultimately, Nesk is still has that Rima dash. Can dash into Forest if he actually goes through the site. He is going to be likely one of the most troublesome operators unless SSG deal with him.
Palu's huge chunk of damage. I think he might have been caught by hacked E.
I was about to say that's a C4 and EDDs.
Yeah, that's damage done. That's a sort of back and forth. Ashen gets the end of Palu on the swing round. There's Lagonis finally finished off from the fight that started ages ago, and Ashen's going to hold on to the plant. Now, the Monty is gone, but it's not been the end of the time every single time before. This time it's guns and SSG from the brink of being knocked away to biting back on map 2. There is still a third that will find its way around, but fair enough, Ashen. You are the reason your team pulled through that map. See if you can shout at them a bit and get them to join you.
Oh, if Ashen doesn't drop these 18 kills, they absolutely do not win this map. Well, it's twofold. One, Ashen's big performance, right? He gets that 3K on the defense. He gets massive multi-kills as well. He wins basically 3-4 rounds for his team. But once they start bringing that Monty, SSG actually look really well. They finally get a long-term solution for their problems.
Well, my problems, I'm going to look for a long-term solution on the desk with all 3 of them. Please take it from us.
Thank you very much, Lynx and Fluke. We are known for long-term solutions. If anything, welcome back to the desk. Kamilosh with me are Fresh and Alfama. Goddamn, we have a map 3 on our hands. We said this would be the grinder, and we're getting it, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. It was looking hairy as well for SSG. It didn't look like they were going to win it. I think a 3-3 half split wasn't the best from them. They then got absolutely overwhelmed in a couple of attacks. But like Carter said, when they brought the Monty, and actually when Ashen actually got a huge clutch, it really turned their fortunes around. And I expected this game to be a brawl, but I didn't necessarily, you know, think it would be this much of a heavyweight brawl, if you know what I mean. It is just shot after shot after shot between both teams.
Yeah, and it goes to show, like, you can never leave them clutch. Whenever you do that, the energy on the other team just rises up. Ashen was getting, the more kills he was getting, the more energized he was getting, the more energy he was giving to his teammate. Yeah. You can see everybody on SSG waking up because of him. Like, he was absolutely stellar here. 18 kills for 6 deaths. I mean, that's absolutely crazy, but also only kills that matters. It was in defense when he was contesting the entry points from Liquid, and in attack when he was actually entering the building and getting this area control.
So let's take a look at Ashen, actually, specifically. Since you mentioned 18-6, the man popped off, that's for sure. Not just yelling and screaming at his opponents, and I'm glad that, at least for his team, that he lifts up his headset when doing it. But still, Jack, This man is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously brought in. He had a huge reputation when he was brought into SSG, and I think he's lived up to that. He is obviously the one who shouts at the opponent the most, of course. But when you shout at your opponent and when you're screaming, you're giving your team energy, you're giving your team confidence, and especially when he's backing it up inside of the server as well. He's going to have a round on IQ in a minute, this round here, which was so important because SSG had got this to a 5v2 and nearly threw it. And in the end, Ashen has to win on 1 versus 2. This goes completely differently. I think we're talking about Liquid going through and SSG going home. He is so important for this team.
And you know what you see from half of these clips here when he's in attack, he's always falling forest on the Monty. He's always the one actually enabling the Monty behind him. Monty is opening the space and then he's fragging behind him. And that was one of the toughest things I see on this border is actually every team brought Azami, Mira, Solis, Fenrir. All of the big operators in defense were up. How do you get in the building? You use the Monty and you have Ashen behind you.
And just a quick point on that actually, why were all those operators open? Team Liquid, one of the things that they do and have done consistently is ban away a different operator that isn't a meta operator so that when they get onto that side, they obviously have to bear through their attacks. But when they have to get onto that side, they get to use all of those power operators. They've done it literally for the last couple of years. They banned the mute in this game, so they had all those operators. It took SSG a couple of rounds to kind of figure that out and figure a way around, you know, like you said, the Mira, the Azami, all of those operators. But once they got on that Monty and Ashen got behind the Monty, that's when the tides turned.
And that's the thing with the shield. It is a movable wall. Monty is perfect for it. And then you distract everybody with this huge little menacing thing that you have in front of you on the map. Though, this is going to get tough. We have a map 3 on our hand. Loser of this match is eliminated from the tournament here in Manchester. Gentlemen, we'll talk about our third map, but that is after the break. And there you've seen it once more, Operation New Blood. We'll hear all about it tomorrow and, of course, on Sunday with a full reveal. But now we focus in on elimination. There's been a lot of blood and sweat and tears and a lot of screaming in this matchup between Liquid and SSG, but it's time to knock one of them out of the running. Yeah, that was good, huh?
That was good.
It's my Undertaker impression. Anyways, Jack, who do you think is going to take this one?
Oh,
Why?
I don't know. I'm still thinking Team Liquid, to be honest. And the reason why I'm thinking that is the win condition for SSG. I know we spoke about it very briefly, but I'm just not comfortable on SSG's attacks. And I think over the long term, Liquid will have this.
That's 100% a good point. Like, Border's win condition for SSG was just big forest on Monty, have Ashen frag behind him. That just won't work on Chalet. On Chalet, you remove strong positions with vertical or with window pressure. Monty is not effective, so you really need to step it up as a team and not rely on a single individual to make it up, especially starting in attack.
What I'm hearing is that we're going to go to overtime on this because both of our previous maps were 7-5, 7-5. Now again, opening up soft breaches is a big deal on Chalet. Ram is important on this map. Buck even more so than every other. How do we see those when Monty's not available? There's nobody to kind of be that front line for SSG.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We would assume that Liquid ban away the Monty here just because of how much it was abused against them. But I still think that leaves more layers that SSG still need to work on because, for example, even with or without the Monty, they were still finding individual performance and lack of confidence hard. Particularly, you know, I'm not going to go in too deep on him, but Iconic's got, like, what, 3 kills over the whole series? They need to find other ways and means around that.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to ask it here. Tough question. Who gets eliminated from SSG and Liquid? Our game's ready, so you just hold it up by extending your time. Go at it.
All right, not to jinx them, I'll say SSG.
SSG eliminated.
Eliminated.
SSG eliminated. Liquid will win this.
Alrighty then, you heard it here first. Ladies and gentlemen, MBs, we are ready for our matchup, and we continue on with our casters.
And unfortunately, Milos, I kind of have to pick up where Jack and Alfama just left off. I was praying before map 2, and in the short term, it was answered. SSG won Border, but I don't think my faith will be particularly rewarded. They bring out the Monty and have Ashen drop 17 kills for just a 7-5 dub, and we're going to Chalet, where honestly, Liquid probably for safety will ban the Monty anyway. What do SSG have to fall back on aside from a couple things that are probably not replicable?
Well, there's a famous song by a man who also wears a lot of fun glasses. You gotta have faith.
Who's wearing glasses?
All of SSG in their video. They had all the fun sunglasses.
Oh, I thought. Sorry, I was. I only have
wearing glasses.
I only have a memory that goes back about 20
it's like
seconds.
You didn't even watch the What's in My Bag with Ashen, where he named the glass.
Well, Liquid's
brand.
in his bag right now.
But I forgot. Oh!
I can't believe it.
Is that?
What? Whoa! This is the issue, though, right? So, Liquid have banned Monty. They have been scared enough to ban the Monty, which I imagine SSG probably expect.
Yeah.
All well and good. The only issue is SSG, the problems on SSG's attacks have been consistent across maps, and also across maps with very different playstyles. Oregon attack playing very differently than Border. Border allows for a lot more openings, a lot more gaps, a lot more ways back in. Oregon's a lot more structured. You usually need identifiable win conditions. It's a lot more plant heavy. And yet the same problems have struck SSG on every single attack. And we go to Chalet, which can kind of be a mix of both, right? Very crossfire heavy given the small size, but can still lend itself really well for executes, whether on dining or bar or basement, if you have, again, an identifiable win condition. And if SSG have these same problems, they don't have a Monty to fall back on. And I wouldn't want them betting on another 17-kill game from Ashen.
For one last time.
One final map. One night
final
only.
moment. One night only. Cars, cars, cars. Let's go. One of these teams is going home. Chalet is where we decided. And we will find ourselves starting here in a room with a lot of drinks and a little bit of billiards.
Not foosball.
Not foosball.
Not foosball.
It might even be pool. I don't know.
Thank you, Observer, for showing us that it is, in fact, billiards. It's barn games, as Emmy was just talking about, and SSG are starting on the attacking side. We need to see them getting momentum right out of the gate here. We can't see them milling about, messing around, Forrest automatically going onto a shield, so trying to replicate as much of that success in the Monty from Border as they possibly can. But this isn't a must-win round for the end of the game, but this and round 2 are going to be must-win rounds for me for SSG. I want to see them come out the gate swinging with a very good game plan. We know what they're doing. They're trying to get the pieces together, and even if they lose round one, we can say that they made a very good attempt at it and had a very good vision for that round. If not, we're going to be in a very similar position that we've seen SSG start on their attack sides, which is move around, take separate 1v1s, a lot of the time with a lack of intel. And so that makes round one extremely important, and especially if you're trying to bring that blitz and genuinely recapture some of that success from Border with shields.
Now, obviously, earlier on in the day, and a slight spoiler alert, if you didn't see the other elimination game, the team that could not hold on was E1. So we have already had one team from the Brazilian region gone in this second phase. We're left to pull down with 2.
That'd be a bit tough. I mean, you got the world champs, to be fair, that went through earlier 2-0 over Bleed, so...
Yeah, I mean, they're doing all right in some other places, but we look at storylines here, Carter, and what we look at is Palu about to find a fight almost immediately, the Shield of Forest. Now, this is one of the things that they can rely on or fall back to, is the fact that they've carried over some momentum here from the side of their attacks.
Some momentum, and they've spent a long time breaking through those castle barricades. Well, I talked about not betting on Ashen getting a bunch of kills again, but Ashen has worked his way into Fireplace and is now flanking up the stairs.
All the way up the stairs, and he almost takes the end of Nesk there, in terms of Nesk getting the kill. He takes a huge amount of damage from the single pillar player, and there's the quick execute, dropped around. Maya does get Forest, the blitz is gone, but the pressure on him is just a little bit too hot. Pushing their way up, Blue, Fault, Ashen, both of them a sniff away of those smoke canisters from the end, but Resets has just deployed them all. Ooh, didn't quite know he was lined up with the firefight there for a second on the back end of the shield, but is able to survive. It's a tricky situation. A minute, SSG, they have such a good advantage here.
They do have a very good advantage. Even with Fultz and Ashen on low HP, they've got time to reset, but Ashen has been cut down by Lagonis, and this could be a 2v2. If just one singular bullet hits Fultz in the leg, in the body, in the head, no matter where, it could be a bit problematic. They've got this advantage, though, and they've got this Capital utility. The Firebolt, maybe to try and push Lagonis out of stock, or the Smoke Bolt to go on those head holes. Either way, they're paying particular attention to this position for good reason. Lagonis can shut down and execute from here if it's going on the game side, and Resets is shutting down things over by Bar. SSG are running out of time to work with. 20 seconds left, and Resets might just find a gap, and SSG need to make this final 15 seconds work.
That could be defining. That little moment where he slipped under the radar here. They've got the drop on the hatch, the reveal of the player. They're going to try and hit the smokes and go for the cover, but there it is. Resets gets J90. Lagonis gets Iconic, and one single slip leads to a huge fight back there from the 2 remaining Brazilians.
Good rotations, individual rotations from Liquid in that 2v4. Obviously, 2 very low health members of SSG. One of them goes down to make it a 2v3, but Resets not just sitting idly by. Realizes that the intel seems to be a bit lacking around Fireplace, so sits beneath waiting for somebody either to vault over or to run down blue stairs. He can contest a lot of different angles from that position, while also making Lagonis feel secure about holding down games and stock entirely. SSG had a good clear. Good start to that clear. Sure, Ashen got the first pick, but everyone was coordinating. Fultz hops in a library at the same time. Forrest is pressuring from office. They're all working together in that early round, and then they're not rewarded, unfortunately, with that 2v4. But I mentioned, if we at least see that first round, and if they lose it, we know what the game plan was, and they executed a good portion of it well, it could still be on for SSG. And that's what happened. Now we're looking at round 2 to maybe try to have an actual round win with those good efforts.
There had to be an end to the line of success in terms of bringing a shield. And yeah, Chalet's a different map, and yeah, Monty's been banned. Blitz doesn't quite offer you the same. This is the first time we have not seen it in an attacker lineup in about 5 rounds. 6 in a row, I believe. We'll see if they've maybe got themselves a little bit of a different flavor of success, because before they brought it, they didn't win any.
And also well, of course, as you said, before they brought it, they didn't win any, but that round, the Blitz wasn't super impactful. Was it pressuring off the side? Yes, and it was drawing attention, but you can draw attention without a Blitz. It was Fultz and Ashen basically capitalizing off that misdirection on the office side to backstab from Fireplace and Library to get all those kills, and you can do that without a Blitz. So the strength of that SSG attack, as opposed to the Montane on Border, it wasn't unique to the shield being broad. It wasn't even necessary with that shield. So SSG still have good pieces to build on in this round. First minute spent, trying to find intel, still have, well, all 10 drones on the board and extra with those Roteros and those shock drones and the Dokbi calls. So if there was anything to try and get that same early round success, or any round to get that same early on success, it seems like it should be this one, since they can find anything they want except that castle barricade.
Yeah, mute jammed and stopped from the approach. They can at least try and play the game against these Keybers, but hey, what do you have? More Keybers if you really want to deploy them there. Not going to entirely give the position up as of yet. They still know it's a hop-in, and the piano one is probably more dangerous than anything. Forrest is going to try and get himself in. A bit of a lockdown. The cameras buried in absolutely every single plant spot is a consistent worry on this map, but so is the time ticking further on. At this point, on this position, you've got Ashen hanging on the back end of the solarium windows. You've got a little bit of an entrance and pressure on towards the rafters, on towards the fireplace area, but Lagonis, he's moving around underneath.
He's moving, and this is looking more like the SSG attacks we've seen in the majority of this series. Struggling to get a solid idea, not getting an advantage, encircling the defense, sure, but Lagonis on this flank to disrupt things entirely.
I mean, there's a bit of an explosion, gets rid of all the Selmas. They're just going to have to try and run in and send it. They scream into Piano. Maya gets Iconic, and J9O gets the trade back. Ness just moves into the free space before being replaced, as Forrest is just pushing and pushing and pushing. Think about where the side is. Resets. He gets knocked down. Lagonis has stepped themselves up. It's just the two players inside Piano. They're able to get at least the tread and the threat back round, but they're fighting over the verticality. Faults gets the kill, the 1 versus 2, Lagonis. He was one of the remaining players on the previous round, some very snappy bits of momentum, but he just has to time this right. And there is the right timing. The kid is not in the pockets of Ashen. He's got to quickly go for the recollection, but he's a player who loves to kill, so he has to find himself tucked in, hope the cover of smoke is good enough, plays himself behind the bomb chassis, the only bit of solid that there is. Lagonis, he's going for the fight, he's going for the drop, he's looking for the engagement, he can't see it. Ashen, he's back up and he's out of the room. Perfectly played, smoke and Ashen! Perfectly played round!
I thought he didn't have time. I thought Lagonis was going to be able to get in the position, deny it from the vertical, shut Ashen down entirely, but that smoke canister, so key for Ashen to win that round, because you see Lagonis look down where Ashen was planting, but that momentary indecision to say, oh, I don't know exactly where he is. He's been defusing for a bit now. I might not be able to get the shot. I might just whiff the mag entirely, and then he can get into a post-plant position. So Lagonis decides to drop, try and catch him as he's rotating off, but the smoke also covers Ashen's exit, allows him to rotate out behind the coverage of it. Really well played 1v1 by Ashen there, but also, even though they lost it, I gotta give credit to Liquid. Similar, SSG had a good early round in round 1, but didn't win. Liquid had a really good retake and really good flank in that mid-round to make it a 1v1 against SSG. Lagonis and Palu especially retaking through Piano, through Office, as SSG were moving to Solar and Bedroom. Well played from both teams, and I suppose now, 2 solid rounds from both.
The Tubarão.
The Zoto canisters.
The Zoto canisters.
Tubarão meaning shark in Portuguese.
Thank you.
No problem.
5 seconds
Duolingo. I have always thought you had similarities to an owl.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
Okay,
bomb.
now I don't. The Blitz is back on the board, as he said before, not the biggest impacts for the approach previously, but there's confidence, and confidence is something that might be built there on the back of the 1 versus 1 round. It's weird to say that it could have been a 2-0, but it also could have been a 2-0
yeah.
between these 2 rounds.
I don't think we've fallen so far.
Instead, they've got the cut. 1 of a piece. They're going to see if they can try and maybe cement this one with a little bit more gusto, because, well, SSG's approaches have been more dominant. There is a reason they're getting into this situation. Quicken on Mudroom and quicken on J9O. The Dokkaebi gone. Ness still able to get himself a decent showing on the entry engagements. Wasn't entirely sure, but still wins it out. Maya went for the blind, did a lot of damage. Forrest is under pressure. Resets, gets Ashen in the same second. Palu just gets out of there, and Faults finds Ness.
Wow, okay. That was a very chaotic set of early engagements. Forrest sprinting on in, able to get the player on library stairs, as I expected, but definitely a lot of potential for him to lose his life in that gunfight inside of games. But SSG got a 3v3 on that roam clear, and that's not the best thing in the world, not the worst either. Really, your biggest problem is actually having Forrest on 1 HP, because whoever has the diffuser, it's probably not going to be Forced. It's probably going to be Iconic or Fultz, because usually you want to use that blitz to create space inside of the site, to pressure one of those anchors, maybe to... Now, you don't want to run down blue stairs because they can shoot your feet as you're walking down. Really, actually, blitz on this site is going to be problematic, because you got to run down stairs either way, and it seems SSG with the Ram are gunning for a front side take, so maybe having Forced with the diffuser would make more sense to get him in a position quickly than actually go for the defuse, having Iconic and Fultz cover him with the immense amount of vertical angles you have when using Ram on this bomb site.
I mean, Ram on this site, they go hand in hand and they push. As you can see, the position's further and further back. It's clearing themselves some space. Do they feel confident enough to try and get the execute down to the bottom of Snowmobile stairs? Are they going to see if they can maybe try and find a pinch? There's Forrest getting that first bit of motion. He just needs to tuck here behind those shelves and hope the cover here of Iconic stops anyone swinging a C4 or the pressure out. It's the first take, and it's Lagonas retaking it, resets as the curver, and SSG unfortunately tried to get the pocket, tried to get the play. Fultz with the smoke canister still in pocket that could have been utilized to cover the motion now is the only bit of utility he has left. And look at Liquid just pull on back. They know they can push back on and close this round at any point. They know they still have the shield position. And as soon as he's seen down, Lagonas does get down, but not for long.
Not for long. Unfortunately, with SSG there, they want to go for the front side take. They've committed to it based on the setup, based on the positioning, and one of the, I suppose, you know, kind of many few issues, it was a lot of small issues with SSG that time that added up into something big. They're not able to get Snowmobile Breach open. So that shield you have watching bottom main, there's not a whole lot of solutions they have to deal with it, especially since Iconic, who might have nades, is positioned over by Blue, who's trying to find a lurk down there. You also have a very close roam clear. Force is able to get that 4v4, of course, and they even cut down some of the roamers back to the site, but Liquid have the better positioning. They've got the C4s, they've got the deployable shield, whereas SSG, they don't have the breach open, they don't have control of Blue. All they've got is the vertical, and Liquid are playing safe from it. Liquid just in the better positioning at the end of that 3v3 with the better pre-existing utility, and play that round very well.
Traded rounds for now. It was par for the course last time round, and we got a little bit deeper with it before the game started to swing one way and then pendulumed its way back the other. So this will be the first true tell, I think. How much has been learned in terms of the approach? What's changed? Well, again, this blitz that seems to be a little bit of a hit and misses. Still a hit and miss. They have not found the functionality on, albeit a very different map.
Yeah.
But also, it's a reliance that they just don't have cemented without the map.
But like I mentioned, on this Bar Games attack, what they used the blitz for was that misdirection over by Master Bedroom Office, then that allowing Fultz and Ashen to get into a position where while the defense is focused on that side, they run up Fireplace, run in the library, and get kills from the backside. And you can do the same thing with the Ying that Forrest is bringing. You could, maybe not necessarily from that exact same position, but throw a lot of Candelas, either on the site or on library, bait of a lot of tension from the defense, and then try to backstab similarly. It is a bit incumbent on, well, I will say, on Liquid, not reading that you're faking, not reading that you're trying to bait that attention. And if they bite, it succeeds. If they don't, you just waste a couple Candelas.
This is a lot of long-range utility, and Resets isn't going to find around and see what happens late. But Lagonas he's happy to sit here. And he's just caught by the fire. Now he leaves. Yeah, a little bit too late there, Lagonas. A little bit too much of a risk factor, but a lot of utility is sent that way. Both of the bolts came through from at least the damage-dealing side. They've also lost most of J9O's utility as well. So at this point, the limitations, they've still got a fair bit of pockets, but where are you going to really throw those hard breach charges? Where are you going to put that sort of utility pressure?
They got to make decisions about that at some point. And talking about that hard breach utility, you know, one position you might like to place it was that stock wall, but Palu's making a really good decision and just holding down below. Sure, he's not actively pressuring SSG, but given that, I don't know, a team that likes to hit gaps like SSG does might try to walk up the basement stairs, run into bar. Him just saying, hey guys, this position is clear. Don't worry about it. We are all good. He can also flank himself up Fireplace or Library at some point. So he's giving Liquid peace of mind right now with the other three hold the site.
And remember how it opened last time. Ashen just found his way up the main Fireplace stairs, got himself onto the rafters, and Nesk is paying all the keen attention that, well, fair enough, Ashen has deserved and shouted for. Fultz gets some of the coverage. Here comes the Candelas on the back end. They're trying to pinch the player, but Iconic gets the back end of Nesk, and there's the catch. Palu steps in. The fight is J9O's, and Ashen's to lock in. Resets. All that's left. Can't get round the corner. I think
Ashen wants Liquid to lose.
I think he's saying go back to Brazil in terms of getting on the flight and losing. He could scream a little bit louder.
It's weird. I can hear him on the stream. I can hear him in real life.
We can
I can hear him in my dreams.
Because we are the only stream that is now active.
That's true.
Stream is done. It's a lot quieter because usually, you know, it's noisy and you'll hear shouting on the other side of the room and be like, that could be the other team, that could be whatever. You'll hear the other casters behind us. No, it is just us alone in an airport hangar. Back to Brazil.
Back. Wait.
You should do. You know those like. Here's a content idea, because I love to pitch them whilst I'm working. You know, there's like old Disney sing-alongs where it has like the head bounce along the lyrics to follow along, or like sing-along musicals. They should do that with clips.
I think what they should do.
Players shouting.
They should take iconic Gilbert Gottfried roles and have Ashen scream them at full volume. Like get lines from his movies. That'd be a good idea.
You'll have a lot of.
Take that one for free.
You're gonna split the audience where there'll be 90% of people be like, "Who is Gilbert Gottfried?"
You compared me to Gilbert Gottfried one time.
I have compared you to.
Why anybody could compare me to a loud, high-pitched man? Which I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I have compared you to Gilbert Gottfried in the past.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough. 2-2 for SSG now. As again, they don't need the shields right now on Chalet. These clears have been pretty good overall. Could even be 3-1 right now if they just convert that original 4v2 on bar. So the problems that we've seen on Oregon and saw on Border until they brought the Monty are less of a factor right now. They're making good use of that game, good use of that execute utility, and also still having some clutch plays from Ashen by clutching that 1v1.
I mean, statistically, they're 100% win without a blitz and 100% loss with a blitz. So far, this game, this map at this point, you know, numbers are fun. And what else is potentially Forest with a quick zip, seeing if they can try and maybe, I don't know, there's a lot of different approaches. You could go for the double window. They've got themselves up towards the top, hoping to get the surprise strike, and it wouldn't be the first time we saw Forest do exactly the same thing on Oregon through the foosball window.
Yeah. And honestly, in this position, like, the Gara hooks are useful, but you're mainly playing Amaru for the shotgun of the SMG-11 right now. Just, you know, maybe to push up Solar or push through Piano, have that close quarters weapon, that primary to take some really good fights with any of the defenders, but he probably will send it through the Solar window and do that exact thing. Iconic also lurking up West Main right now. As we did see earlier, it is a second-floor defense, so he's 2 floors below the bomb site right now, but could secure that bottom-up vertical control for the attack, as Poly right now is playing with the one of 2 remaining C4s that they currently have, and, well, there he goes.
Forest position is the one I'm most excited about. I said the double window. You can drive yourself in. Now, he doesn't have the kit, so he would be sending it and seeing if he can force himself to Piano, but...
Oh, that's rough.
Plans cancelled. 2 players died during the build-up to this take, and the take has to be cancelled. You cannot risk a full send in this situation. Palu!
4K?
Properly gets the connection with the doubling down. They stack themselves up. Fultz is on the other side of a single wall, but Palu's a little bit supernatural. Okay, not very supernatural. That was an easier pickup than maybe it could have been. But Fultz still needs to find the person to his left.
Person to his left?
Person to his left. I was waiting for the pop-in. It was resets.
He's playing passive. I respect the hustle. Unfortunately, Iconic walking into Palu, maybe had the intel, but just taking a raw 1v1 that unfortunately Palu wins and losing J9O right there because SSG tried to speed up the pace, which I think is a good call there. Like, we're already, you know, a minute 40 seconds into planning this execute with the Amaru through Master Bedroom. We shouldn't rotate, just losing one guy down below. We'll rush in, increase the pace, hopefully catch Liquid off guard. And then they lose J9O on that window. And like you said, you've got no choice but to cancel at that point. Even if you walk in and you catch them off guard, the Amaru is very exposed, getting aggressive. Odds are she's not going to get a huge double or triple to bring that round back. So you got to rotate for something else. Maybe you still commit just to, like, you know, play the hand that you're dealt. But J9O dying at that time with a minute 10 seconds left. Man, it could not have been more brutal timing for SSG.
3-2-2. Will we find someone breaking this deadlock, or are we truly going to trade rounds?
There's only 2 teams playing, so it'll be 3-2.
Left before insertion.
You're worse than Gilbert Gottfried. 3/2.
Well, it would be a dash, it'd be a hyphen.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Nesk tried to find somebody inside the bathroom, but unfortunately, he's the only one leaving a little bit squeaky clean here. No bullets traded either. And you're wondering if SSG is sort of pining for that early engagement, because let's be honest, that's kind of the first time we've really seen that sort of engagement. It's something that they've been very cautious of. How much Liquid has tried it, I don't know, but we haven't really had any of the external window pressure that they loved in Border.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of that, external pressure from either teams either. SSG, fighting at the windows, Liquid fighting back at the doorways and windows, but SSG have consistently, it's felt like they've been starting out with an advantage consistently. They've got the opening pick when they're executing on Baron games. Same thing on the previous attack as well, even though they ended up losing it. And there, unfortunately, they lacked it substantially. Iconic falls, SSG don't have the momentum going into that execute, so what do they do at that point? This round, we don't have the Ying, which they saw have good success with. Sure, they haven't done, super well with the Blitz either, but there's not a very easy way that you're looking at this lineup and saying, okay, what are SSG going to do to get a leg up? They've got the Dokkaebi calls, and that's it. It's a bit more traditional. Twitch drones for the Mira, Rotero drones for the Kiba barricades, IQ to spot the Valkyrie cameras. They're countering Liquid's setup in theory very well, and we're back. Don't you worry. This is why we have multiple observers on LAN, everybody. We're all good. But beyond that, we're minute 30 in, and SSG have been relying on these cheese operators to disrupt Liquid, and they don't really have any right now.
Iconic trying to find the lead in on the fight and making sure they don't get caught by somebody swinging out the flash all the way down the main snowmobile stairs. Isn't quite revealed to anybody. But a direct line in towards the second story. Nesk does get caught. Ashton inside on the back. Maya right back. Now they have the keeper barricade that offers them some safety on the bathroom window, and they just turn tail. They know the pressure comes from SSG quite quickly, quite aggressive. They know that it's going to be something that just keeps bleeding its way across, as we can see Iconic getting himself propped up. Solarium holding on to anyone that decides to try and shine a light back up the stairs.
But we've seen that Liquid can retake this second floor successfully, so are SSG going to dedicate a drone to this, dedicate a gun to it? And even if they do, if they go for the execute, we've still got the 2 C4s from Palu and Resets, and the impacts to do damage as well. So Liquid have a lot of answers to this. Resets already going for that retake.
I mean, Forrest had the game.
Good catch.
Knew about it, had the watch. It's sort of basic, but so is time and the concept of 20 seconds. I can even tell you that's probably not enough of it. They need to start trying to find this body advantage and forcing it. We'll see another 2 versus X clutch at this point. Palu's holding on. Bolt's going for the plant. It gets dropped off of it. It's all exploding inside the back of the chassis. Lagonis gets faults. It's a 1 versus 2. There's the C4 of Palu stopping it. J9, no! He can't get it out of his foot! Time! Immortal, eternal, and unfortunate.
Liquid for the 4-2 now, taking the lead on their defensive side. And ultimately, SSG have had good ideas on their attacks. 4-2 isn't necessarily representative of, I think, the overall, solid nature of their attacks. But it wasn't clinical, it wasn't decisive, and I think that's represented by the fact that even with, me being generally, happy, maybe not happy, but generally positive about some of the stuff they were doing their attacking side, it'd be a 5-1 if Ashen doesn't win a 1v1 in one of those particular rounds. Only one clean actual victory for SSG. I can praise their ideas. I can praise their initiative in that case with Ashen getting that pick and their foresight with Forrest watching that flank. But Liquid's still able to clutch that 2v3. Liquid's still able to clutch a 2v4 to start out this half. That denies the lead for SSG right there. Liquid's clinical gameplay in the late round is what not only saved that defensive half for them, but got them a lead going into their attacks.
SSG with the pressure now on. Your defenses, your sort of lead through here.
5 seconds remaining.
And they try and make a bit of the distance. The bans that they sort of propose, the Grim will have limitations, but I don't think it's the biggest sort of risk for how Liquid like to play.
Doubt it. We got so many important execute operators in this game right now. I mean, Capital might not exactly be everyone's favorite operator, but nobody can lie that he might be a little clunky, but he does his job well. He's got those firebolts to cut off angles, those smoke bolts to cut off angles, facilitate executes very well. Palu also with his Deimos. Liquid generally like playing this operator and using those deathmark trackers. Just off the top of my head, I've seen Palu play it, Nesk play it, Resets play it. I've probably seen even Maya or Lagonis play it a couple times. They like to bounce this operator around for good reason. If you want to get Nesk or Palu into a gap in the defense, with a Deathmark tracker either in their hands or in their teammates' hands, they can give direct intel on somebody who might be isolated, might be by themselves. So, sure, you don't have the Grim, but you've got other options, and that doesn't even mention the Dokkaebi we've got. Good look from Ness early on, but also good read by Kyno. It's worthwhile to open up that Poland stock, but Kyno ready for it. That's good foresight from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a known place, right? Having yourself in that position, it's almost a little bit lackluster there from Liquid's approach to trust they won't get caught out by it. There's a bit of a lull, a bit of a pause. One of the problems we've seen of Liquid's attack has been a bit too slow, a bit too cautious. Pressure of the bolts on towards the box position, but, you know, it's
nobody
not forcing anything. It's not pressuring anything. There's the mirror window gone, which is a good battle utility, but Kyno, with those keeper barricades, can still sort of build structure around himself.
Yeah, a zombie and a mirror on top of mezzanine is really difficult to deal with, because even if that mirror gets cracked, as you said, you've got those keepers, you could retake library, you could hold down top mezzanine, no matter which way you're getting pushed from. They've also got Forest holding bottom fireplace, so Kyno feeling really secure to either retake or hold on top of mezzanine. The positioning from SSG is fantastic. They got a 5v4. I think they might be betting on Palu hitting this flank up library stairs to bring it back.
There's Kyno again, stepping in, flirting with danger, rebuilding, but caught out before it can pop off. Resets goes down in the meantime, a 4 versus 2. This is the first time we've seen, obviously, back on this way. A C4, the second, gets the connection they wanted, and Lagonis had a good map at this point. But if time was an asset before, now it is. That horrible ticking clock on the back. He's got vertical, but as soon as he drops down, they can retake it pretty easily. And at this point, with the castle barricade still up on the double, on the single behind him, he's just found himself trapped inside a box. Looks for the first fight, on towards dining. Doesn't even win that. A good hold from SSG.
Ashen ain't even yelling after that one. He's like, all right, whatever. Pretty sleepy round, all things considered. And, all right, he's just said silly Lagonis in chat. Fair enough.
In all caps.
Well, of course, it's Ashen. He speaks in all caps.
That's true.
And to be fair from SSG, I mean, it was a pretty sleepy round for a very good reason. SSG said, okay, we're watching top library, fireplace hall, and holding down the site. There might be potential, you know, gaps or weaknesses if somebody pushes up fireplace stairs and tries to open stock, or pushes up library. And guess what? They had vertical holes to watch fireplace, and they had Iconic waiting for Palu to push up bottom library stairs or bottom blue stairs, whatever you want to call it. It was just a good knowledge of this setup from SSG. It's pretty simple, but SSG have the strat. They know what they're holding and actively watching, and what they need to kind of check on every now and then. It was just a well-played defense. Good to start this half.
The pace was definitely slower. And I think that was also part of Liquid's approach there. You had, when we had obviously SSG going on the attack, quick drives, quick presence. They made sure that everything sort of felt like it was always active. There was always possibility. And there, Liquid, they had their plan A, which didn't quite come together, but they still sort of forced it. It's a site with a default take. It's a site with a default drive, and they were happy to try and run themselves onto it. But the stretch of Chalet and how far it gets will be that thread. Forest, he's trying to bait some utility on towards Lagonis. Maybe try and get the Kaid Claw catch on at least one of this exothermic, but I'm assuming Lagonis isn't just going to go for it.
I like that the Electroclaw tech is like, all right, Electroclaw tricking a thermite charge is really hard, so our solution is just to keep throwing an Electroclaw down until we hear the sound cue that the exothermic's actually been planted.
Yeah.
But they know it's electrified now, so, and they've got a Thatcher as well, so not a whole lot of options Forrest can do. Doesn't have any in pocket. He'll try to time it to pick it up. Ooh, he gets it ahead of it! But he takes it off, unfortunately. The timing is so finicky, so specific on that. He thinks better of it and rotates it probably to the wine wall, which is a safe option. He might have got that exothermic, honestly, but I don't fault him for it.
No, and the wall often gets open regardless, especially when you're up against the Thatcher. You're never going to really hold that sort of single lockdown position, and there is other more important parts to get, because if you have that breach open, it gets you good eyes into the site, but it's not a position you can just sort of entirely dedicate yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You're usually going to rotate to wine side as well, so Forrest can focus on that. Speaking of focus, Kyno, heavily focused by the Damos, he's like, oh, wait, that's the guy outside library window, or bathroom window? Oh, that's fine. I'll just sit behind this cube barricade.
In here. Resets is worried someone's going to jump out of Mudroom and put the pressure onto him. There's the actual bit of destruction both ways onto it. The pressure on Kyno is hit by a frag grenade. They're throwing themselves in. Iconic trying to offer some survival, but it's swapped. Maya swings. There's the double for Maya. Good pinch, led on by the Deimos. A fair bit of utility usage. 2 bodies caught all the way on the top floor. Now the focus has to fall down below, and they can utilize the Deimos to sort of say, yep, this person, they're down there, they're in the basement. We don't need to shepherd, we don't need to worry. We have a minute. We can speed up a lot of this mid-4 process.
Yeah, unfortunate this Deathmark tracker isn't going to go to a whole lot of great use, but they've still got one in pocket. They've got the skeleton key for vertical destruction, and they've still got that thermite if they want to go for the wine breach. We're kind of getting low on time, so I don't think they're going to go for that necessarily, which proposes an interesting question, which you and I brought up earlier, which is you don't usually base an entire execute on that front side, but where else are they going to go? They've got the 5v3, so they should probably win this on kills, but given the low time, and Fultz is holding down this front position with a shield and the staircase with a shotgun, there's not an easy way, but if Fultz goes huge, there's something.
They haven't really done a huge amount of vertical either. There's been no shepherding of the space. They're holding on against the back end of the hatch. It's going to get breached by the exothermic just next to it. Should get the pocket of space, and they can use this. But that position of Fultz and Ashen going for an explorer up the stairs. 2 shotguns, 2 seconds, 2 pumps, 2 kills. 1 man hit a smoke canister, caught out. And I mean, as you said, they just did not have any of the work done.
No, they had that 5v3. Credit to Maya for that big individual play, but they had to move down to the bottom floor, and not having that wine wall open, not really having a great secondary option to push from, left them at the mercy of SSG, who were playing aggressively on both of the staircases that they correctly read Liquid had to push from. The main stairs, which Fultz had, behind the shield to watch the breach, or the staircase, no matter where they pushed from. But then, to make things even better, Ashen, playing aggressively on blue stairs with that shotgun, wins the fight with resets, trying to lurk down the backside. It's a good call from Liquid. He should have been pushing there. But again, similar to that Bar Games attack, SSG are aware of where the gaps are. They're aware of where Liquid want to push from and where they think they can get away with an opening. And they're filling them, they're checking them, and they're winning the fights they need to. Great 3v5, and we're back in a tie game.
All level up, but now Ashen shouting. He wanted to wait. He wanted to wait until they got themselves back level.
3v5, and he killed one of the main players that could have brought that round back for Liquid. I'd get a little excited too.
4 apiece. 5 seconds to go. And still, both timeouts on the board as well. I have a feeling the loser of this round is probably going to want to have a conversation, but it's also tricky because, you know, you have to have the context. You're 2 rounds away from potentially being on the precipice of loss, 3 rounds away from being sent home. You're in the same spot, you're in the same place. If you're SSG, you've got a great build of momentum. If you're Liquid, you've found a little bit of a break.
It's also a bit dependent on whether, you know, Liquid or Lagonas IGLing find the solution to their problems in round, even if they end up losing this, right? Because Hugzord's listening, he's saying, okay, Liquid and Bar in game, this might not be exactly what he's saying or thinking, but Liquid on Bar in games, we lose Nesk early, and then we aren't really trying to get control elsewhere. We're just sitting outside library, expending utility, not getting anything off of it. We lose the round. Then we take a long time to roam clear. We get a 5v3, but we only have the main breach open. We don't have wine open. We don't have any pressure on the backside. We flood through the front, and SSG clutch a 3v5. 2 rounds where a lack of control really hurts us when we go for the execute. So if we see in round 9 that Liquid actually roam clear effectively, get a lot of angles, distract SSG, and maybe they win the round, maybe they clutch a 1v3, maybe they clutch a 1v1, who knows? But if Liquid actually diversify their control, timeout might not be necessary. But if it's the same thing as round 7 and 8, where they just execute linearly and give SSG every chance in the world to fight back, yeah, Hugzord would need to take a timeout.
6 smoke canisters gives you a pretty good idea of what they want to try and get here on the cover without the dependence.
I think they want to plant the diffuser.
I think they want to plant the diffuser, not bringing the Kappa down. They don't want his sort of smoke canisters. The Candelas start to pop their way around the blind just towards the top end. The swing into Solarium, and they're inside, above, but they haven't been offered a fight. Resets, gets 1, then looks back towards the engagement. Nesk's able to get 1 as well, and somebody else got a kill, but it all happened so fast it disappeared off the screen. A 4 versus 2 is where we find ourselves suddenly revealed in, and Fultz is surrounded. This is that big problem right now because he needs to try and fight his way out. He's found a tucked corner, round on the back end of Piano. And now with Maya dead inside the site, well, now he's the only one left. And we assume the plant is going to happen momentarily. There it is, behind the default place. He's got to stop. Lagonas actually stops as well. And then moves himself to a slightly different position. I'm not entirely sure they've kept the vertical. That's why, and he would have actually had the angle there. So good read, good movement, good round, Liquid.
Lagonis very much reading the solution in round, saying, okay, guys, you know, we're not getting a lot of control. We're not coordinating on these clears. And I mean, even in round 8, when the roam clear was successful, it was almost entirely Maya able to get 2 huge picks. Let's reset. Let's get a plan together. Let's talk things through. All right, what do we want to do? They're holding top floor on kitchen and dining. They got a castle facing the bedroom window, and they've got 2 players up here. So what do? Let's throw Candelas in. Let's have Maya and Ness repelling through solar. Somebody else repel into bedroom window at the exact same time, and all have our guns trained on where these 2 defenders are playing. They've either got to rotate in front of us, or they've got to retreat back to Piano, in which case, we have the vertical control. We can hop in a trophy, go for the kills down below, use the vertical angles to our disposal. Finally, we get a well-thought-out execute from Liquid. They not only identify the control they need, but acquire the control they need, and win the round as a result. No timeout necessary when you're up 5-4.
No, it's that sort of change out here, and 2 rounds. So now that separation of Liquid and sending SSG back to NA, in the slightly quoted words of
Paraphrased a little bit.
Poet Laureate Ashen.
He's got a Pulitzer Prize in winning.
Palu, he tried to pop an opening engagement. Again, we haven't seen a huge impression of finding fights outside the building. It is something that some teams love to do on Chalet. They love to really explore the space all around, and yeah, this is something that hasn't really been the drift in.
No, the action's been happening inside the building, whether it's Maya hopping in, getting that 2 kill in the roam clear, or that round hopping into solar and bedroom window to get that Ying, not Ying execute, Ying roam clear down, and that round working very well. A lot of it has been happening once they rappel in or walk through the doorways. With the Deimos, I imagine it's going to be very similar. Deimos and Dokkaebi on this roam clear. Probably going to see Maya and Ness try and utilize that information to get another 5v3 or get another massive amount of control. Hopefully, at least on Master Bedroom Office. Could start that library side, could try to push down below. I don't think Liquid exactly know where they want to yet, but we're just crossing the minute mark. There's time to recover, time to fight back. And there we go. Moving into the bottom floor. They can walk up the fireplace stairs now. Oh, I was about to say, the only thing they ought to be concerned about is aggression from SSG, and they're ready for it.
Maya finds one, Palu finds the second, and suddenly they're getting these pinches. They're forcing the players to have to rotate past these big, heavy watches that have been set up here, and now they have a fair little pocket of control, and the barricades can still try and cause some problems, but a minute 30, 2 bodies gone once again. Good bit of motion that's come through. Bolt steps out, gets rid of Nask, and gets immediately traded. Maya, again, had the watch, and this is what they've sort of got themselves set up for now. Liquid, they're playing that game, getting those cutoff points, realizing SSG are trying to hold and then fall back and making that an impossibility. Ashton's being tracked in the back end of sight. They know he's further and further away. They've got the eyes towards the half wall, and Ashton's going to see if he can stop them entering, but he can't quite get the connection. The hop out does down Palu, but they know where he is. Liquid, they are 1 round away.
1 round away from taking SSG home. You can hear Ashen say they've got to take a tactical timeout at this point because Liquid have found the answer, and there wasn't some massive flaw in SSG's play. There was just a aspect of Liquid's play they had to fix, they had to make better, and it was the coordination on that roam clear, and we didn't see any super cool strategy like the triple rappel in from Liquid that we saw in round 9, but in round 10, it was a lot more simple. Hey guys, there's a couple roamers over by library. Let's have somebody try to go down below the stairs as somebody also walks in from library or top fireplace to pinch him. Maya realizes the guy peeking down below is really distracted, moves in for the kill. Liquid able to get another to make it a 5v3. Even without any cheese utility like the Candelas, they're still able to get that pick, still able to clear it out very effectively. So SSG now taking their tactical timeout. Maybe with an op. Sure, of course, Solus is off the board. Maybe with Valkyrie on the board, we'll try to see a bit more aggression on the roam. And you talked about how we haven't really seen a lot of gunfights happening outside the building. It's all been happening inside the building. I'm not saying SSG need to go for spawn peaks. Maybe seeing them try to bring a bit more intel and roam more aggressively, and
we'll save it.
I was about to say, you pointed it out, but
it's gone.
They didn't commit. Forces on Cav until the final second of prep phase.
Yeah, that would have been... I mean, it could have been big, but it probably wouldn't have.
It would have been a solution.
It would have been a solution. Probably not the right solution.
Yes. I think actually, you know, the Solus being off the board definitely hurting SSG a bit here because you'd really like to be denying Liquid a lot of this intel, destroying their drones, trying to make them heavily reliant on those death mark trackers from the Deimos to get that intel. And obviously if, you know, resets is too far away or isn't able to communicate it properly, it's not as much of a factor. But with her gone, SSG, who have, to be fair, you know, I kind of suggested maybe roam a bit more heavily. I actually don't know if I agree with that now because they have been roaming pretty heavily. We've had 2 players in library that time. They've been roaming across the top floor, and Liquid are finally starting to clear them out. They get to go back to Barn Games, though, where the roam wasn't the big thing here. They had the Mira and the Azamis to aggressively hold Mezzanine, and Liquid, to be fair, didn't have an answer for that.
Jenino's looking for exactly the same peak that Nesk was once upon a time and has exactly the same result. Nothing is free in this chalet world. Skiing, famously expensive.
Nice.
Yeah, that is free, though. A very big mirror window and not one on that wall.
No reinforcements on stock at all. No mirror, no nothing. This guy, I was about to say, this guy's dead. Forrest has just trapped himself inside of big garage. That's a real... Maybe he didn't know Maya was down there, but that's a really brutal start to this round. Maya gets that kill, no cost expended to the attack in terms of damage, utility, time, anything. I get the Frost wasn't bringing much, but the strength of this round was J9O holding this top floor, and with Iconic down below as well. A lot of SG players by themselves in untraded positions, and Liquid's already got one of them taken down.
I mean, what a horrible way this could be as it starts to unfurl and unfold for SSG. When this next engagement comes through, this is going to be maybe the defining one. They are being so cautious with everything. And Ashen, he's a bit loose, but, you know, not too far away. They're going to start trying to force the ground from underneath him, cut off his options of going around via bathroom, shepherd him back step by step, and try and do the game they did so brilliantly on the previous round, which is force motion and punish them for it. They have Palu watching on the back end. He is the one that is eyes on from the balcony, hoping they fall into his waiting more.
That's what I'm concerned about here with Palu holding this cutoff. Nesk and Maya can push in. If they get both of these picks, that's game over in all likelihood.
The swing round. Fultz is there to offer some support. There's a bit of pressure that's going to come from underneath as well. Palu gives his position away, and Fultz is going to read that out and say, look, I've got to get out of here. We cannot lose both of us. Ashen, he's popping up, and he's popped right down. Maya gets one. There's Maya with his third for the round. Fultz, he was able to stem it a little, but it's a 4-9-0. J9O is all that's left for SSG. Nesk is in all chat. Liquid, they are red hot. But they have not evaporated yet. They are our surviving team, and SSG sent home.
I thought this was going to be a game of 55 to 45. Who was just a little better this tournament in this best of 3? And ultimately it was Liquid. SG recover well on border, bring the Monty to fix some of those mistakes. They start out well, fight back aggressively on their defenses, but you've got to give credit to Lagonas. And Liquid as a whole, realizing what their problem was, fixing it very, very well in round to end up winning 7-4 and winning 3 attacks in a row. Good sportsmanship from SSG as well.
After Lagonas went round.
Maya went round.
Maya went round.
He's all smiles now.
I mean, heat in the server, cool out of it. That's the pressure that needs to be done, but Liquid, they are the team that is holding on. As we said at the start of this, both these teams, very similar runs to get to this position. Struggled in the split of their league. LCQs topped phase 1, undefeated. Come into this and lose both opening games. One of their stories had to change, and it's Liquid's.
It's Liquid's, and unfortunately for SSG, I mean, they make that miracle comeback in Atlanta to quarterfinals, 3-2. Not building off the work in SI. Unfortunate stuff.
Well, let's go hear from one of the hearts of the scene, Palu.
Thank you very much, friends. Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much, friends, and congratulations to all the yelling the teams have been doing. It's broken all of our microphones. Palu, congratulations on the win. You survived to fight another day at the Manchester Major. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling good. I think we had a little struggle with the Montagne on the second map. But yeah, we just banned it and they couldn't do anything. That was it.
It turns out that this was the strategy of just, we'll have something to walk in front. There were issues to solve there in Oregon. But for Chalet, what was your game plan then?
Yeah, as I said, like we were smashing them in almost everything. We just on attacks on the Aragon we were struggling a little, but after that we like talked, and the biggest problem on the border was the Montaigne, and we just banned, and they like didn't have anything to like, how can I say, when things aren't working, they can run to the mountain, and they couldn't, like, so yeah, that was it, the plan basically, and we knew that our strategies was really good against how they play. That was it.
I mean, look, looking away from strategy here, it looked like emotions are running high for the entire team. We see, like, I'm surprised this whole place didn't fall apart with how you guys were celebrating at the end of it. So how do you feel that energy was kind of pumping through the team?
Yeah, it was good. Like, Ashen likes to scream a lot, so the guys were just screaming back.
I mean, you have to be able to take the heat if you want to, start trash talking.
Of course, it's part of the game, Just don't get like too personal, and that's it. It's part of the game. Always you can just say, just not offend anyone. Yeah.
It's all in good fun here. But as I said, you survived to fight another day. We're not really sure who will be playing against come tomorrow, but what are you going to be doing now? Just kind of de-stress and get yourself back in the next game.
I think right now we are playing like best of threes. We certainly play really, really better than the BO1s. I think we had some issues. We could have won like both of the games, I think, but we discussed a lot of things, and I think we just like forget about it and let's focus on the next matches.
Liquid is a best of 3 team. Is that what we learned from it?
Yeah, I guess so.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. Best of 3 team. That's Team Liquid. Paulo, thanks so much for joining us here. For all those watching at home, let's break down our game on the analyst desk. We got our cardio in, folks. So we're back here on the analyst desk to break down how SSG are going back to the airport. No, we're going to talk about Team Liquid and their victory against their North American squad here. Alfama, Liquid, they looked like an actual team working together in the last map.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. They were playing together. If you look at the numbers, obviously Maya had a great game, but overall, the cohesion on this team was much better. I think strategically they won the match, but I think actually it was closer than expected. Ashen, again, dropping crazy numbers. There were some clutches. Overall, Liquid, though, strategically, theoretically, we're winning it. We're controlling the pace. We're the better team here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think we think about the game the same ways. I look at the games and I see who's controlling the game, who's strategically winning the round, even if they're not actually winning the round. And I think throughout this whole best of 3, that was Team Liquid. There was times, there was big clutches. Ashen's had a clutch in basically every single one of these series on his own that has kept kept SSG in the game. But over the course of it, Liquid's team play was better. Liquid's strategical control, strategical grasp on the game was better. And also Liquid, to be honest, apart from one guy on SSG, which was Ashen, was just completely out-fragging the rest of the SSG. Especially in that last map. We saw multiple times where Maya would get the entry, 2 or 3 kills would bounce back, and suddenly Liquid are in a 5v2. And I think, they were just much more confident in those engagements.
I mean, Paulo even identified it, right? He said, we struggled on border because Amonte was picked against us, and that's we talked about in the breakdown for that second map. We banned it, and we were way more comfortable going into map 3 and just closed that shelling.
Forrest actually tried to bring Blitz at the beginning. So he actually tried to play with the shield. It was effective to some degree, but I just don't think it's viable on a map like Chalet. We already spoke about it, but a shield can only get you so far on this map. What matters was utility-based operators. They brought Captao, they brought Ying, and SSG made great use of it in some rounds. It just wasn't enough overall.
Can I just say one very quick thing on SSG as well? I think they deserve to lose the best of 3. I don't think they were good enough today, but Ashen did not deserve to lose that best of 3 as an individual player. For a small token on him, he's still early doors in the tournament, still relatively a rookie. put in a great performance again today, and he's got a lot of confidence.
I just want to point out that it's not only in the game that he's, really helping his team, but like he was the one carrying the energy in the team. He was the one like
he's already a leader in that team.
Yeah, and he's like super young. He's 18. And what I found really crazy at some point is that he actually dropped a crazy triple kill or quadruple kill, I think. Then he's energizing everyone, and then he just goes, calm down, let's focus on the next round. That's maturity. That's a great player that you want to have on your team.
Yeah, you always want to have someone like that on your squad. And good thing he lifts up his microphone before yelling at the other team. But Liquid gave it back, and that gives us this bracket. Because now SSG are at the door, and they'll be boosted away. Good God, this is massive. They'll be boosted away all the way back home. So, qualified, well, we have Furia and Secret. Those are two teams that are already through. However, tomorrow we'll continue on with many, many games of Bleed, M80, FaZe, Talon, Dark Zero, Bliss. We got Scars, Liquid, got Beast Coast, and ITB, and BDS, and CAG, with, of course, saying goodbye to E1 and to SSG from Brazil and from North America, respectively. Tomorrow, what do we got? We got 3 best-of-3 matches, 3 of them on A stream, 3 of them on B stream. To catch it will be BDS versus CAG, FaZe v Talon, and Liquid versus Scars on A stream. Whereas on the other side, it'll be Beast Coast versus ITB, Bleed v M80, and of course, Bliss versus Dark Zero. It is not yet full elimination in these games, but is one step removed from that, Jack.
Yeah, obviously there's a couple of elimination games, but yeah, there's some big games there. PSG Talon, the first one that I kind of looked at, their reward for beating BDS today is a best of 3 against FaZe to try and make main stage. That's incredible.
But now we're looking at the BO3. That's where I think it's going to get
full
hard.
BO3s, yeah.
Now the better team will have more chances to win because they will have a deeper map pool. They will have overall better quality over more maps. And it's way harder for smaller teams to actually upset just with Counter-Strike on one single map.
Yeah, and that's kind of adds an extra level of spiciness into a Swiss bracket, because usually a Swiss bracket is best of 1, and that's where those smaller teams, younger ones, can really strike. But hey, we've seen PSG Talon, so who knows what we get out of it, right?
I love Swiss brackets as well, because especially with that game, the last game going so close, going so deep, there'll be teams sat there that are looking at, well, if SSG win, we're preparing this team. If Liquid win, we're preparing this team. And now they're all off scrambling to prepare for tomorrow's games.
It's crazy because this match has given me energy when at some point I had a lull in it. So, hey, this is what good Siege does to a man. No 2 ways around it. Thank you very much, though, Fresh, Nalfama, and of course, all of our analysts for today, Jesse, Laxing, and Janiro. Good friend Kalthum, who was here hosting earlier in the day. All of our talent, our production team at Blast, and all of our partners to make it all happen here in Manchester. For all of you watching at home, we will see you tomorrow for our best of 3s. Till then, we love you so very much. Have a good night. Bye-bye.